In this world where martial arts prevail, everyone dreams of becoming a warrior. However, 3 months before the martial arts exam, I was expelled from school just because I was framed by a classmate, and the class teacher even assisted in the injustice, accusing me of malicious mischief. Even the adopted daughter my parents had taken in before their passing chose to turn a blind eye. Everything was because I was considered a useless person who couldn't even reach a chi and blood value of 20. However, 3 months later, I transformed into the school's martial arts examination official. After being expelled from school, I thought revenge was hopeless. However, after accidentally stepping on an ant, I discovered that I had gained 10 points of killing value. At that moment, I suddenly woke up, wondering if this was my lucky break. My eyes lit up, and hope ignited in my heart once again. I added the killing points to the chi and blood value, and a warm flow surged through my body. Looking at the panel again, the killing points had returned to 0, and the chi and blood value had increased to 28. This excited me greatly, and I wanted to shout out, but I suppressed the restlessness in my heart and waited. Just waited. Today's revenge, Sumo, will surely repay 100-fold. I took a deep breath, got into the car, and hurried home. However, when I took out the key to open the door, a voice stopped me. "What are you doing?" I turned around and saw a girl with willow leaf eyebrows, a palm-sized face, and a teardrop mole under her right eye. She looked about 21 or 22 years old, holding a plastic bag in her hand, obviously returning home. As I tried to insert the key and turn it, I found that it wouldn't budge. The woman pushed me aside and effortlessly opened the door with her key. Impossible. This is my home. A bad premonition surged in my heart, making me feel restless. The woman could see that my emotions were genuine, so she hurriedly explained that she had bought this house a few days ago from a girl named Su Yao. It was only then that I realized Su Yao had asked for my ID a few days ago for this purpose. Just then, the phone rang, and I picked it up. TSK, Sumo, you must be home by now. A mocking voice came through the phone, saying, "No, you no longer have a home. Su Yao sold the house your parents worked hard to buy, and now you're a homeless stray dog. I forgot to tell you, Su Yao was able to sell the house thanks to me. Do you know why your dear sister didn't testify for you? 10,000 yuan. I gave her 10,000 yuan. Sumo, don't say that I, Zhou Liang, don't value the friendship of classmates. I'll give you a chance. Come over and be my dog. I'll pay you 3,000 a month. Your chi and blood value is not even 20. It's not easy to find a job that pays 3,000 a month. Zhou Liang, just wait for me." I hung up the phone, my hands already sticky. I was so angry that my fingers were digging into my flesh. "I'm sorry for the disturbance." I calmed down and turned to apologize to the explosively shaped woman. After speaking, I turned and went downstairs. Just as I reached the bottom of the stairs, a figure blocked my way. It was my parents' foster daughter, Su Yao. I looked at Su Yao. The past gentleness had long disappeared, replaced only by endless indifference. "I know you hate me, but I also have my reasons." Upon hearing this, I laughed. "What are your reasons?" I asked Su Yao. "There are only 3 months left until the martial arts exam. I need money, a lot of money. Selling the house is my last resort. My blood and energy have been increasing slowly these past few months, and it's a bit difficult to break through 180 in 3 months. I want to buy blood increasing pills. Each pill costs 100,000. Looking at the pear blossoms with rain on Su Yao, I felt no ripples in my heart, even feeling nauseous. Before our parents died, they saved 500,000 for the two of us, and I gave you that 500,000. Even the money I earned from odd jobs I gave to you. Isn't this enough? It's not enough at all. After the college entrance examination, entering a bigger school requires more money. Zhou Liang told me that he could help me sell the house, so I agreed. Su Yao's words were not finished, interrupted by me. "So you sold me for 10,000 yuan, watching me being wrongly accused and fired." After she finished speaking, I didn't talk to her anymore, turned and went to the market. The scene downstairs was also clearly seen by Baiwei above. "Is the boss hiring?" I asked as I arrived at a place selling poultry. The boss was a bald man wearing an apron. He glanced at me, then took out 200 yuan and handed it to me. "Take this for emergencies. This is not where you should be." I took the money, but I didn't leave. Instead, I picked up an apron nearby, skillfully cut off the chicken necks, and bled them. At the same time, a voice sounded in Sumore's mind. "Kill a chicken. Get a kill point." After the bald boss saw it, his eyes revealed a flash of surprise, so he didn't stop it. "Kill a chicken. Get a kill point." Waiting for the sun to move west, Sumore took off her blood-stained apron. "Uncle Zhao, I'll come back tomorrow. It's a lot easier for me if you boys can come over." Sumor left and looked at the panel. Name Sumor. Age, 18. Blood value, 28 of 200. Kill points, 120. Sumor added the kill points to his blood value. A warm current surged out of his body, and the muscles of his entire body turned into flowing lines. The blood value became 148. Tomorrow you can break through to martial artist. Su Rouge. Zhou Liang, you all wait. Sumor suppressed his inner excitement. It is still early. It is still early. All wait for me. After he breaks through to martial artist, he can apply to leave the city. Then you can hunt demonic beasts, and your strength will increase rapidly. But there are dangers everywhere outside the city, and one needs to be prepared for all sorts of things. Weapons, radar, backpacks, protective clothing and feats. These cost a lot of money. These things are desperately needed by Sumor. Need a quick boost in strength now. Sumor rented a single room with a bathroom and a refrigerator around the adjoining food market. $500 a month is a pretty good deal. After resting for the night, Sumor got up before dawn and came to Uncle Zhao. You boys are here so early. Zhao Yong had surprise in his eyes. He thought Sumor would be a little late. I couldn't sleep at home, so I got up a little early. Sumor put her apron on and began the day's work of killing chickens. Kill a chicken. Add 1 kill point. Kill a chicken. Add 1 to your kill points. Near noon, Sumor had already killed 200 chickens. Taking off her apron, Sumor took the water handed over by Zhao Yong. It's amazing that you can kill a chicken so skillfully at your age. Nowadays, kids your age can't even cook, let alone kill a chicken. Sumor sniffed and laughed after hearing this. Who wants to be able to do that if they have a choice? Like nowadays, in this society, they all admire the kind of person who buys a car and buys a car on their own, but they don't want to be like that. Also, it's too hard to turn around on your own without someone to pull a hand. It's better to become a powerful martial artist. At least you don't have to worry about your life. The two men were making small talk when the sound of crashing continued to ring out. Not good. Run. Run. Something's mutated. Get the superintendent. Sumor stood up. Near noon, there were not many people in the food market. A seafood stand had been lifted up and the fish and shrimp kept bouncing on the ground. A 2-meter-sized lobster kept charging. The 2 pincers in his hands swung around, and everything that stood in his way was crushed by the pincers. Zhao Yong's heart trembled after seeing this scene. The chickens he sold had mutated once before, and that time he had come back from the dead, and now had a hideous wound on his back. Su, run! Turning his head, he realized that Sumor had already disappeared. Sumor added the kill points, and his strength finally broke through, coming to the first level of martial artist. Breath churned and a steady stream of warmth poured into all parts of his body. Sumor came to the mutant lobster as if he was an arrow off the string. The body leapt a full 2 meters. The chicken-killing knife in his hand slashed directly at the lobster. Dang! There was a crunch and sparks flew. The lobster was unharmed, but the immense force also caused the mutant lobster to eat pain. Seeing that the mutant lobster was not harmed, Sumor secretly said that it was not good and twisted his body to avoid the 2 pincers of the mutant lobster. Sumor landed on the ground and drilled underneath the lobster with a sliding shovel. With a stroke of the chicken-killing knife in his hand, just a white blade appeared. Sumor's heart was ruthless, holding the knife vertically and slapping it hard. Stabbing, the chicken-killing knife was inserted into the mutant lobster's abdomen, and blood sprayed on Sumor's face. Sumor held the knife with both hands and directly gave the mutant lobster an open belly. Sumor slid out from underneath the mutant lobster. Bang! With a jolt, the mutant lobster collapsed to the ground, blood flowing all over the place. Kill the mutant lobster and gain 50 kill points. Sumor stood in place and after seeing the death of the mutant lobster, then he breathed a sigh of relief and his chest rose and fell rapidly. Martial 1 was still too weak. Killing a lobster was actually so difficult. Just now, the strength of his entire body was used to break through the defense of the mutant lobster. Blood and seawater mixed together, giving off a pungent bloody odor. At the moment chaos, cacophony all turned to silence. The crowd in the food market stared at Sumor incredulously. I don't know who led the applause. Good. Since ancient times heroes have been young. Zhao Yong rushed over, looking distraught. More than that, he was surprised. He didn't expect that the teenager who casually helped was actually a martial artist. So more, no injuries? Uncle Zhao, there's nothing wrong with me. It's the blood of a mutated lobster. It's just that your chicken-killing knife is broken. Fear not. I sell knives. I'll give him 10. Little brother. Thank you. I would have died if it wasn't for you. The owner of the seafood cellar was so distraught that his body was still shaking. Sumori shook his head. This is what I should do. Any martial artist who sees this will not stand idly by. Well said, little brother. So young to be a martial artist. He'll definitely be great in the future. Zhao Yong actually knows this little brother. At the moment, Zhao Yong stood up his chest with a proud look. Quick, Quick, evacuate the crowd. The three men hurriedly ran from the distance at great speed. When he waited to follow, his pupils changed and looked at Sumor, whose face was covered in blood. Who did it? The crowd pointed at Sumor. It was this one little hero who did it. Lu Shuetian stared at Sumor incredulously. He thought Sumor was an injured person. So it turned out that the mutant lobster was killed by him. Looking at the age of only 17 or 18, a person who can solve the mutated lobster. The future is unlimited. Ah. Thanks, little brother. My name is Lu Shuetian. Hello, my name is Sumor. Thanks to little brother's hand. This is not a dead man. I should do it. It wasn't as if Sumor hadn't gained benefits, and kill points were the biggest benefit. Management Lu, you can't let Xiao Su suffer. Fortunately Xiao Su has been helping to kill chickens at my place for the past 2 days. Otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Lu Shuetian instantly realized when he heard Zhao Yon's words. Sure. After Lu Shuetian finished speaking, a man came out from behind and took out a pile of money. Here's $50. 000. A reward for helping us out. In addition, this mutant lobster can still be sold for quite a lot of money. We have the intention to purchase it. We can offer 50. 000. I don't know if Brother Su is willing? Just make it up to Brother Lu. Sumo's sentence of Big Brother Lu. The two people's relationship was much closer. The safety accident did not happen, and also got a mutant lobster. At the same time befriended a young man with unlimited future. For Lu Shuetian, earn hemp. For Sumor, beheading the mutant lobster to get 50 kill points and obtaining $1,200. He also earned hemp. The other 20. 000 was given by the seafood stall owner. Sumor didn't want it. He gave it to him. Today I'll be the host to the drunken immortal house. Brother Sumor must show his face. Sumor did not refuse. He could tell that Lu Shuetian was definitely not an ordinary security administrator. His own strength was not low. Befriending such a person would do him no harm. At this moment, a person behind Lu Shuetian revealed a thoughtful gaze. Are you a junior in the 10th high school? There's another sister named Su Ballad? Sumor turned his head to look at him. You know me? Even Lu Shuetian had surprise in his eyes. In a flash a few people arrived at the drunken immortal house. Zhang Dahai, being secretive, quickly say why you know Brother Sumor. Zhang Dahai took a deep breath. Earlier, a person named Su Ballad came to our security management office and registered to sell her house. That girl looked quite quiet and gifted. I remember her particularly well. He just said his name was Sumor, and I just remembered. After Zhang Dahai finished speaking, the crowd realized that Sumor was very quiet and flat. If Brother Sumor looks up to me, you can tell me about any difficulties you encounter. Big Brother Lu is polite. It's just a small matter. I can solve it myself. Sumor knew that it was better to rely on others than to rely on oneself. And asking others for help just after getting to know them would only make them look down on him. Lu Shuetian didn't ask much. After finishing the meal, Lu Shuetian went to settle the bill. And Sumor inadvertently glanced at it. 250,000. That's what this meal is worth. Think of the previous odd jobs. An hour is only $15. Exhausting work are still scrambling to do. And even reduce the unit price. Otherwise no one will use you. There's a saying, if you don't carry your weight, how can others enjoy it without worrying? Now Sumor was recognizing this sentence more and more. After separating from them, Sumor returned to the rental house. There's already an extra $120,000 on the card. Before that, you could only make $150 a day for 10 hours of work. Now we're making 120,000 a day. The next step was to go to the Martial Artist Union to get certified and obtain the Martial Artist badge before you could go out and hunt demonic beasts, to buy a weapon to accompany him, and feats. If these two were in hand, killing the mutant lobster today could be solved in one move. Previously, when his chi and blood values couldn't be raised, he tried to increase his fighting skills by all means, but he didn't think that it would help him so much. Looking at the panel, Sumor revealed contemplation. Name Sumor. Age, 18. Realm, Martial Artist I. Blood value, 348/1000. Kill points, 50. Breaking through to the second level of Martial Artist required 1000 chi and blood values. Not even close. Everything was difficult at the beginning, and after breaking through to Martial Artist, it was much easier to obtain kill points. Sumor lay on the bed. The corners of his mouth rose. The days were getting more and more promising. Strength to break through to Martial Artist, and a bit of money in his pocket. Since the death of her parents, this was the most peaceful night Sumor had ever slept. Today Sumor did not go to kill the chicken. Before Sumor could open his mouth, Zhao Yong had said that it was not condescending for a martial artist to kill chickens. At this moment, Sumor had already appeared in front of a luxurious building. How many times before had I fantasized about coming to this place to validate and earn a martial arts badge? I didn't expect it to materialize so soon. After going in, Sumore's eyes revealed consternation, for he saw a familiar person, especially that familiar pair of big thunders. Sister Shiroyuki, Sumore called out, and when Bayu saw Sumore, she had the same surprise in her eyes. Sudi, what are you doing here? Come and verify. After Bayu heard this, a flash of surprise flashed in her eyes. She also inquired about some of the situation later on, and sort of got to know Sumore. Come with me. Coming to an instrument, Sumore stood on it. A little while later the machine made a sound and it said 398. Shiroyuki covered her mouth and stared. Sudi, you're actually a martial artist? Sumore calmly got off the instrument. A fluke to become a martial artist. Are you teasing me? Becoming a martial artist at your age would be a phoenix-like existence in any city. It looks like my sister is quite lucky today, actually seeing the birth of a young martial artist. Sister Bai is joking. This is nothing for me. Sudi, wait for a while. I'll go get your badge. Shiroyuki turned to leave, and Sumore just waited a moment. A pair of large thunders squeezed hard into his eyes. This is a martial arts badge that can be deposited or used as an ID. Martial artist certification successful. Here's a reward of $100,000. Suemo received the martial artist badge. It was cold in his hands, but Suemo was warm inside. Sister White, I want to buy a weapon. Any recommendations? Bayu's eyes flashed with surprise when she heard Sumore's request. Sudi is going out of the city? Sumore just nodded and didn't say much about the rest. Follow me. Walking into the middle of another room, the shelves were full of items, all labeled with prices. Sumore looked around. The cheapest alloy weapon would cost around 100,000 or so. Those weapons made of arcane iron could easily be in the millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions. For a moment, Sumore felt that he was still a poor man. This one, an alloy knife, is considered to be of the best quality. This one is a little worse than an alloy sword, and not by much, depending on whether you choose the blade or the sword. Bayu brought over 2 weapons and handed them to Sumore. Sumore weighed it. The alloy blade was $20,000 more expensive than the alloy sword. I want this alloy knife. Looking at the badge Sumore handed over, there was also a card. Shiroyuki turned around. Sister is happy today. Give you 70% off. Go out and don't tell anyone. Oh. Not long after, Sumore received a message that the account had been reduced by 1,100,000, leaving 10,000 left. Another 2,000 cheaper. Sister Shiroyuki is just as atmospheric as a certain part of her. Since you chose the sword, you should also buy a book of sword techniques to use with it. Wait for me for a moment. Bayu turned towards another room, then took out a gongfu and handed it to Sumore. Without waiting for Sumore to agree, he scratched away 100,000 from the martial artist badge. Stacked wave blade technique. Yellow grade, lower grade. $100,000. Is there anything else Sudi needs? Sumore shook his head. The bullets were all gone. There was nothing he could do. Then brother, go for it. Sumore nodded and left the martial artist guild after thanking Bayu. Not long after that, Shiroyuki's cell phone rang. Bayu, what the hell are you up to? Stacked wave blade technique. $100,000 you sold me. Your brain was kicked by a donkey. Shiroyuki had long ago held the phone far away from her until the angry voice inside died down, which brought the phone closer to her ear. I found a good one. Oh, what's so great about Z City? You're just fooling me. 18 years old, with a blood value close to 400. The taunting voices across the room paused. Really? Old man, do you think I would lie to you? You've lied to me less, but I'll believe you this time. Bayu hung up the phone and stood upstairs, watching Sumore's back as he left. Sumore had just left when 2 figures walked in the distance. Su Ballad, your chi blood value has broken through 107. That's awesome. Key universities are beckoning you. Su Ro did not listen carefully to Wu Chio's words. Just now she seemed to see a familiar back. How could he be in this place? No way. This place is not for him to come in. It should be that she is overthinking it. After Su Ro came in, there was surprise in her eyes when she saw Bayu. Miss White, so you work here? Miss Su, quite a coincidence. You've come to buy something? I'd like to buy a few blood-enhancing pills. 100,000 apiece. How many do you want? 5. $500,000. Without blinking, Su Rouge paid over $500,000 and took the blood enhancement pill and was about to leave. Miss Su Ballad, do you regret it? Su Ro turned her head to look at Bayu. Her eyes carried a moment of confusion, and then immediately reacted that it should be about her selling her house. No regrets. Not to mention that this was left to me by my parents, and now that I'm using it to enhance my strength, it's worth every penny. When Su Ro left, Bayu took out a phone. There's something wrong with that house program, so ask the management office for me. After hanging up the phone, a cold smile hung at the corner of Bayu's mouth. Sumore, who left at this moment, came into a shopping mall. He's going to buy some clothes. There's more than enough to go around with. 10,000 000 left in hand. While Sumor was purchasing, two figures walked in outside. Yo, come on, these clothes are so pretty. Wuchio pointed to a few pieces of clothing. Su-ro looked at it, and it was indeed beautiful. Yao, this one definitely suits you. Looking at that white dress, Su-ruja's heart also fluttered. The guide's eyes lit up and she was about to introduce it. No need for introductions. I buy things just to see if I like them. After Su-ro came out of the fitting room, the guide and also Wuchio's eyes lit up. How much? Su-ro did not wait for the guide to open her mouth and opened her mouth to ask. Girl, this dress is one of our town store clothes. No discount. $88,000. Swipe, Su-ballad said as she took out her card. The guide suppressed his inner excitement. Today he really met a big customer. Two people just came out of the store. Wuchio's disgusted voice rang in Su-ro's ears. Oh, bad luck to run into him. Su-ro looked over and saw Sumor walking towards them carrying several bags. After not seeing him for just 2 days, Su-ro found that Sumor had changed greatly. The face was even colder, with a special pair of eyes that contained no warmth, and there was an extra aura of severity on his body. Sumor passed by Su-ballad without the slightest fluctuation in his eyes. It was as if Su-rouge was a stranger. I'm sure there's no upbringing, and when you see your sister, you don't even say hello. Father-born, father unraised shit. Wuchio watched Sumor pass by them and snorted. Sumor turned his head to stare at Wuchio. Wuchio was startled by Sumor's eyes that were filled with killing intent. Thinking that Sumor's chi and blood values could not even reach 20, he braced himself. What? Not convinced that I'm wrong. Snap. A bright red slap mark appeared on Wuchio's white face. Speak out of turn again. And don't blame me for doing something no one wants. Wuchio covered her face, incredulity flashing across her face. How dare this punk hit her? How dare you? Su-rouge pulled Wuchio behind him. So more. What are you doing? What gives you the right to hit her? Apologize. The next moment Su-ro's body trembled as her gaze crashed into Sumor's eyes. Lines of sight met, and Su-ro felt a wave of cool air run up from her back, and her cold hair stood straight up. The next moment take a deep breath. Sumor, I order you to apologize. Su-ro stood in front of Sumor and said angrily. Pop. A slap was what greeted Su-rouge. Su-ro was slapped on the ground, covering her face with the same unbelief in her eyes. How dare you hit me? Oh, it's time for a dog to wag its tail after more than 10 years of breeding. The mocking words were like a sharp knife piercing Su-ro's heart. Su-ro's hands were clenched and her eyes gradually became cold. Who knows if your parents had ulterior motives for adopting Yao Yao in the first place? Maybe they kidnapped her just because they saw her talent was too good. Suamo took a step forward. Wuchio subconsciously took a step back and hurriedly covered his face with his hands. The guide saw the customer being bullied, and an anger rose in his heart. Looking at Sumor's dress, it doesn't look like he's rich. Stop. You actually hit my client. Believe it or not, I'll have you thrown out. The guide helped Su-rouge to her feet with a burst of pleasantries. What an evil folk. There are actually people like you under the sky. The guide's voice was particularly loud, as if he didn't want anyone to hear him. In no time at all, there were onlookers coming over in the middle of the mall. Look at you shabby. You couldn't afford a single dress here if you worked hard for the rest of your life. Some of the onlookers also pointed at Sumor. Hurry up and get this person out of here. It's affecting the mood. A smell of poor people coming out of nowhere. Sumor's eyes narrowed, flashing a dangerous glint. He was neatly dressed and clean. At least it's not dirty inside like these people. I have no money, but my heart is clean. Unlike some people, who are hypocritical at heart, and indiscriminately and casually slanderous. How dare you talk back? A person with a dark heart like you deserves to live. Why don't you hurry up and die? That's it. Get the hell out of here. Get out of the mall. This is where you can come. The guide saw the scene in front of him and his eyes flashed with cunning. Humph. A brat. I'll let you know my power today. A figure walked in the distance, holding a belly like a pregnant woman. After seeing Wuchio and also Su-rouge's appearance, his eyes lit up. Ahem. What happened? Manager, it's this evil citizen who beat up our customers at the mall. Manager, hurry up and kick him out. Just now he offended us with his words. I'm the one who has spent over $1 million in your store. If I don't get a satisfactory attitude, I won't spend money here in the future. I've also spent hundreds of thousands of dollars here. And if I can't resolve this matter properly, I'm not going to spend any more money here. The manager felt pressurized after hearing this. Unbridled. How dare you make trouble in my territory? How dare you? Get down on your knees and apologize to the two ladies and these other ladies. Sumor's cold gaze rushed towards the manager. The manager's expression tightened when he saw Sumor's gaze, and he felt an aura of death. As security came over, the manager braced himself. Apologize or I'll let you go out sideways today. As more and more people converged around him, The manager struggled to keep his neck up and put on a moralistic face. The manager is right. Let him go out sideways. Young people should learn a lesson. Let him know that not everyone can be offended. This one sister is right. Not just anyone can be someone like him to offend. The manager looked at the security officers standing around him. Quickly kneel down and apologize. And this one thing will be settled. Otherwise, assaulting a guest and speaking out of turn can be prosecuted and you'll end up in jail. When Soo-moor heard this, he revealed a sneer. Surely this is human nature. Soo-ro did not make a sound, covering her face with an aggrieved look. What happened? The onlookers gathered in the back opened their mouths and asked, "See those two pretty girls? See?" This young man slapped one man, very loudly, and it was heard from a long way off. So exciting? A model for my generation. That's how exciting it is. Just now I heard the commotion in the distance. That's why I came over. I didn't think that such a good-looking girl could still go down. Soo-moor was oblivious to the gazes around him, and his gaze fell on Soo-ro. Soo-ro's look of resignation was pitiful. This made those onlookers hate Soo-moor even more. At this point the guide is watching the fun. Gentlemen, come and judge. This beautiful young lady spent around $200,000 in our store and just went out to meet this unruly man. Without saying a word, he struck and knocked our guest to the ground. He would have tried to do it if I hadn't stepped in to stop him. Look at the way he's dressed. He's also a no-money goods, typical wealth hater. Seeing that the two girls are rich, they bully these two girls on the basis of their height. At this time a voice came from the distance. Just now this gentleman bought clothes at our store for a total of $1,000 and returned the price. I didn't expect him to be such a person. Who knows if the money is clean or not? The money is for you. The clothes are returned to me. The man threw the money in front of Soo-moor, snatched the clothes back, and turned his hand to throw them into the trash can. I don't want these clothes. They've been touched by this man. And I'm sick of being dirty. And I'm more afraid of dirtying others. Soo-moor didn't bother picking up the money, glancing at the boss selling the clothes and averting his gaze. Oh, that's what she's suffering from. Buying clothes for $200,000 and crowning it as being used for cultivation. How ridiculous. How ironic. At this moment, Soo-ro's eyes twitched. No, she had to seize the initiative. With so many people watching, they couldn't let Soo-moor say anything else. Soo-yao walked forward, picked up the money and stood in front of Soo-moor. Just apologize to them and don't make a big deal out of it. It's not good for you. It didn't occur to me that people can really laugh a little when they're particularly angry. Soo-moor stared at Soo-ballad. Such a kind girl. And you're still bullying her like that. Look at his attitude. It's not like he's admitting he's wrong. Girl, don't try to persuade him. Just let him sit in jail. That's right. People like that are a scourge to society even when they come out. They might as well die inside. Wuchio slowed down, looking at everyone verbally attacking Soo-mo with a look of righteous indignation. She also got up the courage to come forward. Let me introduce you all. His name is Soo-moor. He has just been expelled from Z9 City's 10th high school. Wastes who can't even break through with an evil chi and blood value of 20, and maliciously provoking trouble. The person who had just given instructions to Soo-moor revealed an expression of sudden realization. So they knew each other. More importantly, a waste. This time, the crowd was even less merciful with their mouths. He, chi and blood can't even break through 20. Waste of a man. Still has the nerve to live. Indeed, they are evil folk. So arrogant when their chi and blood haven't even reached 20. If they become a martial artist, what a mess. Wuchio's emotions ran high and he shouted. Her name is Soo-ro, the sister of the person in front of me. Her chi and blood value has already broken through 107. A famous genius of my 10 high. He was raising his arms and maliciously provoking the school before, just because his sister is a genius. The manager was also shocked when he heard that the chi blood was 107. This was a genius person. Someone who could definitely enter a key school. Soo-rouge's chest also lifted slightly. Even when the people around him heard that the chi blood was 117, envy flashed in the bottom of their eyes. Having such a high chi blood at this age, the future was unlimited. It didn't occur to me that the two were still siblings. People wonder why the older sister is doing well and the younger brother is doing poorly. Soo-rouge was adopted by his parents when they were alive and left all the house money to Soo-rouge after they died. So he holds a grudge against Soo-rouge. Think about it, people. Even his real parents didn't want to leave their inheritance to him, their real son. When the crowd heard this, their looks changed once again. Even their own parents disliked them, and they were expelled from school. This kind of person is really a tumor, and it's a scourge to keep people like this around. A number of people were already planning not to allow the manager to forgive him and let him spend the rest of his life at the bottom of a jail cell. 2 days ago, Soo-ballad even took out $2,000 and gave it to him to take care of himself, and pulled his face down and found him a job that paid him $4,000 a month, which he didn't want to do. with his hands and feet in idleness. He had to let Su Ruan support him. The crowd's eyes reddened at these words. This is an animal. If this were my son, I'd strangle him. Bastard. What a beast. It didn't occur to me that there are actually such people now. That manager, we don't accept the apology. Let him sit at the bottom of the jail. People like that don't do society a bit of good. That's right. Such scum deserve to live. Before Su Mor could say anything, Su Ro had already stepped forward. It's not like that. He didn't mean to hit me. He must have had a hard time. I know he hates me for selling my parents' house, but if I don't sell it, he's going to take it and sell it. Please let him go. His parents only have him as a son. Don't let him go to jail, please. Su Ro cried with pearly rain and bowed continuously to the surroundings. Apologize, brother, and everyone will surely forgive you. At this moment, Su Mor seriously surveyed Su Ro. Hi, really hi. I just saw that Su Rouge was ungrateful, but I didn't think that it was still a white lotus flower. This ability to drive the ducks to the shelf made Su Mor admire it. Now Su Mor believed that if she was allowed to act, she could definitely get a movie queen. As for the mouth and pen of the onlookers, Su Mo could no longer raise a ripple in his heart. His heart went cold when he was wrongfully dismissed. What is this little false accusation in front of me? At this moment, Su Ro turned around and lowered her head, her back facing Su Mor. This one girl, you're just too kind. If you ask me, you should let him fend for himself. You can help him for a while, but not for a lifetime. There's nothing wrong with that. And the fact that your adoptive parents won't even leave him their inheritance is a sign that this son is no good. If this were my son, I would give away my inheritance and not leave it to him. Su Ro heard these words and revealed an anxious look. It's not like that. It's not like that. He wasn't like that before, when his parents died, probably because I was too busy with school to take care of him. Looking at Su Ro, the crowd sympathized even more. Girl, wake up. You know gratitude. But he's a vampire. Assholes. You're a genius. You can't be held back by a mess. I'm sure your parents in heaven wouldn't want to see you like this. Yes, you study hard, get into a major university, and repay the country when you're successful. Your parents will also feel comforted in heaven. A few older sisters came forward and took Su Ro's hand, wiping her tears and comforting her. Get lost, assholes like you. Get lost and don't let us see you. That is, get out of this place and don't let us see you. Su Mor smiled without anger and clapped, and the anger of the crowd increased. It's amazing that one can be so shameless and still laugh like this. What a beast, a villain. There was an endless stream of angry curses all around. There were some sensible people in the crowd. Strange, if she really wanted to be so good, would she spend over $200,000 on clothes? The words came out, and there was instant silence. Su Ro and also Wu Qiu glanced at this person without thinking, and the crowd reacted. Yeah, spending over $200,000 on clothes just doesn't make sense. Su Ro's head spun and she pursed her lips, not opening her mouth. Ugh, she's buying this for someone else. Why else would people offer a loser a $4,000 a month job for no reason? This money is what she's going to use to buy the blood enhancement pill. He hit Yo-Yo, also because Yo-Yo spent $200,000 or so at once. Wu Qiu's gaze was regretful as he looked at Su Yao with a look of anger. The crowd became even angrier. I'm really convinced. Girl, you're really stupid too. What do you care about such a beast? Let him fend for himself. And slowly he'll learn how difficult it is to survive in this society. Why do you even offer him help for something so ungrateful and without conscience? Su Ro also breathed a sigh of relief, not thinking that Wu Qiu thought of an excuse for her. It's so hateful. I can't stand it when you help him like this and he holds a grudge against you. Where's the manager? Report him to the security administrator quickly. This time he'll get his ass in jail. Girl, you're just too kind. We'll take one for you today. Let's get you out of this drag for good. Su Mor looked at Wu Qiu and also Su Ro. Today was a real eye-opener. Since you guys think I deserve to die, I'll prove that I do deserve to die. After hearing this, many people protected Su Ro and also Wu Qiu behind them. Where's security? Get him under control. This time the manager also spoke up. He also wanted to please Su Rouge. Wait. Su Mor took a step back, his eyes narrowing. There's surveillance here. Why don't we see what's going on the monitor? As soon as Su Mor's words came out, Su Ro and also Wu Qiu's inner urgency rose. A bad premonition rose, and they forgot about the camera. Can't view the monitor. The faces of the two men grew pale. What? Don't dare? This place is full of surveillance. Not to mention the fact that it just happened. So it's easy to find, isn't it? Seeing Su Mor's undaunted appearance, the person who made a move to stop him just now also had a bad feeling in his heart. In turn, seeing Wu Qiu as well as Su Rouge averting their eyes, some of them had already reacted. We don't need to see the surveillance to know what you are. Besides, this girl has a chi and blood value of 117. She can definitely become a big shot in the North District in the future. Just you, someone who can't even reach a chi and blood value of 20, are worthy of letting her defile. The person who had just accused Sumor instantly came to his senses after hearing that there were still big names in Chi Blood 107. There's no mistaking it. This girl is a genius. Why would they even consider the idea of a loser? Su Yao and also Wu Qiu's eyes crossed with surprise. Was this the benefit brought by a genius? It turns out that the name genius can actually really make someone speak against their conscience. Sumor applauded and mocked. Admirable. Admirable. I think we can turn on the surveillance. At this time outside came a figure. A formal dress. The bridge of the nose on a pair of golden glasses. The bottom of the eyes hang mild, but there is a kind of refusal outside the coldness. After the manager saw this person, his legs went weak and he almost fell to his knees. What's this one doing here? Meet Young Dong. Chu Yao glanced at the manager. The manager was in a cold sweat, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and his face was pale. Men, watch the gates, and don't let any of them out. Security personnel quickly retreated to the gate to prevent others from leaving. Many people outside saw this scene with surprise in their eyes. Not long after that, someone held out a laptop. Young Dong, it's ready. Sumor turned his head to look at the big screen in the mall, playing the very same image that had just happened. The scene cuts to just before the three men meet. Sumor was the first to come in and find a store selling clothes. Su Ro and Wu Qiu came over 10 minutes apart. This scene made many people's faces change. It wasn't like the Sumor had come to trouble these two girls. The picture continues. In the middle of the store, Su Ro and also Wu Qiu looked at a beautiful dress, their eyes glowing. Yao Yao, this dress will definitely suit you. Immediately followed by Su Ro's words. I only buy things if I like them. After hearing the price of $88,000, he swiped his card directly, leaving many people in the room with their jaws on the floor. My brother buys clothes for $1,000. My sister buys clothes for $88,000 without looking at the price and still sells the house for the money. Followed by two others. The three dresses add up to nearly $240,000. Every piece of clothing Su Ro tried on and it fit perfectly. The people who had previously protected Su Ruoqiu behind them gradually dispersed. The two people's faces were pale. Their previous aggrieved expressions disappeared. And what hung on was trepidation. Immediately afterward, he gave a malicious look to Xiaodong, blaming this person. Then came the three encounters. The first thing was Wu Qiu's comment about meeting Sumor's bad luck. Sumor passed by the two people without his eyes lingering on either. Immediately after that came Wu Qiu scolding Su Mo for having no upbringing and having a father who was born without a father. The segment played out, and Wu Qiu swished, his face bloodless. Many people stared at her, anger flowing out from the bottom of their eyes, and she tightened her grip on Su Ro. She said this but for Su Ro. The screen continues to play. It was Sumor who beat Wu Qiu, and then it was Su Ballad who spoke. Who are you to hit her and order Sumor to apologize? The onlookers at the moment kept their heads down. Inwardly, he kept cursing Su Ro and also Wu Qiu. Seeing as Su Rouge was a genius, they didn't think there was much of a problem. Those are your adoptive parents, and you actually asked your brother to apologize when someone else called them names. Would adoptive parents really leave an inheritance to someone like that? Su Ro's face was equally pale and shaky. Raising his head, his eyes were filled with watery mist, staring pitifully at Su Mo. Before, as long as she acted like this, Su Mor would coax her. This time, Su Mor's eyes were cold, like an abyss that swallowed people. What follows is the scene that just happened. It was a moment when you could hear a pin drop in the middle of the mall. Chu Knight walked up to Su Mor. Please forgive Mr. Su for the trouble he has caused. The manager's face pales when he sees the young manager apologizing. He is considered to understand Xiaodong a little bit, is also a genius, has entered the key school. The face of the boss who had previously disliked Su Mor's dirty money was equally pale. The guide was even more scared and about to go soft on the floor. Thanks. Su Mor looked at Chu Knight. If it wasn't for Chu Knight appearing, he would have had to solve it in his own way. I should be the one to thank Mr. Su for staying merciful. Or else this mall of mine might have to close down and consolidate. Sumor's eyes narrowed and didn't say much. He could sense that this person was also a powerful martial artist. Hearing Chu Knight's words, Su Ro and also Wu Qiu were unbelievable. Absolutely impossible. Why was the business suspended and reorganized because of him? What's changed in him? It's only been a few days since the dismissal. Why is even the mall's young director so polite to Su Mor? The surrounding people's faces similarly changed as they looked at Chu Knight's attitude. Could it be that Su Mor was also a genius? Yes, these two women are supposed to be deceitful and full of lies. At this moment, the mall manager carefully walked up to Su Mor. Mr. Su, I have been deceived and made a mistake. Please forgive me. Su Mori didn't look at him. The manager was in a cold sweat and finally plopped down on his knees. Su Mor didn't have any mood swings. Chu Knight stepped forward. Your store is not allowed to appear in all malls in Skynight, and you'll be held responsible for any damages caused. You are fired from this guide, and you will be held responsible for any damages caused by your inappropriate remarks. The guide plopped to his knees, his pupils dilated, and endless regret welled up in his heart. The thought of losing money jolted her awake. Selling her entire family wouldn't be enough. Crawling to Sue Moore, he slapped himself in the face. I'm sorry, Mr. Sue. It's because I'm obsessed. Please forgive me. Please beg for mercy for Young Dong. I can't afford to pay for it. Shu Knight looked at Sue Moore's unfluctuating expression and sighed. Indiscriminately, you're also dismissed, and the damage caused will be tallied for you. The manager's face was pale and he crawled in front of Xiaodong, looking at his cold gaze, turning his head to crawl in front of Sue Moore again. His head knocked on the ground with a thud. Those who slandered Mr. Sue just now will receive a lawyer's letter, so go back and wait. Hearing this, the faces of those present all changed. By the time they wanted to apologize, Sue Moore had already turned around and left the mall, his figure standing tall, leaving only a back that stretched out for a long time. Shu Knight hurriedly followed up. As for the aftermath, it was not his turn for a young director to step in. After Xiaodong left, many people stared at Wu Qiu as well as Su Rouge. It's these two crooks that prey on our sympathies. The shopper and the manager looked at the young director and Sue Moore who left, sitting on the floor. Their eyes gradually lost focus. The angry cacophony of the crowd pulled their thoughts back. That's them. Especially the guide, thinking that he had to lose a lot of money. Insanity. Open teeth and claws at Su Rouge and Wu Qiu face clawing. The security guarding the gate saw this and turned their collective backs, looking out. The technician playing the footage turned the camera off and turned away. Bang, bang, bang. Wailing, angry curses echoed through the mall. The farce didn't end until security personnel took them all away. Su Rouge's chi and blood were powerful, but his combat experience was too poor, and his face was scratched. Wu Qiu was even worse, with a row of teeth marks on his face, bleeding. After settling the matter of the mall, Sue Moore wanted to become stronger. A plan was already brewing in his mind. Make them all pay big, but it also takes enough strength to get someone's attention. Turning around and walking towards the outside of the city, the demonic beasts were the only way to gain more kill points. Shu Knight stopped in his tracks as he stared at Sue Moore walking towards the outskirts of the city. A panel floated in front of Sue Moore's eyes. Name Sue Moore. Age, 18. Realm, martial artist I. Martial art, stacked waves blade technique, yellow grade low grade 0/1000, proficiency, none 0 out of 100. Blood value, 398/1000. Kill points, 0. Sue Moore's eyes lit up. The level of this martial skill as well as the proficiency could also be raised with kill points. He was really getting excited. After the city gate guards looked at Sue Moore's martial artist badge, their eyes stared at such a young martial artist. What was he doing when he was that age to Sue Moore? This woman is so beautiful. These legs are so white. This ass is so perky. Sue Moore took a deep breath after coming out of the city. A bit of light cloud cover in the eye. Since the recovery of the aura, the human race has declined severely, and strong people are slowly appearing, creating 9 districts, each with hundreds of cities, from A to Z. For example, the place where Sue Moore was Z9, the 9th city in the Z code. Each city had coordinates, just to prevent not knowing the exact location after a powerful demonic beast appeared. But aura recovery is not preventable. That's why people dream of becoming martial artists. The more powerful the martial artist, the more respected they were and the more privileges they had. Sue Moore walked in the other direction. Right now he didn't have the money to buy a scrying radar or a map, and he couldn't go too far or he'd get lost easily. Of course, outside of the city, the most dangerous thing was the demonic beasts, and likewise the people. There is a bottom to the abyss, but only the human heart is unpredictable. Sue Moore didn't go far before he saw a group of mutated red fire ants. Each one was the size of a human head and brightly colored like fire. Sue Moore took out his alloy short sword and charged at the red fire ants. The scarlet eyes of the red fire ants changed after seeing Sue Moore. Several red fire ants impacted towards Sue Moore. Previously, the blood chi value was too low, and Sue Moore's hammered combat skills were revealed. With a leap of his body, the short blade kept changing directions, chopping and stabbing and picking. The red fire ant's leg was chopped off by Sue Moore, lying motionless on the ground. A knife burst. Kill 1 mutant red fire ant. Gain 15 kill points. Kill 1 mutant red fire ant. Gain 15 kill points. Kill 1 mutant red fire ant. Gain 15 kill points. Sue Moore seemed like a merciless killing machine. Tireless. Waiting for the sun to move west, Sue Moore sat on his butt on the ground, breathing heavily. It reeked of thick blood, and the short white alloy blade had been dyed red. Sue Moore gouged out the eyes of the red fire ants and put them in a bag, turning his head and running towards the city. The body has developed a slight overdraft. He felt the fluctuation of the ground just now. because it's killing too many mutated red fire ants. The red fire ant queen is going to show up. When he had raised his strength a little more, he would directly reunite them. After Sumo ran for 2 hours, he vaguely saw the city in the distance. Only then did he slow down and observe the system interface. Name Sumo. Age, 18. Realm, martial artist I. Martial art, stacking waves blade technique, yellow grade low grade 0/1000, proficiency, 0 out of 100. Blood value, 398/1000. Kill points, 4500. Right now, his limit was to kill 300 red fire ants. Sumo first filled up his chi and blood values. A wave of warmth surged out of his body, and it felt like his essence was becoming stronger, and his perception of his surroundings was becoming clearer and clearer. It then began to be added to the stacked wave blade technique. Sumo took a deep breath. If not for the fact that there were people around earlier, he gained kill points to add to it. Name Sumo. Age, 18. Realm, martial artist 3. Martial art, stacking waves blade technique, yellow grade low grade 0/1000, proficiency, great achievement 1500/5000. Blood value, 3000/5000. Kill points, 398. Sumo looked at the interface, and a wave rippled inside. Today was the 4th day since he had been expelled, and he had transformed from a waste with a chi and blood value of less than 20 to a triple martial artist. Sumo carried a bag inside his hand. These were the eyes of red fire ants. These things can be sold for quite a bit of money. A red sun set, and Sumo entered the city. The city gate guard's color changed after feeling Sumo's aura. So great killing intent in his eyes. At this moment, Sumo seemed to transform into a sword, with a continuous chi like water. Back. Sumori nodded and smiled a greeting at the guards. These are the people who carry the weight, and to guard the city is to put life and death at risk, especially when demonic beasts rushed the city. The guards were the first to throw themselves into the middle of the battlefield. It's also the easiest person to sacrifice. Sumo also admires these people the most. When he came to the martial artist guild, he caught a glimpse of a pair of big thunders dangling in front of his eyes. I smelled a fury from a long distance. So it's Sudi. Sumo smiled at Shirayuki. Sister Baiyu, do you accept demonic beast materials? Sure, collect. Sumo took out a carry bag, and inside was a pair of red eyes, as if they were red crystals, red fire ant eyes. Good stuff. Most of them are first class, first order, and can be sold for quite a bit of money. After Shirayuki finished his inventory, he pulled out a computer. That's a total of $490,000, so I'll round it up for you. 500,000 is good. Sumo's eyes fluctuated when he heard it. Before a day of 120,000 was more than enough. Now a day of 500,000. As his strength increased, he could earn more money. Why don't Sister Baiyu put together $1 million? You brat. You know how to take advantage of your sister. Baiyu punched the money into Sumo's martial artist badge and her gaze turned. Should I buy a space storage baby? Can't afford it. Sumo was also moved, but that thing was too expensive. Right now what he needed most was radar and a map. Without continuing to recommend, Shirayuki turned around and brought over a box. Radar. It can detect the level of demonic beasts in a 10-meter radius, and it can't be detected if it exceeds the second level. This is the map of Z9 South Gate, 100 miles in a radius. It's all labeled. It's not particularly accurate up there, and it won't be too far off. Demonic beasts move around. No one can say for sure. Sumo looked at Bayu's operation with surprise in his eyes. It looks like Sister White has been ready to earn my money just like that. That's right. Little brother's a good liar. Sumo felt a pair of big thunders pinning his arms inside, and with a swish, his face turned red as if on fire. Bayu covered her mouth and laughed out loud as she looked at Sumo like this. Ha ha, I didn't think that little brother would be shy too. I just don't know if I'll throw up after being shy. After Shirayuki finished speaking, she lowered her head and rushed to look at ersatz more. TSK, 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 TSK. Sumo took a deep breath. Since Bayu was so provocative, don't blame him. Wide eyes stayed fixed somewhere on Shirayuki. Bayu blushed, cursed a little colorful skin, and scratched Sumo's money away. Looking at the money inside the badge, Sumo looked up to the sky and sighed. I thought I was making $500,000 a day from hard work. Fooled in 3 seconds by a big thunder girl. Come on, follow me home. Sumo heard this and went on guard. You're not plotting against me, are you? Sumori's hands protected himself. That's right, my sister is just plotting against you and eating you in one bite. Shirayuki even licked her lips after saying that. The two stopped snickering, and in the end, Sumo followed Bayu home. On the other side, Wu Chou, who was released, and Su Rouge had their heads bowed, followed behind the class teacher Wang Yang, shrinking his head and not speaking. Wang Yang's face was grim. There are still more than 2 months to go before the martial arts exam. You actually made such a mistake. How will others look at it if it is spread out? Let's forget about this one. And the next time, you'll be squatting inside. Su Rou and Wu Qiu nodded. Go back to your evening studies. After arriving at the school entrance, Wang Yang turned around and left. The 2 men returned to class disoriented. Brush up. The eyes of the crowd were fixed on the 2 of them in unison. Cloaked, with scratches on his face and torn clothes. If you didn't know, you'd think you were going to ask for food. The 2 men kept their heads down and didn't speak. At the moment, what Su Rou's mind was thinking about was that pair of cold and unfeeling eyes. Now that she thought about it, she still felt a chill down her back. And the young director of that mall seems to know Su more. Could it be that her adoptive parents have a background she doesn't know about? Breaking news. At this time, a figure suddenly barged in from outside, holding a cell phone inside his hand with a panicked expression on his face. Fong Ben, you pooped again without paper. You guys watched the video. I sent it inside the group. Fong Ben looked anxious and didn't realize that it was posted inside the large group. The crowd pulled out their cell phones and clicked on the video. See a man of athletic stature, leaping through the air. He slashed above the mutant lobster. Sparklers. The blow doesn't work, so the man uses the air to slide underneath the mutant lobster and give it an open belly. It's so silky smooth, there's not a single extra move. The man slid out from under the lobster, his body red with blood, wielding a curly-bladed chicken-killing knife. Blood ran down the tip of the knife. After taking a good look at that figure, the color of the people present changed and their pupils contracted. It's normal to take a deep breath and get dizzy. The noisy class instantly quieted down, and the students all stared at the figure in the screen with dead eyes. That one blood-red figure just barged straight into their eyes. Standing there, transformed into a knife-like, and even through the screen they could feel that aura of fury. Su Rou stared at the screen, her body trembling, her teeth chattering, and fear spewing out in her heart. Su Mo was like a god of killing, and she was the mutated lobster, especially those eyes that didn't contain a trace of warmth. Before that pair of eyes was gentle, sunny, and full of desire for life. When did it change? It seems to have changed from the moment he was fired. It became unrecognizable to her, unfamiliar. Even with a smile on his face, his eyes carried a coldness that rejected people. This is Su Mo. It can't be. Isn't he a waste who can't even reach 20 chi blood? Does he look like a waste in this way in the video? Demonic beasts undergo mutation and are basically level 1. That means Su Mo is a martial artist. Not bad. Being able to kill a mutated lobster can only be a martial artist. There are hundreds of high schools in the entire Z character city, and I haven't heard of any high school students breaking through to martial artists recently. The person who had previously slandered Su Mo's body was constantly trembling and cold sweat was pouring out. They subconsciously looked at Zhou Liang, who was staring at the screen with dead eyes. Yes, Zhou Liang. They all listened to Zhou Liang before. Zhou Liang, how do we do it? Will Su Mo find trouble with us now that he's become a martial artist? Will he hold a grudge for what we wronged him before and will he kill back? If I'd known I wouldn't have wronged him. Bang! Click! Zhou Liang suddenly stood up and slammed his cell phone on the ground. Broken parts sprayed everywhere. The anger in Zhou's conscience was evident. All of you shut the fuck up. Open bow. Once Zhou Liang spoke, the crowd quieted down. At this moment those who chose to keep their mouths shut inwardly began to rejoice. Fortunately they did not take Zhou Liang's money and wrong Su Mo. But there were some people who looked at Su Ballad. To say that they didn't testify on Su Mo's behalf was because they were afraid of Zhou Liang. Su Rou, as Su Mo's sister, didn't testify either, and now they hadn't figured it out. Su Ruan sat in her seat, her eyes gradually losing focus. She had eaten quite a few blood-enhancing pills before raising her chi and blood to 107. She had been quite happy, but now she was told that her punk of a brother was actually a martial artist. No wonder that young director in the middle of the mall treated him so well. Everything explained. It must be that the adoptive parents left a treasure for Su Mo. Otherwise how did that trash become a martial artist? Must be. Good. You guys are really selfish. So selfish. I can't believe you won't give me something like this. Sure enough, I'm an outsider. No wonder Su Mo was so generous in giving me the money. Could it be that my adoptive parents said that I had a share of the chance? And that Su Mo was unwilling to give it to me? Which is why they gave me the money and used it to paralyze me. Yeah. Definitely. Lost Su Mo before you also said, will be good to me? There is a chance that the baby actually private. I really look at you wrong. Loss, I still take you as a younger brother. Thanks to me, I even gave you $2,000 to rent an apartment. And this is how you repay me. Find Su Mo and ask for the chance. He owes it to me. Then I'll be able to break through to martial arts and become the envy of all. Su Ro's eyes lit up. Her insides flamed up and she looked a bit maniacal. Zhou Liang's gaze fluctuated as he saw the surrounding quiet down. Sumor, you are really a wrong soul. In that case, let you enter the hell. To save the annoyance. At this time in the office, Wang Yang looked at the video inside the group. His eyes hollowed out and gradually lost focus. Suemo is actually a martial artist. An 18-year-old martial artist. If he is not dismissed. Wang Yang was becoming more and more regretful. Ha, who's this? Looks kind of familiar. Wang Yang hurriedly turned his cell phone off. Qian Ming was a big mouth. If he knew it was Sumor, the principal could take his head off the next day. Students make videos to motivate them during martial arts exams. Qian Ming gave Wang Yang a thumbs up. I didn't think that Director Wang had kept a hand in this. I admire that. I'm really a classroom teacher who is dedicated to the good of his students. Wang Yang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Qian Ming didn't see it clearly. No, the video can't be spread. Wang Yang rushed to the class. Wang Yang looked at the quiet class and knew that all these people knew about Sumor's breakthrough as a martial artist. Class, don't spread the word about this one. If the school finds out, I'll be expelled and you'll be punished. And if it's serious, your chances of taking the martial arts exam may be cancelled. As soon as these words came out, the students in the class turned pale and cold sweat instantly came down. Wang Yang also breathed a sigh of relief. These students are still relatively simple, so it's good to fool them a little. Feng Ben, Zhou Liang, you two come out. The three men came into the walkway. Feng Ben, where did you get this video? I read it on a little website. Feng Ben also let them take a look. A few likes have appeared below. So clearly the video hasn't been completely propagated. Zhou Liang took out a phone after seeing that website. Hey, are you asleep, Uncle Junior? No. A tired voice came from inside the phone. I have the name of a website here. Get someone to block the site, especially one of the videos in it, and get him to take it down. Are you in trouble again? If I can't solve it, I might be in trouble, and I'll have to go to Grandpa. I know. Give me 3 minutes. The three men stood in the walkway, staring at the site. 2 minutes later, the site was nowhere to be found. The three men looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Feng Ben also withdrew the video from the class group. I'm sure those people won't come forward to say anything. Next, let Sumor disappear silently. Zhou Liang raised his head and looked at Wang Yang and also Feng Ben. If the matter leaks out, Mr. Wang, your future will be in jeopardy, and we'll be in trouble too. Then I'll leave it to Mr. Zhou Liang. If you need anything, just give me a word. First we have to create evidence that doesn't exist to close the loophole that got Su Stray fired. That previous charge didn't stand up to scrutiny. Now we need to come up with a more ruthless one. The best thing is that when the university finds out, they'll also say we did the right thing, and then I'll be looking for a push. Let Sumor die by the mouths and pens of the people. 2 plans are being implemented at the same time. The first one I'm responsible for implementing, and even if it succeeds, the second one will still be implemented. We can also take the initiative when someone investigates later. Wang Yang pondered for a while, and a flash of ruthlessness flashed under his eyes. I heard something earlier. As Wang Yang said it, Zhou Liang and Feng Ben's eyes widened. I'll have someone look into it, and I'll let you know if it's true. Wang Yang nodded. For the sake of his future, it could only be done. None of us should focus next to prevent revealing accidents. Especially you, Feng Ben. If it's because you've spoiled things, you know my methods. Feng Ben hastily nodded his head. Don't worry, I won't have a problem this time. The three men conferred some more before finalizing things. At the moment, Sumor was eating with Baiyu. Sumor noticed Baiyu staring at him from time to time. Sister Baiyu, if you stare at me like that, I'll think you're interested in me. Baiyu realized that Sumor had an aura about him. There's a wave after wave of energy. You've cultivated the stacked wave blade? Baiyu stared at Sumor and asked curiously. It's already a big success. Snapping, the chopsticks fell on the table and rolled aside. Baiyu froze and looked at Suemo. Cultivating to a great accomplishment in a day. What kind of qualification was this? This one is a real find. Shirayuki took a deep breath. Do you want to be admitted to the Northern Academy? Sumor's color changed after hearing this. Is this Baiyu Road so wild? On what terms? I'll just ask you if you want to get on? Sumor nodded. There was no one in the North Courtyard who didn't want to go, right? Demon invasion, aura revival, division of 9 districts. Each district is independent of the other. If you want to cross the zone, you also have to cross through the zone where the demonic beasts are located. They also had a number of universities in the Northern District, but there was only one supreme institution, and that was the Northern Academy. As long as there are no students who don't fantasize about getting in, I have another spot on my hands that I can recommend you for. Sewer knows there's no such thing as a free lunch. State your terms. Condition free. Baiyu calmly stared at Sumor and said seriously. Suemo looked at Baiyu with the same calmness. There are still more than 2 months to go. If you can reach the Pulse Passage realm, I can even recommend you as an inspection officer. Sumor was shocked in his heart. This Baiyu's identity was so big that he couldn't hold it in one hand. Thanks. Sumori wasn't polite. The chakra realm, right? 2 months is definitely possible. After the martial artist is the realm of channeling the veins, which requires the heart to open the Qi Jing and the 8 veins. Good. Baiyu's eyes narrowed after hearing Sumor's promise. If Sumor could really reach the pulse-passing realm in more than 2 months, the nature of the representation would be different. Let's eat. It'll be a while until you raise your strength in a bit. Sumori nodded. Sumor left from the place where Baiyu lived after eating. Come to the security management registry. After Zhou Dahai and also Li Wuyo saw Sumor come over, the two of them instantly stood up. Old brother Sumor, what brings you here? Because of the house. Of course. Zhou Dahai nodded. After Lu Shuetian knew about Sumor's matter, he let them get the materials ready. The previous security management service registration was also done because of an acquaintance. The guy who handled it has now been fired. It also requires the cooperation of the buyer. Zhou Dahai said. Sumor nodded. During dinner, he talked to Baiyu about this matter. Shirayuki said she docketed it a long time ago. The buyer's name is White Moon. She's registered and there's a problem with the house program. Zhou Dahai nodded after finding it. We'll notify Su Ballad tomorrow. Don't worry. It will definitely satisfy old brother. Zhou Dahai looked at Sumor with kindness in his eyes. After things were done, Sumor's figure disappeared into the darkness. The next day dawned, and Sumor had already left the city. The guards had admiration in their eyes. Working so hard at such a young age. Sumor came back to the place where the mutant red fire ants were this time. Before he said that he would end the mutant red fire ants family. After the red fire ants sensed Sumor's aura, they all surged out from the ground. Forward and backward. They bit at Sumor. There are also several kinds of red fire ants with the size of 1 meter or reddish. And there are flames hidden on the body. Sumor took the knife out. The stacked wave blade was executed. And a light-colored blade chi transformed into water-like. Wave after wave. The arriving red fire ants became even more frenzied. A knife went down and the beeps kept ringing. Kill the mutant red fire ants. Gain 15 kill points. Kill the mutant red fire ants. Gain 15 kill points. Sumori felt it was the most melodious waltz. Sumo's stacking wave blade was constantly being executed. And at this moment, he was transformed into a blade-like figure, moving in and out of the red fire ants 7 times. Even the few red fire ants with flames coming out of their bodies were half slaughtered by Sumor. Buzz off. Sumor had just stopped, and the red fire ants in the distance stared at Sumor, their bodies constantly retreating. The red fire ant swarm couldn't help Sumor. Instead, their companions kept falling, which gradually made them fearful. The figure kept retreating. After Sumor felt the movement of the soles of his feet stomped, and with the help of this force of recoil, his body rose up in the air, like a spirit monkey, and jumped out. The place where Sumor was just now turned into scorched black. Sumor's heart palpitated. Luckily, he reacted quickly and needed to buy a book of lightweight stances. The ground rolled up and a red fire ant with flames all over its body appeared, with a body that was 3 meters in size. Sumor's eyes lit up. He had his light power. As long as this red fire ant was killed, it would definitely fetch a big price. The watch radar on his arm showed that the red fire ant in front of him had the strength of a level 6. Name Sumor. Age, 18. Realm, Martial Artist 3. Martial Art, Stacking Waves Blade Technique, Yellow Grade Low Grade 0/1000, Proficiency, Great Achievement 1500/5000, Blood Value, 3000/5000, Kill Points, 36398. Sumor directly added the kill points to the blood value, add 2000 points to the 4th, then 5000 to the 5th, and 20,000 to the 6th. Sumor's skin under the clothes was like a boiled prawn. An invisible wave of air appeared from Sumor's side. The grass underfoot was blown and bent over. Looking at the remaining kill points, the stacked wave blade technique added 3005 points, and the proficiency level instantly became perfect. Sumor then added points to the level of the stacked wave blade, and the low yellow grade became a medium grade. Name Sumor. Age, 18. Realm, Martial Artist 6. Martial Art, Stacking Waves Blade Technique, Yellow Grade Medium 1000/30. 000, Proficiency, Minor Achievement 5000/50. 000. Blood Value, 30,000/100000. Kill Points, 4898. Sumor looked at the panel. The realm had already turned into the 6th level of Martial Artist, and he believed that it wouldn't take long to break through the Vein Passage realm. At that time, one would also need to purchase a heart technique for opening up the Chi Chakra. The stacked waves blade had become a yellow grade medium and reached a small completion. The red fire ant queen stared at Sumor, and in the blink of an eye, the carbon-based creature that could have been destroyed with a single hand changed into something even more terrifying than it was. Scarlet eyes coalesced, and flames appeared around his body. It transformed into 3 flame masses and attacked at Sumor. Good timing. Sumor was trying to verify his strength. The stacked wave blade looked like he had practiced countless times. With a swing of the blade, a meter-sized wave of air appeared in a continuous stream. The 3 fire clusters were directly cut down. A furrow about 30 centimeters wide was plowed into the ground. The mutant red fire ant queen let out a strange cry as the blade energy directly cut her in half. Kill the red fire ant queen. Gain 6,000 kill points. The remaining red fire ants are still trying to escape. At the moment in Sumor's eyes these were his kill points and also his mind techniques. Light skills. Ergo. It's all ergo. Kill 1 red fire ant. Gain 15 kill points. Kill 10 red fire ants. Gain 105 kill points. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and Sumor looked at the knife in his hand. With a click, the alloy blade snapped in the middle. Sumor sighed. The alloy blade could no longer withstand it after the stacked wave blade was upgraded. It looks like you still have to spend money on weapons. Cultivation relies on money really. Sumor used the broken knife to gouge out all the eyes of the red fire ants and gather them together. 2 big bags full. As for the eyes of the red fire ant queen were put away separately by him. It's only been most of the day, and night has not yet fallen. Sumor desperately wanted to buy a space ring or space bag. When the time came, there would be no need for such trouble, and he could kill to his heart's content and gain kill points to enhance his strength. Nowadays, if you want to raise your strength or martial skill proficiency, you need a large amount of kill points. Rustle, rustle. The sound of falling leaves breaking rang out, and Sumor's complexion tightened. Come out now that you're here. A few figures drilled out from the middle of the woods, staring at the cloth bag in Sumor's hand with greed in their eyes. They had noticed this guy before, and what they hadn't expected was that Sumor had actually single-brushed the red fire ants. Wealth moves people, and they venture out every day to hunt demonic beasts for what? Sumor put the cloth bag down and stared at the 3 people in front of him. These 3 were the ones who were watching him last time. Hand over the stuff and we can let you off the hook. Sumor stomped his feet, and his body was like a cannonball as he rushed towards the 3 men. What a nerve! The man in the lead took out a machete, and his body leapt up as if it were Tarzan falling. The big knife in his hand and the air friction making a sound. Sumor's body came to a sudden stop as this person slashed at the ground. Sumori violently stepped forward and kicked the back of the knife. Clench your hand into a fist and punch this person in the heart. The large sword came off and the man's feet kept retreating. Sumor grabbed the big knife. Stacked waves. The blade chi transformed into waves. Continuous. Wave after wave. The 2 men were just coming over. Their feet lurching and their heads moving down. Grunting. 2 heads rolled down. Kill 2 people in martial artist triple. Gain 4,000 kill points. The man who had struck before stopped and sat on his butt. His face was pale and blood oozed from the corners of his mouth. 1 punch. Just 1 punch. And he suffered heavy damage. Impossible. Why was he so strong? He was also a martial artist 6th level. He couldn't even take a punch from Sumor. Sumor walked up to him with his knife and cut off his head. Kill 1 person of the 6th level of martial artist. Gain 6,000 kill points. Jingle bells. Jingle bells. A piercing sound rang out, and Sumor flipped the person's cell phone out. It's probably not that far from the city, and there's still a signal here. When Sumor saw the name on it, the corner of his mouth was tinged with playfulness. Chao Liang. It's been such a long time since I've heard his voice. Sumor pressed the answer button. Blood Tiger. Here's a mission for you. No matter what method you use, kill 1 called Sumor. I'll send you the picture later. Without speaking, Sumor hung up the phone. I didn't expect such a coincidence. Using the Blood Tiger's hand to unlock the code, Sumor lifted the Blood Tiger's head and took a picture to send to Zhou Liang. Send. Cell phone off. Smash. Carrying the cloth bag towards the city. Zhou Liang didn't dare to get angry when he saw Blood Tiger hanging up on him, but he was his grandfather's beloved. Then a photo was sent. Zhou Liang hurriedly opened it, and the next moment the phone directly fell on the ground. The screen directly fell flower. That wide-eyed, bloody head became even more hideous. Horrifying. Zhou Liang took a few deep breaths, and he realized that his hands were trembling in fear. He didn't know what he was afraid of. A fear if anything gripped him. Picking up his cell phone and finding a patch where he could still see clearly, he found his grandfather's number and hurriedly dialed it. Grandpa, it's bad. The Blood Tiger is dead. What? A pale, surprised voice came from across the room. Did you mess with someone again? I called in to take care of something and before he could do it, I got a picture. Zhou Liang hung up the phone and sent the picture to his grandfather with the help of a place where he could see clearly. Sumor had not yet entered the city when the phone rang. After pulling out his cell phone and taking a look at it, He simply hung up and blacked out the caller. Su Ryong, you've spent almost all your money. What are you paying out with this one? I'm afraid that's the only thing. Sumor entered the city, and the guards looked at Sumor with a stunned expression. You're going into stock. Yesterday I was carrying 1 bag. Today I'm carrying 2. Is tomorrow going to be carrying 3 bags? Greeting the guards with a greeting, Sumor walked towards the martial artist guild. Bayu had just sent the guests away when she sensed a fury from a long distance. Just as he stood up, he saw Sumor coming carrying 2 large bags. You're going into the store. Sumor put down the cloth bag and took a breath. Quickly calculate how much. Today this young master is going to make a big purchase. Looking at the excitement in Sumor's eyes, Bayu did not delay any longer. He knew Sumor needed money. After opening the cloth bag and seeing that there was another parcel of things on it, Bayu opened it with surprise in her expression. Red Fire Ant Queen. Sumori nodded. You're not going to end the Red Fire Ant nest, are you? Not bad. End of story. Shirayuki put down her things and pulled Sumor to stand on the instrument. Martial Artist 6. Seeing the strength displayed above the machine, Shirayuki was dumbfounded. Martial Artist 6. You wouldn't have hidden your strength the last time you came for testing. Can't I have a little chance? Sumor asked a rhetorical question. Not to mention that the 6th level of martial artist is nothing in front of you, right? What's so surprising about you? Shirayuki moved closer to Sumor and grabbed Sumor's shoulders and shook them. Sumor's eyes couldn't shift away. I think I should lie down while you tie your hair up. Shirayuki blushed at the sound of this and went up to give Sumor a punch. You boys are quite a monster. Bayu didn't continue to ask and began to calculate Sumor's harvest. Calculated. $1,354,800. They're all acquaintances. So I'll round you up and give you 5,000. Sumor's eyes widened at the sound. Have you ever gotten it together like that? Bayu put the things in her storage ring and looked at Sumo. What does brother want to buy? Light stances, weapons, space storage stuff. Sumor had already thought about it a long time ago. You wait. Bayu turned around and went into a room. And in a short while, he walked out, and a body technique appeared in his hands. A long knife was taken out from the middle of another room. Finally, a ring was taken from the middle of another room. Treading snow yellow grade low grade. Black blade made with 100-year-old black iron. Enough for your current use. Space ring, 2 cubic spaces. $1.5 million total. Sumor grabbed his hair. Holy shit, it's not enough. He expected it to be expensive. And didn't expect it to be so much worse. That $150,000 is as if I lent it to you. Remember to pay me back. Brother, you are now poor again. You don't have enough money for this if you want your sister to tie her hair up. Sumor put the ring on, put a drop of blood on it, and put the long knife in. A smile appeared on his face, finally accomplishing another goal. 2 cubes, enough for him. When he earns big money, he will replace it with a big one. You also have to earn money to buy a house. You can't live inside a rented house. Sumor looked at Shirayuki's teasing look and decided to give her a little shock. Who doesn't want to pretend in front of a beautiful woman? The panel opens. Name Sumor. Age, 18. Realm, Martial Artist 6. Martial Art, Stacking Waves Blade Technique, Yellow Grade Medium 1000/30. 000, Proficiency, Minor Achievement 5000/50. 000, Treading Snow, Yellow Grade Low 0/10. 000, Proficiency, 0/1000. Blood Value, 30,000/100000. Kill Points, 45. 000. Sumor noticed that Treading Snow suddenly needed 10. 000 kill points to raise its grade, and added it, turning it into a medium grade. A low grade minor proficiency required 1,000 kill points, and a medium grade became 10,000. Kill points are still not really a good idea. Name Sumor. Age, 18. Realm, Martial Artist 6. Martial Art, Stacking Waves Blade Technique, Yellow Grade Medium 1000/30. 000, Proficiency, Minor Achievement 5000/50. 000, Treading Snow, Yellow Grade Medium 10,000/50,000. Proficiency, Minor Success 10,000/50,000. Blood Value, 30,000/100000. Kill Points, 25. 000. Bayu watched Sumor flipping through Treading Snow and didn't interrupt. After a minute, Sumor closed it. How is it? The gumfu that sister recommended to you is not bad, right? Sumo's figure moved, and his figure floated, becoming more and more agile. Shirayuki's pupils quake. It only took a minute to cultivate successfully. It's indeed quite difficult. Sumor knew the way of pretending and turned around to leave the martial artist guild, leaving Shirayuki alone in a state of self-doubt. Finally took out a phone. Old man, have you ever seen a minute learn to tread snow? Shirayuki, are you not awake or are you drinking fake wine? 1 minute to learn to step on snow I eat upside down. No, Could it be that you saw it? Shirayuki took a deep breath. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. And he did learn it for a minute, reaching a minor accomplishment. You're not talking about the guy whose chi blood reached 400, are you? A mid-sentence voice came from the phone. He's already at the 6th level of martial artist. Bang! The sound of a chair falling over came from the phone. Really? Would I lie to you? Keep an eye on him. Don't let him get snatched up by someone else. What school? He was fired. Shirayuki said flatly. Fired? What a stupid school this is. No, they're sick, aren't they? No, I'm going to go there myself. Old man. I'll make a deal with him. If he can break through the pulse-passing realm come the martial examination, let him be the examiner. Well, or you have the means. Don't let him be bullied. You tell me the story. Shirayuki narrated the story. The opposite side sulked. He's smart enough to start preparing to get his stuff back, and I'd like to take him on as a close disciple. Shirayuki's eyes snapped open. Are you serious, old man? If this news were to spread, the entire 9 regions would be shaken, not to mention the northern region. Well, seriously, I wasn't going to take on an apprentice, but when a genius like this slips away from me, I wake up in the middle of the night and curse myself for being sick. Demonic beasts reproduce too quickly and their strength grows rapidly. Humans are still in internal conflict and many geniuses suffer from backstabbing. I can't let go when I meet such a genius. After Sumor left the guild, he saw a person halfway. This guy's a dog, right? You can find him here. Brother, wait, I have something to tell you. Suro's eyes lit up when she saw Sumor, and she hurriedly ran forward. You didn't treat me like this before. Why have you become like this? We were the closest of people and now we are like strangers. Sumor looked at Suro's heavenly soul cover with a fine layer of sweat, and really wanted to lift it to see if it was filled with shit. You can't kill anyone in the city. That's the red line. Su Rouge hadn't broken through to martial artist yet, and he couldn't leave the city, so it was troublesome. I wish I could dig a hole outside the city and bury her. Su-ro looked at the murderous intent brewing under Sumor's eyes. Her footsteps lurched, and the words she was about to say were swallowed. Sumor, I really treat you as my own brother. Otherwise I wouldn't have given you $2,000 to rent an apartment. As you know, the martial arts exams are coming, and now that my strength is growing a bit slowly, can you give me what mom and dad left behind? As long as I can break through as a martial artist, when the martial exam comes, I'll definitely be able to hit the ground running, and then I'll buy you a big house, and anything you want, I'll buy it for you. Sumor knows that Su Ballad is shameless, did not think that, but also so naive. On the relationship between the two people now, there are things also do not give you to use. You're stupid. Su Ballad, we're enemies now. What you got from my house? I want you to spit out every single cent. Meeting Sumor's cold eyes, Su-ro's heart trembled with fear. Killing intent, such a strong killing intent. The aura of fury wrapped around her as tightly as the air, making it difficult for her to breathe, and cold sweat dripped from her forehead down her cheeks and onto the ground. There was contempt in Sumor's eyes. Get lost. I can't promise I won't hit you next. Su-ran took a deep breath, with a touch of determination in her eyes. Sumor, I'm your sister and this is how you treat me. Why are you so selfish? I even gave you $2,000 when you didn't have any money. Wasn't that good enough for you? I can kind of see that you just see me as a hug from mom and dad and you don't think of me as family. Mom and dad knew that I was gifted and left me with a chance. You didn't want to give it to me, so you gave me money to hoodwink me. And then you misappropriated the chance that mom and dad left behind. And that's how you broke through to martial artist. At the expense of me thinking that you were really good to me. Pop. Sumor slapped Su-ro in the face. A bright red slap mark appeared. Sumor lowered his head, and his eyes filled with killing intent sent chills throughout Su Ballad's body. You are worthy to mention my parents. The word ascendant is insulting to you. If we weren't in the city, I'd cut your head off right now and shove it in a cesspool. Su Ballad cherished the life you have now. Su-ro watched Sumor walk away and covered her face and sat on her butt. After reacting, he rushed after them. You give me the chance mom and dad left behind. You give it to me. I'll die if you don't. You'll have to take the blame when the time comes, too, and I can't believe you don't care. After Sumor heard this, he turned around and lifted Su-ro. Poof. Su-ro in the middle of the pond struggled up, a panicked expression on her face. Somebody jumped into the river. Somebody. Sumor's voice was loud and passed out in no time. Some people approach the pond and then their faces change. They can't swim and the pond is not shallow. Sumor's eyes showed the same anxious look. You guys get the rope. Sumor directly jumped in, and when he was close to Su Ballad, his body quickly sank. What are you doing? Sumor called out loudly, his voice anxious and frightened. Under the water Sumor dragged Su-ro down. Only Sumor was underneath. Looking like Su-ro pressed him down. Su Rouge showed her panic and swam. Grab the rope. Sumor grabbed the rope with one hand and grabbed Suro. But Sumor's body sank from time to time. Damn! What stupid woman is this? Another person who came over, poofed in, quickly came to the two men, and slapped Su Rouge in the face. An unbelievable expression appeared on Su Ro's face. Can't you see that it was Sumor who did it on purpose? When he got ashore, Sumo sat on the ground, panting heavily, his face was pale, and his expression was still a bit panicked. The people around them looked at Su Ballad. The most poisonous woman's heart. That's what you say. What a snake's heart. Pop. Some people couldn't look away and went up to give Su Rouge a slap. Su Rouge covered her face and was already confused. Didn't you guys see that? He's the one who threw me down and tried to drown me just now. Bullshit. You can swim. Don't think I can't see that this little brother can't swim. People save you. And you still beat them back. Are you still a human being? You are also a student by the look of you. Which school? We need to tell you about the school and how it teaches the students. It's really him. He's my brother. We're family. The crowd looked at Sumor after hearing this. She was adopted from out of town when my parents were alive. But I've been out of a relationship with her for a long time now. She stole and sold my parents' house and spent even the money my parents saved for us. She had no money and came to me for it. And when I didn't give it to her, she jumped in the river and threatened to take the blame. Sumor lowered his head, his voice getting colder and colder. Beast, despicable, shameless, ungrateful. People like you deserve to be called family with others. It's not like that. It's not like that. Suro was still trying to argue when Sumor staggered to his feet, picked up the jacket that was thrown on the floor, and pulled out $2,000 from it. This is the last of my money. I don't have any more. Sumor left, leaving a watery mess on the ground. I think I've seen that young man before, scrubbing dishes in my back kitchen. I remembered when you said that. He was carrying cement at my place in the middle of the night earlier and said he had a genius sister and had to earn money for her. As a result of becoming a martial artist, Sumor's angles were more distinct, causing them to not recognize him at first, and now they finally remembered. Sure is a white wolf that can't be fed. She's in 10th high. Let's report her. For someone like that to become a martial artist is not pure of heart. Yeah, let's call 10 high. Hearing these words, an anxious look appeared on Suro's face. It's not like that. It's really not like that. He's lying. He's lying. Suro spoke anxiously, with a pearly appearance. But the crowd had no sympathy for the moment. It was abominable. The nature is so nasty, and the mind is so evil at such a young age. There was also someone who sent the video that had just been taken along with a package to 10 high. It's been a while, and 10 high's phone has been busted. The principal had just returned to his office when a sharp figure came running. Principal, our school is being complained about. Even the safety administration called to question us. Fong Jiangyu just sat down and stood up violently, his face showing incredulity. Well, there hasn't been a whole lot going on lately. Headmaster, take a look. Genius students 10 high are remembered. Su Ballad they naturally recognize. After seeing the video screen, the principal's face changed. Jingle bells. The phone on the desktop rang. Fong Jiangyu's face darkened, really afraid of what will come. Hello, old Fong. We're old acquaintances too. So to make a long story short, someone called the phone to me. Fong Jiangyu's expression changed. I'm the one who didn't supervise it. You don't need to talk to me much about these scenes. She is a student of our school. There should be a misunderstanding in this matter. I will look into it. That's good. But there's one more thing to congratulate you on. After Fong Jiangyu heard this, he was puzzled in his mind. There was nothing worth celebrating recently, but a martial artist showed up at your school. Fong Jiangyu's newly seated body bounced up this time. Brother Lu, Master Lu, you didn't lie to me, did you? Do you think I would lie to you? Come on, tell me, who is it? Do your own research. I can't tell you who he is. Lu Shuatian from the security management office hung up the phone with helplessness at the corner of his mouth. Old Fong, as a classmate, I can only help you so far. Fong Jiangyu, the principal of the 10th high school, put down the phone and pondered. Call Su Rouge over and ask her what's going on. Also, the entire school begins a new round of blood gas testing. The assistant nodded and proceeded to make the arrangements. Fong Jiangyu sat down, took a sip of tea, and suppressed his inner excitement. If a martial artist appeared in the school, it was possible to enter the North Courtyard. By that time, their 10th high school would be completely famous. There are students who enter the North Academy, which is the best enrollment profile. Even the principal is already thinking about next year's student overflow. He is also getting more and more resources, more and more reputation, and more positions. He couldn't help but grin at the corners of his mouth, growing wider and wider, like a hippopotamus. Compared to a martial artist, the matter of Su Ballad was trivial. The corners of Sumor's mouth rose at this moment after he separated from Su Ro. It's a trick who wouldn't use the same. Sumor did not leave and turned to the security management office. Lu Shuetian was about to go out when he ran head-on into Sumor. Ha, old brother Sumor. You came over. Brother Lu, long time no see. Come on in. What is it that old brother Sumor needs from his brother? I've asked them to prepare information about the house, and I've absolutely dumbed her down. How do I kick someone out of my family's account? Lu Shuetian did not show surprise or amazement after hearing this. He had already thought of it. You'll be able to do that when the house thing is settled, because you're the head of the household. The real estate license is in your name, not hers, and the guy who helped her before has been fired. In addition, she will have to pay for the damages of the person who purchased the house. Thanks, brother Lu. Sumor chatted with Lu Shuetian for a while longer. At this time an urgent phone rang. Brother Lu, it's bad. Another mutated demonic beast has appeared. Brother Lu, how about going together? Good. Thinking that Sumor was also a martial artist, Lu Shuetian did not refuse. Driving up to the lake, there were still fishing contraptions on the edge and the pungent odor of blood. There were also several severed limbs floating on the lake, coloring the water red and sending shivers down the spine. In the light of the setting sun, it looked even more bizarre, eerie, and terrifying. Lu Dahai and Li Wuyo were holding their weapons. Their bodies were like spirit swallows, dodging the attacks of the giant things on the water. The mutant water snake's eyes were scarlet, and a water arrow sprayed out of its mouth. The lake is its domain. Zhang Dahai and also Li Wuyo were at the 9th level of martial arts, and it was more difficult to cope with them. It's a grade 2 mutated beast, equivalent to a human's pulse circulation realm. After Lu Shuetian saw it, his body leapt into the air. A long knife appeared in the storage ring and slashed away. A 2-meter crescent blade chi broke the surface of the lake and slashed at the mutant long snake. The water snake sensed the danger and its scarlet eyes became even redder as it spewed out 2 water arrows to force Li Wuyo as well as Zhang Dahai out of the battlefield. With a flick of his tail, a wave of water appeared, blocking the blade energy in front of him. When one strike failed, Lu Shuetian continuously struck out, and in the blink of an eye several sword chi swung out. The bottom of the lake is clearly visible, as well as a full view of the mutant water snake. It adds up to 10 meters. Most of the body is hiding in the lake. Lu Shuetian was smart enough to use his blade chi to split the surface of the lake, and also to prevent any more accidents from appearing at the bottom of the lake. I'll hold him back. You guys find a way to attack his 7-inch position. Strike quickly and don't let it escape. The power in Lu Shuetian's meridians burst out, and a white light appeared above the knife in his hand. Windbreaker. Lu Shuetian bellowed as his chi coalesced around his sword. A blade was swung out, and this time, a 3-meter-sized white blade unslashed at the mutant long snake. The mutant long snake's eyes rolled and its tongue lolled out. Hissing, a vortex appeared in the lake, and in no time a water prison appeared, encasing the mutant water snake inside. Watch out. Back off. Sumor, who was on the shore, spoke hastily. Zhang Dahai as well as Li Wuyo's body twisted and hastily retreated. Pfft, click, click, click. 2 1-meter-sized deep craters appeared on the ground where they were standing just now. If this attacked on them, they would be crippled without dying. This mutant water snake actually plays with his brain. Be careful. 2nd-grade demonic beasts. Their spirit is not low. Don't be careless. Lu Shuetian stepped on the water, and as his body approached, he leaped in the air as if he were a monkey. The long knife in his hand faced downwards and plunged at the mutated water snake's head. The mutant water snake's body lowered and quickly disappeared into the water. Lu Shuetian stopped his descending body. A white light appeared on his feet, stepping on the water as his body rapidly retreated. There was a huge shadow in the lake, constantly chasing after Lu Shuetian's figure. Sumor realized that Lu Shuetian was very calm and did not have any fluctuations in his emotions from the beginning to the end. After retreating 10 or so meters, Lu Shuetian seized the opportunity and swung his sword. Pust. The lake was quickly colored red. On him, bang. A huge wave of blood rose and a bloody mouth opened to swallow Lu Shuetian. Lu Shuetian swung out several knives in succession, slashing at the water snake's head. With the help of this force of recoil, his body took to the air and retreated, dodging the large mouth of the mutated water snake. Even more, he swung out 10 or so white blade awnings. The mutant water snake's ferocity has been aroused. Sumor's eyes flickered. This Lu Shuetian was actually deliberately provoking the ferocity of the mutated water snake. That way the water snake would lose its mind and just want to kill him. The blade chi suddenly fused and overlapped as it neared the mutated water snake. Here's your chance. Strike. Lu Shuetian shouted. Zhang Dahai as well as Li Wuyo both stomped their feet on the ground. 2 craters appeared on the ground, and the 2 of them spiraled away like cannonballs. But 2 voices. The 2 men's knives were stuck in the middle of the mutant water snake. The mutant water snake's head had been cut in half and was not dead. Feeling the pain on his body, the scarlet in his eyes faded rapidly. Lu Shuetian secretly said that it was not good. The snake was going to run. Zhang Dahai's face changed. Clearly he was aiming at the 7-inch position. And at the critical moment, this mutant water snake actually twisted a bit. Stacked waves. The blade chi appeared and transformed into something like ocean waves, layered on top of each other, and finally 20 layers appeared. To the mutant water snake, these blade chi superimposed. Pust. The blade energy penetrated the body of the water snake. Sumor moved to step on the snow and directly drilled under the water. The black knife in his hand was stuck directly on the 7 inches. The light in the mutant water snake's eyes disappeared. The massive body collapsed, splashing huge waves on the water. Sumor drew back, as if he were a carp, and leapt out of the water. Kill a second-grade third-order demonic beast. Gain 50,000 kill points. After Sumor heard the voice, a smile hung at the corner of his mouth, picking up the pieces successfully. And just now, observing Lu Shuetian's fight, his stacked wave blade went even further, turning from a minor accomplishment into a moderate accomplishment. It's a big haul this time over. Lu Shuetian raised the mutated long snake and dug out the snake's gallbladder, followed by digging the head open and unearthed a demon crystal, which was only the size of a small thumbnail cap. Lu Shuetian's eyes lit up, then skillfully peeled off the skin of the mutant snake, leaving only the bare flesh. After doing so, he turned his head to stare at Sumor, surprise flashing in his eyes. Even Zhang Dahai and also Li Wuyo stared at Sumor with a strange face. Old brother Sumor, tell me the truth. What strength have you reached? Don't worry, we won't tell. Martial Artist 6. But it won't take more than a few days to break through Martial Artist 7. Hiss. 3 strands of voices sucking in cool air rang out, looking at Sumor as if they were looking at a monster. Monster? What a monster. How old are you? You're actually a martial artist 6th level. At your age, it's already a phoenix that can even break through to a martial artist. The 3 men looked at Sumor and flamed up. What kind of looks are you guys getting? Lu Shuetian took out the snake gallbladder as well as the demon crystal. This is for you. After all, you killed it. The snake skin will not be given to you. When the time comes, I will have someone build a few sets of protective clothing out, and get a set for you. Sumor picked up the demon crystal. I'll just take this one. Snake bile won't be necessary. Don't open your mouths. If you 3 hadn't made him hit him hard, I certainly wouldn't have been able to do it on my own. Lu Shuetian put things away. Between men, there is no need for this politeness. Sumor also knew that if he wanted snake gall, Lu Shuetian would not agree to anything. Let's go. Let's eat snake meat today. I'll cook it myself so that you, old brother, can taste my brother's handiwork. Sumor was willing to befriend them, and they were more than happy to befriend Sumor. That's what strength brings. The 4 of them sat in the car, looking at the city at night. What seems like a bustling city is littered with crises, but it's safe enough compared to the outside of the city. Lu Dahai looked at the rows of neon lights outside and opened his mouth. Older brother, do you want me to recommend a school for you? With your strength, others will definitely treat you as a treasure. Thanks Lu, I've already made a good deal with someone else. Seeing that Sumor did not look like he was faking, Lu Shuetian no longer recommended it. Brother Lu, elder brother Su definitely doesn't need us to worry. He will definitely be able to enter the Northern Academy in the future. That's also true, but Sumor was expelled. It's a bit difficult to participate in the Northern Academy's examination, and not having a school registration is the most troublesome thing. I have the way. The 3 people looked fiercely at Sumor. They said the North Courtyard. Sumor said that he had a way. Is this not an indirect answer to him to enter the North Courtyard? I knew my oldest brother could soar. The 3 Lu Shuetian people were happy for Sumor. When I arrived at the security management office, I have to say that Lu Shuetian's handiwork was really good. None of the 4 men had been drinking, for danger could strike at any moment and could not be delayed. After eating, Lu Shuetian sent Sumor out. The matter of old brother Sumor must be done well. Tomorrow you guys go to school and make a big deal out of it. Zhang Dahai and also Li Wuyo nodded. I thought he was going to ask us about Zhou Lian. Lu Dahai lamented. He's smart. He's got a handle on these things, and he doesn't want to bother us. But Zhou Liang is a bit complicated behind the scenes. Just that old thing's minders are scary. Lu Shuetian revealed a smile. The blood tiger is dead. Hearing this, the 2 men showed shock in their eyes. The blood tiger is actually dead. Brother Lu, you won't swindle us. Zhang Dahai could know that blood tiger's strength was not low. Dead indeed. How I don't know, but he is. That old thing from the Zhou family isn't shaking with rage. Li Wuyo had curiosity in his eyes. That old thing asked me to help investigate. Who has that kind of free mind? Don't even know who the murderer is. Only a picture of a bloody tiger's head. We don't need to care. Taking care of old brother Sumor's matter is no more beneficial than taking care of that old thing's matter. Zhang Dahai as well as Li Wuyo nodded their heads. This they did believe. After Sumor left, he was about to return to the rental house, and there was someone standing at the door. None other than Bai Yu. That's all it takes to tell your sister to tie her hair up. Old buddy, you still need to work on that. Sumor didn't expect to be invisibly molested by this woman again. I can't live where I live, but I can physically, and when my sister ties her hair up, I don't know who will be the first to beg for mercy. Shiroyuki cursed. Come with me. In the middle of the night. You're not plotting against me by asking me to come with you. Yes, it's just plotting against you. First making you walk against the wall, then making you 3 pounds heavier. The two men sat in the car and stopped snickering. Bai Yu drove the car, and Sumor didn't ask, until he reached that familiar home. Sometimes it's just so strange how two people can become very close friends when they don't see each other very often. You'll still live here from now on. You're moving back anyway, but you can't touch my room. Sumor froze. You're going to live with me here. It's a man and a woman. It's not good. Suoma was afraid he was sleepwalking. Have you eaten? Bai Yu shook her head. She went to look for Sumor from work and the guy came back so late. Gollum. Shiroyuki blushed, a little embarrassed. I'll feed you below. I don't eat it. It's all chives. It sticks in my mouth. Sister White, what are you thinking about? Noodles? Noodles. Oh, sorry, got the wrong idea. An extra egg and a sausage is not too much, is it? Sumori turned toward the kitchen, came out with a bowl of noodles, 2 eggs and a sausage. Eat? Bai Yu took a deep breath, smelled the faint aroma, took her chopsticks and ate. It's a shame you don't run a restaurant with your skills. Sumor didn't say anything. After the death of his parents, he took on the task of cooking, and Su-ro was only responsible for cultivation. Today, Su-ro came to purchase a few more blood-increasing pills, and I estimate that the chi in blood broke through 109. The blood-boosting pills don't do much for her anymore. She's just wasting her money. The money in her hand is pretty much spent. So you can do it. What do you think will happen if she has no money and sells the martial arts medal? Bai Yu looked stunned. The martial arts medal was not the same as a badge. The medal was only issued by the Martial Arts Guild after obtaining merit and was recognized by the state. It wouldn't be a small problem if she trafficked in this stuff and got caught. You mean she'll sell that on the black market? Sumori nodded. I can get someone to keep an eye on you when the time comes. I'm going to break through the Pulse Passage realm. Do you really have a way for me to become an examiner of the Northern Courtyard? Absolutely. There's a big surprise waiting for you then. Sumor nodded and looked at Bai Yu seriously. Sister Bai Yu, thank you. If there's anything you need, just call me and go through fire. Sumor said solemnly. He also hadn't expected that Shiroyuki, whom he had met and gotten to know in the beginning, would be so helpful to him. Then you'll give me food down there, with 2 more eggs and a sausage. Not full. Sumo's eyes were stunned as he carried the bowl into the middle of the kitchen. Another bowl came over a short while later. Sister Yu, how much can a demon crystal like this be sold for? Bai Yu looked at the demon crystal Sumor took out, and a flash of shock appeared in the bottom of her eyes. Don't tell me you went hunting for this thing this afternoon? Hunted with someone else. Since the demon crystals could be given to Sumor, it meant that Sumor had made a lot of effort, and those people wanted to curry favor with Sumor. Combined with the fact that Sumor also asked if it was true that he could be made an examiner, Shiroyuki's pupils gradually dilated. There wouldn't be someone snatching someone from her hands. What a dog's guts. This man has taken his death in his own way. Bai Yu placed the pair of heavy things on the table, leaving Su-mo dumbfounded, and subconsciously opened his mouth to ask, Sister White, aren't you heavy? Shiroyuki nodded. It does seem quite heavy. Do you want to help your sister hold it up? May I? Bang. Shiroyuki punches Suoma in the head. You big head. You little colorful skin. Did someone solicit you? Shiroyuki asked cautiously and tentatively. No. This was settled piece by piece with Lu Shuetian from the Safety Management Center. Shiroyuki pats his chest a bit after hearing that. Sumor unconsciously shifted her gaze. Didn't this goblin know how dangerous her movements were? Shiroyuki hauled himself up with his own 2 hands and then let go, making a dull sound of a crash on the table. The tables are shaking. Thought about gapping this thing off before. It's too big. I don't think so. It's fine. Bai Yu covered her mouth and laughed out when she heard Sumor's words. Come. I'll introduce you to the role of demon crystals. Demon crystals don't mean that only second-ranked demonic beasts can be born. Even a grade 1 demonic beast is possible. This thing contains raging power that cannot be absorbed. It can only be used to enchant weapons, but the likelihood of this thing being born is too small. Usually when demon crystals are born, they are demonic beasts with special bloodlines. Sumori nodded. This is born from a second-grade demonic beast, around $2 million apiece. There's no use for you to take it. Bai Yu finished transferring $2 million to Sumor. Sumor looked at the $2 million and was in a good mood. After waiting for Baiyu to finish eating, Sumor cleaned up and turned his hand to the shower room. When he came out, he looked at Shirayuki sitting on the couch in her pajamas watching TV. Well, that TV is so white and big. The embarrassing gouging words were still coming from inside. Woman, do you realize you're playing with fire? Sumor didn't expect Shirayuki to like this kind of drama. You're washed. Sumori nodded. Shirayuki turned and walked away. Sumor looked at Bayu's back. Sister Shirayuki, have you heard of a truism? What? Shirayuki stared at Sumor in slight confusion. It's dangerous for a woman to bathe alone. The temperature within the bathroom is too high. The oxygen level is too low. It's easy to pass out. It's better to have a man beside you. And you can also help to rub the ash. Bayu looked at Sumor with contempt. I've also heard that men should be careful when they sleep. And that women like to sleepwalk when they sleep. And are prone to running around with scissors. Sumor felt a wave of cool air run up from inside his pants. When Bayu came out, he found that Suemo had already returned to the room where he lived before. Not long after a small storm appeared in the middle of the room, Bayu's complexion changed. That kid wouldn't have broken through to the 7th level of martial artist. Sumor was in the middle of the room, feeling that warm current in his body, his mood soothed. The 7th weight of a martial artist was a completely different feeling from the 6th weight, and the strength of the entire body changed qualitatively once. Thinking of that 2nd grade mutant long snake, Sumor's whole body strength gathered together before he pierced the snake's skin. Sumor was now increasingly looking forward to breaking through the pulse passage realm. A panel hovered in front of Sumor. Name Sumor. Age, 18. Realm, Martial Artist 7. Martial Skills, Stacking Waves Blade Technique, Yellow Grade Medium 1000/30. 000, Proficiency, Medium Success 5. 000/50. 000, Treading Snow, Yellow Grade Medium 10. 000/50. 000, Proficiency, Minor Success 10. 000/50. 000. Blood value 105000/200000. Kill points 0. Still need to kill points. Tomorrow continue to go out of the city. Now the storage ring also have. Weapons also have. Strength also become Martial Artist 7. In the wild survival possibilities and a lot more. The next day Bayu got up and found that there was already a good breakfast on the table and Sumor had disappeared. Omelette. Sausage. Bayu's eyes flickered. Was this brat obsessed with these two? At this moment, Sumor had already walked to the city gates. The guards looked at Sumor, their eyes changing. This kid is going to go into the goods again. Sumor took out the map, which was marked with different colors. White places mean there is little danger. Green means danger is elevated. And yellow means there will be a crisis at any time. As for the places marked in red, there was no difference between Sumor going over now and delivering rations. Sumori stared at a zone between white and green this time. With treading snow, Sumor sped up quite a bit. After arriving at the marked place, Sumor's expression became serious. Ouch! Sumor took a deep breath. This time he was staring at the ironback demon wolf. A group of demonic wolves surrounded Sumor, their scarlet eyes a bit lurid in the mist. The top of the wolf's back glowed dark, like black iron. High above the wolves beyond the pack was a wolf with one remaining eye, a hideous gash on its face, and a mouth with one tooth still missing. The hairs in his neck were like steel needles, standing up at the roots. Sumor knew that this one was the Wolf King, a level 7 rank. With a roar from the Wolf King, the wolves rushed at Sumor. Sumor's long black iron sword was swung out, and several demon wolves were directly chopped in half. Kill one ironback demon wolf. Gain 20 kill points. Kill one ironback demon wolf. Gain 13 kill points. That familiar voice rang out, making Sumor even more excited. The blade chi was like waves, one after another. Those demonic wolves were cut down under the blade before they could even get close to Sumor. In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed, and Sumor's chest rose and fell rapidly. The remaining few demonic wolves met Sumor's eyes. Their bodies crouched low and shrunk their heads as their bodies kept retreating. Sumor stood on the corpse of the demon wolf, and the ground was already covered with demon wolf corpses. The smell of blood rushed through the air and stung his nose. Sumor knew that it needed to be resolved quickly. The smell of blood was too great and might attract more powerful demonic beasts. Sumor stepped on the snow and moved, his figure drifting. The Wolf King growled. His huge body leapt, and his sharp claws swung out a black gas. Sumor's stacking wave blade swung out, cutting the black gas to pieces. The blade chi swung out and landed on the Wolf King's back. It clicked, and the back snapped right off. Sumor froze. You are really called the Ironback Demon Wolf. You can't even catch a move from me. The Wolf King's eyes also carried confusion before he died. His iron back was cut off by the young human in front of him, with a single slash. Killed a level 1, 7th order demon wolf. Gained 15,000 kill points. Sumor also no longer dwelled on it. and cut off all of the wolf's back, even breaking off its teeth. Every demon wolf had become bare, the same as a bullfrog that had shed its skin. Sumor suddenly thought that this was demon beast meat, and those restaurants should want it. Nay, there was not enough space, so I had to stop. Alas, another wasted opportunity to earn money. After Sumor cleaned up the battlefield, he hurriedly left. Not long after, Sumor felt the ground shaking up, and the tree in the distance kept collapsing. There was also an appalling aura that appeared. Sumor did not dare to stay. This green area also had a great crisis for Sumor. That big guy just now should be a third-level demonic beast, equivalent to the human divine orifice realm. Throughout the hundreds of cities in the northern district, the third-level divine orifice realm could be a city lord of a third-level city. Sumor shifted his position. As his strength increased, he needed more kill points. Just now he killed a few hundred demonic wolves and didn't have many kill points. At this moment in the city, several figures appeared outside the rental house Sumor had rented before. Is everything I just said clear? At the moment, Sumor, who was still playing outside, didn't know that he had been stolen from his home. Kill one red fire ant, gain 15 kill points. Kill 100-footed bug, gain 30 kill points. Along the way, Sumor as long as encountered demonic beasts or killed mosquitoes, and then small is also meat. Roar. A roaring voice suddenly sounded. Sumor's eyes tightened. What a powerful fluctuation. This was not the kind of movement that a grade 2 demonic beast could convey. Looks like a mutant tiger. With the roar, many of the surrounding demonic beasts prostrated themselves on the ground with fear in their eyes. Sumo transformed into Old Six and continuously harvested these demonic beasts. Kill a pale moon rat, gain 35 kill points. Sumor's eyes lit up after hearing this. The price of this pale moon mouse was quite high. Quickly striking out, he cleared out all the surrounding pale moon rats. Kill 30 pale moon rats, gain 450 kill points. Rumble. The woods kept collapsing in the distance. The mist dispersed, and Sumor's pupils changed. Two huge black shadows entwined together in the depths. Even from a distance one could feel the amazing pressure. Roar. An agonizing roar continued to ring out. A giant wave of flames then appeared and fell into the ground. Dozens of meters in a circle left a charred blackness. Sumor didn't dare to continue forward and stood on a large tree. Snort. Hundreds of vines densely rushed at Sumor and twined around. Sumor moved his feet and dodged the attack. A human face appeared above a large tree with emerald green eyes, staring at Sumor in death. There were still a few white bones hanging from the top of the cane. A grade 1, 8th order mutant tree. Sumor didn't dare to be careless. After all, he was one level higher than him. The long knife in his hand was swung out, and the rattan bars surrounded Sumor from all directions. From a distance, the strip turned into a spider's web. There's a green fluctuation on it. Sumor cut the vines around him, and the green liquid stained the black blade. Snort. Green smoke rose from the black blade. Sumor's brows wrinkled. This mutated big tree was actually poisonous. It's going to be a quick fix for this big tree. It also has to be protected from its toxins, and outside of the city, injuries are a most troublesome thing. Sumor was about to move, and the big tree disappeared into thin air, hidden among other big trees. Sumori sighed and turned on the watch radar. A slash at a large tree. Motherfucker, you're still hiding. The large tree bubbled with emerald green light as the blade energy approached. Sumor's essence condensed. Stacked waves. This blade had no reservations. Sumor wielded the strongest blade since he had practiced. Wherever the blade chi passed, it left a half-meter wide gully on the ground. The green light was even broken by Sumor. The Dao Chi flashed by, and the mutated tree broke from the center. Kill one mutant tree. Gain 20,000 kill points. Sumor's chest rose and fell rapidly. This time he utilized the stacked wave blade to the extreme. The 20 layers of blade waves chopped away at all of them in succession. Suemo moved closer and saw a green bead. There's actually a demon crystal. This wave earns hemp. Suemo put it away in his storage ring. His body moved, and he was like a spirit monkey in the dense forest. Not long after approaching, it was only then that he noticed a glistening white tiger with a body that was 20 meters in size. Fighting it was a mutated vulture with a body about the size of a white tiger. The vulture's wings were now half bitten off by the white tiger. There was also a huge wound on the white tiger's back, running from his back to his abdomen. The two powerful demonic beasts were also surrounded by human white bones and various demonic beast white bones. It looks like someone tried to pick up the slack and got killed. The mutated white tiger and the vulture stood opposite each other, their scarlet eyes staring at each other in death. In the end, it was the mutant vulture that took a step backwards, and the mutant white tiger let out a low roar. The word king on his forehead shone even brighter. The mutant vulture took a few more steps back, turned and disappeared. The mutated white tiger roared and fell to the ground with a plop. The wound that had just been penetrated continued to crumble, with blood flowing out. Sumor didn't dare to go forward. This was a grade 2 demonic beast, equivalent to the passing veins realm. Radar could no longer detect the white tiger's strength. Sumor hid behind the big tree and didn't move a muscle. As a hunter, he was patient. Rustle, rustle. Several dark shadows emerged from the distance, staring at the mutated tiger lying on the ground with greed in their eyes. He can't move anymore. Let's join forces and kill him. Sumor hid behind the big tree and cursed this group of idiots. The mutant tigers that had been lying on the ground suddenly stood up, and even the vultures that had been injured earlier ran back. The two huge figures attacked at the people who were besieging them. When Sumor saw this scene, his eyes revealed horror. These demonic beasts were so powerful spiritually. I can't believe they set a trap. They have long since discovered the people hiding in the dense forest. Not good. Impossible. Why would these two beasts join forces? Retreat. We're no match for the two of them. The white tiger let out a tiger whistle, and an invisible sound wave appeared. Sumor covered his ears, his head roaring, feeling dizzy and weak. One of the vulture's remaining wings spread out, and its feathers were like steel blades as they shot towards those who appeared. Bang! 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 Dozens of 1-meter-sized craters appeared on the ground, gurgling blood. What an awesome tie-in. Tiger whistle is about as close as you can get to a mental attack, and then vulture continues to strike. Tigers and also vultures ran up to those pits and lowered their heads to swallow the carcasses. Sumor hid behind the big tree, not daring to take a breath. Luckily he didn't rush out. Shit. Old 6. It's really old 6. Today also made Sumor realize that these demonic beasts could not be treated as animals. Their spiritual intelligence was not weaker than that of humans. They just couldn't speak. While Sumor was secretly celebrating, he suddenly had a feeling that the abyss was staring at him. The beating of the heart continued to accelerate, and the next moment it was about to jump out of his chest. Looking up, a giant mountain the size of 100 meters stood up. The large tree Sumor hid in just now was next to this figure. A pair of blood-red eyes stared at the vulture as well as the mutant tiger. It was clear that he wasn't looking at him, but he felt an aura of death. While Sumor was in a daze, the 100-meter giant ape uprooted the tree he was in and smashed it against the mutated tiger and the vulture. Sumor grabbed the tree, not daring to move. Really not daring to move. At this moment, the mutated white tiger and also the vulture's body kept retreating, wanting to escape. The big tree had approached. The vulture's fur shoots out and the tree breaks. Sumor stepped on the snow and moved, his body prancing out. The gazes of the three huge figures didn't care about this ant. Sumor ran into the distance, his heart still thumping. Just sit down. Crap. Sumor was startled as the vulture was directly thrown by the 100-meter giant ape to where he was hiding. That remaining wing was even torn off alive. The head drooped and his gaze grew cloudy. Sumor took the knife and stabbed it directly on the vulture's head. Pus. Blood flowed out. Kill a second-grade 6th-order demonic beast. Gain 120,000 kill points. Sumor suppressed the excitement inside. 120,000 kill points. How many grade 1 demonic beasts did he need to hunt? Roar. Bang. The hiding rock blew right up. A white tiger descended from the sky and smashed the stone away, and a huge deep pit also appeared on the ground. Sumor took the black knife and made up the last point. Kill a second-grade 6th-order demonic beast. Gain 120,000 kill points. After Sumor was done, his body moved and ran towards the dense forest, not forgetting to pick up a few vulture hairs as he ran. The giant ape pounded its chest as a wave erupted from its body. Hundreds of meters around it were reduced to rubble. Sumor was hit by the airwave. With a bang, his body flew toward the front. Pust. A mouthful of blood was spat out. Sumor didn't dare to stay, and treading snow was played to the extreme. Sumor had only one thought in his mind. Run. Run far away or die. The 100-meter giant ape didn't chase after Sumor. Walked over to where the mutant tiger and also the vulture were and grabbed them and stuffed them in his mouth. One bite and it pops right out. There was blood seeping out from the corners of the 100-meter giant ape's mouth, revealing a satisfied expression. Pounding his chest with both hands, he turned away and faded into the dense forest. Half an hour later, Sumor hid behind a large tree, his face pale. Seeing the huge crater on the ground, Sumor gulped a mouthful of saliva. When would he be so powerful? Thinking that he still had the system, determination rose in his heart that he would reach it soon. Picking up all the feathers on the ground, adding up to hundreds, Sumor's ring had been ruthlessly stuffed. Sumor took out the map and after taking a look at it, he walked towards the city. Today's harvest was great, but he was also injured. The first time he had ever been injured in the wild. He was glad that he had bought a copy of the escape body technique before, or else he would have surely died. The gas wave from the giant ape was finally about to disappear before it hit him, letting him be injured. If it was closer, Sumor did not even dare to imagine that it should turn into mush. Because of her injury, Sumor was extra careful when she went back. They also stopped striking out when they encountered a grade 1 demonic beast and chose to avoid it instead. The power in his body was not enough to sustain him in battle. Only after seeing that familiar city gate did Sumor let out a sigh of relief. At the moment, unbeknownst to Sumor, the guards were also crossing their fingers. Why didn't the kid who came in return? Seeing Sumor with blood hanging from the corner of his mouth, the guards walked out and helped Sumor. You're actually hurt? Don't say it. It almost didn't come back. Sit down and rest. The guard poured a cup of tea for Sumor, curiously sizing up Sumor, and after seeing Sumor wearing a storage ring, he then reacted, presumably stuffed. Sumor sat for a while, the breath in his body calmed down, thanked the guards and stood up to leave. Sumor left 10 vulture feathers. The guard looked at the vulture feather inside his hand with surprise in his eyes. This kid is really interesting. The feathers of a second-grade demonic beast. The guard murmured and put the feather away. He was also willing to befriend a person like Sumor. Jingle bells, jingle bells. The phone rang and Sumor answered it. Little Sue, come back and take a look. Sumor hung up the phone. To the rental house to rush. He has not yet returned the rent. Thinking of the 2 days to return the rent. By the time he arrived, various things inside the room had been destroyed. It still has knife marks on it. The landlady looked at Sumor. Little Sue, have you offended someone? Maybe, but they came at me. It just so happens that I don't live anymore. Auntie, here's $2,000. Enough to buy things inside the house. Don't mention it. None of these things are worth much. That old thing at my house is a carpenter. Just have him make a set. Take it, ma'am. It's easier for me to earn money. In the end, the landlady only wanted $1,000, and Sumor no longer refused. Sumor left the rental house to find Shirayuki. Shirayuki heard the knock on the door and knew it was Sumor returning. Opening the door, a pungent odor of blood appeared. Sumor's face was pale and colorless, and his body was still shaking a little. Baiyu was startled and hurriedly helped Sumo in. It was only at this moment that she noticed the blood still seeping from Sumor's back. Get your clothes off. Not good. Sumor refused. What time is it? Listen to me. Arms up. Being stripped naked on top. Shirayuki blushed. This guy is in great shape. But seeing the patch of bruises in the back, and the back oozing with blood, Shirayuki's abnormality retracted, and took the medicine box and began to treat it. Finally, he took out an elixir and handed it to Sumor's mouth. Come on, open your mouth. Ah. Sumor smelled the scent and saw a dandelion-colored pill near his mouth. This time Sumor didn't refuse, and his body churned up again. As the elixir went down, the bruises in the back went down quite a bit, and even the oozing blood was slowly scabbing over. The surge in his body was also suppressed, followed by a wave of coolness, and even his spirit recovered quite a bit. Shirayuki didn't ask much after cleaning Sumor's back. Did you eat? Sumori shook his head. When Baiyu came back from the kitchen, Sumor was already lying asleep on the sofa. After putting down the bowl, he turned his head back to the room and took out a set of quilts to cover Sumor. This brat is not to be trifled with. Shirayuki's cell phone rang. After seeing the incoming call, Shirayuki had a strange look in her eyes. Gee, I thought you were dead. Not even a phone call. Sister, I ran into a genius kid named Sumor. I noticed it while guarding the city gate. You have a high vision and have never been able to look at other geniuses. This time you believe in your brother. You can definitely look at them. A cheerful voice came from inside the phone. Shirayuki had a strange look in her eyes. You said you met a genius named Sumor? Right. Is it hurt? Right. Was she wearing a black jacket on top and a pair of black high-waisted pants underneath? Yes. My sister is awesome. No. Something's wrong. How do you know? You guess. Guess if I'm guessing? Guess what I guessed you guessed or not? You wouldn't have pushed him down already, would you? A surprised voice came from across the room. He did collapse and fall asleep. Sister, you beast. Where are you? Quickly give me a location. I don't need you to care. Just watch your gate. Shirayuki hung up the phone, shaking her head at the thought of that unreliable big brother. At the city gate guard, Baishio looked at the hung-up phone and walked around the room. No, she's sick, isn't she? Seeing little Jiao husband hunting demonic beasts outside. She's not worried. Big sister's husband. Hard work. When you get married, brother will give you a big red packet. Finally Whitehue dialed a phone number. You investigate someone for me. Name is Sumor. Age 17 or 18. I have a picture here sent to you. I know. Not long afterward Beksu's phone rang. Baishio, have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? Or have you been drinking xiang? You sent me a back. I'm investigating a chicken hair. This is the guy my sister has her eye on. The angry voice from across the room stopped it. Don't worry. You just give me a piece of clothing and I'll investigate it for you. Bai Xiu had just hung up the phone and looked at the phone call from Bai Yu and hurriedly answered it. You stay out of anything. And your group of friends. He has his own path to follow. Bai Xiu's heart tightened when he heard the severity in his sister's tone. The old man is going to take him as a close disciple. With a snap, Bai Xiu's cell phone fell to the ground. Horror on his face. Hurriedly, he picked up his cell phone and dialed a number. Dude, don't investigate. I didn't investigate. An unusually calm voice came from the phone. Didn't you promise to investigate even one piece of clothing? Che, your sister looks it can be ordinary people. I go to investigate. Just your brain. Deserve you to see the gate. Bai Xiu looked at the phone. The clown was actually myself. My sister said I was stupid in the head. Is that really true? It wasn't until the next day that Sumor woke up leisurely, and after getting up, he didn't feel any pain on his body. Sumor got up and took a look in the mirror. The bruises disappeared, and there was still a faint bloodstain on the scabbed back. What exactly was that elixir that actually had such a powerful healing effect? It looks like when you go out, you need to prepare pills as well. Looking at the food on the table, 2 fried eggs and a sausage, Sumor was speechless. That charred black and black put together. It always felt a little weird. Turning towards the kitchen, he ordered himself a clear noodle soup, and after eating it, the inside of his stomach was warm and cozy. It was only then that Suor looked at the panel. Name Sumor. Age, 18. Realm, Martial Artist 7. Martial Art, Stacking Waves Blade Technique, Yellow Grade Medium 1000/30. 000. Proficiency, Medium Success 5000/50. 000. Treading Snow, Yellow Grade Medium 10,000/50,000. Proficiency, Minor Success 10,000/50,000. Blood Value, 105000/200000. Kill Points, 275. 000. Consuming 95,000 kill points, the realm broke through once more, turning into the 8th level of Martial Artist. The remaining 180. 000 killing points were not enough to break through to the 9th level of the Martial Artist. And this encounter with the crisis also let Sumor know the importance of treading snow. 40,000 kill points were added to snow treading proficiency, and the minor accomplishment became a medium accomplishment, and another 50,000 were added to become a major accomplishment. Sumor's mind moved, and his hands hastily stretched out, finally stopping next to the wall. It was so fast, more than twice as fast as before. There were still 90,000 kill points remaining. Sumor sighed. Risking so much danger plus luck to obtain 270,000 kill points, and this was all used up. Looking at the stacked wave blade technique, Sumor chose to raise his level, consuming 29,000 and turning it into a high grade of yellow. The proficiency level was refreshed every time the martial skill grade was upgraded, which was something that could not be helped, as upgrading was equivalent to a new gongfu. With the addition of 45,000, the yellow grade high grade stacked wave blade became a minor success. Name Sumor. Age, 18. Realm, 8th level of Martial Artist. Martial Art, Stacking Waves Blade Technique, Yellow Grade High Grade 30. 000/100. 000. Proficiency, Minor Achievement 50. 000/100. 000. Treading Snow, Yellow Grade Medium 10,000/50,000. Proficiency, Dichung 50,000/1000000. Blood Value, 2000000/500000. Kill Points, 16. 000. To break through to the 9th level of martial arts requires 300,000 kill points, and there is the Vein Passage realm behind it. As for living outside the city, Sumor wouldn't dare. At night even the city gates might have demonic beasts. This little bit of strength he had now was simply a giveaway when he went out. After Sumor packed up, he chose to go to the Martial Artist Guild. After all, the storage ring was ruthlessly stuffed, and exchanging it for money can add a lot of things again, such as the storage ring needs to be changed. 2 cubic meters of space was still too small for Sumor. After arriving at the Martial Artist Guild, Shirayuki was dozing off while sitting on the counter. After seeing Sumor come over, his eyes lit up and he immediately took out a computer. Come on, I can't wait. Sumor pulled something out. Hundreds of feathers from the vulture. Bai Yu picked it up and took a look at it. Good stuff. Second level. 6th order demonic beasts. 113. 130,000. 3,399,000. Sumor took the wolf skin out. First class. Not particularly valuable. 460. 5,000 apiece. 2,300,000. Finally, Sumor took out that cyan-colored demon crystal. It's actually born from a plant-type mutation. It's a good thing. It's a pity it's only a level 1. $1,200,000. This thing can be used to refine pills. It's a bit more expensive. If it was any other level it would only sell for $1 million. 102. plus 203, plus 339, for a total of 6,899, plus the 2 million you were given before. You now have 8,880. Congratulations, you finally have money. Should the storage ring be changed? Sumo was speechless, looking at Bayu's face of excitement. This was catching him as a big wrong seed oohing and awing. This is a 10 cubic meter storage ring. 5 million. Do you want it? Sumor couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air after hearing this. What was the difference between this and robbery? There was no choice but to bite the bullet and buy it. How much can I sell these 2 cubes for? Sumor took the ring off. 200,000. Sumor's face was dark. Damn. It was expensive when he bought it, but it was really cheap when he sold it. There are also special means of removing the marks on them. And labor is expensive. I'm not for sale. By then 2 cubic meters can hold stuff too. After the $5 million were scratched away, looking at the remaining 3 million or so, Sumor's heart was dripping blood. It's good money. It's really not worth spending. Does the radar need changing? Shirayuki brought out another radar, looking more sophisticated. It's a good deal. It only costs 2 million. Oh. It can detect the movement of the surrounding 50 meters. Even the demonic beasts of the pulse-passing realm can be detected. Sumor's eyes lit up after hearing this, and she bit her teeth and bought it. The original radar could only be sold for $100,000 and was no longer useful, so Sumor could only use it to sell. Is there a potion? The one you gave me to eat. You can't afford it. Shirayuki had one hand resting on her fragrant cheeks while the other drew circles on the counter. How much? Level 1 pills, 5 million apiece. Level 2 pills 10 million. Holy shit. What's the difference between this and a robbery? Why is the blood increasing pill so cheap? Because only that elixir can be machine made. The others can't. Chi in blood, martial artist, penetrating veins, divine orifices, and transfiguration, which are the early stages of the realm. Transfiguration is the shedding of mortal dust to become a spiritual body more suitable for cultivation, awakening attributes, and also needing to awaken the 2 attributes of fire and wood in order to refine elixirs. So that's why pills are expensive. Sumor sighed helplessly. The poor man had no words. Looking at Sumor's depressed appearance, Bayu covered her mouth and laughed out. That's a big computer. So little brother, you still need to work on getting your sister to tie your hair up. You don't have enough money. Sumo was speechless, not thinking that a joking remark. Bayu used to poke fun at himself. While Sumor and Bayu were joking, the 10th high school, Zhang Dahai and Li Woyo had already arrived. Principal Fang Jianyu was waiting at the door. He could have not come, mainly because he wanted to inquire about who had broken through to martial arts. The school blood gas test, 2, didn't check out. 2 of you inside. No, put things in order. We have an inspection to do. What class is Sue Ballad in? The principal's mind tightened. It couldn't be about the previous fall into the water. The thing about falling into the water before is not that one thing. The principal's expression changed after hearing this, and he led the 2 of them to the 9th class of the senior year where Su Rouge was. The people in class 9 looked at Li Woyo and Zhang Hai, who appeared outside. Their complexion changed. Of course they knew these 2 people. As long as these 2 bogeymen appeared, there was bound to be no good things. Zhou Liang's expression changed. It couldn't be that what he did was exposed. Sumor had already become a martial artist, an 18-year-old martial artist. The weight was too great. The entire class fell silent, and there were some worried students with a fine layer of sweat already appearing on their foreheads. They all have a suspicion that it's about Sumor. As a result, Zhang Dahai and also Li Woyo walked up to Su Ro. After school today, you come to the security management office. You steal Sumor's ID card, account book. Private theft and sell the house is not the right procedure. The class had a strange face. This one thing they didn't know. Zhou Liang's color changed. At that time, he was still looking for someone to help with the process. It's in the past. So why is it such a big deal that things are leaking out today? The buyer said there was something wrong with the house, and our investigation revealed that the house belonged to Sumor, who was still alive and was not present, and that this one thing was out of order. I'm sure you know who the person who bought the house is. We're under pressure too, so please cooperate. Li Woyo as well as Zhang Dahai left without looking back after finishing. At this moment, the people in the class changed in color. Those who hadn't spoken up for Sumor before looked at Su Rhythm with contempt in their eyes, but they knew that Sumor had gone to work odd jobs after school before, and on vacation too. Now he's actually selling the house his parents left behind, or selling it in secret. Fang Jianyu's face turned black. If this one thing became a big deal, coupled with the previous matter of falling into the water, the face of Ten Hai was finished. You come with me. Fang Jianyu snorted coldly. Su Ro followed behind, the gazes of the rest of the class piercing her heart as if they were sharp knives. Sumor, you're so cruel. You treat me like this. Thanks to me giving you $2,000 to rent an apartment. You've become a martial artist and you're still so calculating. Why are you so careful? Fong Zhengyu returned to his office, and Su Ruan stood next to him, not daring to speak. Fong Zhengyu held a piece of information inside his hand. Su Ro's chi blood value showed 109. There were still 2 months before the martial arts exam, so he might be able to reach 200 to become a martial artist. There was also a profile of Su Moore, with a chi and blood value of 18, who had been dismissed. 2 people are siblings. Why? Su Rang knew he couldn't say anything about his brother's breakthrough. I wanted to break through as a martial artist before the exams, and after my brother was expelled, he squandered his money and had no choice but to do so, and I'm certain that I'll break through the martial realm by the time the martial exam comes around. Yesterday, my chi and blood value had broken through 193. Fong Zhengyu's eyes lit up after hearing this. If he could really break through to martial artist, all those things Su Rouge did would be trivial, even after the martial arts exams came. If they were accepted into any of the key academies, those voices of discussion would actively disappear. That's what genius brings. Are you sure? It's a sure thing. The house has been sold. I didn't waste it. I used it to buy things to increase my strength. I don't have a lot of money in my hand right now. If I need to pay for the problems with the house, I may have to drop out of school and go to work to pay off the debt. You go back first. After Su Ruan left, the principal called Wang Yang. Mr. Wang, you're the homeroom teacher of class 9. How about the one called Su Moore? Wang Yang's heart tightened and an angry expression appeared on his face. It ended with a helpless sigh. Principal, Su Moore. This student, the blood value has been stuck at 18, cannot break through. Usually look quite hard-working, but after one thing happened, I realized that I know the face of a man and not his heart. As Wang Yang added more fuel to the fire, Fong Zhengyu slammed on the table with a bang. Good dismissal. Mr. Wang, you did a good job. It would have been really troublesome if it was exposed. I also want to thank Zhou Liang, another great general of your 9th class. You go back. I'll take care of this one. You guys don't have to ask. Wang Yang left the principal's office and closed the door before letting out a sigh of relief. Without realizing it, his back was already soaked. At this time Zhou Liang was standing on the aisle, obviously waiting for Wang Yang. Have you arranged that one thing yet? Wang Yang was still a bit uneasy. Don't worry, everything is ready. It's just that kid is hiding somewhere, and my men have found no trace of him. What about your side? I'm almost ready to move on my end. When the time comes. After Zhang Dehai and also Li Wuyo came back, they saw that Su Moore was already sitting in Lu Shuetian's office. The two of them also came over and gave a greeting to Su Moore. Elder brother Su Moore, this piece of protective clothing is yours. Su Moore looked at the protective clothing that Lu Shuetian took out from within his spatial ring. It was as thin as a cicada's wing, cold to the touch, and had a strong toughness. Su Moore knew that Lu Shuetian should have spent a great deal of effort. Thank you, brother Lu. You're still being polite to me. This is for both of you. The two men looked at the protective clothing, their hearts and minds agitated. This was a means to save their lives. It might just save their lives in a pinch. Jingle bells, jingle bells. Lu Shuetian's phone rang, and Su Moore and the three of them were about to leave. Old brother Su Moore, none of them are outsiders. So listen too. After Lu Shuetian connected, the three of Su Moore sat down. Hey, old Fong, what's up? There's really one thing about the houses. You should know that. Several ears perked up at the word houses. I know that the procedure wasn't legal before I let someone get to her. Old Lu, is the person who bought the house not simple? Yeah, he's from the martial arts guild, and she said there's a problem with the housing. There was silence on the other side of the phone. No one from the martial artist guild could be easily messed with. How much compensation is required? There's one more person involved. Su Moore. Hearing the word Su Moore, Fong Zhengyu became angry. Such a brute is not to be mentioned. I do think that Su Ro did nothing wrong, including that time when he fell into the water. It must have been Su Mo who planted the evidence and framed him for the crime. Knowing the face of a man is not knowing the face of a man. Su Moore quietly listened and did not make a sound. Li Wuyo Zhang Dehai did not dare to breathe a breath. Why? It's a scandal aside. Just say the word on how much you need to pay. House sold for 5 million. Triple damages. 15 million. Can you get in touch with the person who bought the house for me and I'll give her the money and this whole thing will be over? No, you've got it wrong. This is the compensation for the person who bought the house. And there's something in there for Su Moore. And also from the man who bought the house to purchase it back to Su Moore. That's not right. After I compensate, the house will be equivalent to mine. I'll just return it to Su Moore. Why do I need to buy it again? They're a martial arts guild. They waste time dealing with these things. How much money does that place make in an hour? Then make the connection for me. Could be. After Lu Shuetian hung up the phone, he realized that Su Moore didn't show an angry look. Old brother Su Moore, Do you want to help you inquire about which people planted you? No need. There is still Zhou Liang's handiwork in this matter. The strength behind him is not simple. The things that piss people off the most about students are just those. You can figure it out with your ass. I'd like to ask Lu for a favor. First, then, Lu Shuetian's eyes widened as if looking at a monster as he stared at Su Mor. Elder brother Su is really extraordinary. Truly the preparations are matchless. By the way, I've got another videotape here of the guys you filmed when you were at the rental house. Su Mor's eyes flowed with emotion. Thanks. It's not a surprise. We call it an investment. You're a potential stock. Su Mor nodded. There are some things that are fine to keep in mind. They don't need to be said. When are you going to officially tear yourself away from them? Isn't the martial arts exam still 2 months away? I'll give them a big gift then. The background behind Zhou Liang is a bit troublesome to deal with individually, so why don't we take care of it all in one pot? Then, if my principal can go so far out of her way to help Su Ro, it looks like that good sister of mine can break through to martial artist before the martial exam arrives. I'll make her realize that even if she breaks through to martial artist, she can't fly with her wings. This is something I obtained outside the city. Brother Lu, you three can use it to build weapons. Su Mor took out a few vulture feathers, which were left for Lu Shuetian and the three of them when they didn't sell out last time. Relationships also need to be maintained. The three of them wanted to refuse, and Su Mor had already walked out. Brother Lu, that Fang Jiangyu is your classmate, right? Zhang Dahai opened his mouth and asked. It's a classmate no less, making decisions on anything without investigating, and it looks like that position has made him feel like no one dares to deceive him. In fact, if we hadn't seen old brother Su Mo put up a fight, we would have thought that old brother Su Mo was a waste of space who couldn't break through 20 in terms of chi and blood. And we won't help him so much. The world is in the wrong place. And the world is in the wrong place. In this world nowadays, whoever has the biggest fist is the reason. They don't care about old brother Su Mor. And it's because Su Mor is a loser. Su Mor hadn't been gone long when he received a text message. Do you want to come over? The principal of the 10th high school is coming over. I'll pass. In the middle of the martial artist guild, Su Ro looked at the text message in her hand and raised her head to look at Fang Jiangyu. Principal Fang is really a good principal. Stepping in to solve the student's difficulties. Miss Bai is joking. Of course I have to step in when a student makes a little mistake. Then congratulations to Principal Fang for obtaining a martial genius. After Fang Jiangyu heard this, a smile swept across his face. Name one condition. Miss White, $20 million, and I'll return the house to that Su Mor by then. The principal nodded and took out his martial artist badge, not showing any fluctuations after seeing $20 million less on it. It's easy for the strong to make money, but $20 million is a lot for a principal. Slow down. Seeing Fang Jiangyu leave, Baiyu looked at the extra $20 million on her account, a touch of playfulness hanging at the corner of her mouth. Hey, security management? Give the house back to Su Mor. After hanging up, dial another number. Hey, little brother, the payout is here. $20 million. The house is yours again. You're not going to kick me out, are you? I can't let you live for nothing. Do you have to pay something? How about I cook for you? Forget it then. I want to live 2 more years. After hanging up the phone, Su Mor just came back and his face darkened. Shit is really shady. Su Rouge was a meter away from Su Mor this time. Why? Su Ro's small face became cold. Su Mor now has no desire to talk to her. Wasting words that effort is better than going outside the city to hunt a demonic beast. I asked you. Answer me. Why did you do it? Do you have any idea how much it has embarrassed me in class? How does that make my classmates look at me? How does that make the principal look at me? How can you be so selfish? I didn't even bother with you when you threw me inside the water. I sold the house to increase my strength so that we could have a better life. Didn't I give you $2,000? You're so heartless. I'm your sister no matter what. Su Ballad, do you think I can kill you now? Do you think people will know if I kidnap you and drag you outside the city to kill you? Looking at Su Mor's cold eyes, Su Ro subconsciously took a few steps back. You, Su Mor, you wait. After Su Ro left, her expression tensed up, and she had wanted to ask for some money on Su Mor. There is no longer any way to get money out of Su Mor now that she's completely torn from her. She promised the principal that she could become a martial artist by then. As long as she became a martial artist, she would have a chance to enter the northern courtyard. At that time she would be the genius in the limelight. After selling the house, she spent money lavishly. There were a few extra millions inside the card, which at first she told herself was going to be used to increase her strength. Every day the dormitory people discusses how much I this piece of clothing. Tens of thousands of dollars. Even thinking about it she resented why her adoptive parents died so young. As long as she went out of the city to hunt a bit of demonic beasts, she would be just like those people in the dormitory. The latter was even more resentful that Sumor was a waste. Every time someone mentioned Sumor, she had anger in her heart. Why would there be such a waste of a person, or her brother? Go out and do odd jobs and work hard for only a few dozen or $100 a day. She resented it when it was given to her, but she didn't have much money. The $500,000 that Sumor had transferred to her earlier had long been spent cleanly by her. As a result, now that he has become a martial artist and can earn money, he has actually turned his face away. Sumor, you wait. I will make you regret it, and when the time comes, I will make you kneel in front of me and beg for my forgiveness. A scowl appeared on Suro's small face. She had already thought about becoming a martial artist, entering the North Courtyard, and becoming the object of others' starry eyes. How many rich, powerful, and noble gentlemen with strong backgrounds would fight for her and eat their veggies? Taking a deep breath, he snapped out of his fantasy and took a medallion from inside his pocket. It had been acquired by her parents before they died, and now that she had no money, it was time for this item to fulfill her great value. She knew how risky it was to sell this. As long as she became a martial artist and entered the Northern Courtyard, someone would naturally take care of it for her at that time, especially with the principal taking care of her room for her. It made her even more aware that she had a lot of value to play up. Zhou Liang, do you know anyone from the black market? Recognize, but if you want me to introduce you, you'll have to agree to one condition, and it's for your own good. What? After Zhou Liang's conditions entered his ears, Su Ro's eyes lit up with pain and excitement. Okay, I'll agree to your terms. There's no use having a brother who disrespects his sister like that. I'll give you a call. After Su Ro hung up, she saw the number Zhou Liang had sent. Sumor, you wait. It will be your end soon. After Sumor terrorized Su Ballot away, the phone rang. Brother Sumor, we have monitored Su Ro heading to the black market. Then I'll trouble Brother Lu. It's best to record and film the things they talk about. I've sent someone to make arrangements. After hanging up the phone, Sumor took a deep breath. Su Ro, you really are a wolf. But this was just what Sumor expected. This was Su Rhythm's style. Stupid, unaware, self-righteous, White Lotus. Sumor glanced at the time. It was only noon. There was still time to make a trip outside the city. Breaking through the vein passage realm required a large amount of kill value, and when the time came, one would have to purchase the heart technique. Including upgrading martial arts also required a large amount of kill value. Shirayuki had given him a chance, and he had to take it. The North Courtyard, there was a place where geniuses gathered, and it would be a new challenge. Sumor put the protective clothing inside. The protective clothing that was cold to the touch had a warm feeling when worn on the body. It also doesn't affect physical flexibility. After packing up, Sumor walked towards the outside. When he came to the city gates, Bai Xiu looked at Sumor and his eyes lit up, this time taking the initiative to welcome him. Old brother Sumor still has to leave the city. Sumori nodded. Nothing to do. Go out and earn some money. Bai Xiu was speechless. Other people out of the city gates cannot be so easy, which is not a face of gravity. But he was relieved to think that Sumor looked like he was stocking up. Bai Xiu's eyes glanced at a few figures. He saw Sumor's relaxed face and his eyes glanced at him without a second thought, so he had obviously noticed it long ago. After Sumor came out, he stepped on the snow and moved, leaving behind a trail of residual shadows, and his body had long since left dozens of meters away. After the 5 people in the back lit up their martial artist badges, they went out of the city gates and had already discovered that Sumor had disappeared without a trace. Damn! This kid runs so fast. Find. He must not have gotten far. What the Duke has arranged for us. We must do well. Yes. The 5 people simultaneously chased after Sumor in the direction he left. Kill 1 Thunder Shadow Leopard. Gain 40 kill points. Kill 1 Bamboo Worm. Gain 15 kill points. Kill 1 Fire Cloud Python. Gain 60 kill points. Kill 10 Fire Cloud Pythons. Gain 600 kill points. After Sumor found a mutated python nest, he directly killed it. The figure moved and headed towards the depths. The white zone was too little for Sumor to obtain kill points. He needed a large amount of kill points and could only venture forward. Not to mention the protective suit, which gave him a better chance of escaping in the face of danger. Treading snow also upgraded. Even the sword technique was upgraded, and it's a hairy thing to come out without risking anymore. As for the few people who had their eyes on him, they should have been arranged by Zhou Liang. 1 martial artist 9th level, 4 martial artist 7th level. If he killed them all, Zhou Liang should be heartbroken. Sumor was a martial artist of the 8th level and was certain to kill them, but the dead have a role to play. Demon beasts can nest with schemes. Why can't Sumor? That's why Sumor deliberately left traces along the way, aiming to make them follow him. Taking out the map and determining the general location, he was now running into the light green area marked by the map. Beep beep beep. At this time, The radar issued a warning that there were demonic beasts of the Passage Vein realm appearing in the surroundings, and there was more than one. Sumore's eyes lit up. Those who were chasing Sumore's eyes lit up after seeing Sumore stop. I didn't expect this little brat to run so fast. After they got close to Sumore, Sumore turned her head and bared her teeth at them. A chill rose from behind. Sumore swung out his sword as if a giant wave was continuous. But the ones who split were not them, but those Passage Vein realm demonic beasts. Ho! Ho! The ground rolled as a stone python burrowed out of the ground, and tens of meters in a circle were destroyed. The dozens of meters of stone pythons looked like boulders stitched together. One pair of eyes was like a blood moon. Sumo stepped on the snow and moved. His figure had long run hundreds of meters away. Not good. Retreat. The Blood Panther's face changed drastically after seeing the stone python, and there was horror in his eyes. Big brother, look behind you. Turning his head to look, his soul was scared away. A dense swarm of mutated poisonous bees. Although it was a grade 1 demonic beast, thousands of them added up and covered the clouds. There were also a few poison peak tails emitting a reddish aura, like they were blood-stained. Big brother, we've been tricked. That kid did it on purpose. Damn. The Gungzi said that guy was only a martial artist first level. I didn't think that the mind was actually so sinister. Buzz off. Venomous Bee's black eyes flickered as he stared at the 5 men dead in the face. Grunt. Grunt. The sound of gagging rang out as the 5 men stood with their backs to each other. The poisonous bees had split into 5 clusters to stare them dead in the face. Thousands of poisonous bees were enough for them to cope with, and as long as they were touched by the poisonous needles, their lives would be in danger. Not to mention that there was a stone python eyeing them from the side. Big brother, can we still go back alive? Can I still go back to Xiaochui? Shut up and join forces to kill Poison Peak first. Kill the road so we can have a chance to escape. The leader of the poisonous bees' wings flapped and swept down from the sky towards the 5 men. The 5 men rushed out to respond. Sumore hid in the distance, hiding his tracks. Should I buy a kung fu that can mask my breath? A thought popped up in Sumore's mind. I don't know if the ones for sale are available. Such a feat was definitely not common, but it was definitely a means to save one's life outside of the city. Sumore had already made up his mind that when he went back, he must buy a copy. Shirayuki should have the way. Ah, big brother save me. 2 of them, stung by the leader of the poisonous peaks, swelled rapidly. His body went limp and he sat on his butt. Dizzy. Bang. 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 A sword chi appeared, and the heads of those 2 martial artists rolled down with a grunt. Kill 2 7th level martial artists. Gain 44,000 kill points. Killed 60 poisonous bees. Gained 1,200 kill points. Have the guts to come out. What kind of hero is hiding behind your back? A murderous intent enveloped Blood Panther as he watched his 2 brothers drink hate. The long knife in his hand glowed red. With a swing of the blade, the leader of the poisonous bees emitted a special fluctuation. Those poisonous bees converged together, their poisonous needles bursting with black light. The red glow and the black glow collided together and disappeared. Sumore's eyes changed. Why didn't that stone python move? It's as if they're jealous of those poisonous peaks. Suor fumbled with his chin. The stacked wave blade was swung out, and the 50 layers of blade waves continuously slashed at the stone python. Bang! 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 The blade chi landed on the stone python, and a layer of gray light appeared on top of the stone python without receiving the slightest damage. But the stone python's ferocity was also aroused, rushing at the 3 men winding up. The leader of the poisonous bees' black eyes glowed with a flash of light after seeing it. The entire swarm of poisonous bees surrounded the stone python's massive body as it came to a halt. Sumore's eyes flickered after he noticed this scene. The poisonous bees should possess special means to make the stone python die. Sumore, being a good person, decided to help them out a bit. The stone python didn't dare to move, and those poisonous bees once again stared at the 3 people. Blood Panther's face was pale. They all said that they were not afraid of death. When they really faced death, they would all cower. This time the poisonous wasps swarmed across the room. The stone python retreated one after another, its huge body moving and rumbling around it. 3 figures lay on the ground, their bodies swollen and blackened. A blade chi appeared from a distance, leaving a gully about a meter wide on the ground. The 3 Blood Panther heads turned with difficulty, and only a slit in their eyes saw a flash of white blade chi. But 3 sounds rang out as blood flowed onto the ground. Kill 1 martial artist 9. Gain 26,000 kill points. Kill 2 of the 7th level of martial artist. Gain 26,000 kill points. The wings of the poisonous wasp flapped and attacked in the direction where Sumore was. It was this old 6 who made a move to kill his kind just now. Sumo stepped on the snow and moved, only leaving behind a trail of residual shadows as the stacked wave blade continued to swing out. The blade chi was like waves, one after another. Put. The sound of falling kept ringing out. Kill 50 poisonous bees. Gain 000 kill points. Kill 30 poisonous bees. Gain 600 kill points. After Sumor swung a strike, his figure drifted off into the distance. Venomous bees have wings and are very fast. The ones especially following the leader of the poisonous bees. Their wings stirred faster and faster. It was about to catch up with Sumor. Sumor's body came to a violent stop and violently stomped towards the ground. The body leapt high with this force. Stacked waves. A 3-meter-sized blade chi swung away from his hand. All the poisonous bees that came along the way split in half. Sumo stepped on the snow and ran, reversing his direction towards the stone python. Kill 160 poisonous bees. Gain 4,000 kill points. Sumor's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Sure enough, his choice to race treading snow to greatness was the biggest gain. Otherwise, he would really be in big trouble when facing this swarm of poisonous bees. Sumor had already seen that the stone python was large and powerful, and its body was too clumsy. The stone python was clearly a grade 2 demonic beast, but when it saw Sumo, its figure kept retreating, because thousands of poisonous peaks followed densely behind. The stone python's blood-red eyes stared at Sumor, as if saying, "Don't come over, don't come over." The stone python looked at Sumor and ignored it, running straight at it. Tail flicks, came the sound of breaking air. Sumor's body jumped up and went with the trend, moving quickly over the stone python's body. The leader of the poisonous bees in the back stopped his body. The wing frequency then began to change. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of poisonous bees tailed up. Bang, bang, bang. The poisonous needles detached from the body and rushed at Sumor and shot fiercely. Sumor's body jumped and turned back with a slash. A 3-meter-sized blade chi did not slash at the poisonous needles. Instead, it falls on top of the poisonous bees that shoot the needles. Kill 300 poisonous wasps. Gain 6,000 kill points. The corners of Sumor's mouth rose. This was the result he wanted. At this time Sumor's footsteps lurched, and his speed slowed down. Looking back he saw a gray glow emanating from the stone python as it became heavy around his body. Sumo landed in the distance and took a deep breath. You really can't be careless yet. Those poisonous needles landed on the stone python, making clanking sounds and sparks. The stone python's body twisted and swept towards the poisonous wasps in the sky. With one strike, hundreds of poisonous bees did not avoid it and were directly smashed. The smell of blood filled the place where the battle was fought. The swarm of poisonous wasps were even separated by this blow from the stone python, and a blank area appeared in the center. The black eyes of the leader of the poisonous bees flashed a black aura. The swarms of poisonous bees converged once more, falling from the sky in an all-encompassing manner to attack the stone python. Sumor stood at a distance and gulped a mouthful of saliva at the sight. The gray light on the stone python's body was getting thicker and thicker, and the swarm of poisonous bees clearly gave their figures a lurch when they reached their side. The stone python swept across the room, and the poisonous swarm of poisonous bees kept shooting out poisonous needles. Sumori knew this was an opportunity. The black knife in his hand was raised. Essence cohesion. Stacked waves. Layers of blade chi overlapped and coalesced 70 layers. As he swung the sword, the black blade was trembling, and tiny cracks had already appeared on it. The stone python also has a poisonous swarm of bees. Did not expect Sumor to be able to burst out with such a terrifying power. Venomous bee wants to snake the poisonous needles on the stone python. The stone python desperately fought off the poisonous needles. The addition of this third-party force directly alarmed both sides. After the blow, Sumor's chest rose and fell. Half of the stone python's body was directly cut off from the center. The leader of the poisonous wasps also turned into two halves, and the swarm of poisonous wasps behind them was once again separated. The blade chi passed through the swarm of poisonous wasps, leaving a 10-meter-long gully on the ground. Sumor once again saw the power of the stacked wave blade technique. Slowly approaching the stone python, the closed eyes suddenly opened, opening a bloody mouth to swallow Sumor. Sumor was prepared for this and grabbed the broken half of his body, the muscles of his entire body bulging. Click! The stone python bites into the broken half of the body. It finally fell to the ground, never to be heard from again. Kill the second-grade demonic beast stone python. Gain 60,000 kill points. Kill the leader of the poisonous wasps and gain 30,000 kill points. Kill the swarm of poisonous bees. Gain 36,000 kill points. Looking at the remaining several hundred poisonous bees that wanted to flee, Sumor stepped on the snow and moved, his hand rising and falling. In the blink of an eye, several hundred poisonous bees were directly killed. Kill 420 poisonous bees. Gain 9,000 kill points. Fearing a problem like the last time, Sumor collected the poisonous bee needles. The fact that he could easily decapitate the stone python just now was also due to the fact that that place had been attacked by the dwelling poison needle and had become vulnerable. Perhaps this was why the stone python was afraid of the poisonous bees. Although there were no second-grade poisonous bees, it couldn't be helped that there were more of them. Seeing the body of the stone python, Sumor pried the head open, but unfortunately, there was no demon crystal inside, not even among those poisonous bees. The stone python body was the best material, but a lot of it was destroyed by the poisonous bees. After Sumor put away the remaining ones, he stared at the decapitated corpses. Walking over to Blood Panther, he took out his cell phone and opened it to see the chat inside, along with his picture. Sent by Zhou Liang. Sumor carefully flipped through it and sent the package of things to Lu Shuetian. Take a picture, send it to Zhou Liang, and then smash the phone. But to Sumor's surprise, Blood Panther was wearing a ring on his hand. I didn't notice it before when I was just remembering to kill him. The gold belt of murder and arson. After packing up his things, Sumor left this place. Zhou Liang, who was in the middle of a class, almost vomited after seeing the cell phone picture. 3 corpses cut down the middle, still bleeding, their faces hideously horribly swollen and blackened all over. Zhou Liang suppressed the fear within him and dialed the phone out. Couldn't get through, then sent the photo to Grandpa. There was no message sent across the street. Zhou had a bad feeling in his conscience. They went after Sumor. Now they're dead. What about Sumor? Is there anything wrong? They should have encountered a swarm of poisonous bees. Zhou Liang's throat rolled a little as he looked at the message from his grandfather. The waist-high break looked like someone else had chopped it off with a knife. Settle down for a while these days while I investigate. Zhou Liang replied with a good word, and the words on the blackboard became illusory in his eyes at the moment, turning into the grim faces of the Blood Tiger and the Blood Panther before they died. In the end, it even turned into Sumor's face, carrying a knife and slashing at him. Ah! There was a yell, and the souls of the class were almost scared out of their heads. Even the teacher stared at Zhou Liang in surprise. Are you alright, Zhou Liang student? Teacher, I'm fine. I just ran into a bit of sensation and got too excited. The teacher nodded and didn't press further. No, Sumor must die. Glancing at the balance on his card, he decided to hire some people to do away with Sumor. Lu Shuetian from the security management office looked at the pictures sent, and the screenshots of the messages, and his pupils contracted. Zhang Dahai and also Li Woyo came over, and after seeing the content on it, their complexion changed in the same way. They knew Blood Leopard. That was a martial artist of the 9th level. Who do you think sent this? Li Wuyo as well as Zhang Dahai shook their heads. They really didn't know who sent it. I'm guessing it should be from old brother Sumor. Record it separately, and when the time comes, this will be the evidence to capture Zhou Liang. The 2 people hadn't reacted from Lu Shuetian's words. Brother Lu, are you saying that this was made by old brother Sumor? Elder brother Sumor is only at the 6th level of martial artist, even if he breaks through to the 7th level, but Blood Leopard is at the 9th level of martial artist. It's just that I'll have to be injured if I make a move to try to take him down. Have you seen an 18-year-old martial artist of the 7th level? Lu Shuetian asked a rhetorical question, leaving the 2 people dumbfounded. You don't say it's true. They really haven't seen it before. At least they haven't appeared in the northern district. The 18-year-old martial artist they had seen seemed to be Sumor as well. Record it separately. And how about that thing old brother Sumor arranged for us to do? Don't worry, brother Lu. I'm personally keeping an eye on this one thing. There will be no accidents. Now that I'm already collecting evidence, when they wrongly accuse old brother Sumor, that's when we'll make our move. Lu Shuetian nodded his head. These 2 people were his beloved, cultivated along the way, and he was relieved to do things. Old brother Sumor is perfectly capable of investigating on his own. He's looking up to us by letting us help. We mustn't spoil brother Sumor's business. The 2 men nodded with a serious look on their faces. After coming out from the martial artist guild, Baiyu looked outside with worry in her eyes. That brat hadn't come back yet, and she couldn't get through on the phone, especially after her brother told him that someone was after Sumor. It worried her even more. At this moment, Sumor didn't know that a big thunder sister had been worrying about him. This time Sumor was in the green zone, staring at a group of mutated beetles with thousands of them. The demonic beasts that fell alone were no longer attractive to Sumor, mainly because they were not strong enough. Sumo's body moved and rushed at the mutated beetles to kill them. With Sumor's strike, the beetle charged at Sumor with its hard shell. Sumor's stacking wave blade was continuously executed, and treading snow was utilized to the extreme. Instead of touching Sumor, those mutant beetles crashed together. Sumor caught his chance and struck quickly. The blade energy kept swinging out. Kill 300 mutant beetles. Gain 1000 kill points. Kill 400 mutant beetles. Gain 1200 kill points. Kill 200 mutant beetles. Gain 600 kill points. Kill a mutant beetle. Gain 13,000 kill points. Sumor pulled the spikes off the beetle's head and turned to leave. Now Sumor is just a shot in the dark. Sumor had just left not long ago, stopping his steps and staring into the distance with a grave expression on his face. A pair of blood-red eyes showed up in the mist, and the figure could not be seen clearly. Sumor could clearly feel the beating of his heart as he stood still. The blood-red eyes that were as if the size of a millstone stared at Sumor in death. Sumor backed up, constantly on guard. After waiting for that glimpse of a figure to appear, Sumor's soul almost flew away in fear. The trail was finally revealed. Without saying a word, Sumor turned around and ran. In the blink of an eye, the figure disappeared without a trace. Sumor had a look of horror in his expression. He thought of a question that Shirayuki had given him earlier. Only demonic beasts with special bloodlines could give birth to demonic crystals. This one mutated long snake. No, it shouldn't be described as a snake. It should be a boa. Sumor also felt a familiar aura of the mutated water snake that he and Lu Shuatian had decapitated. The weather of the two demonic beasts was similar. Sumor treading snow was utilized to the extreme. Not long after the ground rumbled, many demonic beasts appeared and ran towards the distance. When Sumor saw the densely packed demonic beasts, the only thing in his heart was escape. When he saw the demonic beasts that suffered from trampling, he didn't forget to pull out his poisonous stinger and shoot it. Kill a mutant bear. Gain 6,000 kill points. Kill a mutant tiger. Gain 10,000 kill points. Sumor glanced back and his soul almost flew away in fear. The ground cracked and trees shattered wherever the massive 100-meter figure passed. All obstacles along the way were destroyed under the body. Snicker. Sumor's back was cold. Looking back, hundreds of water arrows appeared, shooting directly at Sumor. Sumor hurriedly added points to the treading snow grade, consuming 40,000 to become a high-quality yellow grade, followed by proficiency adding 50,000 points to become a small success, and another 100,000 points to become a medium success. Double the speed and almost lose control. After stabilizing his body, he felt that the power in his body was also rapidly draining away. He was only at the 8th level of martial artist, and running the yellow grade high grade treading snow at full strength for a long time would be a bit of a stretch. Gorilla. Yeah, gorilla. Sumor suddenly remembered the gorilla. After taking out the map and taking a look at it, he continued to run off into the distance. Passing by the demonic beasts that suffered from trampling, Sumor didn't forget to make up for it. But you can't pick up materials. It's all money, millions and millions of dollars. The boa is also getting faster. Kill 20 demonic beasts and gain 350,000 kill points. Sumor actually felt a wave of kindness after seeing that pair of scarlet eyes in the distance. As a result, the next moment something that left Sumor dumbfounded happened. After seeing the boa, the 100-meter giant ape turned around and ran away, disappearing in an instant. Grass. What a loser. Useless. It clicked, and there was an icy chill coming from all around. The boa spat out water arrows that turned to ice, freezing everything it touched. Sumor winced as the poison needles in his hands kept flinging away. Well, can't even break the ice. Descending from the mortal. This boa is the realm of descending from the mortal. Sumor hurriedly added $300,000. The 8th level of martial artist turned into the 9th level. Sumor's speed increased once again, and his tired body recovered once again. But as it continued to run for some time, Sumor realized that the boa's body stopped. Sumor has a bad premonition in his heart. Motherfucker, it won't run the red zone. The surrounding demonic beasts lay on the ground, directly passing out. Since boa didn't dare to come forward, Sumor directly struck out, and with Sumor cutting their flesh and blood open, the red zone, one can only take a gamble. Hunted and killed 60 demonic beasts, gained 280,000 kill points. Sumor put away some materials and had dug up a demon crystal. This was a bit of a surprise to Sumor. Sumor suddenly felt that it was dark. It turned out to be a pair of wings that blocked out the sky. Boa's gaze was also fixed on the figure in the sky. After seeing this scene, Sumor sneaks away. The huge divine eagle in the sky didn't stare at Sumor. Looking at boa, that pair of eyes constantly turning. After Sumor changed directions, he hurriedly ran towards the city gates. Not long after, a cold aura appeared, and the great battle in the distance made a popping sound as if a cannonball had exploded. After 4 hours of running at full speed, Sumor finally saw that city. When he came in, he sat down on his butt and gasped for air. Baishou walked forward and sized up Sumor. You're looking a bit miserable today. What? And you're still being targeted by the demon beasts of Demergence. Sumor gave him a blank stare. This guy was definitely a crow's mouth. It can't be true, can it? Baishou asked again. After resting for a while, Sumor stood up and patted his butt to leave. This knock was nagged to pieces by Baishou. Not long after Sumor entered the city, a huge black shadow appeared outside. Baishou's eyes narrowed as he grasped the spear in his hand. A powerful aura kept spreading and appearing on his body. The flash of black shadow disappeared into the mist. No wonder this kid doesn't want to talk to me. It's pretty pathetic. If you can be targeted by Anaconda, this kid won't kill someone's kid, will he? Sumor still felt his legs soften and his heart palpitate on the way back. It's a good thing that Mutant Eagle was dragging Boa, or he wouldn't have made it back. Sumor took out his cell phone, looked at the incoming call on it, and dialed another number. What's wrong, old brother Sumor? You three don't go out of the city. The mutated long snake we killed earlier. His father is still alive and morphed into a boa. Lu Shuetian's shocked voice came from the cell phone. So you're okay? Look at my broken mouth. The fact that you're still calling me means you're okay. I've made a separate backup of that one piece of information, and the person I've planted in the black market brought me a message that Zhou Liang went over today. I know. Thanks Lu. After hanging up the phone, Sumor walked towards the Martial Artist Guild. Goo, which big beauty is this that is turning into a lookout stone? Sumor sat on his butt in front of Shirayuki. I thought you were dead out there. Sumor shook his head and didn't say anything about being in danger outside. Come and see what these are worth. Sumor took out the materials in his head, and a strong smell of blood emanated throughout the great hall. Shirayuki's eyes lit up as she took the computer and began to calculate. After half an hour, Shirayuki looked at the numbers on it. Not bad. 37,650,000. Sumor took a deep breath after hearing this, with the same excitement in his eyes. By the way, I have a couple rings here. Sumor took out a few rings. Shirayuki's pupils fluctuated after seeing it and didn't ask questions. I won't give you a valuation for these first. Maybe there are other things inside. I'll give you a valuation when it's time to open it with special means. Plus what's inside. Then thank you, Sister Shirayuki. No, I should be the one thanking you. My performance has skyrocketed since I met you. Sumor shook his head and didn't say anything. White Moon's guests were definitely not short of him. Sister Baiyu, are there any good heart techniques to recommend? As well as techniques to hide one's breath. Baiyu's pupils dilated when she heard Sumor say this. You wouldn't have reached the pulse passage realm, would you? Sumori shook his head. Where is it so soon? It's not about preparing in advance while there's money. I can't give you an answer today. The heart method of cultivation is very important. I'll look for it for you, including the feats to hide your breath as well. The fact that you can think of these shows that your experience is getting richer. Sister, I was doubly glad when I saw it. It's also nice to see my sister still appearing with a heavy heart. After glancing at Sumor, Baiyu transferred the money to his martial artist badge. It's an address. Baiyu took out an address and handed it to Sumor. Sumor turned around and left after taking a look at it and memorizing it in his mind. Sister Bai came back early today. I'll give you food below. You'd better really be down there, not down there. Looking at Sumor's back as he left, Baiyu's worried heart relaxed. As long as the boy is safe. Jingle bells, jingle bells. Watching that unreliable brother call, Shirayuki subconsciously wanted to hang up, but finally connected. Sister, your little doting husband is being watched by Anaconda. Has he given you the word yet? Shirayuki's heart tightened. Are you sure it's a boa? This eye of mine is getting better and better since I've been looking at the gate. Do you think I'd be wrong? I know. Baiyu hung up the phone. Go back and arrange this brat. Boa is very vindictive. This kid can't go out easily again. How about killing the boa? Shirayuki's gaze moved slightly. In the end, he still shook his head. Since Sumor didn't open his mouth, he must have wanted to solve the problem on his own. Hey, old man. Baiyu how's my undeclared shut-in disciple doing? Alive and well. But today he wants to purchase the heart technique as well as the technique to hide his breath. Oh, could it be that you've already broken through the pulse passage realm? Not yet. I reckon it's close. His cultivation speed can't be speculated by common sense. How can it be simple for someone who can cultivate treading snow in a second? Tomorrow I'll make a trip over there and you bring him to meet me without revealing my identity. Baiyu was shocked after hearing this. Okay, but you'd better give him more money or he'll get suspicious. He's close to $40 million in hand now. I'm taking disciples, not asking for money. Old man, you weren't like this before. After hanging up the phone, Baiyu also took a deep breath and quickly got ready, not thinking that the old man was really coming over. At this moment, Sumor returned home, and after washing up, he looked at the panel in front of him. Name Sumor. Age, 18. Realm, Martial Artist 9. Martial Skills, Stacked Waves Blade Technique, Yellow Grade High Grade 30. 000/100. 000, Proficiency, Small Success 100. 000/300. 000, Treading Snow, Yellow Grade High Grade 10. 000/50,000, Proficiency, Medium Success 200. 000/500. 000. Blood value, 500,000/100,000. Kill points, 530. 000. The kill points were just enough for him to break through the vein passage realm. There was still a bit of waiting for the heart technique. And the more powerful the heart technique, the wider the meridians expanded, and the more powerful it would be. If the heart technique wasn't powerful enough, he could raise it first. With 2 months left, it was definitely possible to break through the pulse passage realm. Sumor looked at the protective clothing worn on his body. That boa could clearly find him. Could it be because of this thing? You can try it out when the time comes. After making the decision, Sumor began to prepare dinner. Not long afterward Shirayuki returned. Nose sniffing. It smells so good. Now that you're back, hurry up and wash your hands for dinner. After the two sat down, Baiyu looked at Sumor. Come with me tomorrow to meet someone with a special heart technique, so be prepared to hemorrhage. Thank you Sister Shirayuki. Sumori knew that Baiyu should have contributed a lot. Just a mouthful of thanks. Then how to do? As a younger brother, money is not necessarily for you to spend. Have the strength must be for you to make. You see you use it? Bah! There's not a decent word inside your mouth. Who wants your strength? After the two bantered for a while, they each went back to their rooms to sleep. Sumor lay down on the bed and huffed and puffed. Shirayuki didn't fall asleep. She felt a few figures outside. Interesting. The eyes of Sumor in the middle of the room opened and stole out along the window. Send a message to Lu Shuetian. Faced with this kind of business delivered to his door, Lu Shuetian was of course excited. Sumor turned around and hid in the shadows. You are also here to kill Sumor. When these words came out, the three men were so frightened that their souls almost flew away. Who? Come out. The man at the head of the group asked in a small voice. I'm also here to kill Sumor. Hearing this, the three men breathed a sigh of relief. Since we are in the same path, brother might as well come out and meet us. You are not yet qualified to see me. The three men felt the oppressive aura and their expressions tightened. You guys go over there and I'll meet you. The three men pried open the door to the room stiffly. Go in and turn left. One of the innermost rooms. The three men nodded. And once inside, they headed for the innermost room on the left. They were relieved to see that there was a crack in the door. And with the help of the faint moonlight they could still see a man lying on the bed. It must be Sumor. The three men came in, pulled out daggers, and stabbed at the bed. The three of them went down together. Big brother, something's not right. The door snapped open. Lu Shuetian, Li Woyo, and Zhang Dahai stared at them with smiles. After the three people saw Lu Shuetian, they felt like the sky had collapsed. A man came outside. Not bad, but quite obedient. Sumori snickered. It's you. It was you just now. After seeing Sumor come out, this person exclaimed. Second rascal. How dare you? Lu Shuetian obviously recognized this person and said sorrowfully. Brother Lu. I'm wrong. I don't dare anymore. Someone gave us $1 million to do this. A few days ago I owed a bit of loan sharks. There's no way. You see I didn't hurt him either. Or this one thing is settled. Li Wuyo and also Zhang Dahai went to give the trio a few punches, and 3 pairs of freshly flamed panda eyes appeared. After capturing the 3 people, Lu Shuetian took them away and disappeared into the night. Sumor turned his head and returned to the room as well. Lu Shuetian hadn't gotten very far and backhanded the 3 men to knock them out and bind them. Immediately after that, the 3 people got out of the car and quickly ran towards where Sumor was. Others play sound and fury with them when they won't. But just after entering, the 3 men were dumbfounded. The house was brightly lit. Sumor stood by the side shivering, not daring to take a breath. A pretty woman with a wooden stick and a man on the ground with his teeth knocked out. And dared to sneak into my room. Who gave you the nerve? Bang bang. Both legs were knocked straight to pieces. Sumor turned his head to look at the 3 people. 3 people back past. Damn. Can't provoke. I can hide. The 3 men hid outside to smoke a cigarette. And only after they heard the commotion inside stop did the 3 men enter. It's so miserable. It doesn't look like a human being, and Shirayuki has gone into the middle of the room. Sumor crouched beside this person. Who sent you? The man crossed his head and just didn't say anything. TSK, 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 isn't that Zhou Liang? I know. Killer hasn't made any moves yet. Do you know who she is? The Martial Artists Guild. The killer opened his mouth and blood bubbled out, turning his head to look at Lu Shuetian. Lu Shuetian didn't know him, and apparently he knew Lu Shuetian. She is indeed someone from the Martial Artist Guild, and her background is not simple. If you have a child, I'm afraid you won't be able to be certified as a martial artist. You can only be a rat in the shadows, and you won't even dare to enroll in the academy. Abandoned and cursed. Don't believe it. A girl family can become a city martial arts guild head. Behind the energy can be imagined. You think, I'll say. Before Sumor's following words could be said, this person had already opened his mouth. It's Zhou Liang. He gave me $10 million to kill a young man. I still have the video recording here. Sumor's eyes held surprise after hearing this. Aren't people in your line of work the most trustworthy? I can't believe I'm going to leave a handle. I'm not like the others. Sometimes after we assassins settle things for our employers, they find someone else to kill us, and then we had to defend ourselves. Sumo was speechless, saw this person take out the USB flash drive, brought a computer and opened it, then saw the face that made Sumo hate. After Sumo made a backup copy, he handed the USB flash drive to Lu Shuetian. Don't worry, old brother. After the people were taken away, Baiyu came out of the room and sat in front of Sumo. Little brother, my sister is in shock. Do you want to sleep with her? Sumo was speechless. Sister Bai, I did notice that you seem to be quite excited. Your innocence shouldn't be feigned, right? Sumo now seriously doubted that the Baiyu in front of him was really pretending. That look of excitement on her face when she beat up that killer just now didn't seem fake. Shirayuki hung her head. I was just subjected to intimidation, and it breaks my heart that my brother wronged me like this. Yeah, just a little more amplitude like that. Shirayuki comes at Suwama with a jab. Sumo fell to the ground with a thud. Baiyu was startled, and didn't exert any force. So more. You're okay. Sumo's face grew pale. Baiyu was so anxious that tears would come down, and finally made a strong twist at Sumo's thighs. Ah! Suor clutched his legs and bared his teeth. Ha ha, give me back the pretense. You weren't even born yet when my sister knew this move. Looking at Baiyu's back, Sumo shook his head and returned to his room. This time he could finally sleep in peace. Taking out a cell phone from inside the drawer. After opening it, the video that had just been intercepted was sent to a person. Zhou Liang, of course. Zhou Liang, who lived in the apartment, heard his cell phone ring and sat up hurriedly. On it was the very video where Zhou Liang said he would kill Sumo. Zhou Liang's back was cold. Who are you? Hall of Zhou family son actually looking for killers to kill people. TSK, that called Sumo seems to be a martial artist. If proclaimed out. Zhou Liang looked at the threatening words above and was horrified in his heart. This was not the assassin he was looking for. Who the hell is it? Could it be the person who killed the Blood Panther and the Blood Tiger? Zhou Liang suppressed the bad feeling inside. Talk about your terms? Let me think about it. Sumo turned the cell phone off, pulled out the nameless phone card, and crushed even this one. Sumo was sleeping peacefully. Zhou Liang hadn't slept all night, staring blankly at his cell phone screen. The outgoing message turns into a red exclamation point. A cold breath rose from his back. At this moment Zhou Liang felt his hands and feet cold. If he let his grandfather know about this one thing, the consequences would be unimaginable. No one in the Zhou family could disobey his grandfather's orders. He was obviously careful enough. So why did he record evidence of his search for the killer? That assassin had worked with Zhou Liang several times, and the first few times there were no accidents. That's why he dared to show his face. Shit. Grass. Zhou Liang slammed his cell phone on the ground and it shattered. He had broken 3 cell phones since Sumo was fired. Sumo. Why? Why you just won't die? Zhou Liang's low roar echoed in the middle of the room, as if a wild beast was hissing. Suppressing the anger inside, his head gradually calmed down. It suddenly occurred to him that since this person was so capable and knew him, could he pay some price to let him kill Sumo? This man is so careful. He fits into the category of those who lick blood from the edge of the knife. Zhou Liang's eyes lit up, rather expecting this person to contact him. The next day, Sumo was still asleep, and there was a figure standing beside the bed, looking at Sumo's bulging mass. Bah! Who are you scaring? Shirayuki took a fistful of hair and shoved it into Sumo's ear. Stop it! The next moment Sumo felt to grab something heavy and very tender. Sumo subconsciously pinched and woke up with a jolt. No! You, sister you! Let me explain. Ah! Baiyu clapped her hands after coming out of Sumo's room. One of Sumo's eyes was black and blue, and his arm was even red with the imprint of a slap. After washing up and eating, Sumo followed Baiyu to the Martial Artist Guild. You wait here for a moment. Seeing that closed room, Sumo stood outside. Not long afterward Shirayuki walked out. Follow me in. After Sumo came in, he looked at the boss chair that was placed so that only one leg could be seen because his back was turned to him. Inside his hand, he held a piece of information. Not knowing what he was contemplating, Shirayuki stood by without saying anything. This was the first time Sumo had seen Baiyu so quiet. The atmosphere in the room grew more and more oppressive, and there was no telling how much time had passed. The boss's chair turned around. Only then did Sumo see this person's face, looking close to 70 years old, with a head of white hair and scars on his face, making his face look a bit hideous, especially when a smile was pulled from his face, as if he were a wild beast. It was unnerving. The eyes just stared calmly at Sumo. Inside his hand was a piece of information, which was none other than Sumo's. The two people looked at each other, and an aura appeared in the room, descending on Sumo. Sumo saw Baiyu's mouth move. Use your full power to hold on. Baiyu wouldn't harm him, and Sumo hadn't heard of buying a heart technique that had to be tested. As the pressure that descended on his body grew, the old man's eyes gradually became calm and satisfied. At this moment, Sumor's back was already wet with sweat, and his body was shaking a little. Watching Sumor still manage to hold on, the corners of the old man's mouth rose to a greater extent. It couldn't possibly be a degenerate fan. It was definitely a powerhouse above degenerate fan. Who the hell is this old man? Sumor kept guessing inside. As time passed, Baiyu took a deep breath and looked at Sumor, her eyes similarly crossed with shock. It was amazing that this guy had managed to hold out for so long and that the old man's aura was increasing. The aura released now exceeded the 5th level of the passing vein. The amplitude of Sumor's shaking was also getting bigger and bigger, and bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down his cheeks and fell on top of the ground. Within a few moments a small water stain appeared on the bottom of his foot. The old man's aura gradually withdrew. Sumor's essence slowly condensed as he felt the old man's pressure hammer his flesh. Sumor's body bowed after standing firmly. Thanks. The old man did not hide the admiration in his gaze. Not bad. No need for me to point it out. I'm sure you've already realized it and will pay attention to it in the future. Baiyu took the same breath after hearing this, indicating that Sumor had withstood the old man's test. I've got a couple of heart techniques here for you to take a look at. The old man took out 3 books of heart magic and placed them on the table, signaling Sumor to come over and take a look. Sumo moved closer and saw the names of the mind techniques: Ancient Wheel Scripture, Easy Scripture, and Plastic Tao Scripture. 3 books of mind. Sumor hesitated. Trust your first instinct and follow your conscious mind. Sumor closed his eyes and took a deep breath, finally picking up a Plastic Tao Scripture. Watching Sumor get this one merit law, Baiyu's pupils moved slightly and her mouth opened slightly. The old man had the same surprise in his eyes. Are you sure you've chosen well? Sumori nodded. Just choose him. The old man nodded and finally took out a book of hidden concealment technique. Xian grade upper grade. Is this the kung fu you want? Sumor looked at the Xian level top grade and shook his head. He couldn't afford it. Xian level feats didn't move for hundreds of millions. Take it. I have one condition. What? Be my disciple. Sumor's eyes moved slightly. He didn't know the identity of the old man in front of him, nor was he clear about the way he came, but to be able to casually take out a Xian level, his identity must not be simple. Adding to the fact that before, Baiyu said that there was a way for him to become the Northern Court examiner and introduce him to someone. It should be the person in front of him. Then the old man is the person of the North Courtyard. The specific identity is not known. It should have a pivotal position, especially since the old man had just used pressure to help polish his body, making him realize that over-improving his strength wasn't as good as he thought. In the future, if you have someone like this to guide you in your cultivation, you will also be able to take a lot fewer detours. After Sumor figured it out, he bowed. Greetings, Master. The old man laughed out loud. I'm sure you've already guessed my identity. I'm from the Northern Courtyard, and what Xiao Yu promised you is perfectly fine. We will meet again when we come to the Northern Courtyard. The first time we meet, Master sends you the same meeting gift. This is a storage ring the size of 100 meters, and this is a Xian iron crafted Xian grade premium weapon. It's enough for you to use. I do look forward to our second meeting. The old man left with his hands behind his back after he finished speaking and disappeared into the room. Sumor had a stomach full of doubts. Don't ask. I won't say anything except that you've earned it. This is a closed room, so you can look at the feats inside your hand first. Shiroyuki left. After Sumor flipped through the Tao shaping technique, his eyes moved slightly before he realized how difficult it was to cultivate this one technique. When one waited for the dematerialization realm, one could awaken attributes, and this book could be shaped to belong to one's own attributes. And after the gong method was in operation, it would continuously cleanse the flesh. The downside is that if you're not careful you might explode and die. Shiroyuki left and went into another room. Master, did you think he would choose that one technique? The old man shook his head. If he doesn't succeed in his training, learning to step on snow in a second. If even this kind of qualification can't cultivate the Tao shaping technique successfully, there's no one else who can. Let him settle things here, just so he can polish his mind. Master, I know. The old man's figure shifted and disappeared. Shiroyuki had envy in her eyes. At this moment, Sumor looked at the system panel. Name Sumor. Age, 18. Realm, Martial Artist 9. Mind Technique, Shaping the Way, 0/10,000. Martial Art, Stacking Waves Blade Technique, Yellow Grade High Grade 30,000/100000. Proficiency, Minor Achievement 100000/300000. Treading Snow, Yellow Grade High Grade 10,000/50,000. Proficiency, Medium Success 20000/500000. Hidden Concealment Technique, Xian Grade Upper Grade 0/10000000. Proficiency, 0/100000. Blood value, 500,000/10000000. Kill points, 530. 000. Sumor first added 10,000 killing points to the Dao shaping technique to turn it into a first level, and at the same time, he also had more insights about opening up the meridians. However, the plastic Dao technique didn't show what level of heart technique it was, which was strange. Then the next option could be to break through the pulse passage realm. Sumor took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement within his heart. Pulse passage realm he had come, with 500,000 kill points gone. Sumor felt that the plastic Dao skill was constantly running and the strength of his fleshly body was rapidly increasing. One of the 8 odd meridians was opened, and a powerful aura filled Sumor's body. There was a fierce wind in the entire room. After Sumor opened it, a flash of light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, he had already broken through the pulse passage realm. Half a month ago, he was still a waste who couldn't break through 20 in chi and was mocked by everyone, and he had to go out to do odd jobs at a lower price than others. Otherwise no one would use him. It's only been half a month and he's already in the passing vein realm. Someone who can make tens of millions of dollars a day. After Sumor adjusted his emotions, he looked at the panel suspended in front of him. Name Sumor. Age, 18. Realm, passing through the vein first level. Heart technique, shaping the Dao technique I, 10. 000/1. 000. Martial arts, stacked waves blade technique, yellow grade high grade 30. 000/100. 000. Proficiency, small success 100. 000/300. 000. Treading snow, yellow grade high grade 10. 000/50. 000. Proficiency, medium success 200. 000/500. 000. Hidden concealment technique, metaphysical grade upper grade, 0/100. 000. 000. Proficiency, 0/100. 000. Blood value, 1. 000. 000/3. 000. 000. Kill points, 20. 000. To break through the second level of pulse passage, 2 million killing points were needed. Sumor was staggered inwardly, especially since the shaping Dao skill also required 1 million kill points to raise the second level. It made Sumor feel a wave of pressure. That's a lot of kill points. Now that boa in the wild, I wonder if it has left. Now his master had given him a basalt iron sword and 100 cubic meters of space. Enough for him to use. I don't know how much these things would cost if they were paid for. Quite a few mind tricks aren't available for a price. Though, even the one given to him by his master was a topography. After Sumor flipped through it once, the books had been destroyed, including other martial arts techniques as well. Baiyu took the initiative to welcome Sumor after seeing him come out. She realized that Sumor's temperament had undergone a sea change. I don't know how many women this kid is going to charm to death in the future. The looks are okay and the talent is still strong. Hearing Baiyu's snark, Sumor also sighed. Sister Baiyu, such a beautiful woman hasn't been chaste yet. How can I be willing to die? Bah! You cheap bastard. Your mouth is getting stronger now. Didn't you learn this from Sister Shirayuki? What are you going to do? Baiyu watched Sumor about to leave and hurriedly asked a question. Taking care of some things. Shirayuki didn't continue to ask. Instead, he pulled out a phone. Old man. He may have succeeded in his cultivation. What did you say? A surprised voice came from the phone. I have a feeling he's already cultivated it. It's too early to tell for sure, and I haven't inquired. If he succeeds in cultivating so quickly, old man, I've really picked up a treasure. After Sumor left, he found the address that Baiyu had given him. Staring at that place, Sumor's eyes narrowed. Handsome. Want a set. Only 300. 250. Handsome. I don't want the money. Back you up 200. Sumor just stood for a while, when 3 people came over beside him and started selling themselves. Without paying any attention, Sumor turned around and left. The next moment Sumor was blocked inside an alleyway. Boy, look at you staring at that place for a good assembly. Who sent you? Say it. Speak quickly, or I'll. Grand Master, Big Brother, Father, Ancestor, I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. Just leave me alone. I have a 100-year-old daughter-in-law up there and a 70-year-old daughter down there. If I don't go back, my daughter-in-law will pull up on the bed. Sumor looked at these people with a strange face. Who lives at this address? The person who was crying just a moment ago changed his expression when he saw the address. Ha, Big Brother, isn't this where you live? A man in the back opened his swollen eyes and opened his mouth to exclaim. The shit. No one thinks you're dumb if you don't talk. Oh, so that's where you live. Sumor casually picked off a brick, revealing a cruel smile. Don't, Big Brother. I'll do whatever you have to account for. Sumor's cell phone displayed a photo of none other than Suro. Then flip to a medallion mold. Familiarize yourself. Big brother. What are you talking about? What is this? Bang. There was a crunch and blood ran down the side of his head. Big brother. Don't fight. Don't fight. I'm wrong. I know. I do have a guest for the girl. These people look spineless, but in reality, there are many doors, and Sumor knows it. Introduced by whom? We can't talk about it. Sumor took a deep breath. Hey, Lou, want performance or not? Old brother Sumor. You didn't swindle old brother. There's still this good thing? 3 men robbed me and I overpowered them. After Li Wuyo and also Zhang Dahai came over, they saw Sumor and gave a greeting. 3 strips of your bull. Seeing the person who had been beaten up, Zhang Dahai gave a thumbs up. Sanjo had a bad feeling in his heart as he watched Li Wuyo and also Zhang Dahai being so polite to Sumor. Do you want to sit at our place? Old brother Sumor. We know his boss. Sumori nodded. Back at the security management center, Sumor stared groggily at the opposite side, which showed helplessness on its face. There's a medal on the table. It's the same one Su Ballad is selling. It's just good to have people. Finally the person took out a cell phone with what Su Rouge had said on it. There are also records of transfers between the two. Sumor took the medallion and left. Brother Lou. Thanks a lot. I'll treat you guys to dinner in a couple days, and Lou will do the rest. Since they all know each other, Sumor did not interfere too much. Lou helped him so much, and could not make it difficult for Lou. Brother Lou. This one brother of yours is quite arrogant. Yes, if I can break through to martial artist at the age of 18, and it's not even martial artist one, I'll be even more proud than him, and when my old man walks, the birds will be able to hold their heads high. Sun Knight's heart tightened after hearing this. Looking at Sumor's back, horror appeared on his face. Thanks, Brother Lou. You changed some of your men. Sun Knight nodded. Needless to say he had such intentions. You're also one of the heads of the underground black market. You should understand the gold content of that kind of person. He has a chance to break through the pulse passage realm at 19. Sun Knight's pupils contracted violently as he took a deep breath and slowly exhaled it. I know what to do. I'll keep my mouth shut about it. And he hasn't been to the black market. Anything about him? I will also record a copy for Lou. Lu Shuatian nodded his head. This is a smart person who knows how to make trade-offs. The black market was also complicated behind the scenes, and even he couldn't easily intervene. He and Sun Knight worked pretty well together at times. Sumor's oldest brother gave his face so much, and he also had to settle some follow-up matters for Sumor. The medallion was found and evidence of Su Rose trafficking was obtained. And that single condition was enough for her to drink a pot of water. I'll definitely surprise Su Ballad when the time comes, so I hope I don't get scared to death. Sumor took off his protective clothing and put it in his storage ring, intending to sneak around outside the city again. The demonic beasts outside the city were predominant and could obtain a large number of kill points. If they expected the demonic beasts in the city to mutate, they might have to wait until when. Bai Xiu had a strange look on his face after seeing Sumor. And you're going out? Nonsense. What's the point of staying in the city if you're not going out? Bai Xiu gave a thumbs up and didn't ask too many questions. You'd better be careful. There was a boa that came over after you left that day. Sumor's heart was stirred after hearing this. Eyes narrowed as he surveyed Bai Xiu, looking more imposing because of the armor he wore. He hadn't looked closely before, but this time, he realized that this guy was a bit familiar. You do bear a slight resemblance to a girl I know, but they're like a flower and you look a bit euphemistic. Fuck off and get out of here. Bai Xiu is most annoyed with people saying that he looks euphemistic. If it is not wearing armor, take it out and let you know what is called intimidating. After Sumor left the city, his figure quickly advanced. There was no sign of the boa. That big guy was so powerful that he actually didn't get killed by that eagle last time. Sumor could only start sweeping continuously on the outskirts of the city. Kill 1,000 mutant red fire ants. Get 15,000 kills. Kill the mutant pale bear. Gain 9,000 kill points. Beheading of the murderous face of the poisonous spider. Gaining 8,000 kill points. Sumor kept sweeping the periphery. Corpses are everywhere. White bones. Sumori seemed like a machine that knew no fatigue. Many people who went out of the city to hunt demonic beasts saw the corpses and their faces changed. They thought there were powerful demonic beasts out there, and as they probed they didn't find any traces of demonic beasts. Many of the martial artists who had left the city revealed shocked expressions. What in the world had happened? By the time night fell, these martial artists had excitement in their eyes, because they pick up a lot of bargains. At the same time, he also got an even more shocking news. There was no longer a single demonic beast infested in a 30-mile radius. Kill a grade 2 first order demon beast. Gain 100,000 kill points. As a demonic beast of the first level of the Pulse Passage realm fell at Sumo's feet, Sumo took a deep breath and lifted his head to look at the sky. After cleaning up the battlefield, the figure disappeared. By the time Sumo returned to the city, the sky had already darkened, and Sumo breathed a sigh of relief. At the moment, Baishio was at the guard, holding his cell phone with a strange, shocked, and a hint of incredulity in his eyes. After seeing Sumo return, Baishio stood up and rolled his throat a little. "You'd better take a look at the Northern District Martial Arts Forum." Sumo nodded his head, indicating that he knew, and turned around to walk towards the city. He needed to rest. A day of intense fighting. Even if he broke through the pulse-passing realm, he was still a bit tired. In the Martial Artist Guild, Baiyu was also holding her cell phone. Looking at the content on it, a flash of shock similarly flashed across her features. Security Management Office. Lu Shuetian looked at the Martial Artist Forum, his throat surging and his mind vibrating. At this moment a feeling of absurdity rose within him. This was too much. In the middle of the black market, Sun Knight looked at the Martial Arts Forum with a grave expression, and the shock in his pupils could be vaguely seen. After Sumo returned to the Martial Artist Guild, he sat down on his butt. Baiyu poured Suemo a cup of tea. Suemo drank it all in one gulp and handed the storage ring to Baiyu. Baiyu was also a lightweight, and this time it took 2 hours to finish the inventory. This time the materials are all low-grade. There are only 10 second-grade ones, totaling 24 million. The storage aid you gave me last time didn't have anything valuable in it, and it could be sold for $3 million combined. Good. Sumo directly agreed and ended up selling even that 1 cubic meter storage ring. Looking at the balance of 66,744,000 inside the martial artist badge, the corner of Sumo's mouth rose. All that hard work finally paid off. Now that the heart technique was also available, the technique to hide his breath was also available, and the Xian iron blade was sufficient. A stacked wave blade technique was enough for him to cultivate, and so was treading snow. Hunting demonic beasts outside the city required some recovery elixirs to save their lives even if they encountered danger. Sister Yu, are there any recovery pills? Yes, Spirit Recovery Elixir. Second grade elixir. $10 million apiece. Give me 5 first. Sumo purchased 5 Spirit Recovery pills in one breath, and after hearing this, Baiyu brought a jade box from a room in the distance. Originally, I was going to charge you $3 million for this jade box as well, but seeing as you're spending $50 million in one go, I won't ask you for any more money. $3 million for this piece of shit? This is specially forged from jade, specifically for preserving pills. There are also higher grade jade bottles, 500 million apiece. Forget it then. I feel like this is fine. It suits me. Sumo is not going to say that she doesn't have any money. You'd better take a look at the Northern District Martial Artist Forum when you get back. Sumo had a strange look in his eyes, as Baishio had also reminded him earlier. Okay, I'm going to head back, so I won't be down here for you today. Sumo waved his hand and turned to leave. After returning home and washing up, he took out his cell phone and downloaded the Northern District Martial Artist Forum. He had registered before, only that his chi and blood could not be raised, and when he saw the powerful martial artists above, his mood was a little uncomfortable, so he simply uninstalled. Out of sight, out of mind. After logging in, I saw the post that dominated the top of the list. Who said that there is no great emperor in my human race? One person and one sword slaughtered the demonic beasts for 30 miles. There were a few more pictures below, starting with the corpses of demonic beasts roaming the mountains, and a blurry picture of a man holding a basilisk sword, surrounded by demonic beast corpses. Sumori knew that the blurry figure was him. There was also a lot of chatter below the post. Heavy money to find my husband. After my husband and I had a quarrel, he took a basalt knife and went out, and has not returned yet. After finding it, the reward is $10 million. Big sister, the doll behind you is wailing with hunger, so hurry up and feed the baby. When was I so powerful that I would be willing to spend endless money by letting me be accompanied by beautiful women every day? IP yellow. Let me make way upstairs. Just use 10 bottles of corkscrew. Watch me pull a big one on him. After taking a look at it, Sumor turned his gaze on the other posts. B3-26 A crocodile farm goes rogue, with 46 casualties, and is eventually subdued. There's also a picture of several people standing in front of a decapitated crocodile, with the farm behind them already stained red, and it looks a bit horribly oozy. There are still 2 months left for the martial arts examination, and this time I don't know if there is anyone in District Z who can enter the North Academy. I haven't even heard of any young martial artists appearing in Area Z now, so I guess it's a bit up in the air. Not a single person from District Z entered the North Academy last year, and was taunted by the other districts for a long time, and I don't know when it's going to end. The latest news reveals that I've heard that a martial artist has already appeared in the 10th high, or a beautiful girl. Seriously, you said she's not married to me. What am I supposed to do? Wake up, brother. Don't dream. Can't stop you from being realistic. $15 an hour. We're just posters. You crossed the line. After Soo-more saw it, his eyes flickered for a moment. It looked like Soo-ro had already broken through to martial artist. That's kind of what he's looking forward to. Enjoying your last highlights to the fullest extent possible. In the middle of the 10th high school, the principal, Fong Zhengyu, looked at the quiet girl across the street with surprise in his eyes. Good. There are still 2 months left before the martial exam, and you've already broken through to martial artist, so maybe there's still a chance to go even further. I know. I'll keep trying. Here's a martial arts skill, and here's $1 million that the school awarded you. Take them both and give me a word if you need anything. Su-ran nodded. After returning to the class, Su-ro's head was slightly raised as she looked at her classmates with a hint of arrogance hidden in her eyes. What's with being godly? My younger brother broke through as a martial artist a long time ago. As an older sister only breaking through now. What's there to be proud of? Who knows what means were used to obtain the resources to break through up there? I heard that she secretly took the house to sell, and the house book is still in Soo-more's name. I see. No wonder Zhang Dahai and also Li Wuyo came over last time. I didn't think it would be someone like this. Before my brother worked part-time to help her. I didn't think of it. Wolf heart in lungs. After Soo-ro heard those words, she was angry inside. You guys want to leave the class too? Zhou Liang sat in his seat and opened his mouth without thinking. Hearing this, the crowd was dumbfounded and lowered their heads, looking at the book, not daring to raise their heads. Zhou Liang sat down next to Soo-ro. Since you've broken through as a martial artist, that one thing can also be implemented to prevent accidents. Good. Soo-ro agreed without thinking. As long as Soo-more died, her taint would disappear, and in the future, the sea would be wide enough for the fish to jump, and the sky would be high enough for the birds to fly. Zhou Liang took out his cell phone, and the person who had threatened him last time. No more news came. Zhou Liang put away his phone and turned his gaze to look at Wu Qiu behind him. Are you ready? Wu Qiu took a deep breath with a struggle in his eyes, thinking of Zhou Liang's conditions. Yes. In that case, starting tomorrow, there must not be the slightest mistake, and I have already arranged the rest. After this one thing, someone will give you plastic surgery, and I'll also give you $30 million to find connections to get you into an ordinary school. After hearing the conditions, Wu Qiu nodded. There was contempt in Soo-ro's eyes. Now she kind of looked down on Wu Qiu. For $30 million, such a thing can be agreed upon. Tomorrow I'll go ahead and verify the martial artists, and increase the truthfulness of the facts then as well. Zhou Liang nodded. At this moment, Soo-more was in the middle of the room, looking at the panel. Name Soo-more. Age, 18. Realm, passing through the vein first level. Heart technique, shaping the way first, 10,000/100000. Martial art, stacking waves blade technique, yellow grade high grade 30,000/100000. Proficiency, minor success 10,000/3000000. Treading snow, yellow high grade 10,000/50,000. Proficiency, medium success 20,000/5000000. Hidden concealment technique, Xian grade upper grade 0/1. 000. Proficiency 0/100. 000. Blood value 1. 000. 000/3. 000. 000. Kill points 310,000. He had swept away the 30 kilometers of demonic beasts outside of the city, and had only gained 3,100,000 kill points. If he went any deeper, it would be difficult for him to escape if the boa came over. He was lucky last time, and even with the system he couldn't be too wavy. Let's add on the strength first. With 200 kill points added to the blood value, Soo-more's meridians were opened up by another one. It also represented Soo-more's breakthrough to the second level of pulse passage. Looking at the remaining kill value, Soo-more chose to add it to the Dao shaping technique. The 990,000 kill values disappeared, and the Dao shaping technique broke through to the second level. Soo-more realized that when the gong method was running, there was a warmth if anything around it that entered the body. Could it be that this is the aura that lies between heaven and earth? This is only the channeled vein realm, but you can actually absorb spiritual chi? Only when one waited until they were off the mortal coil could they absorb the aura. So powerful feats. There were still 110,000 kill values remaining, so they were directly added to the hidden concealment skill proficiency. Name Soo-more. Age, 18. Realm, second level. Heart technique, shaping the Dao technique 2, 1. 000. 000/300. 000. Martial art, stacking waves blade technique, yellow grade high grade 30,000/100000. Proficiency, minor success 10,000/3000000. Treading snow, yellow grade high grade 10,000/50,000, proficiency, medium success 200,000/500,000, hidden concealment technique, metaphysical grade upper grade, 0/100,000,000, proficiency, minor success 110, 000/500, 000, blood value, 3, 000, 000/6, 000, 000, kill points, 0. Watching the kill points go to 0, Sumor took a deep breath and turned toward the outside security management office. In addition to obtaining kill points, materials, Sumor let him obtain one good thing today. After finding Lu Shuetian, the three men stared at Sumor strangely, looking up and down. Old brother Sumor, have you broken through the passing vein realm? Sumor just smiled and didn't answer. The three men sucked in a breath of cold air. Zhang Dahai and Li Wuyo's eyes changed when they looked at Sumor. If it was politeness before, now it was respect. All brothers? No need to be polite. The three big brothers have helped me so much. I have to return a little. Sumor took out a bottle with a water-like liquid inside, but it looked a bit more viscous. You guys prepare a couple bottles. Lu Shuetian seemed to think of something and brought the bottle. Sumor gave the three of them a little share. Feeling the pure energy, the three men's gazes were filled with greed, excitement, and exhilaration. Even Lu Shuetian's black face became red from overexcitement. Spiritual liquid. Brother Sumor actually has spiritual liquid, acquired in the field today. The three men quickly hid. Brother Sumor, we accept your favor. Zhang Dahai and also Li Wuyo nodded their heads fiercely, looking at Sumo with gratitude in their eyes. In the future, if Brother Sumor has something to do, he can go up the mountain of swords or down the sea of fire. The two of them had been stuck at the 9th level of martial artist for many years, and with this spiritual liquid they were able to break through to the vein passage realm. Such things are all but unattainable. A drop the size of a thumb can fetch hundreds of millions of dollars and is not always available. Now they all have 20 or so drops in their hands. Yes, Brother Sumor. Someone wants me to investigate you. Do you want to meet? Who? The lord of our city of Z9. Sumor is still considering it. Brother Sumor. Trust old brother? Sumori nodded. Then meet. It will help you a lot. Even if you want to eradicate the Zhou family, I believe he will be happy to help you. In that case I'll listen to Brother Lu and meet tomorrow. Sumor thought that they would have to meet again at that time, so they might as well familiarize themselves in advance. By the time Sumor left the security management office, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Back home, Shirayuki sat on the couch in her pajamas, watching TV, her head spinning a little. Hearing the door open, he looked over at Sumor. Oops, back from foraging. Sumor shook his head and didn't pay attention to Bayu's snark, taking out a bottle and placing it in front of Shirayuki. You take half and leave me half. Bayu looked at what Sumor took out with shock in her eyes. Where did you get this thing? Outside the city. The two concise words made Shirayuki's face change. You really aren't afraid of dying out there. These things are guarded by demonic beasts with high spirits. I'm more lucky. It's just a passage vein realm demonic beast. Shirayuki opened her mouth and actually had no way to retort. I don't use it. This thing is no longer useful to me. Sumor's pupils contracted after hearing this. Bayu wouldn't lie. Then this spiritual liquid really wasn't useful to her. What kind of strength has this ninny reached? The divine orifice realm? Shirayuki looked just 3 or 4 years older than him. Since Bayu didn't want it, Sumor couldn't give it to him by force. Martial arts medal found? Sumori nodded. Did you see the posting? Someone from 10 High broke through to martial artist. I guess she's coming to the martial artist guild tomorrow to verify it. Shirayuki's mouth was tinged with a touch of playfulness. Do you want to come and see? No, I'm not going. I'm meeting a guest tomorrow. Bayu nodded her head. Since Suemo had something going on, she didn't continue to pursue it. Early the next morning, Sumor found Lu Shuetian. When he came to the drunken immortal house, he was still in the same box as before. There was already a middle-aged figure sitting inside, nodding his head after seeing Lu Shuetian come in. This is Sumor, isn't it? A true hero. Sumor's gaze stared as he realized that the city lord and Lu Shuetian seemed to be somewhat similar. This is my big brother. You're welcome. Sumor's heart rippled after hearing this. The city lord was actually Lu Shuetian's elder brother. No wonder Lu Shuetian has such a wide network of connections. Even the people of the black market were so polite to Lu Shuetian. So there was this layer of relationship. Have a seat. Goten told me about you in advance. Sumori nodded. Since Xiao Tian called you brother, I'll be the bigger one and call you brother. Big brother Lu is polite. It's me who has reached high. He. Brother Sumor, you still don't know your gold content. It's me who's high up. They're all brothers. No need to be polite. Lu Shuetian said with a chopstick of vegetables. The atmosphere in the box was becoming more and more intense. Sumor walked in front and Lu Shuetian followed Lu Shuedo. You're growing up. Lu Shuetian had a strange feeling that he was almost 30 and said that he had grown up. Help him well. We may have to rely on him in the future. Lu Shuetian nodded. Someone has been trying to set him up lately, and he's perfectly capable of fixing it. So you'd better use your connections. After all, you're the leader of this city. I can't make a move. There was surprise in Lu Shuetian's gaze. There was a big man who came here. I wasn't sure before, but now I can be sure. It's for Sumor. Maybe Sumor has been valued by him and these things are working him out. Cultivation, state of mind, opportunity, and luck are indispensable. If I had intervened, any problems wouldn't have existed, and old brother Sumor wouldn't have agreed to it, or he wouldn't have let those clowns bounce around. I guess he's waiting for the martial arts exam, when everything will be over. But I'll look into some things and send them to you then. Lu Shuedao patted Lu Shuetian's shoulder and left. As the lord of a city, he had a busy schedule. In the middle of the martial artist guild, Su Ro looked at the 205 displayed above the instrument with excitement in her expression. She finally broke through to martial artist. Congratulations on your breakthrough to martial artist, an 18-year-old martial artist with a promising future. A person in charge of testing looked at Su Rouge with delight in his expression. Thanks. After the two left the room, Shirayuki had returned from outside. President, this one girl named Su Rouge has already broken through to a martial artist. An 18-year-old martial artist with a chi and blood value of 205. After seeing Baiyu, Su Ro's smile gradually tightened. Her house was sold to this woman. She thought it was an ordinary guild member, but she didn't think it was actually the president. Suppressing the dissatisfaction in her heart so as not to be seen, she couldn't afford to offend such a person. Baiyu sniffed and looked at Su Rouge with a scrutinizing gaze. This woman hadn't taken few blood-enhancing pills. That brat came over for the first time to verify that the blood value seemed to be on the verge of reaching 400. In that comparison, the Su ballot in front of him was really a waste. Sumor hadn't purchased a blood-increasing pill. Congratulations. Thanks a lot. President, has the investigation come out yet? No. The news could also be fake. I don't know who is so bold to actually steal and sell our martial artist guild's medals. If they are found out, not to mention martial artists, even the passing veins and divine orifices will have to pay the price. Su Ro's face turned pale and her breathing slowed down by half a beat. A chill ran from his back straight to his head. Miss Su Ro, are you alright? I don't have any. I still have to purchase some blood enhancement pills. $100,000 apiece. How many do you want to buy? 15. Baiyu nodded and had the others take out 15 blood enhancing pills. After swiping away $1.5 million, Su Rouge wanted to leave quickly. Here she was afraid of being exposed. When the waiter saw her back as she left, his mouth was tinged with mockery. Where was his previous elated look? President, how did I act just now? Not bad. I'll give you $100,000 raise this month. Thanks, President. After Baiyu was done, he took out his cell phone and made a post in the martial artist forum. Recently, there has been news that someone has stolen and sold the medals issued by our martial arts guild, and those who assist our martial arts guild in investigating and coming out will be rewarded with 100 million. The corners of Shirayuki's mouth turned up after she posted. Stun my titanium alloy dog eyes. Even the medals dare to auction? Who is this? What a nerve. It's a long time to live. What's the difference between this and dancing in front of Hades? The brother upstairs may be looked upon by Hades. Don't you guys ever notice the reward? $100 million. I can't even imagine how happy I could be if it was given to me. Not long after the post ran to the second position. The most top post was still the one where a man with a sword swept away 30 miles of demonic beasts outside the city. Shiroyuki casually scrolls through. Quite a few replies below. Hubby, killing demonic beasts is too tiring. Come to me for $10 million a month. This is my man. So I argued with him for a couple of minutes, without thinking that I would accidentally expose my strength. This one brother likes men? Dead gays. Die for your master. Brother, could it be that you like men too? Check me out. Grass. Another gay man popped up. I'm the emperor. Come on. Drag these two out and castrate them. Shiroyuki shook her head. It was only a blurry shadow and it had already made so many women crazy. In this world invaded by demonic beasts, who wouldn't want to find a powerful shelter? The waiter's voice sounded behind Shiroyuki. Brother Sumor is really popular. I just don't know if he has a girlfriend. If this were my boyfriend, I'd serve him warm water with ice water every day. White Moon. After Su Rouge left the martial artist guild, the heart hanging in the air was lowered. But this one thing had already spread out, and Sumor knew that there were martial arts medals left behind by his parents. What if he finds out and tells the martial artist guild? Su Ballad took out her phone, dialed a number, and then hung up again. No, I can't tell Zhou Liang. Zhou Liang doesn't know what I'm stealing and selling. But that person was introduced by Zhou Liang. He will definitely tell Zhou Liang. After Su Rouge agonized for a while, she finally dialed the phone. Zhou Liang, there won't be any problems with the person you introduced me to, right? You can rest assured that the person I introduced to the black market has rules and will not sell his employer's information to death. Su Ro heard this and then she put her heart down. Zhou Liang in the middle of the apartment looked at the information inside the posting. Su Ro. Really? He really didn't know what Su Ro was stealing and selling before. That's the rule of the black market. Now that he saw the post made by the Martial Artist Guild, he was also curious as to who was so bold. Who would have thought that Su Ballad would give him a call at this time? He was already sure it was Su Ballad. But did Su Moore's parents really have medals? It looked like when that one thing was over, Su Rouge would have to be kicked out as well, or else it would be a scourge to keep it. This woman is too stupid, has no brains, does wishful thinking, and is too easily taken advantage of. Zhou Liang also broke through as a martial artist, only he didn't proclaim it. The crowd thought that his blood value was still at 109. One genius in District Z is enough. And that's me, Zhou Liang. If the martial arts examination test reveals what happened to Su Rouge, Zhou Liang's mouth was tinged with a touch of sinister. Su Moore was on his way back with Lu Shuetian. Zhang Dahai took out his cell phone. Look guys, the Martial Artist Guild has posted. Said someone was stealing and selling martial arts medals. After Su Moore took over the phone and glanced at it, there was no change in his complexion. There is also a posting below that was posted by the Z9 city owner. Anyone who receives the martial artist medal is contributing to the city, and the city lord's office will cooperate with the Martial Artist Guild to investigate this kind of wolfish person. In support of the city lord, if you all find out, say something to me and I'll go tell the Martial Artist Guild. Dude, your abacus beads popped in my face. There are various other replies below, but most of them are just people watching. Trying to investigate something like this is no different than looking for a needle in a haystack. Su Moore returned the cell phone to Zhang Dahai. Su Moore, old brother. Now many women want to be your girlfriend. There are also open high prices. Now the top one is 100 million a month. Su Moore guffawed after hearing this. He had no interest in this. He might as well go kill a few demonic beasts to improve his strength. The pulse passage realm isn't enough. A boa left him helpless, even to the point of avoiding it. Sooner or later, he will kill that boa. Su Moore returned to the place where he lived alone and found a man waiting for him with a somewhat arrogant look, especially with a martial artist badge pinned to his chest. Only martial artists could obtain this item, and it was also a status symbol. It's here to show off. I have something to discuss with you. What is it? Go inside and talk. You don't deserve to go in there, so talk or get out. Su Moore, I've already broken through to martial artist. After waiting for a month or so, I'll be able to enter the North Academy, and by then the gap between us will be getting bigger and bigger. As for you, you're just an expelled student with no schooling, and even if you break through as a martial artist, no academy will want you. If you beg me, after I enter the Northern Academy, I can find connections to allow you to enter other academies. Su Moore had contempt in his eyes. It was true that after breaking through to martial artist, his brain was still so stupid. So, I have to suck up to you? Su Rouge snorted coldly. I'm your sister and don't want to see you fall down and want to pull you up. Oh, I'd like to thank you for that. What should I do? Hearing Su Moore's words, Su Ro secretly breathed a sigh of relief. You are also a martial artist. You can hunt demonic beasts and collect materials to sell for money. My talent is better than yours, and when the time comes, I will have the Northern Academy to cultivate me, and my strength will increase faster. You mean I hunt demonic beasts to earn money for you? Su Ran nodded. Who's to blame for my lack of schooling? Su Rouge's tone was a beat. When you couldn't break through 20 in your blood value, besides $10,000 is quite a lot for me. Didn't I give you 2,000? You're not at a disadvantage. Su Moore cursed the fool. This kind of person who only had himself in his eyes. He really wanted to kill him earlier, but there was always justice to be done for her parents, and now was not the time. It was still a month or so away, so she could bounce around for a while. Get lost. The sight of you disturbs me. Come back to me and I'll kill you. Su Moore. I am also a martial artist now. You think I will be afraid of you? Something occurred to Su Moore. Where are my parents' martial arts medals? Bring them out. When she heard the martial arts medal, Su Rouge's expression tightened. That was given to me by my parents. Why should I give it to you? You're not going to steal it and sell it, are you? Su Moore's eyes narrowed. Fine Su Ballad. I'm going to report you to the Martial Artist Guild? Go ahead. Go ahead. Report it all you want, and when the time comes that you don't have the evidence to wrong me, you know what kind of punishment you'll get. Su Moore's face changed. Humph. Since you don't agree, we'll see. Su Ro originally wanted to wait for Su Moore to agree, and then pull at it a bit to keep Su Moore from talking about it. It didn't occur to Su Mo to directly reject her request. Just follow Zhou Liang's plan. If Su Mo died, no one would know about her parents getting the medals, and her business could be uncovered. The big deal is to wait until you are admitted to the Northern Academy and are strong enough to earn money before redeeming it. I'm afraid the people of the black market will have to flatter her at that time. Since this was the case, it would be better to announce the news of her breakthrough, and perhaps the people in the black market would take the initiative to send it up after seeing it. Those people would surely think of flattering her as a genius. Su Rouge was secretly glad she had a good head on her shoulders. Su Mo looked at Su Ro's footsteps quite a bit more cheerful, with surprise in his eyes. Really sick. I don't know what kind of death-defying tactics I'm going to come up with. Su Mo was about to turn around and go in when a voice suddenly came from the doorway. Su Mo, you beast. So you're in this place. Su Mo turned his head after hearing the voice, and after seeing the visitor, the corner of his mouth carried a touch of mockery. Everyone, come see this negative man. After Wu Qiu's roar, a lot of people passing by on the road, a brain all flocked over. No one does not like to watch the fun. Good you beast. You're actually in this place. I finally found you. So you're hiding in this place. Come and see. Everyone, it was this beast who drugged me and did those shameless things to me. I had a better youth, and it was all ruined by this beast. Quite a few people who were watching hurriedly took pictures and recorded videos before posting them on the Northern District Martial Artist Forum. Amazing big melon. This man actually do such a thing. Su Mo's eyes narrowed, knowing that these people would frame him. He didn't think that it would come so quickly. And this person was also Wu Qiu, who had always looked at him in a bad light. Many people were filled with righteous indignation and stared angrily at Su Mo. Let me introduce to you all. He is the student who was expelled from the 10th high school. His name is Su Mo. When I didn't know any better, he said he wanted my help and gave me a bottle of water afterward. And I drank it and fell unconscious. And then she did that to me. What's even worse is that he didn't recognize it after it was done. And even more so, he wouldn't let me talk about it, and threatened to kill me if I did. I've been suffering from this kind of pain, but I found out I was having his baby, and as a result, he dragged me to the hospital even more. At this time, she took out a lab sheet with Su Mo's signature on it. This is the chat he sent me after he was fired. She took her cell phone out and flipped through the chat logs on it for all to see. Transfer some money to me or I'll tell the truth about what happened in the first place. Wu Qiu, when I was shooting there is a video. If you do not give me money, I will forward it, so that all people can see what you are like. A threatening word is like a sharp knife. Those present felt their breathing slow down a beat after seeing it. I'm fired. From now on, you pay me 4,000 a month or I'll print out your picture and post it on the street. Here's a recent chat. Below that were the words of Wu Qiu begging for mercy and asking him to let her go. A word is as humble as it gets. Scum. People like that can't be tolerated. They should be allowed to die. Girl, you're confused too. You should have gone to the safety management center then. Not bad. Scum like that will only get an inch. Many people took pictures and posted them all on the Northern District Martial Artist Forum. In no time at all, this post took the second position straight away. All those people on the sidelines were talking, and even the forums were full of curses. Daughter, are you alright? At this time a middle-aged couple came over, and with tears in their voices, they hugged each other and cried. Afterwards, he even knelt down in front of Su Mo. Please spare my daughter. We know you have a talented sister. Please spare my daughter. After the onlookers saw this scene, the anger on their faces increased. I have reported it to the security management office, and not killing such a beast is not enough to quell my anger. Look, you guys, this beast can still laugh. It's really damned. Such a person should be put to death immediately. Daughter, we can't afford to offend him. Let's leave the city, okay? You listen to mom and dad, okay? Wu Qiu's body trembled as she raised her head again, her cheeks having 2 tear tracks appearing, finally plopping down on his knees in front of the middle-aged couple. Mom and dad, please forgive my daughter's ungratefulness. This time I will seek justice. Hey, we came over to help you too. 2 voices came from outside at this time, followed by the appearance of several figures in white coats. This is the doctor from Z9 City's 7th hospital. I didn't expect them to come over as well. The head of the group is the head of the gynecology department, and she's actually coming here in person. Everyone listen to me for a moment. I have advised this one little girl before. Nay, I did not listen. Just now I also saw the news and rushed over with the evidence. The person behind him took out a laptop, which clearly recorded the images of Su Mo accompanying Wu Qiu to the hospital. Even more so, he took a shot at Wu Qiu at the hospital and slapped her. I advise you to settle down and get rid of the baby quickly. I won't give you a penny, and if anyone finds out, you should know what will happen to you. The woman's aggression was clearly visible. Paying his own way into the operating room, Su Mo had long since disappeared. Beasts, People like that deserve to die. The gods and the people are angry. At this moment, the principal's office of the 10th high school in Z9 City. Headmaster, look at the forums. Something big is happening. Fang Zhengyu took out his cell phone and after seeing the message on it, his face changed. Quickly, this one thing can't affect Su Rouge. It can't affect our 10 high. Several threads appeared immediately above the forum. I am Wang Yang, Sumore's class teacher. Because of his malicious provocation and nuisance, he was expelled. I did not think that there was such a thing in the middle. As a class teacher, I did not notice the dissimilarity of the students of Wuqiu. It is my dereliction of duty. My name is Feng Ben, Sumore's classmate. Sumore is usually just loathed by everyone in the class. There are quite a few more posters below, talking about all the evil things that came out of Sumore. I am Fang Zhengyu. There is such a student as our 10 high shame. Happens such a thing as our dereliction of duty. We 10 high guarantee. Will give Wuqiu students an explanation? Moore did not think. He actually back his sister. Make so many people in God common indignation things. There are also quite a few pictures below of Su ballad training every day. Sweating and persevering. I am the sister of Su Moore. Adopted by his parents. I no longer have a relationship with him. And adopted me only to see that I am gifted and can take care of Su Moore. And after their death 5 years ago, my relationship with Su Moore was very poor. Not to mention that he did so many things behind my back. Good and evil will be rewarded in the end. Not unrewarded. The time has not yet come. Followed by the attached picture of obtaining the martial arts badge. That martial artist badge was too convincing. Side by side proving that Su Ro had been cultivating hard. Or else he wouldn't have obtained a martial artist badge at this age. It looks like my sister doesn't know. Or someone else is tolerating the past for my sister's sake. The homeroom teacher is also good. Actually not covering up and directly admitting his mistake. It's still good to have a school leader like that when the 10th high school admits its mistakes directly. At this moment, Sumore ignored those cursing voices, and his gaze absently looked at those killers hiding among the crowd. The eyes of Lu Shuetian, who had already arrived from afar, narrowed with a faint killing intent. Damn! Scum like that really deserve to die. At this moment, among the crowd, 3 people suddenly stormed up and ran towards Sumore. People like you? God forbid I don't beat you up. Wuqiu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Sumore died, this time the plan could be brought to a successful conclusion. By then she would be rich and could change her face and enter the academy. So more people like you go to hell. As the 3 men stormed off, those who had gathered around to watch the outrage could no longer restrain themselves. One after another, they rushed towards Sumore. The assassin hiding amongst the crowd moved with the men. Sumore is a martial artist. They just planned to kill Sumore silently by virtue of their large number of people. Zhou Liang, who was hiding in the shadows. And Su Ro's eyes flickered after seeing this scene. This annoying guy finally died. As long as Sumore is dead, no one will ever turn the tables for him again. None of these people Sumore had put in his eyes. Among the crowd, several people pulled out daggers and hid them under their sleeves. Lu Shuetian, Zhang Dahai and also Li Wuyo quickly arrived, transforming into a spirit swallow. The few assassins hurriedly put their weapons away, but Lu Shuetian had already noticed them just now. Lu Shuetian struck out. The 3 killers didn't even have the strength to resist, and after falling to the ground, they were still questioning. Why did you hit us? Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're a security administrator. Zhang Dahai took out his cell phone and enlarged the photo. Here's the proof. After Lu Shuetian reacted, he fiercely stepped forward and moved quickly to dislodge the jaws of the 3 men. Straight away, he pried their teeth open with a dagger and took out a small black pill from inside each of their 3 mouths. The 3 people at that moment showed a panicked expression. After Zhou Liang, who was far away, saw this scene, his expression changed. Hurriedly, he pulled out a cell phone. Uncle Junior, the assassin you were looking for has been arrested. I know, you don't need to ask, just prepare for the exam at ease. The people who had originally rushed towards Sumore instantly quieted down, and a bad premonition welled up in their hearts. They feel used. Wuqiu also had a bad feeling in her heart. She also didn't expect Lu Shuetian to actually come over so quickly. These killers were too stupid. Wouldn't it have been less of a problem if Sumore had been killed? Zhang Hai stared at the person who had maliciously incited before. I just don't like the look of this guy. These people have nothing to do with me. Zhang Dahai directly handcuffed this person without even a word of nonsense. Sumore stood still and did not move. Fortunately, he had asked Lu Shuetian to help investigate the evidence before. Since Lu Shuetian had already made a move, there was no need for him to do so. However, this time when the door provoked, Sumore also had to fight back. Sumore walked towards Wuqiu. What do you want? The middle-aged couple protected Wuqiu behind them and stared at Sumore with a guarded face. Sumore ignored it and continued to walk towards Wuqiu. What do you want? Now that the security administrator is in this place, you are advised not to make a move. Sumor looked at the three people and said word for word, "Nothing, it's just that you guys wronged me and I need you to go to jail. That Chow promised you, and he can't do it." Hearing the surname Shou, Wucho's face changed. Sumor suddenly glanced up behind the tree. Zhou Liang as well as Suro met Sumor's cold eyes and their gazes trembled. They had the feeling of being seen through by Sumor. "Since you can wrongly accuse me, I'll bring out some evidence as well." Sumor opened his cell phone, and the evidence of Lu Shuetian's previous investigation was organized to give him a copy. Sumori opened a video. It was the video of the rehearsal inside the 7 hospitals of Z9 City. There are still words coming from inside. "You're not mimicking. That's not how Sumor walks. Your steps need to be a little bigger. One scene at a time." The onlookers had been stunned that this girl was so vicious. Sumor then opened another video with a person imitating Sumor's font. Wuchio was frozen in place. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How did Sumor get these? In the distance, Zhou Liang and Su Rouge had already left. They wanted to escape this place of wrongdoing as soon as possible. Sumor didn't care after glancing at them. They couldn't run away. In the end, Sumor even flipped out another video, which was a completely strange man with dyed yellow hair who walked 3 steps and 5 steps. Did everyone see that? This yellow hair is her boyfriend. Also before that I went to 10th high and her name was Wuchio and she never got along with me. As for the one called Su Ro, today I'll reveal her true colors. Really thinking that I'm easy to bully. She was adopted by my parents. And if you ask me, it would have been better to let her die in the mouth of a demonic beast in the first place. After my parents died 5 years ago, they saved $500,000 for each of us. I'm transferring my money to her just so she can practice. There should be quite a few people who know me. I used to do odd jobs before. I know quite a few people. 15 maximum an hour. $10 when the price is low. And all the money I earn goes to her. Sumor flipped the transfer records over. And a single stroke was recorded on it. 80, 100, 102, 105, and 60 are all available. At this moment, Zhang Dahai came forward. When I saw the message sent by Su Rouge, I felt pained. She is a martial artist, but her heart is too dirty. These words shouldn't be said by me. I really don't like to see it. A video was produced immediately afterward. Everyone look carefully. This is the evidence that Su Ro took Sumor's account book, real estate license, an ID card to steal and sell the house left behind by her parents. The previous registration violator has been fired. At this time, Sky Night Mall Public also releases a video, especially the video of Wuchio scolding Suemo and Su Ro making Suemo apologize. There are even videos of buying clothes without blinking an eye and spending $200,000 on them. Some people who were watching the fun didn't mind the big deal, and posted the video of Suemo and Su Ro's fall into the water to the martial arts forums. Damn, dead liar, you didn't deal with it before, and you said people were plotting against you. Surely a bitch, surely not one who pities the innocent. The onlookers, turning their guns on Wuchio have accused. You've wronged me, deliberately smeared me, and you, all of you, get in there. At the moment the head of the gynecology department of the 7 hospitals did not say anything. It had already happened, so it was better to think about what was behind it. Since Sumor went to do odd jobs and was struggling to make ends meet, money could be used to keep Sumor off the hook. The thought settled her mind. Take all of these people away? These must have also been deliberately arranged by these people, with the purpose of wrongfully accusing Sumor. Sumor walked over to Wuchio. Do you think that Zhou Liang will let you guys out? Several people all winced when they heard it, and even the head of the gynecology department lost her composure. Yeah, they're just considering Sumor. There's also a Zhou Liang. As for the people who just insulted me, I'm keeping track of them all. Management Lu, these people insulted me. It's okay for me to report it. Anyway, I have nothing to do lately. Big deal. I'll sue each and every one of them. I'm afraid some people can't afford to delay. Don't you love to watch the fun? So I'll let you watch it. This word just spoke out to accuse the person. Face white. How will the company look at the time? Indiscriminate wrongly accused people. By the time they came back to their senses, Sumor had already turned around and left. Let's go. All of you follow me to the security office. Besides you can run. There are cameras here anyway. Lu Shuetian is also most annoyed with such people. Indiscriminately opening their mouths and cursing, and then realizing that they are wrong, and then accusing others. Anyway, they are not wrong. That's a good move by old brother Sumor. There were also people who wanted to get close to Lu Shuetian. Lu Shuetian directly took out his cell phone. I'll record it, and you'll be squatting inside. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the crowd turned pale, and endless regret welled up within them. Quite a few people's phones are ringing. Fuck it, you're fired. Because of you, the company just negotiated business yellow. You wait for the lawyer letter. Where did you die? Married you really poor 8 lifetimes of blood luck. I'm going to be on the manager. And now inexplicably fired. Before you messed up to get together and wronged people. Lousy looking for a job everywhere bumping into the wall. These years have just had an upturn. And you're fucking offending. And now you're divorced. As things festered, this one got bigger and bigger. Z9 City Lord announcement, indiscriminate and without a sense of self-judgment. The City Lord's office now doubts whether certain people are really suitable for that position. Once this announcement was made, the entire Z9 City was sent into shock waves. Within the 10 High office, Fong Zhengyu held his cell phone and sat on the chair, his body constantly trembling. Is the announcement from the City Lord's office talking about him? Gollum. His throat surged a little. At the moment he was completely flustered, but it had already happened. Wang Yang, come here. Wang Yang came over, sweating profusely, and walked into the office with a panicked look on his face. Bang! Fong Zhengyu took the teacup in his hand and smashed it on Wang Yang's head. Son of a bitch, you're killing me. If something goes wrong with my old man, you'll be waiting. Cursed shit. I just listened to you, and now the City Lord's office is displeased with me. The blood on Wang Yang's forehead flowed down his cheeks, not daring to lift his hand to wipe it. Headmaster, listen to my explanation. This one thing is still what Wu Qiu told me. I'm also the one who was blinded. Call that Su Ballad over here. At this moment, Fong Zhengyu was in a rage. What genius or not? He couldn't keep his position. Who cared about a genius in the martial realm? Su Rouge came in with a pale face. In her eyes, at this moment, Fong Zhengyu seemed to be transforming into a demonic beast, wanting to devour her at any time. I thought it was just a house issue. I didn't think that there was so much more involved. What's going on with that mall thing? The waterfall was suppressed before, and now that it's been exposed, do you think you'll be fired or what? Su Ro's expression changed when she heard that she would be fired. At this moment, Wang Yang mumbled his mouth, wanting to say something. Have a fart. Headmaster, martial artists have appeared from other schools as well. Fong Zhengyu's complexion changed, and he inadvertently glanced at the warning on top of his cell phone. You think Lousy would care about one martial artist? Now let alone one. I don't care about two. I'm telling you, if it's because of you guys, I'm expelled. And before I leave my job, you're all expelled. You won't even have a school record. And you still want to take the martial arts exams. Eat shit. When Su Ballad heard this, her body trembled, and her face became bloodless. At this time, a student wearing gold-rimmed glasses pushed open the door and walked in. What are you doing over here? Fong Zhengyu obviously knew Zhou Liang and didn't have a good question. Don't be angry, Principal Fong. There are remedies. After Fong Zhengyu heard this, his expression changed and he took a serious look at Zhou Liang. So it was you who pushed behind the scenes, worthy of being the seat of the Zhou family. Zhou Liang knew it wasn't a good thing to say. The issues that are being exposed now are character issues at best. Wu Qiu can't spit out anything. It's not true that I'm the one pushing behind this one thing, but Wu Qiu's ideological work was done by Director Wang. Principal Fong, you are the principal of this school, although you don't know what's going on in it. But how do people from the outside look at it? You're the principal. The school is your turf. No wind can hide anything from you. If something happens to us, you won't get away with it. Fong Zhengyu's eyes narrowed as a powerful sense of oppression appeared within the office, and several people shook. Is that a threat? Principal Fong is joking. You're the principal of the 10th high school, the administrator of this school. I'm just a student. How can I threaten you? I'm just telling a fact. That's all. Fong Zhengyu quieted down after venting just now. Zhou Liang spoke badly, but what he said was the truth. Tell me about your plan. Zhou Liang took a deep breath. What do you think would happen if Wu Qiu died in the security management center? Several people's faces changed. Even Fong Zhengyu looked at Zhou Liang carefully. This little brute is much more ruthless than his grandfather, with no regard for human life. Even that old thing from the Zhou family has to follow some rules. It looked like this kid hadn't experienced blows, and after several failures against Su Mor, he wanted to prove himself even more. If Wu Qiu dies, he won't spit them out and die in the security administration. And then that old friend of his will be hanging on for dear life. And die inside. The problem will be big. Then the outside world will not speculate. Is Su Mor self-directed to pull them into the water? After all, it's inevitable to feel resentment after being fired. Those who had spoken out against Su Mor would jump out even more. Things get reversed a little bit. When the time comes, the blame will be shifted and his identity will be preserved. Rather a workable plan. In that case, go ahead and make the arrangements. Zhou Liang. Several people left the office. Teacher Wang should still wash up. Otherwise it's not good for others to see. Wang Yang nodded and left. You're too eager. Su Ro opened her mouth without saying anything. Originally she thought it was foolproof, turning the word of mouth around and selling herself a wave along the way. Maybe by then the North Courtyard would be able to see it as well. Zhou Liang left with a smile on his lips. Of course he noticed when Su Rouge posted. He didn't discourage it. He had said that Su Ballad was a stupid, brainless one. Trying to sell yourself is only going to paint yourself in a bad light at this point. He arranges things and prepares with a backhand, especially when dealing with Su Moore. Failing time after time, he knew that Su Moore was not easy to deal with. He had gotten the news about the mall before, and he reacted to the fact that as long as it trickled out, the evidence of Wu Qiu's wrongful conviction wouldn't hold up. But by that time, the plan had already been set in motion. And who the hell is the man who killed the Blood Panther and the Blood Tiger? Wasn't helping Su Moore, so he came up with another ploy to wrongfully accuse Su Moore as usual. Successful or not, together with Su Rouge's breakthrough as a martial artist, it was just the right time to take advantage of it and pull Tenhai down. And the principal should make a move in order to keep his position, including the suspicion of the original Su Moore expulsion all transferred to the principal and the class teacher. Now Wu Qiu and his family should be dead. Zhou Liang took a deep breath and the corner of his mouth rose. This step was successful. So more. I'm not the only one dealing with you now. Zhou Liang found a hidden location and dialed the phone. Grandpa, Fang Zhengyu will be looking for you. Don't promise anything. What happened? Zhou Liang told what happened once again. I know. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Liang returned to his class, his brows congealed with a worried look. In the safe house, Vu Guin and the middle-aged couple kept vomiting. Spit it out even if you pick at it with your fingers. Lu Shuatian kept an eye on the three of them, and there was a doctor waiting. Su Moore had arrived at the Martial Artist Guild. Sister Shiroyuki, I've come to get my purchases. Baiyu took out 3 green-colored pills. Su Moore's gaze coalesced. Thanks a lot. Hurry up. There are some poisons that you can't just spit out. Su Mo took the elixir and left. Baiyu looked at his back with relief on her face. This guy's getting smarter. By the time Su Moore arrived at the security management office, the 3 men were already vomiting blood, and even the doctor was shaking his head. Su Moore directly came in, broke the 3 people's mouths open, and fed the 3 of them an elixir each. Not long after, the 3 spat out a mouthful of black blood and breathed heavily. Just now they couldn't even manage the simplest of breaths. Su Moore watched the 3 people recover before relaxing. Zhou Liang, that's really something. Su Moore looked at the pale 3 people did not rush to speak. Zhou Liang was a member of the Zhou family, and under the influence of that kind of big family, it was impossible to be so stupid. Previously, they had been looking for someone to deal with Su Moore, but as a result, nothing happened to Su Moore. It would be strange for them not to be suspicious. That's why Su Moore and Wu Qiu said, "Do you think Zhou Liang will let you live?" The 3 men have been picking at their throats since they were brought back. Lu Shuetian took a deep breath. He called Su Moore, and Su Moore just said, "Don't worry, they won't die." Wu Qiu and also her parents sat paralyzed on the ground, their faces pale, with black blood still lingering at the corners of their mouths. "Why did you save me? You're still useful." Hearing this sentence, Wu Qiu laughed out loud and cried as he laughed. "Ha ha, I wronged you, looked down on you, set you up, and in the end you saved me. How much money did Zhou Liang give you so that you can be so crazy that you don't even care about the world's eyes?" $30 million, plus going to the regular schoolhouse. TSK. These 3 pills of mine are almost $30 million as well. Not to mention that your chi and blood value is about the same on an ordinary academy. What you care about is still that $30 million, that's all. Poor people have to be hated. What do you want to ask? Do you want to watch them get away with it? Wu Qiu just experienced death. Even if he kills me, he's going to kill my parents. I'll never let him go. Well, from now on, you're dead. After Lu Shuetian heard this, he instantly came to his senses. But for a while, you guys will have to suffer implications. Big brother Lu. Oh, that's just right. When the time comes for things to be announced, in exchange for the Zhou clan going out of business, Zhang Dahai and also Li Woyo also reacted. Lu Shuetian turned around and left the room. After the arrangements were made, an ambulance appeared silently at the back door of the security administration. 3 black bags were carried to the car. At this moment, the distant high building, see the ambulance appeared, and 3 black bags, and Lu Shuetian a windy look. The corner of the mouth hangs a smile. At this time, Su Moore also came out from inside, his face pale and with a look of 6 gods. Young Liang, the 3 of them are dead. Take a picture and send it to Zhou Liang. The corners of Zhou Liang's mouth rose as he looked towards Su Moore's hexed appearance. So Moore, this time I win. But there's a chance to wait. When the principal steps in, that's when my suspicions can be diverted. Everyone now believes that the Wu Qiu family is in jail. By the time it was exposed they died, and by that time the principal had struck. Zhou Liang was in a good mood when he thought of this. Turning his head to see a silhouette, it was none other than Su Rouge. Previously, He didn't deal with Sue Moore because he couldn't stand to see Sue Moore having a beautiful genius sister. At first he was also attracted to Sue Rouge, but now he doesn't have that kind of mind at all. This kind of woman is too stupid. Marrying home will only do bad things. Not to mention that this person, Sue Rouge, only had himself in his eyes. Sue Ro looked at the posts, which were all scolding her. Such a person can actually break through to martial artist. God, are you blind? An ungrateful person. Such a person. Those academies will definitely not want her. Brothers, don't be sour. People are geniuses. Character problems can be corrected. You are a waste. Want to correct it, can't be done. We're just posters. You crossed the line. Hey, if my brother hadn't just miscarried, I wouldn't be like this. Upstairs brother. Wait a minute. My cerebellum is obscene. Obviously I recognize every word. Why do I not recognize them when they are combined together? Che, don't you get it? He's talking about his second brother. Second brother miscarriage, what else could it be? Holy shit, you're still smart brother. But you're all cursing her. Don't you realize she's pretty? If I had a sister like that, even if it mistreated me, I'd do it. Shit, dead lickers, pull out and castrate. A brother is a good brother. A sister is really not a good thing. Even the house left behind by his parents was sold, leaving his brother homeless. Buy clothes to spend more than $200,000. Brother working part-time only a few dozen a day. Think about my heartache. This is if my brother. I will spoil him to heaven. Zhou Liang looked at the Pearly Sue ballad and shook his head to avoid it. This stupid woman. Scolding your comments and still look. There was more than one person who was stupid at this time. And another person was Fang Zhengyu. A principal like that investigates a bit, and his ass is definitely not clean. An enabler. Such a person deserves to be a principal. It was useless even if Fang Zhengyu had the post deleted. Many people had already taken screenshots of it. At first I thought it was a chauvinistic one too, but it turned out to be a little yakuza. I seriously doubt the 10th high now. No wonder there hasn't even been one that entered the North Courtyard all these years. So this is where the problem lies. How does the back run well when the locomotive is all crooked? Quit your job quickly. Don't waste your resources and give them to someone who can. Fang Zhengyu turned his cell phone off as a surge of anger surged in his heart. Dial a number. Family Master Zhou. How's the consideration? I said I won't work with you. Whoever makes a mistake has to bear it. Not to mention that the problem arises also because you have a problem. It's not just a grandson. I have more than enough. Hearing the sound of the phone hanging up, Fang Zhengyu put the phone down and turned his head to call Wang Yang. And when he came out, his head was bleeding again. At this moment, Wang Yang kept cursing inwardly because he didn't dare to curse to his face. Sue Moore, why don't you go to hell? At this moment, Sue Moore was also in sorrow. Brother, how about I be your sister and give you $100,000 a month? Stranger treasure good. Such a sister don't want it. Ungrateful. Not equipped with a brother like you. Tomorrow is Thursday. I V you 50. You go to eat nibble up. Come work for me. 15,000 a month. Contact me anytime you want to come over. And I'll do what I say. Sue Moore, you have a good image. Are you interested in coming to us to shoot an adult viewing movie? Upstairs. Where's the channel? Can I come? No. 1 meter 8. 18. You're not worthy. Holy shit. Broken defense. Sue Moore cried and laughed a little after closing the post. But it's not too late for this one. Sue Moore looked at the account book. Now she's been scolded and is crying her eyes out. As my sister, how could I let you suffer like this? Remove your account from my family. You should be happy for a while. No Hoku. No ID card. None of them can take the martial arts exam. Sue also knew that a grudge seed would help her out. Like that 10th high school principal, for example. So once again, Sue Moore came to the security management office. Brother Lou, get her off my account. She has already said that she has no relationship with my family, and that such an ungrateful person doesn't deserve to be on my account. Plus she said my parents had ulterior motives for adopting her. In that case I can make her make up for what my family has given her over the years, I guess. Okay, I'll let her know right away. Sue Moore turned around and left the security management office after registering. As for where to go, of course it was outside the city. Before he killed 30 miles around without the presence of demonic beasts and left so many corpses behind. This time there should be quite a few demonic beasts converging over. There was no mistake. Sue Moore left the demonic beast's corpse behind to lure other demonic beasts over. Su Ro or Zhou Liang, the Zhou family or now Su Mo is not particularly concerned. Empowerment is what matters. As long as Sue Moore was strong enough, none of this would require him to open his mouth, and someone would clean them up for Sue Moore. Play slowly, and the next step is the martial arts examination, so that Sue Rouge will completely hit the dust, including Zhou Liang. Zhou Liang, that person cannot stay. Before doing things also personally appear. Left behind there is evidence. Lately, I've been dealing with things. and I'm not taking the initiative on my own. This time the 10 high school principals were pulled down by him. It can be seen how quickly this person grows up. This is the children of a big family. There is now evidence of Zhou Liang and not of the Zhou family. The Zhou family, but there are old foxes. Abandon the son to protect the general can definitely do it. If there was enough strength, where would there be so much trouble? Taking advantage of this opportunity, it was the right time to go hunting demonic beasts outside of the city to enhance their strength. Sumor sneaked up to the city gate guards. If anyone asks you if you've seen me out of town, just say no. Bai Xiu was also secretly paying attention to the recent events. You're not afraid of the boa? Looking at Sumor's posture, he was afraid that he wanted to stay outside the city for a long time. For the sake of strength, you can only gamble. You can't stop practicing just because of a boa. Sumor turned around and left the city, and ran out again not long after. What's wrong? That boa is out there. Bai Xiu stared at Sumor with a contemptuous face. Just now you were quite righteous. This moment you wimped out. Sumor went out once more, and Bai Xiu sat and waited for Sumor to run back. As a result, he didn't see Sumor's figure even after waiting for a few minutes. This kid isn't stupid. Since he dares to go out, he must be practicing special techniques. At this moment, after Sumor came out, he secretly said that the hidden concealment technique was worthy of being a Shin grade upper grade technique. It can mask his breath. The boa was hiding in the shadows, and presumably saw that Sumor didn't come out and had already left. Sumor hid and didn't appear. This boa was not weak in spirit. Sure enough, not long after, a huge figure appeared, staring at the city gates. Sumor's mind moved, and with the help of the hidden concealment technique, he stepped on the snow to perform it. The body continued to advance in the mist. When it came to the red area, Sumo's mind coalesced, not daring to have the slightest carelessness. This was the most dangerous zone. From the spatial ring, he took out a protective suit. It's made from the skin of a mutant water snake. After Sumor threw it out, his body fled far away. Boa, who was still staring at the outside of the city, violently sensed something and his body backed up sharply. Sumor was extremely fast and reversed a direction so as not to collide with Boa when the time came. When Sumor returned, he took out his Xian Iron Longsword. Kill a grade 2 first order demon beast. Gain 30,000 kill points. Demonic beasts also have strengths and weaknesses, and gain kill points differently. However, a level 2 demonic beast, at the very least, had tens of thousands of kill points. Slaughtering so many demonic beasts before attracted quite a few numerous second level demonic beasts. Kill a second grade demonic beast. Gain 40,000 kill points. Sumo held the Xian Iron Blade and traveled through the mists. Every time he hunted a demonic beast, he would collect the important materials and then throw the corpse in the distance. The purpose was to attract more demonic beasts to come. As night fell, the surroundings had been shrouded in clouds, and you could only see about 10 meters around you. At that moment a voice rang out. Stacked waves. The mists were blown away by the blade chi, and a huge demonic beast split right down the middle. Sumor stood still, his chest rising and falling rapidly. There was a 5-meter-sized demonic beast in front of him that was directly cut through the middle by Sumor. Hunted and killed the grade 2, 4th order demon beast mammoth. Gained 80,000 kill points. Sumo's eyes erupted with a divine light. Passing pulse 2nd level decapitating a demonic beast equivalent to passing pulse 4th level. He really did it. After sensing the movement around him, Sumor collected the materials and his body was like a spirit monkey as he turned around and jumped towards a large tree. Click, click, click. The sound of bones crushing rang out. This was the first time Sumor had spent the night outside of the city, and even though he was now at the 2nd level of pulse passage, he couldn't help but get nervous. The scarlet eyes were like millstones, and only vaguely visible was the large open mouth with sharp teeth that emitted a chilling light that sent shivers down one's spine. The body was in the mist and not particularly clear to see. Not long after the demonic beast's corpse was directly devoured and its figure disappeared into the mist. Sumor hid behind a large tree and was startled when he turned his head. A spider the size of a man's head stared at Sumor in death. Sumor split the spider in half with one slash. Kill a level 1 demonic beast. Gain 4,000 kill points. It was better than nothing. And now kill points below 10,000 could no longer attract Sumor's attention. Sumor carefully checked that there were no demonic beasts in the big tree before closing his eyes. A short while later, the sound of vibrations woke up Sumor. Subconsciously, he gripped the Xian Iron Sword in his hand. The fog obscured the surrounding area from clear view, and even the watch radar could only detect movement in a 20-meter radius. Sumor went down the tree and directly decapitated the 2 demonic beasts under the tree. Kill a grade 1, level 7 demonic beast. Gain 18,000 kill points. Kill a grade 1, 9th order demon beast. Gain 24,000 kill points. Sumo changed a big tree to continue to rest. Cannot blame him. Who let these two demonic beasts cannot move a little less, affecting him to sleep. The whole tree are shaking up. Can't sleep. Name Sue Moore. Age, 18. Realm, second level of chakra passage. Heart technique, shaping the Tao technique 2, 1. 000. 000/300. 000. Martial art, stacking waves blade technique, yellow grade high grade 30,000/100000. Proficiency, minor success 100000/300000. Treading snow, yellow grade high grade 10,000/50,000. Proficiency, medium success 20000/500000. Hidden concealment technique, metaphysical grade upper grade 0/10000000. Proficiency, minor success 110. 000/500. 000. Blood value, 3. 000. 000/6. 000. 000. Kill points, 237,6593. It was only over 2 million kill points, and it was still over 600,000 short of wanting to break through to the third level of the passage vein. Tomorrow. Just as Sue Moore was about to fall asleep, the tree trembled once more, and the temperature around it is getting colder and colder. All of Sue Moore's sleepiness disappeared at once. With the aid of radar, head in the direction of the vibrations. With such powerful fluctuations, there should be demonic beasts fighting. Could it be Boa? Sue Moore didn't dare to be careless with the help of radar detection. After all, above grade, radar won't detect it. As long as the demonic beasts were not dangerous, Sue Moore killed them in passing. Rumble. The earth roared and cracked, and the mists around them had been dispersed into a land of ice. Sue Moore lay down next to the stone. Suddenly I realized that the stone was trembling. Sue Moore went up for a slash. What a class! And worthy to pass off as a stone. Kill a second grade 7th order demonic beast. Gain 90,000 kill points. Sue Moore's eyes lit up after hearing this. These two demonic beasts were too powerful. The surrounding demonic beasts that didn't escape were actually scared and fainted. What a godsend. At this moment, Sue Moore was utilizing the essence of Old Six, constantly hunting those demonic beasts that had fainted. Kill a grade 2, 7th order demon beast. Gain 100,000 kill points. Kill one second grade 8th order demonic beast. Gain 130,000 kill points. Kill a grade 2, 9th order demon beast. Gain 170,000 kill points. After turning Sue Moore hunted a dozen or so demonic beasts, he finally realized that something was wrong. Why were they all second-level demonic beasts? It was impossible for such a powerful place to be devoid of third-level demonic beasts. Sue Moore thought of something, stepped on the snow and hurriedly ran towards the distance. The two demonic beasts that were still fighting suddenly stopped. A boa on one end and a huge black hawk on the other. Is this the mole you're talking about? Not bad. It's this person who killed my son. Didn't expect that, and really dared to come over. The boa opened its mouth and let out a strange shriek. At this moment, Sue Moore's face changed as dense red dots appeared above the watch radar. Bang! The watch radar blew right off. Sue Moore's expression changed. After approaching the big tree, with the help of the hidden Een technique, suppress your breath. The current Sue Moore didn't dare to break through either. If there was an accident and an instant breakthrough, his body would be able to recover quickly, and he might even be able to save his life at that time. A demonic beast appeared from the mist, with dozens of them. Sue Moore's expression changed. These should all be demonic beasts of the divine orifice realm. Roar! A demonic beast suddenly stood up and pounded its chest. Sue Moore's color changed. Wasn't this the gorilla from before? Before Sue Moore could react, the gorilla came this way. And at this moment Sue Moore's heart beat faster. The gorilla stopped a distance away from the tree Sue Moore was hiding in and his huge body bent. Sue Moore was about to run when the gorilla clasped his hands. Sue Moore's face changed as the gorilla pulled the tree up. At this moment, Sue Moore's eyes flashed with surprise, and disbelief, and more than anything else, fear. The gorilla didn't kill him and kept sweeping across the room with the big tree. Sue Moore was just being in the middle of hiding in the palm of her hand. Why? Sue Moore's fear could only wait quietly. Dozens of demonic beasts converged next to the boa, constantly hissing, as if reporting back. 3 ice arrows coalesced out of the boa. Bang! 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 3 demonic beasts in the distance directly died. Find it for me. I'll kill you if you don't. The third-level demonic beasts dispersed and hurriedly ran towards the mists. He's hiding in that chimpanzee. Blackhawk spits out human words. I know. He can't move. Black Eagle also thought of something, and a flash of fluctuation flashed through his eagle eyes. After walking away, the chimpanzee lifted Sue Moore. Hello there, we meet again. Sue Moore smiled a greeting. Roar! Big brother, I can't understand. The chimpanzee placed Sue Moore on his shoulder and his body ran towards the mist. It was only at this moment that Sumor noticed that the chimpanzee's eyes were bursting with a flash of golden light, and it was as if these mists didn't exist in his eyes. Sumor was shocked. No wonder he was hiding and only this gorilla could find him. This was his third meeting with the gorillas. The first time he tigers and hunts vultures and a tiger, and the second time he lures the boa into its territory. This is the third time. The chimpanzee came to a mountain peak, put Sumor down, and pointed to a crack, then pointed at Sumor, followed by a punch that shattered the fist next to him. Sumor could roughly understand what it meant. Look down, mother, so deep. The crack was small enough for only one person to pass through, and below it was a fruit tree with a few red fruits hanging from it. Now he finally understood what the gorilla meant, and it turned out that he was told to pick this over. The gorilla was too big to get down, and there were whacked breaks around the edges. Ho, 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 ho. The gorilla found a vine and stood on the mouth of the cliff, pointing his finger at Sumor. Sumor took a deep breath. What a smart gorilla. This guy grew up. Absolutely terrifyingly ruthless. Sumor could only grab the vines and go down slowly. When he was very close to the fruit tree, Sumor took a look downward. Damn, it was too deep to see the bottom. The gorilla was a third-level demonic beast and also climbed for a long time. If he goes down this way, won't he fall into a meat pie? As for picking the fruit off and hiding it, Sumo pressed the idea. This gorilla is very chicken thief. How many fruits must have been counted? Suoma cut the tree down. Kill the third-level mutant spirit fruit tree. Gain 300,000 kill points. Sumor sucked in a breath of cool air. This fruit tree was actually a mutated third level. Then these fruits. As Sumor froze, the vines were directly thrown up, subconsciously grabbing the vines. Just coming up, the gorilla grabbed Sumor, snatched the fruit over and threw it into his mouth. After chewing a mouthful, a red light appeared on his body. In the blink of an eye, a smattering of golden hairs appeared on his chest. The gorilla pounded his chest and let out a startling roar. Falling rocks were appearing quite a bit all around. The gorilla grabbed Sumor and leapt down from the peak. Sumor's soul was scared out of his body. Bang! With a shocking sound, the ground cracked out hundreds of meters. Trees keep falling. Suor's throat rolled. This gorilla is getting so strong. What the hell is that fruit? You can't think about it so much. It's still important to stay alive. The gorilla ran up from the middle of the woods. Rampage all the way. Then he came into the middle of a forest. And with a big wave of his hand, a large tree several meters thick directly snapped. 100-meter-sized boar appeared with two tusks in its mouth emitting a black glow. See the gorilla make a grunting noise. The gorilla pounded his chest and ran up to the boar and punched it. Big brother, don't. Sumor's soul was almost scared to death. If the gorilla's hand was penetrated by the boar, he would definitely burp. What Sumor was worried about didn't happen. The boar's tusks were directly broken, and its 100-meter-sized body flew out even more. Sumor was shocked in his heart. He could tell that this boar was also a third-level demonic beast. He didn't know exactly which level. The gorilla put Sumor down and points to the boar. Now he's mine? The gorilla nodded. Sumor was also not polite. Walking to the boar, the Shin iron blade was directly inserted into the boar's head. A knife burst. Kill a third-grade 8th-order demonic beast. Gain 2 million kill points. Sumor was shocked in his heart and put the body away. Right in that 100-meter-sized spatial ring. The gorilla grabbed Sumor and his body ran towards the outside. Not knowing how long had passed, Sumor finally saw the familiar city wall. The gorilla put Sumor down. Sumori turned his head to look at the gorilla. The gorilla casually pulled up a large tree, pointed at Sumor, then at himself, and finally snapped the tree. Sumori nodded. Today he helps the gorilla, who gives him a wild boar in return and takes him back to a safe area. The next time we meet, it's either you or me. The gorilla disappeared. And Sumor didn't return to the city because the city gates would be closed by night to prevent demonic beasts from entering. Besides, Sumor had no intention of going back. Finding a hidden place, Sumor hid his breath. He could break through. When we meet that chimp later, we'll see who the deer is. Sumor looked at the system panel. Name Sumor. Age, 18. Realm, 2nd level. Heart technique, shaping the Tao technique 2, 1. 000. 000/300. 000. Martial arts, stacked waves blade technique, yellow grade high grade 30. 000/100. 000. Proficiency, little success 100. 000/300. 000. Treading snow, yellow grade high grade 10. 000/50. 000. Proficiency, medium success 200. 000/500. 000. Hidden concealment technique, metaphysical grade upper grade, 0/100. 000. 000. Proficiency, little success 11. 000. 000/500, 000, blood value, 3, 000, 000/6, 000, 000, kill points, 877, 7779. The Shin grade upper grade hidden concealment technique with a beginner's level of proficiency was sufficient. Next he focused on strength. Extra points. With the 3 million kill value disappearing after that, Sumor's realm directly reached the third level of the passing vein. With the operation of the Dao shaping heart technique, at this moment, Sumor had a feeling that he was like a sponge. The cells in his body constantly absorbed the surrounding spiritual chi and polished his physical body. After the breakthrough, Sumor didn't rush to break through to the next realm, but carefully sensed the changes in his physical body. A small stream of wind appeared around Sumor. These were pooled auras. An hour passed in the blink of an eye, and the flesh absorbed the aura slowly until it disappeared. At this moment, Sumor felt that the strength of his physical body was more than doubled compared to the second level of pulse passage. It was not yet the moment of testing. Sumor continued to add points, this time disappearing 4 million. The body suddenly rolled over, and a powerful force of chi and blood impacted the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. There is a small bottleneck in the middle of the third to fourth weight, but with the system plus points, this kind of small bottleneck was completely non-existent for Sumor. The surrounding aura continuously surged into Sumor's body. The meridians continued to expand, metamorphose, and thicken. Physical strength was also increasing rapidly. After a few hours had passed, Sumo opened his eyes, and there was a stream of light appearing in the bottom of his eyes. Looking at the remaining 1 million kill points, Sumor revealed contemplation. The stacked wave blade was his means, and Sumor began to add points. As the 70,000 kill points disappeared, the stacked wave blade had turned into a Xian grade lower grade blade technique. Continuing to add points, the kill points disappeared by 200,000, turning it into a Xian level middle grade, before adding 500,000 points, turning it into a Xian level upper grade. Sumor's eyes flashed with surprise. The stacked wave blade couldn't continue to be upgraded. It looked like it would at most reach the upper Xian grade. There were still 1 million kill points remaining, and Sumor added all of them to proficiency. At this moment, an image suddenly appeared in Sumor's mind. Holding a long sword in his hand, he stood above the sea, the sword in his hand constantly waving, and the waves around him constantly flooded and overlapped. A sword was swung out. 100 layers of blade chi transformed into waves, constantly repeating and superimposing. A sword cracked mountains and broke rivers. Sumor opened his eyes and took a deep breath. Looking at the Xian iron blade in his hand, he had a feeling that he was going to swing it out. However, thinking that this was outside the city in the mists and there were dangers everywhere, he could only suppress the thoughts in his mind. Treading snow's level should also be raised a bit. Sumor added points to treading snow, turning it into a Xian rank lower grade. Name Sumor. Age, 18. Realm, passing through the vein 4th level. Heart technique, shaping the Dao technique 2, 1, 000, 000/300, 000. Martial art, stacked waves blade technique, Xian grade, complete. Treading snow, Xian grade lower 50,000/500000. Proficiency, minor achievement 20000/8000000. Hidden concealment technique, Xian grade upper grade, 0/1, 000, 000. Proficiency, minor achievement 110, 000/500, 000. Blood value, 1000000/150000000. Kill points, 27779. After a busy schedule and almost dying, the realm had only risen by 2 levels, cultivating the Xian grade upper grade stacked wave blade to perfection. If Sumor's thoughts were known to others, they would have cursed Versailles. A quick glance at the weather showed that the clouds were no longer as thick as they had been before and were dispersing quite a bit. Sumor took a deep breath, took his knife and started hunting demonic beasts. Kill a level 1 demonic beast and gain 8,000 kill points. Kill 15 level 1 demonic beasts and gain 130,000 kill points. Sumor continued walking towards the depths. Kill a second grade 3rd order demonic beast. Gain 50,000 kill points. Sumor sighed. In order to obtain a large amount of kill value, he still needed the demonic beast swarm. Sumor took out the map and looked at the places marked on it. This time he set his sights on the iron-toothed crocodile pack, as well as the 3-tailed wolf pack in another place. At the gate guard, White Fix was answering a call from his sister. Have you seen him come back yet? That kid hasn't been back since yesterday. Probably got high and crazy in the wilderness. Will he be in danger? That kid is so smart. He won't be in danger. No. Why are you this concerned about him? I guess. What do you care? Watch your gate. Bai Xiu listened to the beeping sound coming from his cell phone, a depressed look on his face. When there's something going on, it's your brother. When there's nothing going on, the ass isn't one. In the middle of the martial artist guild, Shiroyuki held her cell phone to reveal her contemplation. Could that guy be in danger? Wasn't he targeted by Boa before? Should I go out and see if he's in danger? What if I go over and attract a more powerful demonic beast? Shiroyuki tangled up. Security management service at the moment. The whip in Lu Shuetian's hand was thrown hard at the other party. Who sent you here? How dare you come to the security management office and kill people? Lu Shuetian's eyes narrowed. Yesterday he received a call that a demonic beast had mutated. It's the middle of the storm, and he can't believe it's such a coincidence. Fortunately, with the spiritual liquid given by Su Mo earlier, Zhang Dahai and Li Woyo had already broken through the pulse passage realm. It didn't occur to me that this person across the street was so bold that he really dared to blend in. Brother Lu, the investigation came out. Zhang Dahai ran and brought the man's information over. Lu Shuetian's eyes narrowed after taking a look. What do you see here? The eyes of those who had said nothing before widened. I said, it's Fang Jiangyu. Hearing those 3 words, Lu Shuetian's eyes narrowed and flashed dangerously. Are you sure you're talking about Fang Jiangyu? That's him. I went to elementary school with him and helped him with something before. As this person narrated, Lu Shuetian walked outside, sat on the ground, and lit a cigarette. After smoking, he stood up, leaving a long, drawn-out back. Fang Jiangyu, you fucking want to get me killed? Fine. Let's see if I don't check you out. Lu Shuetian had just walked to the office when he saw a familiar person. This person is, of course, Su Ballad. Come in. Every time Su Ruan saw Lu Shuetian, she had the feeling of a mouse seeing a cat. Sign it. Lu Shuetian handed Su Rouge a piece of paper with conditions densely written on it. The first thing was that her account had been struck out by Su Moore. The second is the compensation for the Su Ballad. Su Moore was about to speak when Lu Shuetian glanced at her. Come on. Before you posted that there was no relationship with Su Moore, saying that people's parents used you. If you sign it, it's good to get the word out to prove what you're saying is true, or you're just a deadbeat. Su Ro did not want to sign. As long as she signed, the account would be gone, and it would be hard to have a separate account. The first condition, she must have her own house, completely hers. Even buying a 1-bedroom house would be close to $1 million. Where would she get that kind of money? She spent all her money on potions. I disagree. The big deal is getting yelled at by someone else. I'm sorry, but Su Moore is the head of the household, and he calls the shots. Not to mention that because of your inappropriate remarks, you no longer have the right to refuse. If you don't sign it, you may have to see it in court. Give me a moment. Su Rouge turned around and walked toward the outside, picked up his cell phone and started calling Su Moore. I'm sorry, you've reached. After Su Ruan called a dozen times in a row, the phone was turned off, sending a message to Su Moore. Looking at the red exclamation mark, a grievance welled up in his heart. Obviously you weren't like this before. Why did you become like this? I'm your sister. Many people who came to the security management office to do their work saw Su Rouge's pearly appearance. Bah, really a money loser. Just a dog that knows how to wag its tail even after feeding it for 10 years or so. Such a person still has the face to cry. Her brother is desperately trying to earn money for her cultivation, and he doesn't even blink when he buys more than $200,000 of clothes. The ugly duckling is delusional about being a white swan, and the dead crow is delusional about flying to the branch and becoming a phoenix. Z9 City has actually appeared a trashy commodity like this. It's really disgraced Z9 City. Hurry up and go. Look at her crying again. Maybe she'll say we're bullying her later. Hurry up and go. Su Ro's tears flowed down again. If she had testified and Su Moore hadn't been expelled, was it possible that none of this would have happened? But that's $10,000. Su Moore worked for a long time to earn, not to mention that at that time, he could also let him work for Zhou Liang, a few $1,000s a month. Doesn't he suffer a little aggravation? And now what about her? She's all scolded. Zhou Liang, yes, Zhou Liang. Su Yuan called Zhou Liang. Hey, you do me a favor? You say? Zhou Liang's voice came from the phone. Lend me $2 million. I want to buy a house. And Su Moore is kicking my account out. I can't help you. Now that my allowance is restricted, I can still get 100,000 out, but not 200,000. Besides, you can buy $200,000 worth of clothes without blinking an eye, and you're still missing the 2 million. Su Rouge's complexion changed. After hanging up, he gritted his teeth and dialed another number. Su Ro, don't tell me you've caused trouble again. I don't have the time to take care of you right now. Principal, Su Moore is kicking my account out. I have no choice. You buy a house is not on the line. $200,000 of clothes are bought. You are still worse than this. You sell Su Moore house. Lousy lost $20 million to others, just to keep you. And then you're given $1 million reward, so you can have no money? I spent it all. You're bullshitting. A few $1,000,000. Say no. Your brain is kicked by a donkey or clogged with shit. I'll buy the blood enhancement pill. That thing is 100,000 a piece. Buy a few and the money will be gone. Sue Ballard said carefully. You naive batch. Stupid. 255. Stupid. The effect of the blood increasing pill slowly disappears after eating a few. Don't tell me you still keep eating it. Sue Ballard could only mumble her mouth in response. Dahi mother. Old me is really pissed off by you. You use elixirs to make a strong boost here. Don't hammer yourself. Don't, damn it. When the time comes, you can't even beat someone with less than 200 chi in blood. Forget it. I'll fix it for you. Hurry back. Disgraceful thing. Still a genius. Can't even set your brother straight. What a waste. One more thing. What's the matter? Piece by piece. Gulp. And a payout of $7 million. Sue Ballard could hear a deep breath from across the room. Good. I'll give you $10 million. Together with the $20 million paid out before. This is $30 million. You give me an IOU, or else I won't lend you any money. You ask for another one. Do you think that my money came from the gale? Big deal. I don't want you as a genius. 10 highs ago no martial artist appeared also came over. As a result, because of the appearance of a U, the reputation is stinking. Sue Rose's face went bloodless when she heard that the principal wasn't going to help her. I sign. Then come back and sign it. And when you do, I'll pay you to hurry up and finish your shit. Lu Xiuetian looked at Sue Rose back as she left, the corner of her mouth tinged with derision. Not long after that the phone rang. Old Lu there's an account for a Sue Ballard. You see? Lu Xiuetian's mouth was tinged with playfulness. She just has to have the house and wave her hand. Old Lu, to ask you about something, that one called Wu Chou. Because of her, the city lord is now dissatisfied with all of us at 10 high. Lu Xiuetian spoke out to interrupt. Old classmate, I'll be honest with you. The day I brought it back, Wu Chou was already dead. What did you say? You didn't lie to me, did you? Brought back spitting blood and dead. They had already taken the poison long ago, and I don't know who was so cruel. Nothing is accounted for and it's already dead. After hanging up the phone, Lu Xiuetian picked up another cell phone, then quickly wrote a line on a piece of paper. Back inside the cell, the phone rings. The person who was interrogated by Lu Xiuetian before looked at Lu Xiuetian. I've given a full account. Give me a break. It has nothing to do with my family. As it says. Good. Lu Xiuetian put the phone through. Hey, what's up? You didn't make a move, did you? No, it's not. Where is the security management office so easy to get into? Not to mention the circuits. The place of confinement are to be figured out. The plan is to move in 2 days. That's good. That's good. Don't move. Don't do this mission. I'll pay the money as it is. Why? Just don't ask. The phone hung up. Lu Xiuetian looked at the recording. The corner of his mouth rose. It was his good fortune to know Sue more. It wouldn't be long before he was promoted. Well done. In the middle of the 10 high office, Fong Zhengyu wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Almost made a big mistake. After sitting down, he kept pondering over Lu Xiuetian's words. Zhou Liang really underestimated you. No wonder that old fox of the Zhou family did not agree. It turns out that he wanted to pull me down. Oh, you want to remove yourself from it, but unfortunately you don't know that Lu Xiuetian is my classmate. The next step was to prepare for the martial arts exams with peace of mind and redeem his reputation. Once Wu Qiu died, his position was preserved. Anyway, he died in the security management office, which had nothing to do with him, and was almost pulled down by the Zhou family. After thinking about this, Fong Zhengyu called Lu Xiuetian and said he wanted an autopsy report. Lu Xiuetian of course gave. Dog bites dog. Of course he is happy to see. Instead of letting someone else expose it, it would be better to let that Fong Zhengyu take the initiative to expose it. After Fong Zhengyu received Lu Xiuetian's fax, his eyes narrowed as he looked at the contents on it. Zhou Liang, you're much more ruthless than that old man in your family. You're not following the rules at all. Since Zhou Liang wanted to pull him down, why couldn't he pull Zhou Liang down? But that old fox of the Zhou family is a bit of a pain in the ass, doing things very low-key. Lu Xiuetian had planned to be about to go on inspection when he suddenly received a phone call. Brother Lu. A dark voice came from the opposite side. Lu Xiuetian's eyes flashed with surprise. This was a call from Sun Knight, one of the heads of the black market. What is it? About that Sue Moore. Someone from the Zhou family went to Jiangquan today. There was an inexplicable emotion brewing under Lu Xiuetian's eyes. You go on. The person I planted around Jiangquan send me a recording and I'll send it to you. Yes, older brother Sun Knight. I'll give you a word of explanation as well. Someone is going to make a move against the Zhou family. Old brother Sumor has broken through the passing vein. The sound of a teacup falling came over the phone. Brother Lu really didn't lie to me? We've been working together for so many years. You should know my identity. Otherwise you wouldn't have chosen to work with me in the first place. Do you think I'd lie to you? Z9 City's black market is cluttered. And it's time for a real black market head to appear and unify the planning arrangements. There was silence on the other side of the phone for a long moment. I know what to do. Don't use that pawn of yours too often. It's easy to set you up if the other side realizes it. If you can plant people, others can plant people around you. Brother Lu, don't you understand me? Sun Knight asked a rhetorical question. Lu Shuetian nodded. He just had a number in his heart. Lu Shuetian turned the phone recording on and heard a familiar voice. The second oldest member of the Zhou family, Zhou Bangyu's voice. Brother Jiang, as long as this person in the photo dies, $500 million will arrive immediately. Isn't this the genius sister's brother? Sumor? That's him. Okay, I know. I'll get someone to set it up. There's a big thank you when it's done. After backing up his stuff, Lu Shuetian took a deep breath. This Zhou family's penis could no longer run away. And at that time, if old brother Sumor exposed his strength, I'm afraid that at that time, a lot of people would be willing to fall on their sword. The icing on the cake isn't always done, and no time is spared when it comes to dropping a stone. Lu Shuetian tried to make a call to Sumor and realized that the phone couldn't be reached. Probably went outside the city again. That kid isn't afraid of that boa. Not long after, Su Rouge came over. Management Lu, I'm here to handle the account. Can't you see it's almost closing time? Not a bit of human decency. Lu Shuetian turned around and left after he finished speaking, ignoring Su Rouge in the back. Such a woman is selfish, has eyes only for herself, and is ungrateful. He didn't want much contact with people like that. Management Lu, please, I'm going on inspection now, and if there's a problem with human life, you're responsible. Su Ro did not dare to speak. She could not afford to take the blame. Tomorrow and the day after are weekends, and you don't have to come. Su Ro had a bad feeling in her heart. He wouldn't not handle it for her. After Lu Shuetian left, Su Ro walked towards the school. Halfway down the road, a panicked voice rang out. A mutant leech twisted and crawled across the pavement with a body the size of 2 meters. Not only that, but a pair of fleshy wings sprouted from his back, glowing blood red, and a bloodless dead man lay beside him. After Su Rouge encountered it, her face turned pale and she turned to run away. Isn't this that genius martial artist Su Rouge? Aren't you a martial artist? Go kill that demonic beast. Go! Su Ro's face gradually turned pale as she heard others recognize her. She hadn't fought a demonic beast yet. Her legs went weak at the sight of the demonic beast. Go on. This is a freshly mutated one. It shouldn't be as strong as you. Go and kill it. The mutant leech's wings flapped and flew at the crowd. After Su Ruan saw it, she let out a cry of surprise and her face swished pale. How was she going to fight a demonic beast when she had nothing? The mutant leech grabbed a person and took a bite. The person's blood was absorbed and a cold corpse lay on the ground, looking for death. By this time, Zhang Dehai had already arrived, and with his hand, the mutant leech directly turned into 2 halves from the center. Blood spurted all over the place. Zhang Hai's heart sank as he looked at the 2 cold corpses lying on the ground. I'm sorry I'm late. Many people noticed that Zhang Dehai's body was still stained with blood, so he should have gone to hunt other demonic beasts. Management Zhang has worked hard. We should be the ones to thank you. Yeah, we don't know how many people would have died if you hadn't come over. Zhang Dehai took a deep breath and looked at the crowd. The next time you come across a demonic beast mutation, run towards a place with a building. Demonic beasts have huge bodies, and where there are obstacles, the speed will drop, and the chances of escape are quite a bit greater. Management Zhang, we know. It's all because of this Su Ro. She's a martial artist. She doesn't go hunting demonic beasts and runs towards our crowd. That's right. Let her go kill demonic beasts and stand there not even daring to move. No, that's not it. Su Ro wanted to defend herself and realized that Zhou Dehai didn't even look at her. Gentlemen, hurry home. Not long after Li Wuyo and Lu Shuetian also rushed to come. Seeing the 2 cold corpses, it was hard to hide a touch of complexity in his heart. They had already seen too many demonic beasts mutate and dead people appear. There's no defense. No way around it. Looking at the pale-faced Su ballad. Scram. Today's matter will be registered by our security management office. As a martial artist without a bit of commitment, even one like you deserves to be called a genius martial artist. At the moment, in Lu Shuetian's eyes, Su Ro did not even have the qualifications to let him scold him. Suddenly, he thought of the time when he had just met Su Mor's oldest brother, a chicken-killing knife that directly cut down the mutated lobster. The latter assisted them in hunting mutated water snakes and slaughtering demonic beasts for 30 miles outside the city. Then look at this Su Rouge. Also being a martial artist, he didn't even have the courage to face a demonic beast. No, not for the record. I have no combat experience. After hearing these words, a murderous intent surged out of Lu Shuetian's body. What about all the knowledge you've learned? Can't you even use it? Tell them to scatter and flee. Seek shelter in buildings. And you tell me you didn't learn? Say, if you're going to say you didn't learn, I'm going to go to your school 3 steps at a time and apologize. Don't look down, dumbass. Look at me. Look straight at me. Face me, cub seed. Su Rouge lowered her head and didn't say anything. The 3 men began to clean up the mess. Faced with such stupidity, except for the fact that they were pissed off at themselves, she would just scream in front of Su more. And it wouldn't take long before she couldn't scream anymore. No princess life, got princess disease. Lu Shuetian turned his head and took out his cell phone, dialing a number. Hey, Lao Lu, you can do this, principal can't do it. Your brain is kicked by a donkey or clogged with shit. If you don't want to do it, I'll suggest it to the city hall. Fang Zhengyu held the phone in a daze. What kind of person calls himself a genius when his brain is stuffed with shit and his eyes don't work well? And ask me to get her an account. I'll help her grandma's leg. What the hell? Grass. It's bad luck for me to know you. Don't ever fucking ask me for a job again. After Lu Shuetian hung up the phone, he took a deep breath. Cool. Zhang Dahai and also Li Woyo. Cool. Pack up your stuff and let's leave. When that stupid principal has to come over to make amends. Fang Zhengyu put down the phone. His face was gloomy, although he didn't know what was happening. It must have something to do with Su Rouge. After the meeting was adjourned, he took out his cell phone and dialed Su Ballad's number. Not long after, the office resounded with the sound of Fang Zhengyu's growl. Are you stupid or retarded? Where's your usual smartass? The smartass that screwed your brother out of his money and sold your parents' house? Still with a blank brain and an account that can't be processed. Why can you think of me? Even if you call and we rush over there, it would be good for us. You're such a fucking waste. Old me is really blind to train you. Training a dog is more useful than you. Keep your head up. Don't play fucking aggravated. And look straight at my cub seed. Buy clothes 200,000 without blinking. Said only buy you like that confidence it. Now run where? Say it. Stupid. Retarded. Brain dead. Piece of shit. Nothing. I've kind of realized that the closer I get to you, the less good things happen. And I now suspect that your adoptive father and mother were both killed by you. I'll be grimacing at you by then. 2. Your reputation is all over the place right now. And maybe the big universities in the north have a problem with you right now. It's not easy to have a chance to perform and you backed out. You've had too much pig brain. No. Saying pig insults the pig. You're a martial artist. Even if you're injured, it's not fatal. Seeing you fight so hard, how will others look at it then? Look at the Northern District Martial Artist Forum now, posting about you. And there's a lot of cursing down there. We're all cursed and stank at 10 high. Fang Zhengyu took a deep breath and was about to continue speaking when he saw a phone call, after which his face turned pale and his body trembled a little. The attitudes all became respectful. Hey, City Lord, if you're not right for that position, I can replace you. I should still have that right. It's my fault. I'll fix it. I've punished her. You have to understand. City Lord, after all, the students haven't been out of school. Their combat experience is poor, and all they've learned is theory. But she didn't even play out her theoretical knowledge. Fang Zhengyu couldn't wait to slap himself right now. The City Lord hung up the phone, and Fang Zhengyu sat down on his chair with his butt looking at the ceiling. His eyes gradually became hollow. It's over. It's all over. I had thought that the Wuchao thing was over. And now something like this is happening because of Su Rouge. It's so tiring, destroying. Or else kill Su Ballad and kill yourself. Get out. Get out. Get out. Don't let me see you. I'm pissed off at the sight of you. Wait till you pay me back. $30 million. Just like you still want to enter the North Academy. Enter the wool. Su Ro left with her head down, looking a bit aggrieved. Seeing Wang Yang, the class teacher, wanting to complain about something. Wang Yang's face didn't look good. He didn't pay attention to Su Ro, turned his head towards the office, and came out with a bloody head. Su Rouge returned to her class, her head lowered, and she didn't say anything. No princess life, got princess disease. Many people who were jealous of Su Ro's breakthrough as a martial artist gloated at the moment. Zhou Liang placed a smile on his face after hearing these voices. People like Su Rouge are not necessarily wanted by key academic institutions. Self-inflicted. It looks like a breakthrough martial artist won't necessarily be accepted. Maybe they don't even want a normal academy. Also, TSK, 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 look at the online posts. I'll read them to you. Genius martial artist or genius shit. Shit. The comments below are even more exciting. Even though Su Ballad doesn't have a brain, she doesn't have a bear either. Such a person is weak. But she can cry. If you can't even use the theory, you're not cheating on the test, are you? Letting such a person become a martial artist. The heavens are truly blind. Shut up. Sue Rouge suddenly stormed up and slapped the table. What's the point of yelling at us? Now that we're all being scolded in class 9, what does this matter have to do with us? That's right. You made our 9th class suffer. I think it's better to expel them as well. Sue Ballad took a deep breath. Okay, you guys wait. Sue Rouge turned around and left the class after she finished speaking. Many people in the class began to be afraid. Sue Rouge was a martial artist after all. They hadn't even reached 106 chi blood value yet, and there was still more than a month left before the martial arts exam. Sue Moore, who was still outside the city at the moment, didn't know what was happening. Sumo's figure kept jumping on the big tree, and only a residual shadow could be seen. As a 3-meter-sized spider was hacked to death, Sue Moore let out a breath. All around were dense cobwebs, with a few more white bones hanging from them, their flesh and blood having been swallowed by the spiders. Kill a 2nd grade 7th order demonic beast. Gain 200,000 kill points. Sue Moore sat down on a tree to rest. At this moment, the Northern District Martial Artist Forum once again exploded. Demonic beasts roar at night. What happened? There were a few pictures below, a few stumps, unable to see their faces, surrounded by demonic beast corpses, especially the dozen or so demonic beasts that were close to 20 meters in size. The only thing that could be seen clearly was only the back of the demonic beast standing on its corpse, and because of the clouds, it wasn't particularly clear yet. Holding a basalt iron sword in his hand, there was still blood dripping from the tip of the sword from time to time. Sure enough, it's my husband. You still don't want to forgive me? It's you again. Upstairs. You seem to be a guy, right? You control me. You control me. You control me. They're both martial artists. Why is the gap so wide? Thinking about that genius student gives me a sense of sadness. I advise you to speak properly and not insult this one backstabber. That's right. A stinking piece of shit like that can be compared to my backstabbing brother. For the photo shoot, send me an address and I'll send you a copy of the top of the line photo shooter. Who exactly do you guys think the backstory guy is? Looking at his back, he's not particularly old. If I had known, I would have gone to the door and knelt down to recognize him as my big brother, giving him $1 million a month and begging him to recognize me as his little brother. I don't know if Backstage has a girlfriend. .34e, white long straight, 10 sweets, 11 figures in savings. If he were my boyfriend, it would all be his. 34? Want to whore yourself out? Ugly? Legs not straight? Folded out of paper? 8 more decimal places, right? Don't defame a beautiful woman. Send a picture? Hey, I think I've seen this avatar of hers before. Let me look for it. I really found it. National Flyable Feather. Crap. You say this person I can know. I still have resources. Xiao Yu and AAA Building Materials Wang General Manager's private life. Aren't we talking about backstabber? Excuse me, that brother with resources. Send me a copy later. For a fee. Give me one too. Then I'll have one too. In the Martial Artist Guild. Baiyu looked at the flash of back on the forum. This brat's strength has increased again. I just don't know to what level exactly. Looking at the incoming call, a flash of surprise crossed the bottom of Baiyu's eyes. I can't believe you bothered to call me. Old man, how's that apprentice of mine doing? Regarding the disciples of the sect, you don't care about me as a disciple, do you? Old man, do you believe that I will tell the master mother? Better not. You see, you can intern at the Martial Artist Guild, or I'll find a way for you to do so. A flash of contempt flashed under Baiyu's eyes. That person on the forum is your precious shut-in disciple. Take a look. Strong and tough, not even coming back outside of the city, keeping company with the sword and hunting demonic beasts. Wait until after the martial arts exam, and you come back too. Shirayuki's eyes crossed with a flash of surprise. Did something come up? It hasn't happened yet. I guess it's coming soon. A powerful demonic beast appeared outside of the city in our northern district, so maybe the attack on the city will be staged once again. Baiyu's mind tightened after hearing this. Every time a demonic beast attacked a city, blood flowed into rivers, white bones paved the way, and there were ruins everywhere, which would also be accompanied by the fall of many martial artists. At that time, I'll go back with senior brother in one piece, just in time for my performance to be completed. Good. After hanging up the phone, a layer of haze covered Baiyu's heart. Demonic beasts attacked the city, and the news didn't even dare to be released. Once released, it can cause a huge panic. It's no use worrying about it when the car is on the wrong side of the mountain. There's a taller one to hold the sky when it falls. Shirayuki continued to stare at the Northern District Martial Artist Forum. Also staring at the forum at the moment was Lu Shuetian. Looking at that flash of back, he knew that it was his sumo brother. Right now, Even second-grade demonic beasts could be hunted with their hands. Zhang Dahai and also Li Woyo had envy in their eyes. Right now, they couldn't catch up with Sumor's cultivation speed even if they beat their horses. If it wasn't for the spiritual liquid that Sumor had given them, they hadn't even broken through to the pulse-passing realm. Black Market Sun Knight looked at that back. Brother Lu, you lied to me. Where is this something that can be done by just breaking through the passing vein? As time passed, in the blink of an eye, the greater part of a month passed. A post blew up once again. I'm not a coward or a loser. There was also a photo below of a huge demonic beast on the ground that had lost its life, and the figure standing next to it had determination in its gaze, and its hand was still dripping blood. The post blew right up. Where did this come from to find someone to work with? That's right, this retarded girl also hunts demonic beasts? It's true. She's her too. I also saw it with my own eyes, and it was indeed her who decapitated the demonic beast. Su Ro turned to leave, her body staggering. She was going to enter the north courtyard. She would definitely be able to get in. She was not a vase. This is her first step. She still has to take revenge. Sumor, you wait. You kicked my account out. I'm going to make you regret it. Waiting, along with all those who called her names, to be punched in the face. At this moment, Fang Zhengyu looked at the post and violently stood up from his seat. If you're acting, I urge you to apologize. No. Su Ruan directly hung up the phone. Fang Zhengyu's face flashed with surprise. Actually dared to hang up her phone, before scolding her who did not dare to return the favor. Could it be that he had really metamorphosed? Security Management Service. Zhang Dahai took the cell phone. Brother Lu, this Su Rouge has risen to prominence? Rise, don't tease. Just want to avenge the recovery of elder brother stranger, as well as make those who scolded her regret it. What do you care what she does? Just give her the account when she comes to do it. There's still a month to go before the martial arts exam, so we'll have a good show then. Lu Shuetian looked at the information inside his cell phone. This was sent to him by Sun Knight. Unable to find any trace of Su Mor, the Zhou family is a little anxious. This counts as a final wail. Early the next morning, a thread suddenly exploded with countless people. The North Academy examination will be set up in Z City, and the specific content of the examination will be arranged according to the main examination officer. The entire North District exploded at this notice. Why? Wasn't it always in A-Town before? To actually come to Z City, could it be that my Z City is going to rise as well? It can't really be for Su Ballad, can it? Wake up upstairs. To enter the North Academy, at least a martial artist. The entire North District can be more than one martial artist. Surely hidden there are other martial artists. Some schools love to hold back a big pile, but why set in Z City is indeed a bit of a surprise. Not in line with the style of the North Academy and even sometimes the martial arts examination, are going to go forward to the North Academy to participate. The Blaze Academy examination is set in Z City. The Tianfeng Academy assessment is set in Z City. Demon Slayer Academy examination set in Z City. Tianshur Academy test set in Z City. The Green Cliff School exam is set in Z City. 5 posts followed, and the entire North End all but exploded. What kind of magic does Z City have? Why are they all flocking in? This is the first time in history that the test has been set in Z City. Before even the ordinary test wasn't set in Z City. Mom, so excited. This is a feat for my Z-Town. A high point. Not even saying what the reason is. For whom exactly is it coming? Could it be that there is a true dragon hidden in my Z City? At this moment, within a luxurious office in the North Courtyard, let him have the assessment. Let him go and stay out of the way. The 4 North Academy teachers were baffled as to why such a decision had been made this year. White Moon is there. Just ask her when the time comes. My shut-in disciple is also in that place. What? Dean, when did you recruit a shut-in disciple? Long Lin Tian opened his cell phone and a flash of back appeared above the posting. This is my shut-in disciple, 18 years old. No contest. The strength is still a little worse. Several teachers hurried over, their pupils contracting. Dean, is this really your closed disciple? Of course, I'm not going to lie to you. This test is more of a morale boost than for him. Hunting and killing demonic beasts 30 miles outside the city. Along with the recent postings, the momentum building has been completed. Thinking about what was about to happen, these teachers' hearts sank as well. No wonder Dean wasted so much effort. So here it is. The 5 of them are also worried. Several of us are old comrades who have been side by side for many years. This demonic beast attack on the city is not trivial. Let's hope the North End doesn't look like that one. Dean took a deep breath, concern in his eyes. Hearing the Dean's words, they had the same complexity in their eyes. There were still 9 districts remaining, but before there were 10 large districts. Only one of them had all disappeared, razed to the ground by demonic beasts. This is the shame of mankind, and the biggest casualty of mankind in history. Hundreds of millions of living beings all died in the mouth of demonic beasts. 1 month left. Go down and get ready. As the Northern Academy and also the 5 key academic institutions released their announcements, all 9 cities in the entire Z-word surged. After all, this was an honor shared by all the cities in the entire Z-word. The 9 city lords of the 9 cities of the word Z were brought together. Choosing Z City this time is an event for our common Z City. It must be done well. Lu Xuedao just smiled when he heard it, of which he somewhat guessed the exact thing. The North Academy. The 5 key academies all flooded in, and he didn't expect it, and he guessed that there was a possibility that there was a relationship with Sumor. Next, we still need all of you to assist each other in mobilizing some people to build the venue for the martial examination. It should be. We haven't been this lively in Z-Town for a long time. There's an area that previous city lords have divided, in the area bordering our 9 cities, and it's enough to build it. It's a pity that for so many years, not to mention the key academies, even the higher ordinary academies don't come over, and our candidates have to laboriously go to other cities to take the test. As the 9 city lords spoke, a sadness welled up within them, as well as a hint of unwillingness. There was no way around it. Compared to other cities, the gap between Z City was indeed huge. As time festered, the entire Z City was buzzing with activity, and there were even martial artists on standby to be dispatched. Even many wild martial artists joined in, just to do their part for Z City, where the city gates were guarded. Bai Xiu looked at the martial arts forum. It didn't occur to me that for your sake, the Northern Academy, all 5 key academies have come in. Bai Xiu knew that it should be for Sumor. Examiner? It was interesting. It looked like Sumor should be the examiner. While he was fuming, a silhouette came outside. Bai Xiu didn't go up to say hello. This woman he didn't like. Su Ro returned and took a deep breath. This time she hunted a demonic beast outside the city. The photo that was taken was about to be posted on the martial arts forum. After opening it, I looked at the top few posts and got excited inside. The Northern Academy's examination location is actually set in Z City. Great, great. You all waited. It must have been for me. At that time, I will create the myth of Z City, and those who insulted me, you all wait to regret it. There is still 1 month left for the martial arts examination to come, and I have to work hard, hunting a demonic beast outside the city today, and continuing to cheer tomorrow. Su Ro posted the photo and found a place to quietly stare at the comments below. This girl has really been scolded and woken up, and actually dares to go hunting demonic beasts outside the city. People go down the wrong path, and it's good to know when you're wrong. Not bad. There is growth. Worthy of being a genius martial artist. Knowing shame. Not as much as a hair on my back brother's leg. Upstairs, reaching the age of a martial artist at this age and still being able to go out and hunt demonic beasts is already very good. If you, would you dare? You would have already wowed in fear. The corners of Su Ro's mouth rose after seeing this scene. Her reputation is also gradually changing. Although there are still voices of abuse, wait until the examination. The North Courtyard to say that it is for her. At that time, to see who still dare to underestimate her. After seeing the content on the forum, the principal of the 10th high school, Fong Zhengyu, took a deep breath. This dumbass finally knows to save himself and there's still hope. Hope of being accepted to North Academy. And he noticed that the posts scolding Su Rouge were now being censored. Even the ones who cursed them for being 10 high were removed quite a bit. Fong Zhengyu took out his phone and took a picture of the note that Su Ro signed, which he had already torn up. Take a picture and send it to Su Ballad. And send Su Ballad another $1 million. I'm happy to see you awakened. The matter of the IOUs has passed. This is a reward for you. Keep up the good work, and you'll see to the arrangements for the rest of the month. Su Ro watched Headmaster Fong Zhengyu's operation. The corner of her mouth rose and she snorted coldly. Turn around and come to the Martial Artists Guild. I'm going to buy a storage ring and a black knife. $1.5 million. Shirayuki replied without looking up. These are the 2 demonic beasts I hunted to obtain materials. Take a look. Bayu gave a price of $60,000 after taking a look. In the end, Su Ballad paid $44,000 out of her own pocket. It came out with a bit of disgruntlement on his face. Still a martial artists guild. They can't even do business. And they don't know how to get a discount in the face of talented martial artists. Sooner or later, I'll make you all beg for it. Standing in the doorway fantasizing about the image of the North Academy announcing in a moment that it was for her, and that the 5 key academies would also be competing for her. A touch of pride spread across her face. Shirayuki shook her head as she looked at the back of the man standing in the doorway giggling. Stupid one. Picking up his cell phone, he sent another message and sighed after seeing no reply. This guy calls the outskirts of town home. The 9 city lords of Z City worked feverishly for the next few hours, not afraid of getting tired at all. The 9 major cities bordering the area divided into places of assessment were too big, but they weren't the only ones. The other cities near the 9 cities also chose to come and help. None of them are stupid. But now it's a man who has a good relationship with Z-Town. Within just half a month, it had almost been built. The huge fortress that can hold close to 80 million people has been completed. This is still hiring martial artists and building it overnight. Otherwise it couldn't have been so fast. The martial arts exam is now a hot topic throughout the North End. Of course there was another person. And that person was Sue Ballard. Hunting demonic beasts every day. Especially this time the image of the 3 demonic beasts lying beside each other. Their clothes already stained red with blood. Their faces pale and breathing heavily. Don't live up to your youth. Don't live up to your life. Don't live up to yourself. Go for it. Yao Yao, pay attention to rest. There is still half a month left. You should relax properly next. One person hunting 3 demonic beasts. Too strong. Wanting to hug the thigh. Not as much as a hair on my back brother's leg. Grass. You're there every time. Come out and let's fight one-on-one. Every time Sue Ballard posts. This guy is bound to show up. Really convinced. At the city gate guard. Bai Xiu looked at the people who had broken the defense. And a smile appeared on his face. Of course he said that line. He's kind of found joy lately in just watching people break their defenses. In all the time he'd been watching the gate, he'd never seen a woman so self-absorbed. Half a month added up to not even killing 20 demonic beasts. That's Sue more. Every time I go there, I'm just stocking up. Not to mention that this was someone his big sister valued. So of course he had to stand for a wave. The youngest examiner of the North Academy will take office and preside over this session of the martial arts examination test. And the shut disciple of the dean of our North Academy. A talented martial artist. The North Yard can make a huge splash just by posting. The youngest examiner. The shut-in disciple of the dean of the North Courtyard. And a genius martial artist. 3 pieces of news. Each one like a heavy hammer to their hearts. The North Academy was originally the cradle of geniuses. The holy land of the North region. And even the North Academy recognized talented martial artists. Just how demonic is that? At this moment, Su Ro's body trembled when she saw this news. Could the dean's shut-in disciple, a genius martial artist, be here for me? When Su Ro thought of this, a blush couldn't help but creep up on her face. A man of genius like this should be a beautiful, talented woman to match him. His own looks weren't that bad and his talent was strong. Not to mention the fact that the test location was now in Z City. And the results were already obvious. Sue Ballard thought herself still the most qualified. The comments continued to grow as Su Yao continued to stare. I really want to meet such a talented person. Could it be that the examination was placed in Z City because of this talented martial artist? It's also possible. I have a bold guess now. This talented martial artist won't be here for someone. Upstairs. Have you read too many novels? You mean he's got his eye on Sue Ballard? It's not out of the question. The comments below were varied. And a smirk flickered on Su Ro's face when she saw her name mentioned. Who says there's no chance that it might be for her? It takes a genius to match a genius. After Su Ro returned to her room, she washed and dressed up. Looking at herself in the mirror, her white and red skin, together with her smiling pretty face, she couldn't help but want to kiss herself when she looked at it. Took a few pictures and was about to post them when I suddenly stopped. Such a genius surely likes people who are diligent and hardworking. So tomorrow, continue to hunt demonic beasts outside the city. Sue Ballard had already made up her mind. Sue Moore, who was still outside the city at the moment, was facing an unprecedented calamity, because it wasn't a demonic beast that was being faced. This was the first time Sue Moore had seen such a monster. Stout, about 2 meters tall, with 2 horns on his head and special lines spread across his face. Holds a pair of sledgehammers and is capable of mouthing words. Suemo held the Shin iron sword and stood opposite to this demon. I didn't expect you to survive my heavy hammer. Again, only to see the lanky figure, with both hammers raised. His body leapt and smashed at Sue Moore. Sue Moore's long sword resisted. There was a bang, splashes of fire, and Sue Moore's body took a step back. The lanky figure gained momentum and swung both hammers quickly. Dang! The sound of collision kept ringing out. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of moves passed. Sewer drew back. Stacked waves. The Shin grade high-grade stacking wave was completely utilized by Sue Moore at this moment. Shocker! The lanky figure had black gases wrapped around the top of his twin hammers. Bang! A loud collision sounded in the mists. The lanky figure's footsteps retreated one after another, and there was surprise in his eyes. He was actually repulsed by the man in front of him, looking for death. With a cold snort, the light above the double hammers flashed, and with a leap, they descended from the sky, smashing against Sue Moore's head. Sue Moore's long blade was erected in front of his chest. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Stacked waves. This time there was only one blade chi. Nothing fancy. Sue Moore stood in place, and the figure that fell from the sky dropped to the sides when it was still a few centimeters away from Sue Moore. Kill a demon of divine orifice 1. Gain 4 million kill value. Sumor leaned on his body with his sword, feeling dizzy. A feeling of weakness came from within, as if his body had been drained. This was a move that he had comprehended after being outside the city for so long, and the only drawback was that the power in his body would be extracted after every execution. Such a move cannot be used lightly, especially outside the city. A demon? What the hell is this? It has not been documented. Get out your cell phone and take a picture. Shirayuki should recognize this thing and send it to her to look at when the time comes. As for the cheap master, there wasn't even a single contact. Putting the corpse and the twin hammers away, Sumor turned around and left the place. A battle had just taken place here, and there was still the smell of blood, and now that his body was empty of power, he had to quickly find a place to recover. At this moment, in the middle of the martial artist guild, Baiyu was receiving a few people. Teachers, you've worked hard all the way. We're not working hard, we're just here early to see that little master of yours. The dean has praised him as a flower, not to mention that we need him to make up his mind for this examination. And we need to let the Z City Lord prepare in advance. Hearing this, Baiyu's face showed helplessness. That guy's been out of town for over a month, and even less news has come in lately, and we know he's still alive because of the last picture someone posted. The few teachers in the North Academy were quite satisfied to have such strong talent and work so hard. Good, good. Ding dong. Shirayuki's cell phone rang, and after seeing the photo on it, her expression changed. Teachers, look at this. After seeing the spliced together body, several people's faces changed. The demons actually appeared again? Sumor, where are you? Come back quickly. Shirayuki hurriedly sent a message to Sumor. I'm almost at the martial arts guild. Teachers wait, I'll bring them over to meet you later. The 4 teachers shook their heads and went out with Shirayuki. Luckily, it was nighttime and there was no one near the martial artist guild. Otherwise, when others saw Sumor, they would have thought that he would be a savage running from the middle of some primitive forest. Sister Baiyu, I'm back. Baiyu looked at Sumo unharmed, and then breathed a sigh of relief. There's still half a month left for the martial arts exam. If you don't come back, I'll think you're dead outside. Only then did Sumor notice that there were a few people following behind Baiyu, all sizing him up. Hurry up and wash up. I have something to tell you. Baiyu pulled Sumor to a place where he could wash up and turned to leave. When Sumo appeared once again, several teachers nodded their heads, looking so handsome, with deep eyebrows and a cold face, seemingly gentle, but actually rejecting people, without any emotional fluctuations in the bottom of their eyes. These are the teachers of the North Academy and the examiners for this time. Hello teacher. Sumor hurriedly greeted. Sumor right, there's no need to be polite. This time I came over. There's also something to find you. You can open the martial artist forum and take a look. Sumor took out his cell phone and opened the martial artist forum, and his pupils fluctuated when he saw the content above. You're the main examiner this time. What are your opinions in response to this examination? After everyone sat down, Sumor pondered. What made him notice was that the cheap master that he recognized was actually the dean of the North Academy. Then the kid will dare to say what I think. And if you teachers feel dissatisfied with something, you can correct it out. The 4 teachers were quite satisfied with Sumor. Their attitude was humble and they wouldn't grovel to please a person. The chi and blood test remains unchanged. Before it was all about fighting between martial artists and utilizing points to see the results. Let's change it to fighting demonic beasts. Oh, tell me what you think? A teacher's eyes narrowed as he stared at Sumor with a serious expression. Some candidates have good grades, but their guts are so poor that they can't even stand up when they see a demonic beast, let alone fight. After entering the academy, it takes a lot of time just to develop their guts. Demonic beasts reproduce quickly and are able to devour each other to grow. Humans can't. They need to go through the motions and grow slowly. Exposing them to it in advance is a baptism for their guts. Their theories, and the demonic beasts can be chosen from those that have been learned in books and have clear weaknesses. After it's over, students advancing at the martial artist level are placed outside of the city to hunt demonic beasts, and a points tournament is implemented to sort out the final rankings. What does the teacher think? Sumor looked at the 4 teachers. After all, this was his idea. The 4 teachers applauded one by one, looking at Sumor with relief. Not bad. It's still the young people who have the courage. No wonder the dean would let you be the assessment officer. Now we understand what the dean meant. Baiyu also stared at Sumor with a surprised face. The blood value test is the least dangerous. Hunting ferocious beasts. Demonic beasts can be dangerous. This is the first test of their theory. Their guts. Then going out of the city to hunt demonic beasts was another test. When the results came out, those talented students wouldn't be so fearful of demonic beasts, and they wouldn't be so intimidated by the outside of the city. So I have to say that this idea was really good. Many martial artists were flowers in a greenhouse, not baptized in blood. When the content of this examination was announced, it was estimated that there would be quite a few people cursing Sue. And of course it will gain a lot of supporters. One of the teachers sent a compilation of Sumore's comments to the dean. The teacher's phone rings for the report. The program is good. I'll discuss it with those 5 great academies, and I believe they'll agree. It's just a matter of spending some people to catch demonic beasts. Half a month is enough. Sue. Not bad. Not letting my master down. Thanks for the compliment, master. Keep up the good work, and I'll see you when you come to the north yard. Yes. After the phone hung up, Sue breathed a sigh of relief. In that case, we'll leave first, and we'll come back in half a month. The 4 teachers left, and this time they came over. It looked like a discussion, but it was more like a test for Sue. Sister Shiroyuki, did you look at the picture I sent you? It's the devil. Know the vanishing 10th district? Sue nodded. He had heard of it. The disappearance of the 10th district is related to the demons. Somehow this time it will appear in the northern district. A few teachers are in a hurry to go back because they also want to report to the dean. The appearance of a demon is not a small matter. Demons are not the same as demonic beasts, and similar to humans, they are born with great strength and extraordinary intelligence. The downside is that he's got a short temper and he'll do it at the drop of a hat. It's undeniable that they are much more powerful than some demonic beasts, but there are very few demons. It was the first time Sue had seen this species. On the contrary, it's you who actually managed to kill him. It's not simple. What strength is it now? This bit of strength of mine is better not to show off in front of Sister Baiyu. It's not as powerful as Sister Baiyu anyway. Shiroyuki nodded approvingly, not modestly. Hurry up and get some rest. You're covered in a murderous aura right now. Those who don't know would think you're a murderous maniac. I have quite a few things in this ring. Sister Baiyu will help me count them and just type them on top of my martial artist badge. Sue left the martial artist guild and was outside the city, sleeping with one eye open, especially that boa, but it found him several times. Almost got killed by that big guy. Back home, Sue lay on his bed, exhaustion instantly wrapping him up. It's better to be comfortable in bed. As Shiroyuki rushed back, she noticed a few dark shadows outside. The god's color stared, and killing intent gathered. These people are really thieves. The Zhou family, they're quite bold. At this time, Baiyu sensed someone coming over, and after taking a look, she realized that it was Lu Shuatian. Miss Shiroyuki, you're here too. Nonsense. Where am I if I'm not here? You guys are rather nice to Sue. The 3 Lu Shuatian people smiled and didn't say anything. Shiroyuki's body moved. In the darkness, bang, bang, bang. 3 voices rang out in quick succession. Pust, followed by the sound of spitting blood. Bang. 3 figures were thrown out. Hurry up and take it away. It's an eyesore. Lu Shuatian, Zhang Dahai and Li Wuyo, handcuffed to 3 people, hurriedly left. Zhang Dahai returned to his car, his throat welling up and flashing with awe. Big brother, what is that one strength? Lu Shuatian shook his head. I don't know. By now the 3 killer masks had been removed. Lu Shuatian took a deep breath. Take out a cell phone and take pictures of the 3 men. Dial a number. Big brother, I've captured someone here. The Zhou family's second son, Zhou Banyu, and I need you to take custody of him. I'll send someone. The person on the other end says one word and hangs up the phone. Really killing old brother Sumore's heart won't die. Lu Shuatian lamented a sentence. Brother Lu, there's still half a month left. By then their good days will be over. An hour later, Lu Shuatian and the people sent by the city lord met together. Hokoten, we took them away. You guys better watch out. The one they assassinated is related to that one examiner. A few faces stuttered and nodded gruffly. We've also gathered quite a bit of evidence about the Zhou family recently, so we can uproot them when the time comes. Only after the arrangements were made did Lu Shuatian let out a sigh of relief. The Public Security Administration, really couldn't defend against the Zhou family. The city lord's mansion was different. That old thing Zhou family wouldn't dare even if he knew about it. In the middle of the room, Sumore's tense muscles relaxed. The lights in the room were snapped on. Ah, you rascal! Shiroyuki yelled and didn't go out, her eyes staring straight ahead. Sumore hurriedly pulled the quilt to cover his body. He just wore a bottom. Did not expect that Baiyu would come straight in. Sister White Moon, if you barge right in like this, what do you think I should do then if I sleepwalk and do something to you? Shiroyuki covered her mouth and laughed out as Dare continued to shake. That's a big bulb. Sumori murmured. With those killers around, I can't believe you fell asleep. Since you can't sleep, get up and make something to eat. Sister, I haven't eaten yet. Then get out first. Che, it's not like there's going to be a piece of meat missing by looking at you. Look at how petty you are. Baiyu turned around and left, closing the door behind her, and Suemo then breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he stood up, the door to the room suddenly pushed open. Hey, I'm back again. Sumor was speechless and simply didn't avoid it. It's not like he's losing out anyway. Che, boring, you can't give a reaction. You're going to tie your hair up, approach me slowly, and then push me down. Clasp your hands around mine, and I'll give you as big a reaction as you want. After Sumor got dressed, he walked towards the kitchen. Shirayuki was in her pajamas, leaning against the kitchen door. Egu, my brother is awesome. This line is so smooth and flowing, I can't learn it. It's so flavorful and rich, it's like coming to dream heaven. As expected of a kitchen sage, my brother looks so handsome handling the ingredients. Oh, I become deeply enamored with my brother. Sumor turned his head to look at Bayu with a look of contempt. If you don't help, forget it. What are you blathering about? I'm not providing emotional value. Without credit. Sumor gave a thumbs up. Admire, admire. This is a woman who knows how to play men. When it was done, Bayu finally stopped talking and her chopsticks flew up. What are you going to do for the next half month? Find a way to pick you up and push you into bed. Sumor stared at Bayu with a playful face. Then go for it, I'll watch you. Sumor buried his head and dried his food, resting for a day, and continuing to hunt demonic beasts. What women? Will only affect the speed of his sword drawing? After the two bantered for a while, Shiroyuki took out the martial artist badge. It's been tallied up for you, totaling $160 million. After hearing more than 100 million, Sumor didn't show any excitement. This was how many crises he encountered before earning it. Not to mention that this little bit of money isn't enough to do anything. A random healing elixir is tens of millions. Cultivation is all about money. After a night's sleep, Sumor slept until 11 o'clock. Bayu had already gone to the Martial Artist Guild and, bored with idleness, opened the Martial Artist Forum. Today is also a day of hard work. It is also a day of hard work. Hunting and killing 3 more demonic beasts. There was also a photo below, of an innocent and beautiful beauty. Her face still stained with the blood of a demonic beast, and 3 demonic beast corpses lying behind her. Yaoba was really trying harder and harder. Alas, there is no way for my brother to get close to you, but I give it all away. Upstairs, will you stop being so dirty? My brother had a miscarriage too. Not a hair on my back, brother. Shit, it's you again. Every time, you send an address. I didn't see any photos posted before, but now I'm posting them every day. So it's not to seduce the new examiner, is it? That's the kind of character that would be worthy of a new examiner. Pull back. On this level, put inside the north yard. A catch. On this is not that a handful of outstanding. Ha, it's a frontal shot. I thought my back was straight. If this is a marriage, the money for milk powder is a big one. The person who said day after day that he wasn't as good as a hair on his back brother's head went straight for the map gun this time. Selling your brother's house and wrongfully accusing him. Such a character. TSK, TSK. A bunch of dead lickers, rushing up to get yelled at. Sumor couldn't help but give a thumbs up. This person was really bullish. Su-ro actually replied to him. I take pictures to witness my growth. Nothing more. Please don't misunderstand. And I was unintelligent before. And I'm trying to change myself. So please give me time. There are also netizens below who immediately replied. See, people's attitudes have been put out. This is genius. To know one's mistakes and change them. There is nothing better. Not bad. Not bad. Keep it up. He's just jealous of you. The supporters of the backstabbers ignored those people and instead continued to reply. Really? Why don't I believe it? It can't be thinking that the new examiner fell in love with you at first sight and had to have you. Or even announced that it was just for you. No. 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 Sue Ballad, who had just returned to the city, looked at this person's reply with an annoyed expression on his face. Bro, talk a little choked. At least people know about the effort. Just a keyboard warrior hiding behind the screen. Other netizens couldn't look away and started disliking this person. It doesn't matter who I am. You just need to know that those who enter the North Courtyard are all geniuses. And those geniuses seeing me is like a firefly seeing the white moon. The person attached a picture of a demonic beast hundreds of meters in front of him lying in a pool of blood. There was a bull-sized hole in his head, gurgling blood. Dude, don't use the web chart for that. There's not really a picture of this on the internet. Some users replied. The new examiners are all my mentors. Is an 18-year-old martial artist very strong? My senior brother would have broken through the passing vein realm long ago at 18 years old. Maybe he even crossed over into the divine orifice. It's the big guy. Slipping away. Slipping away. Can't afford to spray? Can't afford to spray. Withdrawn. Withdrawn. It's none of my business. I'll just abort my brother to this picture. Sumor was speechless. Which comedian was this? At this moment at the city gate guard, Baishio slapped his thighs and giggled. Give me back my dislike. I can't dislike you. This was followed by a reply to another message. Who else? Followed by a series of arrogant expressions. Sumor continued to look down. And the most talked about thing was the martial arts examination in the next half month. There are also some experts who predict why it will be in Z-Town and also to predict if the exam process will change. Then there are reports of how many demonic beasts have mutated and how many have died. Sumor was now seeing this in a very plain way. Death was an inevitable thing that happened every day. Continue hunting demonic beasts. Sumor packed up his things and continued to go out of the city. There is still half a month. If you don't kill some demonic beasts, I am afraid that you don't know what you have to do. One of the reasons he came back from killing the demons was that the system was being upgraded. Looking at the system interface, Sumor took a deep breath. Name Sumor. Age, 18. Realm, Divine Orifice First, 3/1000. Heart Technique, Shaping the Tao Technique Triple, October 3000. Martial Arts, Stacking Waves Blade Technique, Xian Grade. Complete, Treading Snow, Xian Grade. Complete, Hidden Concealment Technique, Earth Grade. Complete. Kill points, 3. After the system was upgraded. First of all, the column of Chi and blood values had disappeared and turned into strength bonus points, which was something Sumor had expected. The second change was that, for a level 1 first-order demonic beast, after killing it, the kill points changed, giving only 0.1, and for a level 9 ninth order, 0.9. Demonic beasts that stepped into the second level only gave 1 kill point. Sumor was feeling quite good. Unlike the previous digital look at people's eyes, there was also the fact that all of his martial arts skills had been cultivated to the perfection realm by his additions. That was his biggest gain. And of course, strength. The Divine Orifices realm was similarly divided into 9 levels, with opening 40 orifices as 1 level, which was now the case for Sumor. For the next half a month, he was going to be raising his strength as much as possible. The martial arts were enough for him now. White Fix was so excited about disliking people that after seeing Sumor, he hurriedly put his cell phone away with a strange look on his face. It's afternoon, and you're going out of town? Well, out of town for another half month. Sumo said indifferently. You're a real bully. I really admire you. Sumor ignored Baishio and turned around to disappear outside the city. Baishio sighed. Some people can be outside the city for a month and a half unharmed, and some people kill a few level 1 demonic beasts every day, and they have to post photos to show off who it is. I want to say. After Baishio posted, he sat down on his butt, apparently waiting for someone to dislike him. Why? I have nothing against you. Why do you always connote me and hold on to me? Sue Ballad felt like her mammary glands were not working after seeing the post. Who the hell is this bitch and why does she connote her every day? Ouch. I didn't name names. Someone who doesn't have a brain and volunteers to go up to them. People like you, is it a shit passing by? You have to taste the saltiness too. Rumbo. Ignore him. You continue to post pictures every day with blood on your face. There's a perverted beauty to looking at it. And every time I get to hold on to it for a second longer, I really don't want to let it go. Dude, I'm a little better than you. I can last 1.234 seconds longer. Bullshit bro. And watch the watch. After Baishio watched Suro did not dare to return, he shook his head, a little disappointed that no one actually disliked him. Just like that, Su Rouge would still send photos every day, and the number of demonic beasts hunted was getting bigger. In a flash, half a month passed. At this moment, Z City was completely bustling with activity as the martial examination officially arrived. In the middle of the Martial Artist Guild, Bayu watched Sumor come back before she breathed a sigh of relief. This guy couldn't get through on the phone. She was really afraid that he would be delayed. After all, it's possible to lose track of time when you're highly strung out in the field. Plus this guy goes to the outskirts of town as if he's going home. At this moment, Sumor is also full of fatigue. Motherfucker, that boa give him a wait. Sooner or later, I'll be able to get rid of him. Half a month out of town. 5 or 6 days were spent being chased by that guy. But it wasn't like there wasn't growth for Sumor. At least he comprehended quite a few things. Come on in. After Sumor came in, he saw that the 4 teachers from before were already waiting for him in the middle of the room. Young house, things are ready. Tomorrow is the martial arts exam. I'll trouble the teachers when the time comes. You're welcome, young house. The 4 teachers looked at Sumor with a grave expression. It had only been half a month since they had seen him, and they noticed that Sumor's aura had changed once again. Vaguely, they seemed to see a sword erected in front of them. Impossible. Right. How could this age, this strength comprehend the blade intent? No way. Absolutely no way. Su Ruan similarly returned to the 10th high school, and class teacher Wang Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Even the principal, Fong Zhengyu, secretly breathed a sigh of relief after hearing that Su Rouge had returned. This Su Rouge is doing well, hunting demonic beasts every day. At this moment, Su Ro had already called Zhou Liang to the aisle. You've also broken through to martial artist, right? Zhou Liang looked at Su Ro, surprise crossing his eyes. This stupid woman has actually gotten smart. You had a higher blood value than me before. Not to mention the fact that you have power and money behind you. This time I also know the idea that you already know that I'm auctioning off my parents' legacy martial arts medals. It's possible that you'll have someone spread the news after the martial arts exam, but I advise you that it's best not to do so. I have your evidence as well. So the big deal is that the fish is dead. Zhou Liang didn't turn around to look at Su Rouge, but instead looked into the distance, waves already rippling within his heart. When did this stupid woman get so smart that she reacted so quickly? What? Hunting demonic beasts can still grow a brain. I wouldn't do that. After all, we're on the same rope. Su Ro nodded and didn't answer, turning around and walking towards the class. A few days ago, she had a bad feeling in her heart and finally reacted that Zhou Liang might have a problem. After all, many of the plans were driven by Zhou Liang, but he wasn't directly involved. He was verbally passing them on. Afterwards, it suddenly occurred to her that she had called Zhou Liang just after the Martial Artist Guild had posted the post, and it was already too late to react. She didn't dare to say anything because she was afraid that Zhou Liang would kill her. It's different now. The martial arts exam is tomorrow. All seniors, teachers, all gather in the playground. All seniors, teachers, all gather in the playground. All seniors, teachers, all gather in the playground. As the senior martial examination assembly began, a wave of nervousness welled up in the hearts of many students. In the middle of the martial artist guild, the two of them, Baiyu and Su Mor, were in a room. Lost? Baiyu looked at Su Mor and inquired. What? Look at quite a few of the posts on the martial artists forums. All of them are about the Pledge of Allegiance. And there's no point in losing your mind if you can't attend. Su Mori dried his rice without lifting his head. What's there to lose? On the contrary, very much looking forward to the fact that it can all be over. She made me leave with a grievance on my back for $10,000. And after the martial arts exams were over, I shattered her dreams with my own hands. And now I'm only excited. And Lu Shuetian also called and has fully grasped the Zhou family's evidence. That's what strength brings. If he was still a waste who couldn't even reach a chi and blood value of 20, he might be beating the screws in some place, let alone taking revenge. So Su Mor seized the opportunity to cultivate when he could and buried his head in cultivation. The stronger you are, the more power you have, the more others respect you. Where are you going to sleep today when you're attending with those 4 teachers tomorrow? Su Mor raised his head to look at Baiyu. Is it okay to sleep in your arms? Don't think too much. I just want to experience suffocation. Shirayuki blushed as red as a red apple. You brat. Now you can't move to molest your sister. But it's not impossible. When you can surpass your sister, maybe she'll actually agree to your request. Well, Shiratsuki, I knew you had something on your mind about me. I got you. Yeah, I've got a thing for you. Don't you want your sister to tie her hair up? Don't let the time come when you're given the chance and you can't do it. Every day you're great at talking, but when you're actually in battle, you'll lose face if you rest your fire in 3 seconds. Su Mor stopped snickering as someone came in that he still recognized. Hey, what are you doing over here? After Bai Xiu came in, he picked up his chopsticks and started eating without being polite. Eating so well behind my back. You don't want to die. Bai Xiu muttered and continued to dry his rice. Can you be a bit more civil? It's like snatching food from a wild dog. Baiyu rolled her eyes at Bai Xiu, revealing a disgusted gaze. Sister, you can't compliment me after such a long time. Compliment you on what? How well you watch the gate? Or good at disliking little girls? Su Mor did not say anything. Last time he felt that Bai Xiu was a bit familiar, guessing that it was a bit related to Baiyu, plus the fact that both were surnamed Bai. He guessed that it was a brother and sister, and sure enough, it was not what he expected. Kid, tomorrow is the martial arts exam. I've come to cheer you on. That doesn't look like you're cheering. I seriously doubt you're here to rub it in. You've abducted my sister. What more do you want? You think I have that in me? Su Mor asked a rhetorical question. Bai Xiu froze and looked Su Mor up and down. Also, I guess you're the one who's being pushed against the grain. Su Mor was speechless. Bai Xiu left after eating, and really cheered. After all, before leaving, he did say a word of cheer to Su Mor. As the sun rose the next day, the place where the 9 cities of Z City converge, a huge martial arts arena was situated there as if it were a flooded beast. At the moment it was hot inside and there was a lot of talk. Today the Northern District adds up to tens of millions of candidates, all converging on this place. Today there will be those who will soar and those who will fall. More than that, a large number of social animals will be born to add to this society. On the observation deck, many parents were eagerly waiting. and there were many people wearing cheongsams and holding flowers. There were even a lot of parents who got nervous because above the huge martial arts arena, there were rows of cages placed, which held a demonic beast inside. Eyes bloodshot, low growls, and teeth so sharp that it sent chills down the spines of many. After Su-ro looked at this scene, the bottom of his eyes flickered. Could it be that the test was to kill demonic beasts? Isn't this God's way of helping her? Could it be that the youngest examiner was really here for her? On top of the high platform, there were rows of seats side by side. The 9 city lords of Z City came one by one and sat down side by side. Immediately after that was White Moon of the Martial Artist Guild, finding a seat to sit down. Then the 5 key academy examiners lined up and walked out, not angry and grim. After the examiners of the 5 key academies took their seats, everyone looked at the remaining 5 seats and the several figures that walked out from behind them. Today they also finally met that youngest main examiner. The North Courtyard recognizes the most talented martial artist, the shut-in disciple of the Dean of the North Academy. As the 5 people stepped out, all the gazes of the crowd gathered on the last figure at this moment. Tens of millions of people in the entire examination ground. A needle could be heard, knife-sharpened face, a mountainous aura, and a cold demeanor. It's a face they recognize. Immediately after that, the 4 Northern Court examiners sat down side by side, leaving the one in the very center. The man they knew walked to the very center and sat down. It was only at this moment that the tens of millions of people in the examination ground came back to their senses. How could it be him? How could it be? Isn't this the guy that was being talked about some time ago? It seems like his name is Su-more, and his sister is genius martial artist Su-ro. There's also word from the 10th high school that he's been expelled. He's actually the main examiner. I'm not dreaming. He's only 18, right? How could he become an examiner? I definitely didn't wake up. 18 years old, Northern District Martial Examination examiner, and still the main examiner. How is it possible? Becoming a martial artist at the age of 18 is already a phoenix. The Northern Courtyard doesn't fool around. There's definitely something happening in there that we don't know about. To say who is the most flustered at the moment. 10 high. Of course. Whether it is the principal, Fong Zhengyu, or the class teacher, Wang Yang. His face is pale and his hands and feet are cold. What had been excitement instantly sank to the bottom. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could it be him? Isn't he a waste? Why is he the shut-in disciple of the Dean of the Northern Courtyard? Or an examination officer? Principal Fong Zhengyu's face was pale. His body trembled continuously, and his back was already drenched in cold sweat. At this moment, Wang Yang was no better. A feeling of the end of the world arrived. The student he expelled had first become a martial artist, and now he was the shut-in disciple of the Dean of the North Academy, and was also the main examiner for this martial examination. On what grounds? On what grounds? He was the one who expelled Su-more. And if the story spreads out, by then his future or life will be ruined. All of it. Zhou Liang's fingers kept pushing and shoving the glasses on the bridge of his nose, even taking them off to wipe them from time to time. No way. Absolutely no way. Even as he pinched his leg purple, he told himself that he was dreaming, but the pain coming from his thighs told him that it was true, that the shut-in disciple of the North Academy's dean, the genius martial artist was Su-more. Su Ballad is also pale, breathing sharply. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can it be Su-more? Her waste brother can only earn a few $dozen a day of waste? That's not true. That's definitely not true. He was a waste of space. How could he be the shut-in disciple of the Dean of the North Academy? She was still fantasizing that the Dean's shut-in disciple was here for her, and she was still cheering and leaping inside when she saw the demonic beasts on the field. After the martial arts test, the Northern District Martial Artist Forums would all spread the news that the youngest genius martial artist of the Northern Academy had set the martial arts test in Z City in order to win the hearts of beauties. She became the envy of everyone in the entire North End. Su-more would also kneel at the soles of her feet and pray for her forgiveness. Now everything is broken. The classmate who had previously testified to slandering Su-more sat on his butt on the ground. After seeing that familiar face, they felt like the sky had fallen. How could it be Su-more? How could it be Su-more? At this moment, many school principals were looking at Su-more with slight skepticism. They are also questioning the veracity of this one thing. Too young, 18 years old, the main examiner of the martial arts exam. How is this possible? It's something that hasn't even happened in history. Su-more sat in the position of the main examiner. His eyes roamed around, oblivious to those questioning, fearful gazes. Stand up and walk over to the podium. The test begins. Not a word of nonsense. Not a word of encouragement. Just 4 cold, hard words. As Su-more spoke, the crowd's minds were finally pulled back. The martial arts examination had officially begun, and they were no longer qualified to question it. Not to mention that this was a decision made by the North Academy, and if they questioned Su-more, They were questioning the North Academy. They were questioning the Dean of the North Academy. The consequences are unimaginable. First level, Qi and blood test. Quite a few teachers appeared on the examination field. These were all people drawn from the Northern Academy as well as the 5 key academies. Thousands of blood gas testing machines all started. And there are recorders next to them. At this time the machine suddenly glowed red. A2 Eco. Feng Qin. Air blood 385. The eyes of the crowd all looked away. The machine for the martial arts test of Qi and blood is different from the other tests. It will only light up if the blood value is over 350. At this age, a Qi and blood value of over 200 and reaching a martial artist was already a genius. Let alone a Qi and blood value of 350. Not bad for A-Town. Just great. Just as the crowd was envious. Several machines in a row lit up with red light. Z1 Second High School. Namgung Crispy Rain. 464. A79 High. Zhao Yifei. 393. B44 High. Thunderstorm. 399. The sudden appearance of 3 red rays of light caused many people to become urgent and excited inside. Especially that 464 Qi blood value. It touched many people's nerves. With a Qi and blood value at this level, according to the martial arts examination results of previous years, it definitely ranked among the top. A talented martial artist like this one was basically a seedling to enter the Northern Courtyard. But after the results are in, it's also up to the student to make the choice. An even more blinding red aura rose immediately afterward. Other machines emitted the same reddish glow. A8 First High. Yi Xiaoshi. 684. C67 High. Kong Ping. 628. The entire examination field quieted down. More than 600. This year, the Qi blood value actually has more than 600. In previous years, the ones that appeared more than 500 were extremely rare. This time there were actually more than 600, which was already equivalent to the second level of a martial artist. As time passed, quite a few appeared to have blood values over 200. The machine can't bubble red without reaching 350. Though, as time passed, many people looked anxious. Some parents feel that their children's Qi and blood values have exceeded 200 and are already very good, but now they realize that there are people beyond the people and days beyond the sky. There is currently no one whose Qi blood exceeded Yi Xiaoshi's 684. At this moment, there was a machine that once again emitted a blinding red light. D7 Senko. Willow Demon. 643. After seeing this scene, the crowd was surprised. Another one with over 600. This was already the third one. What the hell is going on this year? Why are there so many demons popping up? After Lu Demon went down, the teacher in charge of the assessment looked at the list in his hands. Z910 High. Zhou Liang. When these words came out, many people looked over. Before Sumor seemed to be a student of this class, now people are all chief examiners, and their former classmates are still taking the martial arts exams. It's like a heaven and a hell. Zhou Liang suppressed his inner tension and walked up to the machine. Only red light came out of it. Z910 High. Zhou Liang. 383. Many people showed surprise after seeing it. What's going on in this Z city? Another genius has popped up. While the crowd was talking, a teacher's voice rang out. Z910 High. Su Ballad. After this name came out, the crowd's eyes flicked to it. They knew Su Rouge too well. This girl who took pictures every day in the martial artist forum. Su Ballad took a deep breath and walked up to the testing machine. As Su Ro stood on the testing instrument, many people's gazes converged on her. Z910 High. Su Ballad. Blood value 400. Seeing the numbers displayed on it, even quite a few high school teachers and principals of a city revealed a look of surprise. This girl is really a genius, but compared to her brother, the gap is too far. They didn't believe that the Northern Courtyard was really letting a loser be the assessment officer. After Su Mor in the ring saw this scene, his gaze did not fluctuate. Su Ro subconsciously looked at the top of the high platform, his previous excitement completely subsiding as Su Mor became the main examiner. So what if the blood value exceeds 400? Who would have thought that after he was expelled, he would directly become the examination officer of the North Courtyard, and he would also be accepted by the dean as a close disciple. Any one of those identities weighed out is beyond their reach. Zhou Liang looked at Su Ro's blood value with surprise in his eyes. This stupid bird's blood value was actually higher than his. How is that possible? He then subconsciously looked at Su Mor above the ring. The person he used to not put in his eyes has now become an existence he can hardly reach. Even he was praying that Su Mor would not be a big deal to him. As the sun dipped in the west, the Qi and blood testing finally ended. The teacher in charge of recording handed the rankings to Su Mor. After Su Mor swept a glance, Yi Xiaoshi was still the highest. 684. In second place is Demon Lu with 643. In third place is Kong Ping with 628. 4th Seatown 3rd High School Huma Wang 564. 5th is the F8 First High School, Zhangyu, 535. The rest are all under 500 and over 400. Sumor took a rough look at Su Rime in 88th place, Zhou Liang at 140. If in previous years, this is directly into the North Courtyard. But well, now he is there. Want to go in as a fart. Let's make you happy for a moment, then we'll let you fall hard to the ground. As for the over martial artists, the ones whose chi and blood values exceeded 200 added up to less than 1,000 in total. With tens of millions of candidates and less than 1,000 martial artists, one can imagine how difficult it is to become a martial artist. The results will be announced down the line, and the second round of examinations will be open tomorrow. It is common knowledge that chi and blood tests cannot be faked, not to mention that these teachers sitting beside him could all be strong, and the truth could be seen at a glance. With the announcement of the results, Su Rime's heart sank more and more. 400 chi blood value. Actually the top 50 didn't even get in. According to the martial arts exams of previous years, there is a chance to enter the top 10. See the conspicuous number of 684 in first place. How nice it would be for her. She'd be the envy of others. If she hadn't listened to Zhou Liang and hadn't become enemies with Su Mor, she would definitely be the most talked about person. A touch of resentment rose in Su Ro's heart, resenting those few whose chi and blood values exceeded 600, and resenting Zhou Liang for stirring up trouble. More blamed the adoptive parents. Die so early. Why? If there is money, she can also reach 600. She will not and Su Mo turn against each other, and will not now be looked at as a joke. As the results were released, the many examiners did not move. Only after Su Mor stood up did those examiners stand up. They followed Su Mor and walked towards the distance. After seeing this scene, many of the scholars had envy in their eyes. When would they have such an honor? Even if it was only once, they would be willing to die. Within a closed conference room, Su Mor sat at the front center. The chi and blood tests have come out. The second level is the demonic beast battle. All the teachers work hard. Don't let the students have any life problems. The other teachers nodded, as they should. Every talented martial artist was the elite of the human race. But what they were more curious about was what exactly was the strength of this North Courtyard Dean's shut-in disciple. Su Mor should be practicing hidden techniques now. They couldn't see the depth. I wonder what strength the young house has reached. The teacher from the Heavenly Wind School asked curiously. The divine orifice. Hiss. The teachers within the room couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. 18 years old divine orifice. No wonder the North Courtyard posted that it was the youngest genius in the North Courtyard. It seems like the previous record for the North Courtyard was a girl named Baiyu, I believe, who reached the divine orifice realm at the age of 19. However, Su Mor only said that he had reached the divine aperture and did not say which level he had reached. It was not good for them to continue to pursue 18-year-old divine aperture. Not to say there is no one after, at least no one before. For a while the attitude of many teachers towards Su Mor changed significantly. Su Mor naturally noticed that this was the benefit of strength. However, Su Mor didn't dare to be arrogant. These teachers were all strong human beings. Each of them had made significant contributions. When demonic beasts threatened humans, they were the ones who took care of it. I also have to educate my students in my spare time. These teachers are the explorers of mankind's journey forward. After Su Mor returned from the conference room, he found Baiyu and kept his gaze on her. What? Fancy me? I thought of you as a genius. I didn't expect you to be so demonic. Breaking through the divine orifice at 19. Shiroyuki's eyes stared, then reacted. Looks like those teachers told you about me. Su Mori nodded. It's really gifted. Su Mor shook his head and lamented. You better be talking about real talent? Baiyu looked at Su Mor's snarky face and blushed red warmly. How dare you come out and hang around? Now that you're a celebrity, you're not afraid of people coming over to find you. Maybe there's a female that's squatting on you every day right now, trying to borrow you. Shiroyuki took out her cell phone. The youngest, hardest, most hardened chief examiner is actually the most talented martial artist recognized by the Northern Academy. Who is? The shut-in disciple of the Dean of the North Academy has finally surfaced. And there's no mistaking that it's 3 posts occupy the top of the list. Even the previous post of decapitating a 30-mile demonic beast was squeezed in the back. At this time Su Mor suddenly realized that a post was rapidly rising, and in no time it climbed to the 4th position. The back brother who slaughtered 30 miles of demonic beasts is Su Mo. This news blew up the entire thread below. Really? Did you go out without a brain? And now you're questioning it. Do you think it's you who's stupid or the people in the North Yard? It didn't occur to me that the backstory brother is actually Su Mor. That Su Ballad even said that her brother was a waste before. I'll go. How brainwashed can this be? Su Ballad is brainwashed. Isn't Tenhai even more brainwashed? It's really disgraced Z City. A genius student like this was expelled. and a brain that hasn't been inside a cesspool for 10 years definitely can't reach this level. Honey, when are you coming back? I'm not going to argue with you. Crawl for master. Sumore is now the hope of mankind. Just you are also worthy of giving him a child. Sumore, can I borrow seeds? Once $10 billion. I've told you before. That brain-dead girl is not as good as a hair on my back brother's leg. Brother, it was my fault before. I had eyes to see and a dog's eye to see. I apologize. There were also quite a few people underneath the post. 8 Su Rouge, Wang Yang, and Fang Zhengyus, the hope of our human race, a genius martial artist, the shut-in disciple of the North Courtyard's dean. How did he become the trash you talk about? May I ask if you want to get famous by doing this and then live banding? At this moment in a hotel, Fang Zhengyu put down his cell phone and looked at Su Rou, Wang Yang, and Zhou Liang in front of him. Give me an explanation. At this moment, Fang Zhengyu's face was as gloomy as the bottom of a pot. The three men stood before them feeling an aura of death. Fang Zhengyu moved to kill. Proposals to remove the 10 high are now appearing all over the internet. You'd better come up with a solution within these 2 days, or I won't let you go even as a ghost. Wang Yang, oh Wang Yang, I trust you so much. You're really good. If there's no room for things to be undone, I'll die and drag your family along with me. Wang Yang was sweating coldly. He didn't expect Sumore to be that genius either. Previously, Sumore couldn't even break through with a chi and blood value of 20, and from the time Sumore entered his class, he looked at Sumore with a bad eye and wanted to expel him. Every time a teacher mentioned Sumore, he became angry, and he had long wanted to kick Sumore out of the class. It just so happens that the martial arts examination is coming soon. Saving this waste to drag the class backward, with the help of Zhou Liang's things, will be expelled from Sumore? And at night he is still excited to find a daughter-in-law to be happy for a few seconds. Who would have thought that he was the genius of geniuses? It was all Sumore's fault. Who made him pretend to be a pig and a tiger, pretending to be a waste? Get out! Get out! Get out! There are only 2 days left. That is, kneel before him and pray for his forgiveness. No, what we should be praying for now is that he will see us. After Zhou Liang came out, he suppressed the fear within his heart. When a phone rang, Zhou Liang's mind tightened when he saw it. Hey, Grandpa, our Zhou family is being watched. An old and late voice came from the opposite side, revealing helplessness in its words. There is only one hope now, and that is to pray for Sumore's forgiveness, or else after the martial arts exams are over, that is when our Zhou family will go up in smoke. Your second uncle is estimated to have been secretly arrested. I have not been able to contact him before. See if you can beg Sumore to give a chance to meet. Zhou Liang heard the sound of the phone hanging up in great inside. Sumore, who they hadn't put on their minds before, now had to use the word beg when they saw each other. Su Ballad, you come with me. Su Rou followed Zhou Liang to find a hidden place. Can you contact Sumore? Zhou Liang had a hopeful look in his eyes. I can't, he already blacked me out a long time ago. Su Rou's mood was a bit depressed when she mentioned this matter. You are his sister after all, Zhou Liang said a bit unwillingly. After Su Rou heard this, a touch of dissimilarity rose in her heart. Right, she was Sumore's sister after all. Just ask Sumore for forgiveness. The two get back together, and by then she will still be the envy of everyone. Not to mention that she was not related to Sumore by blood. Su Rouge blushed at the thought. After Zhou Liang saw it, he inwardly cursed the fool. What were you thinking again? You must make Sumore give me a chance, or else I'll give up your auctioning of the martial artist medal. The big deal is that it's all over in one piece. Su Rou's heart tightened when he heard the martial artist medal. I have a solution, and that solution requires you to step in. Zhou Liang nodded. It's to bring out the martial artist medal so that I can have an excuse for Sumore to meet us. Now that those teachers are living in the martial artist guild, none of us can get close, so we can only use this thing. Zhou Liang heard a change in his expression, but hopefully it can still be retrieved. Who did not expect Sumore to become the disciple of the dean of the North Academy, the youngest examiner, or a heavenly pride? Even now being drowned in regret won't help. Zhou Liang turned around and hurriedly called his grandfather, who had a wider path than him. Knowing the head of the black market should be much easier than him stepping in. Hearing that his grandfather would do his best to find it, Zhou Liang also breathed a sigh of relief. In his mind, there was nothing Grandpa couldn't do. We should be able to get it back, but we can't pin all our hopes on it. You're Sumore's sister. Go to the Martial Artist Guild and look for Sumore. Maybe the others will agree. After all, you've been living together for 10 years or so. You must have feelings. Zhou Liang took a deep breath with helplessness in his eyes, no longer having the high spirits he had before. Then I'll try. Su Rou took a deep breath. She also wanted to repair her relationship with Sumore at the end of the martial arts exam. Looking at Su Rou's back as she left, Zhou Liang leaned against the wall. It's ironic that the same stupid woman who couldn't look at her before is now asking for her. When had he the young master of the Zhou family, the future heir of the Zhou family, becomes so wretched. It seems like ever since Sumor was fired, everything has gone wrong for him. The body slid down the wall and sat on the floor, eyes gradually losing focus. There is hope. Not much. He's not stupid. Not to mention the fact that he had previously used Wu Qiu to frame Sumor. Wang Yang and also Fang Zhengyu walked over and looked at Zhou Liang, who was sitting on the ground with lifeless eyes. Neither of them said anything. Fang Zhengyu suddenly thought of something. Before Lu Shuetian told him that a genius martial artist appeared in their 10th high school, and then it was not detected. He was so stupid. He didn't think of it earlier, or else none of this would have happened and he would have been able to soar to the heavens with the help of Sumor. Really hate to kill these idiots around me right now. It looked like Lu Shuetian and Sumor knew each other. There is still hope. Come, go with me to meet someone who should be able to see Sumor. Zhou Liang. Wang Yang's heart shook after hearing this. They couldn't pin all their hopes on Su Rouge. At this moment, Su Rouge had already arrived near the martial artist guild. The place was already guarded and it was much harder to get close. Hello, may I come in? No. I'm Sumor's sister. The man on duty had contempt in his eyes. Fuck off. Su Rouge's complexion tightened as she looked at this person's fierce appearance, and a touch of fear flashed under her eyes. What's the point of being so mean? When she and Sumor repair their relationship, she'll make you apologize on your knees. Just you wait. My brother is the most talented martial artist, the disciple of the dean of the Northern Academy. The man on duty had a sneer on his face and ignored the idiot. Su Ro even wondered if Sumor would release her from inside the small dark room, taking out her cell phone to send a message, or a red exclamation mark. Su Rouge suddenly thought of a solution. Sumor, Sumor, Sumor. Yell again and I'll lock you up. The guards watched the idiot in front of them yell and even tried to punch her in the face. At this moment, Sumor had heard it from inside. Shirayuki looked at Sumor. You don't go out and look. What are you looking at her for? Sumor stared at Shirayuki with a strange face. Looking at that thing was better than looking at Dare. Also, brain dead. Shirayuki nodded and said a word. They say that big boobs have no brain. I didn't believe in this saying before, but now I believe it even less. And this saying has a good experience on Sister Baiyu. Baiyu rolled her eyes at Sumor. Sumor's phone rang. Lu Shuetian called. Hey, Lu, older brother Sumor. You're really pulling a big one on your brother. Congratulations on your bittersweetness. Brother Lu is still being polite to me. Without your help, I wouldn't be where I am today. You can pull back. Where else do you need us to help you? But there's a fool who's going to react. I guess it's time to come and beg me to meet you, so I can say hello in advance. Sumor naturally knew who he was talking about. Nobody. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Lu Shuetian took a deep breath, and a car had already appeared outside. The excitement in Zhang Dahai's and also Li Wuyo's eyes hadn't disappeared yet. The Sumor brothers were so powerful. Of course they were happy. Old Lu, I've come to ask for your help. Lu Shuetian stared at Fang Zhengyu playfully. Old Fang is here. Have a seat. I won't sit down. It's urgent. Old classmates, see if you can help us meet Sumor. You've helped him so much before. I'm sure he'll see you if you call. Lu Shuetian sat in his position without moving, staring at Fang Zhengyu with a serious expression. I can't help. What's his status? The disciple of the dean of the Northern Courtyard. Tianjiu. Who am I? A captain of the Safety Management Service. How can I climb up his ladder? Lu Shuetian waved his hand repeatedly, looking like I don't know Sumor well. Brother don't play with me like this. Really anxious as long as can let us see Sumor. Conditions you just open. Really? Zhang Dahai and also Li Wuyo froze. Brother Lu, you must not be stupid. Really? The terms are whatever you want. Then I'll tell you what my terms are. And my terms are, you get out of my sight. Right now. Right now. Get the hell out of here. And crawl for the master. Fang Zhengyu looked anxious. Immediately want to cry out. The moment he heard that his old friend did not help. Almost kneeled down. Really desperate. Along the way he made a lot of phone calls. Either he hung up straight away, or his brother was pregnant and needed a maternity checkup, or worse, his milk had crawled out of the grave. What principal demeanor is nothing compared to the future. Lu Shuetian is their only hope. In the end, a few people were still kicked out. Looking at the closed door, a few people wanted to cry. Zhou Liang hurriedly called Su Rouge. Have you seen Sumor? At the moment, Su Ro was outside feeding the mosquitoes. After receiving Zhou Liang's call, he was about to say that he hadn't seen it. It suddenly occurred to her that she was Sumor's sister anyway, and now that Su was angry. When she apologized, she might forgive her. They had lived together for 10 years or so. It was impossible for Sumor to be so desperate. The big thing is to get on your knees and beg for forgiveness. These few people had caused him and Sumor to turn against each other. He must get back at them. Maybe Sumor would forgive him after knowing about it. The back took her inside the north yard and then, thinking of this, a blush flashed across Su Rouge's face. The guards looked at the crouching idiot and took a step back. I'd heard this stuff was contagious. Su Ro adjusted her mood, even a little excited, and said to Zhou Liang, "See?" Su Ro's voice came, and the three people looked at each other and hurriedly opened their mouths to ask, "Su Ballad, where are you?" Just got separated from Su Moore and was heading back to school. Okay, 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 wait for us at school. We'll be right back. After hanging up the phone, Fang Zhengyu and also Wang Yang breathed a sigh of relief, while Zhou Liang sighed. What's wrong with you? Fang Zhengyu looked at Zhou Liang with disbelief in his gaze. I think there's a trick in it. After the two men heard this, they didn't rush to speak up. They were also concerned and could only treat a dead horse as a living horse when it came to their future. If you were Su Moore, would you forgive Su Ballad? After Zhou Liang inquired, he turned around and walked towards the car. This stupid woman is still deceiving them at this point in time. What a time to have a little misinformation to cloud their judgment. It was now a time of life and death for their Zhou family, and they didn't dare to put their hopes on that stupid woman. Go back to school first. Fang Zhengyu and also Wang Yang's heart gradually sank, seeing Zhou Liang sitting in the car with that desperate look on his face. As for dealing with Su Moore, don't kid yourself. Who dares to touch Su Moore now? Now who didn't know why the location of the martial arts examination was set in Z City? The dean of the Northern Academy was creating momentum for his disciple, letting people know that Su Moore's weight in his heart. What kind of big shot was the dean of the North Academy? As long as he said that he would no longer shelter Z City in the future, the citizens of the entire Z City were afraid that they would have to move. The dean of the North Court is standing up for his disciples. It's late, it's all late. Putting himself in Su Moore's shoes, I'm afraid he would have done even more. Zhou Liang took a deep breath and came back from despair. The Zhou family was going to be destroyed anyway, so it was a big gamble. Take out your cell phone and send a message to your grandfather. Grandpa, there is no hope for our Zhou family, so we might as well take a gamble and go crazy one last time. The other party didn't reply to the message, and Zhou Liang had a bad feeling in his heart. When I got back to school, I still hadn't seen or heard from my grandfather. Zhou Liang's eyes revealed a deep helplessness. When they saw Su Rouge, they realized that Su Rouge had a relaxed look on her face, and there was a hidden excitement on her face. Zhou Liang secretly said that the stupid woman who was sick might be daydreaming again. That's how it was before. Working with a woman like that is like getting a piggyback. Nope. Saying pig is an insult to pigs. This idiot was adopted by Su Moore's parents from outside the city. It couldn't be that the original parents had already known that this daughter was a retard before deliberately abandoning her. Right? You guys came back so quickly. I don't know if you guys have seen my brother? Su Moore's pretty face lifted up, and the brother in her mouth became very affectionate. Zhou Liang found a seat and sat down. Not acting with us here, and you haven't seen Su Moore's face. Su Ro's heart tightened and did not show any emotion. Instead, there was disdain in his gaze. Zhou Liang, you have to realize that I've been living with him for over 10 years. No matter how you put it, I'm his sister. I've begged for his forgiveness. He still has feelings for me. Fang Zhengyu and also Wang Yang's eyes flickered. Really or not? You subjected him to wrongful dismissal over $10,000, secretly sold his parents' house, and left him homeless, and persuading him to work for me to earn money for you for college, plus what you did at the mall, plus Wuchio's malicious planting of the story, plus your posting that his parents had ulterior motives for adopting you. Su Ro, do you really think that everyone else is as dumb as a pig as you are? And who else are you fooling here? He has already made sure to draw the line for you by removing you from the household register, and he's still going to forgive you? Do you think Su Moore is a fool? A saint? Su Ballad, don't put gold on your face. You don't have such a big face. Put yourself in your shoes. If I were Su Moore, I wouldn't let you go either. Maybe he won't trip you up to your face, but you won't be wanted at any of the academies. What is his status now? The genius student recognized by the North Academy, the youngest main examiner of the martial examination, the maker of the examination rules, the student of the dean of the North Academy, the pride of Z City. One person slaughtering 30 miles of demonic beasts outside of the city with one blade, plus the back of the demonic beasts that stood above them that one time. At least it's the passing vain realm. What do you think you're taking to make him forgive? The only thing you can pull off with him is the time you used to live together before, which you also buried with your own hands. I know you're still daydreaming. During today's examination, how many talented young girls, with backgrounds, talents, and looks that are all superior to yours, didn't you notice how they were staring at Su Moore? What can you do to help him? A stupid sister like you can only pull back, and I really can't think of any way you can get him to forgive. Do you want to talk about how he really forgave you? Zhou Liang was now like a mad dog, biting anyone he caught. You still want nothing more than for us to beg you money or resources? Then you'll take those things to Sumo and pray for his forgiveness, won't you? After Zhou Liang finished speaking, his gaze swept Su Ro for a moment. Su Ro's mind was spoken and panic appeared on her face. She hadn't thought about it and hadn't fooled Zhou Liang. Pop! Fang Zhengyu stands up and slaps Su Rouge. Calling you stupid before was insulting both words. You are the retard of all retards. A 3-year-old is smarter than you. No wonder your real parents abandoned you. They probably saw that you were a retard a long time ago. What time is it now? There are still 2 days left to decide whether we live or die. And you're still fucking playing mind games for me here. Believe it or not. I'll make you pay back the money now. Sell your house. Get rid of your account. And let you take the bullshit martial arts exam. Su Rouge's heart panicked. Don't. Headmaster. There is another way. That is, you give me money, and I will take the money and pray for Sumore's forgiveness, and say that I was saving it for him before, in order to sharpen him. Fang Zhengyu and also Wang Yang sat on their asses. There was a deep helplessness in his eyes. Right now they didn't even want to waste their breath cursing Su Rouge. You really don't see the fucking picture. And now you're thinking about their money. You think it's all you. Seeing money. Besides, what strength is Sumore now? Is it that much worse than a little bit of money? Now that Sumore said that he needed money, they weren't even qualified to stand in line. Wait for death. The sun rises in the east, and the sky spits out a glimpse of the morning sun. The sky had just dawned, and the examination ground was already abuzz with people's voices. The crowd's eyes fell on the top row of seats. Sumore walked at the front, and all the examiners followed Sumore. Only after Suemo took his seat did these examiners sit down. After glancing at the time, Sumore stood up and began to announce the rules. The second level of the test. Fighting demonic beasts. Those whose chi and blood values don't break through 200 can choose a ferocious beast. The beasts are on the same level as humans in terms of blood value. After the rules were announced, the entire assessment field was all quiet. They had guessed it before and hadn't thought it was true. In previous years, the blood value was a test. And then there were battles between martial artists. This one actually changed. Rows and rows of cages were opened, and the demonic beasts that hadn't eaten for a few days came out and roared in low voices. Staring at the martial artist in front of him, his mouth watered. The spiritual intelligence of a first-level demonic beast was not particularly high, nor was it stupid. There was a demonic beast in front of thousands of martial artists, about as strong as they are on their own. Now this is a test of their guts, their theories, and their combat experience. Many martial artists were scared and their legs were weak. Some martial artists, faced with demonic beasts running towards him, were so fearful that they sat on their asses on the ground. The soles of their feet flooded with a yellow color and a special smell. The invigilator shook his head after seeing this scene. With a movement of his fingers, the demonic beast's body flew out backwards and was once again imprisoned inside the cage. The invigilator started marking. However, there were also quite a few people who, after seeing the demonic beasts, directly rushed up to them, their figures slashing through, and the demonic beasts directly died. A8 First High Yi Shaoshur. 30 seconds to kill the demonic beast. First place. Yi Shaoshur watched the demonic beast fall to the ground and did not fluctuate. His gaze instead looked towards that main examination platform. That young figure had an upright figure and a cold gaze. Lips licked in an inexplicable scowl. Yi Shaoshur's easy decapitation of the demonic beast irritated many people. Nay, the combat experience was too poor, and it took a great deal of effort to kill the demonic beast. D7 Third High. Willow Demon. 40 seconds. Second place. C6 7 High. Kong Ping. 42 seconds. Third place. Z9 10th High. Su Ballad. 50 seconds. Fourth place. After the results were announced, many people had surprise in their eyes. They all looked at the glimmering shadow. Su Rouge was also happy in her heart. Fourth place. She was fourth. It was fortunate that she had chosen to go out of the city to hunt demonic beasts before, or else she would have been just as scared and pissed her pants as those losers. Did Su Rouge know the inside story ahead of time? I remember knowing that she didn't dare to move when she saw the demonic beasts, going out of the city to hunt demonic beasts right behind. Sumore is related to her after all. Would she have been told in advance? Quite a few murmuring voices rang out and began to question this examination. Some of the arguments Sumore could hear, and those examination officials could naturally hear them. Their faces were ugly. This examination was fair and impartial. The teacher from the North Academy's eyes narrowed, trying to get to his feet to say something. Suoma shook his head. After seeing Sumore's attitude, the other main examiners also continued to watch the show. Sumore's gaze didn't linger on Su Ballad. Z City 10th High Zhou Liang. 3 minutes. 465th place. Zhou Liang's face changed after he cut down the demonic beast. He didn't think that the gap between him and Su Rouge in this aspect of cutting down demonic beasts was so big. Damn, this bitch can't really know the inside scoop. He had never hunted a demonic beast before, not to mention that it was not his turn to do these things. He's got money, he's got people, it's not his turn to take risks. As the battle ended, the rankings of the thousands had appeared. There wasn't any huge fluctuation, only Su Ballad was the only one who suddenly exploded into 4th place. Su Mori looked at the list. Only 500 people have successfully hunted demonic beasts. Very good. Su Amo made a rare compliment. Many people revealed smiles. Obviously they were the same age. Now they were happy because of a compliment from Su Mor. It was really one heaven and one earth. There were also some people who escaped underneath the demonic beasts and kept hauling them. Although they didn't decimate the demonic beasts, their rankings weren't low either. The results didn't wait for a compliment either. These 500 people will next be taken outside the city by our examiners and other teachers to hunt demonic beasts. This is the 3rd level, also called the points race. The time is 3 hours. Whoever hunts more demonic beasts and has more points will be ranked higher. The moment these words came out, the entire examination ground once again fell silent. None of them had expected such a big gesture this time. There were quite a few parents looking at Su Mor with admiration in their eyes. This is grist for the mill for your own children. There are those who disagree. What kind of examination is this? We don't agree. It's already dangerous enough to behead demonic beasts, but we have to go outside the city. That's it. What kind of test is this? Why don't you follow the test practices of previous years? In case my child is injured, who will take the responsibility? Su Mor looked at the voices of opposition and didn't rush to speak. Let the Northern Court give us an explanation. Yes, give us an explanation. Shut up. Su Mor's voice rose high, silencing all the voices in the entire examination hall. Let the Northern Court give you an explanation. And to put it bluntly, you deserve it. You may not abide by the rules I have laid down, and we in the Northern Courtyard will not charge. When Su Mor said this, the faces of those opposing parents turned ugly. If you don't go, you don't go. And there are 5 other key academic institutions. That's just it. It's not like the entire North End is just the North Yard. The examiners of the 5 key academies likewise stood up and announced. Those who didn't take the test wouldn't be wanted by their 5 key academies. This time those parents were completely dumbfounded. Why? Is Su Mor's face that big? The teachers of the 5 key academies weren't stupid. How could they not see the benefits of this examination? It was the fear of public outrage that kept them from reforming before. Worthy of being the dean of the North Academy? It's just bold. Many of the martial artists guarding the city gates are only in their 20s. They are also treasures held in the palm of their parents' hands. What are they risking their lives for? Why not your children? When Su Mor said this, there were also many parents who agreed. We agree. It's a lesson in surviving outside the city for our children, and a great test of guts, theory, and combat experience, and we applauded with both hands. More than half of the parents agreed. Those who don't agree can take your children back. After Su Mor finished speaking, he turned around and left. 20 helicopters were parked in the distance at the moment. Su Mor walked up to one of them, and all the other examiners went up as well. Those parents who objected, their faces changed. It turned out that my own kids went straight up. They were about to open their mouths. At the same age, our main examiner can hunt and kill demonic beasts for 30 miles outside the city. Isn't he afraid of death? Isn't he afraid? Demonic beasts reproduce extremely quickly. Human strength grows rapidly, and after arriving at the academy, we'll have to expend a huge amount of effort to cultivate students' experience in surviving outside the city. Even some students train for a year to 2 years. And please understand us. One of the examiners from the Northern Courtyard stayed behind and said to the crowd, some people sing in blackface. Naturally some people sing in red face. After saying that, he got on a helicopter and left. With the roar fading away, on the examination table, a huge screen appeared, showing the scene. This is what young people should be like. If my child can enter the Northern Academy, I'll make sure he pulls strings for the main examiner. Not bad. That's the example of a young man. Unlike some people, who are selfish. Oh, they have status. They have money. And it's not us people's children who top them at critical moments. Many people sneered. The face of the parent who had disagreed before was as black as the bottom of a pot. Bai Xiu looked at the helicopter that flew past, as if recalling the days of his examination. After reaching the outskirts of the city, numerous students came down. After dividing the area, let the 500 candidates begin to move. Many of the examiners had already disappeared into the mist, apparently to divide the cordon. Many students found Yi Xiaoxi and wanted to team up with her. Yi Xiaoshi didn't pay any attention to them. His body moved as if he was a spirit swallow, running towards the mist. Those three with a chi blood value of over 600 obviously hunted demonic beasts often and appeared to be at ease outside the city. There were also students whose chi blood value had reached 400, 500. Looking at the mist, their two strands warring, constantly rubbing their palms, appearing very nervous and resistant. One of the biggest dark horses is Su Ballad. Sumor stood still and stared at the time. He was the main examiner and needed to keep an eye on the monitor. With the passage of time, one after another, students were brought back by their teachers. Roar! Suddenly, the ground rolled up and a 100-meter demonic beast burrowed out of the ground, biting at Sumor. Even those invigilators were startled and hurriedly rushed towards Sumor. At the examination ground, many people were startled as they watched the sudden turn of events. A 100-meter body. This is a third-level demonic beast, right? This is a level 3, Divine Orifice Realm demonic beast. This demonic beast looks like it has to kill the main examiner. I guess the main examiner killed too many demonic beasts, and many of them want to retaliate. Can the main examiner solve this demonic beast? Many parents showed concern. There were also a number of parents with a puzzled look in their eyes. At this moment, Fong Zhengyu, Wang Yang, in the audience, stared with dead eyes. Inside, he was expecting it, eating him, killing him. It was best to die in the mouth of a demonic beast, then their predicament would be solved. After Sumor felt the movement, taking out an arcane iron sword, he stood in place without even moving. A knife was swung, only to see a blade flash by. The demonic beast directly turned into two halves when it was still a meter away from Sumor. Kill a third-level, third-order demonic beast, gain 3.3 kill points. Sumor put away the Shin iron sword after he was done, and his gaze continued to stare at the computer. Those invigilators were frozen in place. Their pupils contracted and their eyes focused. Blade intent. It's actually blade intent. How could it be? How could it be? The Divine Orifice Realm was already enough to shock them. And now Sumor had even comprehended the blade intent. On the examination ground, a huge screen played the scene just now. The third-grade demonic beast has been cleaved in half with a single slash, without the slightest bit of resistance. What exactly is the strength of this one main examiner anymore? Too terrifying. He's only 18 years old as well, and his strength has already reached this level. The 9 city lords of Z City looked at each other and laughed out loud. The main examiner must have reached the Divine Orifice Realm, an 18-year-old Divine Orifice. He's also comprehended blade intent. That was blade intent just now. There were also quite a few people who could see that Sumor's slash just now. 18 years old, Divine Orifice, comprehending the intent of the blade. What kind of talent is this? As long as he doesn't fall, a supreme powerhouse will appear in the North District in the future. The parents who had previously supported Sumor called out. See, that's the kind of example our kids should be following when it comes to being some kind of hothouse flower. Not bad, not bad. Such talent is what we should be pushing for. Such a genius was actually expelled from the 10th high school. What kind of stupid person can do that? Ha ha. Before that genius sister of his even joined forces with outsiders to wrongfully accuse the main examiner. It's best to put them all in jail after the martial arts exam is over. Fong Zhengyu looked at the gazes of many people staring at him and hated to find a crack in the ground. Wang Yang was even more afraid to raise his head. The little bit of hope that had risen within them was completely dashed as Sumor made his sword. There are also many reporters who rushed to approach Fong Zhengyu, Wang Yang, and stick their faces on the big one. Principal Fong, may I ask what you think? Fong Zhengyu stammered, not knowing how to speak. Many turned their attention to the students. May I ask, how did Sumor's main examiner fire him in the first place? Can you tell us? Those students kept their heads down, not daring to speak. They're not stupid. Seeing that the principal of the 10th high school cannot put out a fart, the reporter also no longer continued to interview. You do not say. We will start to make up. You're the class teacher of Sumor's assessment officer, and earlier you posted that Sumor is a bad student and a waste. May I ask if this is true? Sumor is the Divine Orifice Realm at the age of 18, comprehending the saber intent. Such a person is a waste in your eyes. May I ask class teacher Wang Yang, what realm are you in? May I ask if you have comprehended the meaning of the sword? Wang Yang, the class teacher, is cold and sweaty, shrinking his head. His veins are straight, and he is living like that. What the hell? The reporter found his previously deleted post and brought it over to question him face to face about who carried it. It didn't help that the inside was now flooded with remorse. It could have been a flyer for him. Many eyes fell on the top of the big screen. This Su Rouge is really powerful. He's actually decapitated a dozen demonic beasts. Hey, look at those few whose chi and blood values broke through 500. Facing the demonic beasts, they are coy and nervous, not even daring to take the initiative. It's still Sumor's main examiner who has the courage. This is how reforms should have been made a long time ago. As time passed, in the blink of an eye, 3 hours passed, and the roar of a helicopter sounded on the examination field. Rows of students poured out, some with excitement on their faces, some with loss. Sumor walked to the high platform. This examination has come to a successful conclusion. The composite rankings will be posted soon. The first place is still Yi Xiaoshi. No change. The second one is still Willow Demon. Third place Kong Ping. Fourth place, Wang Chuyan. Fifth place, Zhang Yu. Sixth place, Su Ballad. As the rankings were announced, many people did not disagree. Hunting demonic beasts. This was something they had seen with their own eyes. The next step is for the student to choose an academic institution. The 5 major academies all offered very heavy conditions, and only the Northern Academy didn't offer any conditions. Willow Demon. Yi Xiaoshi all chose to enter the North Courtyard. Su Ro, which academy are you going to enter? Su Ro subconsciously looked at Su Mor. Would he block it? Fong Zhengyu, Wang Yang, Zhou Liang, and the students of Class 9 looked at Su Mor at the same time. Even the parents who were onlookers held their breath and quietly looked at Su Mor. As long as Su Mor said a word, Su Ro did not have the possibility of entering any of the academies. When Su Ro saw that Su Mor didn't open his mouth, a leap rose in his heart. He didn't exit to block it. Great. I knew he would forgive me. He still has feelings for me. Su Rouge couldn't hide his inner excitement. I'm going to enter the North Courtyard. After Su Ro finished speaking, he raised his head and looked at Su Mor with a smile on his face. There was still a chance. As long as one entered the North Courtyard and had a lot of chances to get in contact with Su Mor. She just couldn't believe that Su Mor wouldn't forgive her. And when the time came, she had all the means to do so. Su Mo, who she had looked at earlier, was standing there at this moment, so handsome, as if it was the obsidian sun, shining down on her. When he came back, some people said that he killed a 3rd-level demonic beast with a single blade and also comprehended the meaning of the blade. Su Mor was hers. No one could take it away from her. She had a better chance than anyone else, and the two of them weren't related by blood anyway. After Su Ballad was chosen, there were no problems. At this moment, Fong Zhengyu or Zhou Liang or Wang Yang temporarily breathed a sigh of relief. Those that have been following what's going on are no longer discussing it either. This is Su Mor's business. He didn't even open his mouth. What reason do they have to open their mouths? Not to mention that Su Mor had killed a 3rd-level demonic beast with a single slash and comprehended the blade intent. He was someone they should not mess with. With the arrangement, it was finally Zhou Liang's turn. Which academy do you choose? Zhou Liang similarly subconsciously looked at Su Mor, and after realizing that Su Mor was not staring at him, he secretly let out a sigh of relief. It was his fault for wrongly accusing him in the first place, and when he struck out later, he didn't leave any evidence behind, so there shouldn't be a problem. I'll go with the North Yard as well. When all the students had made their choices, it represented the end of this martial arts examination. Some are happy and some are sad. Wait, just as the crowd was about to leave, Shirayuki stepped out of her seat. The sudden sound made all the people who were about to leave all stop in their tracks. There's a reversal. For some reason, Su Rouge had a bad premonition inside. Could it be that what she'd done had fallen through? No way. Absolutely no way. As powerful as Shirayuki was, her hands couldn't possibly reach into the black market. She had taken on all the other mistakes. Only the matter of that martial arts medal. It shouldn't be this one thing. It shouldn't be. Su Ran was praying inwardly. The eyes looked toward Su Mor. She realized that at the moment Su Mor was also looking at her. Su Ro's joy, fantasies all disappeared, and there was that gaze again, cold and indifferent, as if she had seen Su Mor's first beheading of a mutant lobster before. That one mutant lobster was her. In front of Su Mor, she was a lamb to the slaughter. She was going to unmask her in front of everyone in the North End and subject her to scorn and accusations. No, don't. It can't be. I was wrong. Su Ro's almost pleading. Pathetic gaze stared at Su Mor. A few drops of crystals were already trickling from his eyes, but Su Mor's expression did not change, as if she was already a dead person in his eyes. After Shirayuki stood up, all eyes were focused on her. Gentlemen, earlier our martial artist guild sent out a post that someone was privately selling our martial artist guild's medals. After Shirayuki finished speaking, her gaze traveled around the room. The crowd looked at me and I looked at you. No way. Murphy really had something like this and was investigated. Who's so bold? The medallion will be in big trouble if it's trafficked. To actually say it at this critical moment, it must have been confirmed that this is in Z City. It must be someone from Z City. The faces of the 9 city lords above weren't looking too good. This was equivalent to slapping them in the face. There was no way around it. The Martial Artist Guild could not give them face. They could not give the Martial Artist Guild face. Besides, they wanted to see who it was. Just as the crowd was speculating, Bayou's gaze suddenly looked at Su Rouge. Miss Su Ballad, Can you give me an explanation? Su-ro's face was bloodless the moment Bai Yu saw her. Her body trembled and she almost couldn't stand up, sitting on her butt on the ground. Really investigated it. Zhou Liang among the students at the moment had his gaze similarly condensed, panic rising in his heart. He's guilty of selling martial arts medals, but he's the one who found the man. This stupid woman would have given him up for sure. Damn! I should have known better than to kill this stupid bitch. In the audience, Fang Jiangyu and also Wang Yang slid directly from their seats to the ground. The two men's backs were already wet with cold sweat. Su-ro actually auctioned off the martial arts medal. How dare you? Especially Principal Fang Jiangyu, who spent over $30 million for Su Rouge, only to end up with this. At first, when he saw that Su Moore didn't make a sound, he thought that this matter would slowly pass. He's at best out of position, but he's been investing in Su Ballad and there's still hope. Now don't say hope, just go straight to the ground. This is not the way to die. At this moment, many people had surprises in their eyes. It's actually her. This kind of thing she can really make. What? It's actually really her. No, why did I say that? Grass. This is not eating bear heart and leopard gall. This is the old man eating arsenic. Looking for death has not seen such. Even the martial arts medal dared to auction? Oh, even the house left behind by her parents dared to secretly auction off the house, leaving her brother homeless, and saying that she valued her talent. It's all bullshit. Look at how big the gap between the two is now. Before Su Moore main examiner but really treat her as a sister, working to earn money for her. The result is to buy clothes to spend 200,000 eyes do not blink. Someone else called her adoptive parents' names and actually asked her brother to apologize. What can't a beast like that do? And the auctioning of martial arts medals is something only she can do. At this moment, Su Ballad looked like she was grasping something. They just suspected. Yes, they just suspected. If they had evidence, they would have taken it out long ago. No, it wasn't me. I didn't auction off the martialist medal. You guys are saying that I'm selling the martialist medal privately. You always have to show proof. Not to mention I haven't won a martial arts medal, so where am I going to sell it? After Su-ro finished speaking, she subconsciously looked at Su Moore, her gaze almost pleading. She hoped that Su Moore would not say anything about her parents' medals for the sake of her previous friendship. She doesn't want to be abandoned and cursed. Our martial artist guild investigated, and when I wasn't the Z9 City Guild president, the previous president had awarded the martial artist medal to a family, and that was Su Moore's parents. Su Moore's parents helped the martial artists guild out of some trouble, and this was secretly awarded to them. After Bai Yu finished speaking, she took out an image, and the entire examination ground could see the image on it. A young couple with a child in their arms. Two men were holding a medal in their hands. After Shirayuki was done, another screen played out. It was the video of Su Rouge traveling to the black market and auctioning off medals, and that one medal was also recorded with particular clarity. Miss Su Rouge, you said you didn't steal or sell the martial artist medal. What are you doing? Our martial artist guild has said that whoever auctions off the martial artist medal is messing with our martial artist guild. Could it be that Miss Su Rouge doesn't place our martial artist guild in her eyes? A rhetorical question caused Su Rouge to completely panic. It's not like that. It's really not like that. City Lord Z9 also stepped forward. Such a person doesn't deserve to be a member of our Z9 city. A wolf's heart and enmity. Su-ro heard the accusations and abuse around her, and her mind went blank. Even the city lord spoke up. No, she still had to go to the north courtyard. She had a wider world to live in. In any case, this hurdle must be passed today. There are other ways. There are other ways. Su Ruan got anxious. The surrounding abuse was like sea water about to drown her. She had the feeling that she was going to suffocate. It's like grasping for the last straw before dying. This martial arts medal was awarded to my parents. My parents gave it to me, then it's mine. Does that mean I can make the decision? And is it up to me to sell it or use it for something else? Besides, it's just a medal. A dead thing. I know it symbolizes honor, but can honor be used as a meal or a resource for cultivation? I'll exchange it for money and use it to buy cultivation resources, strength enhancement, hunting demonic beasts, and protecting the safety of the citizens. Isn't this maximizing the value? On the contrary, it doesn't insult it and proves its worth. The people who were still accusing Su Rouge were instantly dumbfounded. It can still be interpreted that way. You're really something. This woman was so stupid just now, but she's actually so smart in this moment. Shirayuki grunted coldly. The martial arts medal may not be given away. Sold. This is the Iron Order of the Martial Guild. Not to mention the fact that those who have earned the medal can use it to come to my martial guild for help. Don't you know that? Su-ro saw the coldness in Bayu's eyes and lowered her head. Besides, what proof do you have that it was gifted to you by your adoptive parents? Are you gifted? You stand out? Or is it that you have a good heart and know what's good for you? Three questioning voices. Su-ro completely defeated. At present, there is only one possibility, and that is Sue Moore. Unless Sue Moore admits that it was gifted to her by her adoptive parents. But would he really say yes? Say a word. Brother, it was gifted to me by my parents. Tell them, I beg of you. Sue Ro's eyes misted with water and she looked at Sue Mo in a pitiful manner. Before she looked at Sue Moore with such a gaze, any request Sue Moore would agree to. She wanted to evoke that trace of tenderness in Sue Moore's heart. Bah! So shameless. Before she said she had no relationship with Sue Moore. This moment she called her brother. I feel like she even insulted these two words. Before she even said that her adoptive parents adopted her in order to utilize her and see that she was gifted. But now it's a slap in the face. Other people's sons are more gifted. And she's nothing compared to Sue Moore. There's nothing wrong with what the city lord said. Wolfish, this is a despicable villain with only himself in his eyes. Selfish. So much has happened and there has been no acknowledgement of her mistakes from start to finish. This kind of person is the kind of person who no matter what mistakes they make, it's someone else's fault and it has nothing to do with her. That's just it. Playing pathetic now is also to get through this one time. And afterward. Still I do what I do. Not worthy of forgiveness. Go home and make sure you teach your children never to be like that. Sue Ro did not pay attention to the accusations. The abuse around her. She looked at Sue Mo with a soft gaze. Brother, please, say something. Sue Ro mumbled her mouth, with a look of being so aggrieved that I felt sorry for her. You don't have my family's account. The moment Sue Mo's few words came out, the entire examination hall fell silent. Beautiful. Sue Stray Master Examiner. I love you. That's the way it has to be. Don't ever let someone like that go. TSK, 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 now it's theft plus trafficking. A big offense. Go to jail. Not to mention jail time. Who in the entire North End would dare to come into contact with someone like that? That's all there is to it. To fend for yourself. Sue Ro's heart sank to the bottom. I can't believe he's so heartless. Why? Why can you be so heartless? Why? Sue Ro looked at Sue Moore with teary eyes. Why can you be so heartless? Didn't I cause you to be fired for charging someone $10,000? I'm also looking out for your best interest in finding you a job that pays $4,000 a month. After selling my parents' house, I even gave you $2,000 to let you rent a house. Why can you be so heartless to me when I've been so good to you? When these words came out, many people's anger was completely ignited. What a piece of garbage. Dumbass. I'm so convinced that secretly selling someone's parents' house, making them homeless, and then giving them $2,000 to rent an apartment is actually being nice to them? Is that what I mean when I sell you to a whorehouse and then give you a mouthful of spit and say it's for your own good? She has the nerve to say it and say it's for the good of others. Sue Won ignored the accusations of the crowd. You've become such a powerful martial artist. I asked you to earn money for me and you didn't even agree. You just don't see me as a good person. You're doing it on purpose. You're just trying to get back at me, aren't you? Now you're satisfied watching me get scorned. Sue Rouge sat paralyzed on the ground, muttering continuously inside her mouth. A lot of people think this guy is crazy and still has no brains. Zhou Liang, who was hiding among the students, was already about to be scared silly. Right now, Sue Rouge looks delirious, so he could spit out anything. Sue Ro sat on the ground, still murmuring to herself. Why are you so selfish? I'm your sister, the closest thing you have. Why don't you make me feel better? Thieving God, why are you so unjust? Why are you doing this to me? And Zhou Liang, didn't he say there would be no accidents? Sue Ro's brain suddenly reacted. Zhou Liang said there would be no accidents. So why was he still discovered and investigated? Yes, it must be him. She deliberately provoked my brother and me. And then report me with the intention of not making it easy for me. He's jealous of me. Jealous of my talent. Jealous that I have a good brother. Yeah, that's gotta be it. That's definitely it. I could have had a much happier life. All because of this bad guy. Brother, listen to my explanation. Things are not like this. These things are all done by Zhou Liang. It's him who is stirring things up. He is deliberately stirring up our relationship. He just won't let us have a good time. If you don't believe me, look. I still have the record here of when he tempted me to sell my house. He was also the one who found me the person who stole and sold the martial arts medal. And he said that there would be no accidents. And now he's being told in public. That's what he's after. He envies our relationship. He must like me. The only way to get me is to destroy me. Although the two of us are siblings, we are not related by blood after all. And his purpose for doing this is conceivable. Brother, you have to trust me. Sister still loves you. Brother, you must believe me. Sue Rouge blurted out after coming up with a reason. Even as she had seen that her brother believed her words. The image of the trial of Zhou Liang and then taking her hand and getting back together. Many students hurriedly backed away and distanced themselves from Zhou Liang. Zhou Ling's heart sank. He knew that the next moment was the moment of judgment. It didn't occur to me that it would be just after the martial arts exam. Tried in front of tens of millions of people. So more. How true. When I planted you, I made you leave the school like a lost dog in front of all the students in the class. Now you're making me lose face in front of tens of millions of people in the North End. Good tactics. Really think that he, Zhou Liang, will tie his hands. After going up, he kicked Su Rouge to the ground. You bitchy, stupid bitch, weren't you the one who asked me to find it for you? And I don't know what you're selling. What do you think you are? When I gave you $10,000 to not testify against Su Moore, you didn't just assent. In the end, you still only have yourself in your eyes. Selfish woman. Just like that, you deserve to make me like you. Bah, what the hell? I'd be marrying a maggot, and it wouldn't be my turn to have a woman like you in my house. Su Mo sat up without speaking. Zhou Liang took a deep breath. Anyway, left and right is a death. Su Ro, this bitchy woman doesn't want to be good either. After Su Moore was expelled, I told you that as long as you let Su Moore come and work for me as a dog, I would give him $4,000 a month, which is just enough to cover your living expenses for the academy. And didn't you get your ass in gear and go and persuade Su Moore to do so? This time the crowd could no longer contain their emotions. Many people took off their shoes and smashed them at Su Rouge. Grass. Smash this bitch. There's actually someone like this in the North District. What kind of beast is this? No, to say beast is insulting beast. Damn. Watching his brother get fired, and letting his brother be a dog. How can he go out without being struck by a thunderbolt? This stupid sister for $10,000 actually can really stand by and watch her brother suffer injustice. She does not have a little bit of guilt, and also went to persuade to give the planted person as a dog. This is how stupid people can do things. At the end of the day it's still trying to get something for nothing, and the goal is still that $4,000 a month. This kind of person is selfish, and pawning and standing, and can't be scolded to wake up. This kind of retard lives in her world all the time. The fact that she can be abandoned by her parents, and with a personality like hers, it's obvious why she was abandoned. Because her real parents are selfish, with only themselves in their eyes, and think she's a liability. Zhou Liang looked at Su Ro, who was still trying to retort, and snorted coldly. Look at Su Moore. Hard-earned money for you. A day of exhaustion. Only a few $dozen. No wonder this is done. The original is to wake up your conscience. How about you? Buy clothes 200,000 are not blinking. With or sell his parents' house. But also said only by like. Charge what big tail wolf. The one Zhou Liang resented the most right now was instead the idiot Su Rouge. We're all going to die anyway. Big deal. We're all screwed. It hasn't been long since Su Moore was expelled. And we know that Su Moore is a martial artist. All the students in our class know about it, and none of them dare to speak out. We've joined forces with the principal and the homeroom teacher to kill Su Moore to keep things from leaking. How's that for not even thinking about it? After these words came out, the principal on the viewing platform as well as the homeroom teacher, as well as the students in the same class, all sat on their asses on the ground. His back was already wet with cold sweat. The camera is all pulled in close at the moment. There were also a couple of guys with cameras on their shoulders that were mortared in their faces. May I ask, how do you think as a principal, that such a genius is not sheltered, but instead goes to shelter a retard? Could it be that you're also a retard and that's why you're doing this? Please answer me positively. Hello, as a classmate of Su Moore's, you're actually silent. Why did you do that? Some students couldn't bear it, knowing that if they didn't open their mouths, they wouldn't even be able to get into a normal school. It was the homeroom teacher who threatened us, saying that if we leaked it out, we would be expelled from the class so that we wouldn't be able to take the martial arts exam. Yes, he's the one who threatened us. We're just students, and there's nothing we can do but follow the arrangements. We didn't testify, but we didn't wrongly accuse Su Moore either. We didn't take Zhou Liang's money to give false testimony. It's all because the class teacher in Zhou Liang, Su Wan, made things happen. Especially the class teacher has long been looking at Su Moore in a bad light, thinking that he's a waste of space and is dragging the class down. It was Zhou Liang who provoked Su Moore. Then Su Moore went to the homeroom teacher, who in turn expelled Su Moore. Some of the students were as if they were pouring out beans, telling all that had happened. Many people were staring at Wang Yang at the moment. Mr. Wang, may I ask if this is true? Wang Yang opened his mouth. There was no way to refute it. After all, it was the truth. Even the principal didn't have an explanation. So what was he going to do? At this moment, Zhou Liang laughed maniacally. What do you care if you're going to die anyway? He was going to die. And if Su Rouge wanted to go ashore, don't even think about it. When we knew that Su Moore was a martial artist, after dealing with Su Moore, she was the most active. As long as it was an action to plant evidence to frame Su Moore, she would actively cooperate and agree. At this moment, The people who were assessing the onlookers were already too lazy to curse. Such scum. Simply wasting their words. It's not like that. It's not like that. Su Rouge had managed to see a bit of hope, hurriedly stood up and ran to kneel at Sumore's feet. Brother, you have to believe me. It's really not true. I'm really blinded by him. He did all of this. You have to trust your sister. We've lived together for over 10 years. How could I possibly harm you? Believe me, my sister really does love you. Sumore glanced at him, and the guards directly threw Su Ballad down. Such a person is also worthy of approaching Sumore. Don't insult their Z-Town pride. I'm on my knees for you. Why don't you believe me? What do you want from me? I know. If you like me, you can just say it. We're not related by blood. We can get married. I won't be in contact with other men in the future. And we can have many children. Okay, will you forgive me? I was really wrong. After Su Ro finished speaking, she once again climbed up and came to Sumore's side, just to hug Sumore's arm. Bayu's face was slightly red, and her eyes radiated killing intent. Yi Xiaoshi, who was in the crowd at the moment, had the same killing intent hanging in the bottom of her eyes. Bang! Sumore kicked Su Rhythm, only to see Su Rhythm roll down as if he were a rolling gourd. Shirayuki took a deep breath, satisfaction hanging in her eyes. Yi Xiaoshi did likewise. At this moment, Willow Demon approached Yi Xiaoshi. You like him? Yi Xiaoshi turned her head to look at Demonis Lu, her eyes flickering. Who wouldn't like someone this good? Willow Demon. Could it be that you want to compete with me as well? Sure, why not? Well then, let's see who actually takes him down. The two whispered not to be overheard by anyone else. The crowd, dumbfounded at the moment, was outright petrified this time. What shocking statements are these? No wonder the main examiner Sumore said earlier that if he had a choice, he would let Su Ro die in the mouth of a demonic beast. What kind of person could give birth to such a retarded thing? With that brain of hers, who would like her? I've been alive for over 30 years and for the first time I want to kill someone. My machete is just as hungry to cut her. At this moment, Zhou Liang's eyes flickered after seeing this scene. It's all death anyway, so more, do you think you'll be better off? Wu Chou is dead. The crowd now knows that what he said is true. Now he's bringing that one thing up. So more, will people still think you'll be good? So more you want us to die. Don't blame me. Zhou Liang walked forward and faced Sumore. Do you really think that you are as you seem? Don't think that just because you put on a self-induced show about Wu Qiu, you'll make others believe it. When Zhou Liang said this, the crowd quieted down. Isn't that Wu Qiu already in jail? Why are you bringing up her again? Murphy, many people knew that this was Zhou Liang's last madness, not to mention that it had been previously confirmed that someone had planted Sumore. Principal Feng Zhengyu is also grasping at the last straw. Damn, it was fortunate that in the end, he was afraid of the Zhou family and didn't announce the death of Wu Qiu. For once he was celebrating his cleverness. I know about Wu Qiu, who is dead. The family was dead before they even got back to the security administration. Feng Zhengyu stood out and shouted. Many people's faces changed as they stared at the figure on the high platform. None of the examiners from the other key academies opened their mouths. It could be seen from Sumore's attitude towards them before that Sumore was not that kind of person. They believe in Sumore. Even the 4 teachers from the North Academy looked like they were watching the show. So what doubt did they have? If Sumore had been inconsistent, would the dean of the Northern Courtyard have taken him in as a close disciple? Not even with the best of talent. Trying to fool the dean of the North End. Not in the entire North End. Sumore, you're a moralistic person. You're not what you seem. You think you're the only one with the means. I'll be damned. I, Zhou Liang, am going to die today, and I want the entire Northern District to see your true colors. The crowd realized that Sumore didn't show any panic, even sat back down. Zhou Liang, Principal Feng, do you guys want me to die so badly? At that moment a voice rang out and the students moved out of the way. 3 figures emerged from the crowd, wearing restraints on their hands as well as their feet. Zhou Liang's pupils contracted when he saw Wu Qiu. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wu Qiu was already dead. It was highly poisonous. How could he have survived? After seeing this scene, Shirayuki similarly sat down with a look of watching the show. If it wasn't for Sumore's defense against this guy's hand, it would really be a bit of a problem. Even Headmaster Feng Zhengyu's pupils were shrinking. Lu Shuetian followed the 3 men, his gaze falling on Feng Zhengyu like he was looking at a dead man. You all should know me. My name is Wu Qiu, a student of the 9th class of the 10th high school in Z9 City. What happened before was indeed me slandering Sumore. Here I apologize to him. Also, I'm here to thank him for saving my parents. After Wu Qiu finished speaking, he knelt down to Sumo and heavily kowtowed 3 times before slowly standing up. I wronged Sumore. Also because I was in cahoots with Zhou Liang, when he said he'd give me $30 million and help me change my face and go to an ordinary school. For $30 million, I sold my conscience. Who knew that he feasted on our family for dinner and poisoned us? And if it wasn't for Sumore's rescue of us, we would have died. Zhou Liang, you don't have to retort. I'm not like that douchebag. I keep evidence. At first, I was afraid that you would backtrack and secretly recorded the evidence and uploaded it to the cloud. Just because I was afraid that you would backtrack afterward. And even if I were to die, this one incident today would be exposed. Zhou Liang's pupils contracted. This seemingly brainless fool had actually grown a brain. At this time, Lu Shuetian brought a cell phone and the content inside was played out. Wu Chou, as long as planting Sumore is successful, I'll give you $30 million to find someone to give you a facelift. Wu Chou, $30 million is already quite a lot. It's hard for you to earn it even if you become a martial artist. It's enough for your family to live peacefully for the rest of their lives. Wang Yang's voice followed closely behind. Wu Chou, I will also post to help you out. At last Su Ballad's voice rang out. This Zhou Liang's name is really not to be underestimated. Using the truth to paralyze us before telling a big lie to wrongly accuse Sumore. We didn't believe it in the first place. They're all no good. Just in case some dumbass who's jealous of Sumore believes it. Zhou Liang's face was pale and bloodless. The evidence was already sitting, and the last move had no effect. With this one opportunity, it's about time we in the Safety Management Service settle some scores. After Lu Shuetian finished speaking, some evidence began to play on the screen. The first thing was Zhou Liang arranging the evidence of Blood Panther to hunt Sumore. Zhou Liang's pupils contracted after seeing this scene. Without thinking, he looked over at his peers sitting in that center seat. He realized that Sumore's gaze was teasing when he looked at him. He laughed bitterly. So that's it. No wonder. Sumo had been pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. I'm afraid that the blood tiger and the blood leopard were all killed by him. Those pictures were sent to him just to keep him up at night and mentally torture him. There's also a video of an interrogation where the killer went to attack Sumore at night. And the most important one, Zhou family's second son, Zhou Banyu, went to the black market to look for an assassin. Just as the video was gradually being released, waves were made in the black market. The other person in charge, Jiang Quan, has been taken away. Sun Knight saw the back of the security administrator leaving with excitement as well as celebration on his face. As the evidence continued to play, Zhou Liang sat on his butt, his legs weak. Z9 City Lord took out his cell phone and sent out a message. Ready for action. City Lord Z9 knew that once he gave this order, the Zhou family was finished. The Security Management Service came up and detained Zhou Liang on the spot. There's another guy, the principal of the 10th high school. Lu Shuetian looked at Fang Zhengyu and took out a piece of evidence. The very evidence of the interrogation. There's also the phone call Fang Yongwu made to the killer earlier. Fang Zhengyu's face paled. It turned out that he had already fallen for the trap. No wonder Lu Shuetian did not help him. Oh, it's so self-inflicted. No wonder it's hard for talented martial artists to appear in Z City's 10 highs. With a leader like this, it's only strange that they can appear. That homeroom teacher isn't any good either. My youngest son is still a 10th high and says he'll transfer. Fang Zhengyu, Wan Yang were all taken away by people from the security management office. Even the students in the same class were not spared. Pack them all up and take them away for interrogation when the time comes. The punishment should be penalized, and the jail time should be imposed. No. Watching Lu Shuetian walk towards her, Su Rose struggled. No, brother, give me a chance. Give me a chance. I'll do everything you say from now on. I don't want to go to jail. Su Ballad was dragged down. No, I don't want to go to jail. I'm a genius. I still have to get into the North Academy. I still have to be courted by millions. I don't want to go to jail. Miserable. Shrill sounds echoed continuously. Not a single person took pity on her. Self-inflicted. After it was over, Sumore turned to leave. The other examiners followed close behind and followed away. The entire Northern District Martial Artist Forum then exploded. So heartbroken for the chief examiner. Didn't think I'd need to go through this at such a young age. This year's assessment questions are awesome. And the chief examiner just has gusto. Comprehending the meaning of the sword and killing a third-grade demonic beast with one sword. The pride of my human race. One post after another was about Sumore, occupying a very high position. The trial after the end of the martial arts exam was a great success. Z9 City Hall announcement. 10th high school cancelled. Students transferred to other high schools in batches. Z9 Town Hall announcement. An inspection team will be set up to inspect all high schools. The pride of my Z City. Self-improvement. Move forward. Learn from Sumore main examiner. At this moment, Sumore had already become a celebrity in the North District. Even many of the small children knew Sumore. At the age of 18, at the Divine Orifice realm, he comprehended the blade intent. After the end of the martial arts exam, Sumore was saying goodbye to the other examiners. See you in the North Court, young house. After the teacher from the North Academy left, Sumor's pants pocket vibrated. Jingle bells, jingle bells. The phone voice rang and Sumor saw that it was an unfamiliar number. After connecting, a neutral voice came from the other side. Well done. It didn't occur to me that you've already comprehended blade intent. Keep up the good work. Thank you, master. A task well accomplished. And it looks like using you to push for reform was the right choice. I'll put 10 billion in your martial arts badge. These months are the easiest for you. Rest well and look forward to our second meeting as master and disciple. Thank you, master. After hanging up the phone, Sumor took a deep breath. 10 billion. Master is really atmospheric. He likes this kind of master. Not because of 10 billion. Sumor's eyes lit up when he returned to the Martial Artist Guild. Because the weather was getting hotter. At this moment, Bayu had already changed into a black slim-fitting dress with a hemline that reached her knees and was slightly rolled up. A tousled head of hair fell naturally. Bayu covered her mouth and laughed out when she saw Sumor's eyes. Take a look at that unseen look of yours. Shirayuki looked proud. It's not that sister Bayu is pretty. Sumor was in a good mood and was naturally happy to cooperate. Just know to say what sister loves to hear. What's the next plan? Bayu looked at Sumor who had a relaxed face and secretly said that this guy wouldn't continue to go live as a savage. Take a few days off. You do get a little tired these days. Shirayuki nodded. Is it particularly cool to have them all behind bars today? Bayu looked at the coldness under Sumor's eyes and sighed helplessly. This little thing has been through so much. It's wary of everyone. Don't look to joke with her every day. The truth is that the heart is cold. Even when she was snickering with Sumor, she could feel that touch of indifference deep under Sumor's eyes. Hello. At this time, two silhouettes walked in, and from the time they came in, their gazes fell on Sumor without shifting. Sumo's gaze fell on the two men. Hello. The ones who came were naturally Lu Demon and Yi Xiaoshi. Get acquainted. My name is Yi Xiaoshi. Yi Xiaoshi's eyes stared straight at Sumor and stretched out her hand. My mom won't let me touch a girl's hand. Says it's rude. Yi Xiaoshi and also Lu Demon opened their mouths. And for a while, they actually did not know what to say. How many men have tried to shake their hands and been rejected by them? And now it's their turn to be rejected. The two people stared at Sumor strangely. You also strange obedience Lu. This if pushed down, ruthlessly pinched the waist, kissed him, see him shed tears will not be particularly cool. My name is Willow Demon. I'm BFF with her. I came over today just to get to know you a bit, and from now on we'll be classmates. Sumori nodded. Congratulations. Willow Demon's almond eyes widened. Big brother. You this knocking nagging sparse. Shirayuki's eyes scrutinized the two, supposedly the sisters of those two contraptions. The two of them looked at Bayu at the same time. They also knew about this talented senior sister. We're planning to stay in Z9 City for a while. Could we ask you to be our guide for a while? 10 billion a day. Why don't you go grab it? Willow Demon chided loudly. $10 billion. How dare you? Could be. Yi Xiaoshi stared at Sumor with a serious expression. Give me your martial artist badge and I'll transfer you $10 billion. Sumor was shocked. He just didn't want to pay attention to these two and talk them out of it. What? You don't dare. You're a wimp. You can't do it. You're soft? Sumor handed the badge over and Yi Xiaoshi transferred $10 billion into it. Even Willow Demon similarly transferred in $10 billion. You emptied my 18 years of storage in one fell swoop. The bottom of Sumor's eyes flashed with surprise. This is coming to Versailles. Right. 18 years of pocket money. 10 billion. Remember, pocket change. It's pocket change. It is true that some people are born in Rome, and some people are born as bulls and horses, or as innate bulls and horses saints, and heavenly chosen working saints. Okay, I'll stay with you all day tomorrow. Do you guys wanna have some fun? When Lu Demon and also Yi Xiaoshi saw that Sumor's appearance did not look like a fake, a touch of strangeness rose in their hearts. His eyes were so fiery. Could be. Okay, leave a number and I'll call you guys tomorrow. After the two left, Bayu looked at Sumor. What do you want? Two beautiful girls invited. And at such a great price. Of course they should be satisfied and given a memorable thrill. Looking at the smile hanging at the corner of Sumor's mouth, Bayu's eyebrows condensed. What exactly did this guy want to do? At this time, Sumor's cell phone rang. It was Lu Shuatian calling. Brother Sumor. It's been a long time since you've come to sit with us at the security management office. Would you like to come and take a look? After Sumor heard this, there was surprise in his gaze. This Lu Shuatian spoke so politely. It looked like he should have something to find him. Brother Lu, wait a moment. I'll be right over. After hanging up the phone, Sumor said a word to Bayu and turned around to leave the Martial Artist Guild. The distance between the two places was not that far. Coupled with Sumor's fast speed, he had already arrived at the security management office in a short while. Lu Shuetian had already been waiting at the door and his eyes lit up after seeing Sumor. Old brother Sumor is here. Follow me. After the two people sat in the car, Lu Shuetian brought Sumor to a place. Seeing that one building, Sumor's expression changed. He knew that this was the city lord's mansion. Lu Shuedo had already been waiting for Sumor. Old brother Sumor, you've given me a huge surprise. Big brother Lu is too kind. After entering the city lord's mansion, Lu Shuedo led Sumor into an underground chamber. Elder brother Sumor, the Zhou family's people have already been imprisoned by me. Sumor's expression changed. He understood what Lu Shuedo meant. The evidence we've gathered can already try the Zhou family for the death penalty. After Lu Shuedo finished speaking, he turned around and left the secret room with Lu Shuetian, leaving Sumor alone. Sumor walked towards the inside of the secret room and saw the imprisoned Zhou family members. Zhou Liang was also among them. The sound of footsteps startled the people in the chamber. Their eyes converged and their pupils contracted when they saw Sumor. Obviously Sumor came alone. They had a suffocating feeling. Cold, fear, and awe surrounded them. Zhou Qizheng, the Zhou family's old man, stood up with the help of the people around him and approached the cell door. Staring at the young man in front of him, he had seen this picture countless times and knew that his grandson had sent someone to kill this young man. To him, a dispensable mole cricket shifted into a giant dragon. After knowing that he was the close disciple of the Dean of the North Academy and the examiner of the martial arts examination, he had not slept all night, and the sky of the Zhou family had collapsed. He found all the connections he could, prayed for a meeting with the person in front of him, and in the end it was a stone's throw away. None of them helped him. Zhou Qi was looking at Sumor. Is it possible to save a seed for one of my Zhou family? Zhou Qizheng knelt down after he finished speaking, as if he was a candle in the wind. After the Zhou family behind them saw this scene, there were complexities in their gazes. Previously, this mole that they didn't see in their eyes now needed them to kneel and beg him for a chance. 3 months, just 3 months. There is a feeling that things have changed. If you were me, would you give me a chance? When you were allowed to bully and take it in your hands, you didn't put me in your eyes. Now that you know you're wrong, let me let you go. Where is such a good thing? Sumor took out his Shen iron sword after he finished speaking. Pust, directly stabbing Zhou Qizheng in the heart. I won't spare a single one of you. The Zhou family. Don't you understand the principle that a wildfire can't be burned, and that it grows again in the springtime? Zhou Qizheng opened his mouth, and a mouthful of blood spat out as his throat churned, his head hanging down. Looking for death. You have the balls to come in. Crunch. Sumor opened the cell door, and the Shen iron sword was still dripping blood. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Bright red blood dripped to the ground with a sound as the clock of life began to count down. The Zhou family boss took a step back, his face pale and his cold hairs standing on end. I'm sorry, pust. A head shot up into the sky and landed in front of the eyes of the rest of the Zhou clan. There were a few timid Zhou family members who directly fainted in fear. At this moment, Sumor transformed into an executioner. These people didn't take human life seriously before, bullying honest people, and then when the honest people awakened, they wanted to talk about peace. Where under the sky is such a good thing? I'll give you money. I'll give you lots and lots of money. Pust. Blood splattered as a head floated up again. Walking to the end, Sumor saw the figure that retreated in the middle of the corner. Gollum. Zhou Liang's throat rolled, making a dull sound in the silent cell. Seeing Sumor taking a step towards him, that pressure tightened around him. Poof. Zhou Liang's legs went limp and he fell to his knees. I'm sorry. It's my fault. It's my fault. Pop. 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 Master Su. Father Su. Please give me a chance. Zhou Liang's slaps continued to ring out, and before long both sides of his face had swollen. I'll be a dog for you. Master Su. I'll be a dog for you. I'll bite whoever you tell me to. Please give me a chance. Sumor looked at Zhou Liang with cold eyes. Just now when he killed the Zhou family members, Zhou Liang had been scared out of his wits and was now a bit incoherent. Zhou Liang, there was originally no grievances or hatred between you and I. To be honest, I also have to thank you. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to see Su Ro's face. Sumor stared condescendingly at Zhou Liang and said, No. It would be an honor to help you. Give me a chance. You give me a chance. I have money. I can pay you. If you just give me a chance, I swear I'll be the most loyal dog I can be. Sumor's Shen iron blade pointed at his brow. Zhou Liang's body went limp and collapsed to the ground, his face bloodless and bean-sized beads of sweat dripping down. He could feel the killing intent contained on the Shen iron blade. Pust. Sumo turned around and left the middle of the secret cell, turning around and walking towards the outside. At this moment, Lu Shuetian and also Lu Shuedao were smoking at the entrance. One was the city lord and the other was the captain of the security management office. The two were the same as the gatekeepers. After seeing Sumor come out, the two didn't glance at the inside. After the three men walked away, a sound came from behind them and the chamber cell collapsed. Walking out of the city lord's mansion, Suemo waved his hand at Lu Shuedo. You can call me if you need anything. Old buddy, on call. Sumor nodded and the two drove off. Lu Shuetian looked at Sumor on the passenger side. Older brother, go back to the security management office. Just now Zhang Dahai called. Su-Ro's parents are looking for him. After Sumor heard this, there was surprise in his eyes. Prepare yourself not to get pissed off at stupid people. By the time the two men arrived at the security office, an urgent voice came from inside. When is my son coming back? You fart. Don't climb relatives. You guys don't insult Sumor. Get lost. After Sumor came in, he saw a young couple, and there was surprise in their eyes when they saw Sumor. Son, you're back. Make them apologize. Sumor's eyes narrowed and his killing intent was gradually released. The young couple swished. Their faces were bloodless and looked at Sumor with slight panic. One more outburst and I'll kill you. What Sumor hated the most was when people insulted his parents. The man in the suit stepped forward. Don't get me wrong. We're Su-Ro's parents. Your siblings with her. Isn't that equivalent to our son? We also know about Su-Ro's matter. We didn't expect to make such a big mistake. Don't want such a daughter. We came over this trip to make it up to you. Your parents are dead. We are alive. We can be your parents. Don't worry. We will be good to you. Zhang Dahai, Li Woyo, and Lu Shuetian had been stunned. No wonder Su Rouge has that kind of personality. It's all genetic. The corner of Sumor's mouth rose. His gaze fell on the two people, and a pressure appeared in the room as if it was a blistering storm. I don't doubt your identities. You're probably really Su Rouge's parents. Just this shamelessness. It's just like Su Rouge. However, I would advise you to get out of here, before I lose my temper. The young couple across the street got anxious. We truly want to recognize you as our son. We really don't have any ulterior motives. You have to believe us. Zhang Dahai, Li Woyo went forward and directly handcuffed the two people. Let's go. Squat inside for a few days. Insulting the shut-in disciple of the dean of the northern courtyard. If you let it out, do you think others will break you into pieces? The two men went pale at that. Sumor is our son. Who dares to do this to us? Bang bang. The two men slammed directly into the back wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood as their bodies slid down the wall and fell to their knees. Sumor retracted his feet, took out his Shin iron sword, and approached the two step by step. The two cuddled together, cowering in the corner. Elder brother Sumor, wait for a moment. I'll turn off all the cameras here. The young couple was in a cold sweat, so scared that these people would treat them so badly. In fact, Zhang Dahai had closed it long ago, with the purpose of scaring the two people. The way to treat stupid people is to keep it simple. We were wrong. I'm sorry. We were wrong. The young couple's throats rolled as they looked at Sumor's eyes that were filled with killing intent. If they had a choice, they'd never come back here again, not knowing if they'd make it back alive. Especially when they met Sumor's eyes that were filled with killing intent. It made their scalps numb. Sumor mortared the knife in front of the two men, then gradually slashed through the two men's bodies. I won't kill you. If I hear you mention a single thing about me, I'll throw you outside the city and feed you to the demonic beasts, letting them eat your flesh one bite at a time, and still not letting you die. When the two men heard this, their faces turned white and they fainted from fear. After seeing this, Li Woyo walked over and dragged the two men with relief in his eyes. Just now he was dumbfounded, not pissed off, by these two idiots. Lock them up for a few days and I'll clean them up. Coming to my security management office and causing trouble. How dare you? Sumori nodded, watching a pair of idiots being taken away. Lu Shuetian shook his head. No wonder Su Ballot is a brainless fool. So it's really hereditary? Before I thought that her parents died in the mouth of a demonic beast. It looks like they disliked Su Rouge for being a burden and abandoned her. Just the right offense to keep them in for a couple years. There was a coldness in Sumor's gaze. Come on, it's time to see my brainless sister. Lu Shuetian brought Sumor to the place of solitary confinement. At this moment, Su Rouge's face was pale, and there was uneasiness in her eyes as she walked around in the middle of the cell. Every now and then he slaps the gate and yells, "Let me out! I don't want to be in this stinking place. My brother is Sumor, a genius martial artist, the shut-in disciple of the dean of the North Courtyard. I'm his older sister, and I'm going to give him children in the future. You guys actually dare to treat me like this? Let me out! Let me out! When my brother comes over, let's see if he doesn't punish you and let me out." Su-Ro, who was shouting hysterically, had surprise, excitement, and joy in her eyes after seeing Sumor. My brother has come. My brother has come to see me. I knew you wouldn't abandon me. I knew you still had feelings for me. Quickly bring me back. I don't want to stay in this stinking place. Brother, I repent. I know I'm wrong. If you forgive me, I'll listen to you in anything from now on. I knew that you still have feelings for me. Brother, don't worry. In the future I'll never be stupid again and obediently listen to you. We'll still be the same as before. Okay. I promise I can be a good sister. Listen to you, give you children whatever you want, and you take me away. Sumori didn't say anything. Seeing the eyes that did not contain a trace of emotion staring at her, Su Rouge closed her mouth and did not continue to shout. Sumor looked at such a dumbass and didn't even have the desire to take care of her. Even now it's still so selfish. Sumor turned and left. As for Wang Yang and also Fang Zhangyu, naturally someone would punish them. Scum like that. Sumor didn't even have the desire to look at them. No, don't leave. Don't. I was wrong. Take me out. Take me out. No. Looking at Sumor's back, Su Ro's hand passed through the cell door and quickly waved, wanting to catch Sumor in general. As her back disappeared, Su Rouge went limp. Why didn't she give her a chance? Why? She had apologized. Why would she do this to her? Why? Not even give her a chance to apologize. Even if Sumor beat her up and scolded her, she would feel much better. This kind of utter disregard made her despair all the more. Lu Shuetian shook his head, still delusional at this time. Is that young couple Su Ballad's parents? Of course they are. Lu Shuetian gave them the chance to see Su Rouge, and both of them disappeared. Management Lu, I beg you, please, let him come back. Let him come back. I know I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong. Shut up and be quiet. Flies are quieter than you. Su Rouge was paralyzed on the ground, still murmuring inside her mouth. You guys just know how to bully me. You just know how to bully me. You just see me as a bully. Lu Shuetian snorted after hearing this, with a mocking expression on his face. Your real parents came over to see you. Su Ro's eyes fell on Lu Shuetian, and a glimmer of hope rose in her desperate eyes. Are they here to get me out? Come on now. Are they here to take me out? Lu Shuetian shook his head. The two of them are thinking of getting closer to Sumor. They're brainless contraptions just like you, and when the two of them mention you, there's dislike in the bottom of their eyes. Speaking of you, and cursing you, they came over and admitted that they were your parents, and it was because of Sumor. They won't even look at you. Su Ro, it was your misfortune to meet your biological parents like that, but God gave you a chance to choose again, and you ended up destroying it with your own hands. You have learned nothing of the candor, sincerity, and kindness of Sumor's parents, the hypocrisy, the stupidity, the selfishness of your own parents. You're uneducated and use it against those close to you, those who love you. I'm sure Sumor's parents in heaven will not regret saving you because they were good, but rather regret raising you themselves and in turn allowing you to hurt Sumor. Su Ro sat on her butt on the ground, recalling the previous scene in her mind. After a while, Lu Shuetian left. Take out your cell phone. Elder brother Sumor. Su Ballad committed suicide. Sumor eyes with dismay. That kind of fool would also commit suicide. Lu Shuetian is a little something, but Sumor didn't ask more questions. Sometimes the truth wasn't that important, wasn't it? After hanging up the phone, the corner of Sumor's mouth rose. Everything was over and he was about to start a new journey. With that thought, he took out his cell phone and put the call through. Early the next morning, Yi Xiaoshi and also Lu Demon had already appeared in front of Sumor. Having agreed yesterday, Yi Xiaoshi, in a white fluffy knee-length dress, her hair slightly curled, a light smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. Lu Demon, White Chong Sam with a gaping hole in the neckline revealing a crystal gemstone, holding an umbrella in her hand, with a sense of gentleness of the Jiangnan water town. Sumor stared at the two men with a strange look on his face. I'd advise you two to get a different set of clothes. What? You don't like it? Yi Xiaoshi's eyes stared straight at Sumor. This is a carefully chosen dress for this young lady, so I'm not going to change it. Sumori nodded. Let's go. I've made the arrangements. Are you ready? Next I'll take you to a place full of excitement, passion, and a place that will make you linger and die. Lu Demon as well as Yi Xiaoshi also had an expectant face when they saw Sumor being mysterious. At this moment, at a cemetery, Zhang Dahai and Li Woyo took a long breath. After they buried Su Ballad, they turned around and left the cemetery place. Just as their backs disappeared, a man wrapped in a black trench coat appeared. Looking at the grave in front of him, his fingers moved and Su Yao's corpse appeared. Squatting down to take a look, the black trench coat came off and covered Su Yao, outside the city at the moment. Sumor, are you sick? Our two big beauties combined spent $20 billion. You brought us outside the city and were chased by boa. Is this what you call taking us on a thrill hunt? Willow Demon yelled, wretched to the core, turned around to look at the blood-red pupils behind her, and hurriedly accelerated towards the city. Yi Xiaoshi also lost her composure. with awe in her eyes. Demonic beasts of the transcendent realm had ice arrow attacks from time to time. If it wasn't for the special body techniques they all practiced, they would have hiccuped long ago. Sumor watched as Boa stopped chasing him and instead ran towards Lu Demon and also Yi Xiaoshi. The body leaped, leaving behind a trail of residual shadows in the air. Chop! As the voice fell, the blade intent condensed and a blade was swung out. A gully about 2 meters wide and 100 meters long was left on the ground. Boa's body stepped back, and his pupils stared at Sumor with dead eyes, flashing with surprise. This mole actually comprehended sword intent, and his realm had even reached divine orifice. After Lu Demon and also Yi Xiaoshi glanced back, shock flashed under their eyes. Was this the real strength of Sumor? Sumor carried his sword, and then he killed at Boa. The two didn't dare to slack off and ran towards the city. They knew that the faster they ran, the safer they would be if Sumor didn't have to worry about them. Back in the city, the two men leaned against the gates, panting heavily, their hair disheveled and their faces pale with fear. Bye. Sumo's voice came from behind, and with a movement of his figure, Sumo returned to the city. Upon seeing this, the Boa's tongue lolled out and made a strange noise, obviously furious. Baisho walked out and looked Sumor up and down with a strange look in his eyes. Half an hour ago, Sumor took two beautiful girls out. Even he had thought about what happened next. I didn't expect to be chased by Boa. Geez, what an eye-opener. Are you guys okay? Baishio looked Sumor up and down. Sumor didn't want to take care of this thing ever since he knew that Baishio was a stuffy bitch. Still a top crowbar. Is it exciting? Is it flowing? Yi Xiaoshi and also Lu Demon heard the snark and rolled a blank stare at Sumor. Sumor, you're awesome. I'll remember today's events. Willow Demon stood up and pinched her waist. Yi Xiaoshi also stopped paying attention to Sumor, and the two teamed up to leave. After Sumor saw the scene, he took a deep breath. It's so good. $20 billion in hand. A flash of embarrassment flashed across Baishio's face as he watched the three people leave, ignoring him from start to finish. On Sumor's way back to the Martial Artist Guild, many people saw Sumor with smiles on their faces. It's really Sumor, main examiner. I didn't think that I would be able to see it up close today. Lord Sumor, can we have an autograph? Sumor sniffed and stopped. Don't be like that. I'm an ordinary person too. No different from you guys, just a little bit luckier. After Sumor finished speaking, he turned around and left. Wow, so stylish and so subtle in his speech. I can't imagine how happy I'd be if I could sleep with him in my arms. Sister, it's not dark yet. Don't daydream. I went to bed tonight and dreamed of fodder, with Sumor holding me in the back. Oh, or I'm good. I had a video with my boyfriend before. Switching to Sumor's face. But that bitch actually broke up with me when she found out. When the crowd heard this, they said they deserved it, but it was a good method. After Sumor returned to the Martial Artist Guild, Baiyu walked up. Hey Gu, you can fight this. This is two beautiful sisters can't get out of bed. They should go home. Sumori had a strange grin on his face. What did you take them for? After Baiyu sat down, she looked at Sumor and curiously said. Sumor suddenly moved closer to Baiyu, with only a few centimeters separating the two faces. You could even hear each other breathing. Shiroyuki's snow-white neck gradually turned red, followed by her face and ears. A bad smile flashed under Sumor's eyes. Is Sister Shiroyuki so eager to know what I've been doing with them? Is that all you care about me? Shiroyuki lowered her head and her body backed up, resulting in Sumor stepping forward. Finally Shiroyuki suddenly stood up and grabbed Sumor and pressed him against the counter. Brother, you're not even close to playing this for your sister. Sumor took a deep breath. This woman was really a drama queen. She has all the looks you want, and in turn still gets herself trapped. Sister Baiyu, I was wrong. Let go of me. Let go of me. After Baiyu let go of Sumor, a satisfied smile appeared on her face. This stinky brother has hardened his wings, and he's still playing this game for her. Take them outside the city and get the boa for a while. After Baiyu heard this, her red lips opened and in the end, she didn't know what to say. One could only give Sumor a thumbs up. Bull, it's still to be you. You're a living father. Whoever's a good guy collects $20 billion from someone else and takes them to the boa to play. After you go to the North Courtyard, you'd better be careful. Baiyu stared at Sumor with a sympathetic face. The two pretty sisters are not strong, but their brother is strong. How strong? How strong? Can be strong. Sumor was speechless and stood up to leave. Shiroyuki's cell phone suddenly rang. What's up, old man? You and Sumor hurry to the east gate of D6 City. A large number of demonic beasts have already gathered there, and there are even traces of demons appearing. Shiroyuki's pupils shifted after hearing this. Sumor also heard Master's voice inside the phone. We'll be right there. At this moment, on the top floor of the Martial Artist Guild, a helicopter emitted a humming roar, and in the blink of an eye, disappeared into the clouds. Z City was still a bit of a distance from D City, and even by helicopter, it would take an hour and a half to get there. The helicopter pulled up to the top floor of the D6 City Martial Artists Guild. There were already two figures waiting for Sumor as well as Baiyu. Welcome both of you to D6 City. We'll talk about politeness later. Let's go to the East Gate first. Shirayuki looked indifferent. Sumor had seen it all before. Shirayuki was just like that. When they arrived at the East Gate of D6, their hearts tightened when they saw a pair of blood-red eyes in the mist outside the city. Shirayuki. A voice rang out at this time, and Shirayuki looked towards the city wall garrison. Lu Bai. It didn't occur to me that you're actually guarding D6 City? After Lu Bai and Baiyu exchanged pleasantries for a while, they turned their gazes to Sumor. Hello. Hello. The two men said a quick hello and stopped talking. How long have these demonic beasts been gathering? A small group of demonic beasts appeared at 7 o'clock in the morning. There were no fluctuations. There were more and more behind them, and vaguely, I saw a demonic person. What specific strengths are not known? Lu Bai looked at the demonic beasts outside the city, and his gaze was also grave. Sumor did not open his mouth. Those demonic beasts were not particularly powerful. Gathered there, dead set on the East Gate, like trained soldiers, it was a stalemate. Could they be a front and instead attack the other gates? Sumor's words had just fallen, only to see a figure fly past overhead. A heaven-treading realm demonic beast has appeared at the South Gate. After Baiyu and also Lu Bai heard this, their gazes stared at Sumor in surprise. Sumor was speechless. He just casually said that he was definitely infected by Baishio. Why don't I watch the place and you guys go help? Sumor asked tentatively. Baiyu and also Lu Bai nodded their heads, and the two of them disappeared with a single movement of their silhouettes. After Lu Bai left, there were still quite a few people stationed at the East Gate. There was no need for Sumor to worry. Looking at those demonic beasts outside the city, Sumor looked at one of them. I'll be right back. Sumor had already left the city after he finished speaking. Immediately afterward, the men guarding the East Gate could only sense a bright light. A roar had gone up from outside the city. The smell of blood began to fill the air. The killing has begun. These grade 1 demonic beasts didn't have any threatening power to Sumor, especially after comprehending blade intent. Within the mists, a pair of blood-red eyes face out and roar in a low voice. The densely packed demonic beasts came tearing towards Sumor. Sumor held the Shin Iron Sword. His eyes narrowed. Stacked waves. A sword was swung, brewing a long river-like, roiling waves rolling away. Wherever it passes along the way, it turns into a vacuum. Bang! 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 The sounds of demonic beasts exploding kept coming. Kill 2000 level 1 demonic beasts. Gain 204 kill points. Sumor stepped on the snow and moved as if there was no man's land in the midst of the demonic beasts. Chopping heavenly slash. Watching the herd of mammoths stampede towards him, Sumor made the move he had comprehended. A bright light rose as a blade was swung out. All of the mammoth herds that impacted along the way were turned in half. The pale white mist had long since turned blood red. The people stationed at the gates of D6 had long been dumbfounded. Is this the gold content of the Northern Academy Dean's shut-in disciple? Just now, amongst the mammoth group, there seems to be a third-grade demonic beast. Right, that was directly chopped up? It didn't even have the power to resist at all? Hiss, I thought it was an exaggeration, but I didn't think it was true. He actually did comprehend blade intent. Kill 300 level 2 demonic beasts. Gain 400 kill points. Kill 3 third-grade demonic beasts. Gain 15 kill points. Kill 2000 level 1 demonic beasts. Gain 202 kill points. The system's beeps kept ringing in his head. Sumori seemed like a machine that knew no fatigue. This is a great opportunity for empowerment. Many of Z9 City's demonic beast swarms had already been taken out in a row by Sumor, and that boa was still keeping an eye on Sumor all the time. This made it a little hard for Sumor, and now this opportunity certainly wouldn't be let go. But, in the midst of the mists, 2 rays of light suddenly shot out. Sumo's body moved and disappeared. The light shot to the ground and snorted black smoke. Sumo's body moved and killed toward the mist. Bang! 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 A bright light suddenly appeared in the mist. Sumor appeared carrying a head that was none other than the demon's. Kill a level 3, 5th order demon. Earn 3.5 for the kill. Sumori shook his head. Looking at the bone flute in his hand, there was surprise in his gaze. Just now, the demon man was playing this thing to control these demonic beasts. What exactly was the origin of these demons that they could even control demonic beasts? As the demons were killed, those demonic beasts gradually recovered their sanity. Sumor put away the demon's head and carried the Shin Iron Sword. The stacked waves had been utilized to the extreme by Sumor. The smell of blood can be smelled even from a distance. After all the demonic beasts had left, Suemo lit a fire on the demonic beasts' corpses. These demonic beasts all contain aura in their bodies and burned quickly. Not to mention that they're not worth much. Too many bodies, too close to the gates, prone to plague outbreaks. The flames rushed to the sky, and Sumor stood in front of the flames, quietly watching the scene. The people guarding the city at the east gate of D6 recorded this scene after seeing it. Only when the flames were extinguished did Sumor turn around and return to the city. Awesome! Worthy of being the shut-in disciple of the Dean of the Northern Academy. Facing tens of thousands of demonic beasts without a change of color and still being able to cut them down at your feet. We are not as good as you. I'm flattered. Sumo politely said. The demonic beasts outside the city disappeared. And the people guarding the city gates were in a rare position to relax. And they hadn't relaxed since the appearance of the demonic beasts in the morning. After Sumor stopped, he looked at the system interface. Name Sumor. Age, 18. Strength, Divine Orifice 4th, 0/4000. Heart Technique, Shaping the Tao Technique Triple, October 3000. Martial Skills, Stacked Wave Blade, Shin Grade, Perfect. Treading Snow, Shin Grade, Perfect. Hidden Concealment Technique, Earth Grade, Perfect. Kill Points, 4633. Half a month before the martial exam, his strength was raised to the 4th level of Divine Orifice, and with every breakthrough, those kill points would be refreshed, starting from 0. This caught Sumor a bit off guard. This time, it was only after killing so many demonic beasts that he was able to move up a level. Sumor didn't choose to add points. There were a lot of people here, so he always had to be careful. Wait until you get back before you break through. The demonic beasts outside the city have actually disappeared. After Baiyu and also Lu Bai came back, they looked at the empty outside of the city and their faces flashed with surprise. Only the faint scent of meat floated in the air. Not disappeared, but killed all by Sumor. Lu Bai as well as Baiyu simultaneously looked at Sumor, who was sitting there resting with blood on his body. Shirayuki walks over to Sumor and kicks him in the ass. You kid is really not afraid to die. A body appeared in Sumor's ring. That's the demon man. Those demonic beasts were controlled by him. Sumor took out a bone flute. There were also some dense runes engraved on it. Shirayuki took a look at it after receiving it. It's the first time I've seen this thing, too. It was slightly cool in the hand, and every now and then there were streams of light that flashed by. Shirayuki handed it to Sumor. Since you captured it, you take it and show it to the old man when the time comes. He should know about this stuff. It may be of great use to you in time. After Baiyu finished speaking, she pulled Sumor up. Come on, let's leave. Sumor froze. Already resolved? The teachers from the North Courtyard are here. Surely they can solve it. That treading heaven realm demonic beast has already been killed. False alarm. That demonic beast should have run from somewhere else. Sumori nodded. Bye. See you at school then. Baiyu pulled Sumor and turned towards the Martial Artist Guild. Sister Shirayuki, you can let go of me now. After Baiyu let go of Sumor, she suddenly turned into a gloating look. TSK, don't thank me yet. That Lu Bai is Demon Lu's brother. Sumor froze. Didn't think so. Sumor nodded. The two people did not have the slightest resemblance. The other sister has already sued. So petty. And you think people are petty? You weren't like this when you cheated people out of their allowance and took them to the boa. Lu Bai is also at the Transfiguration Realm, so you have to be careful. Sumor's expression changed. You're all at the Transcendent Realm? You guess? You still need to work on that, little brother. Sumor took a deep breath. Secretly, he set a goal for himself to break through the Transcendent Realm on the occasion of the opening of the Northern Academy. After returning to Z9 City, the first post on the Northern District Martial Artist Forum was the image of the Northern Academy's teacher decapitating the treading heaven realm demonic beast. There is another one. With his back to the crowd and flames rushing in front of him, one man slaughtered 10,000 beasts. Only 5 short words. Backstory: Brother Sumor is still so bullish. One person slaughtering 10,000 beasts. Bullish. One man slaughtering 10,000 beasts. Worthy of being the pride of my Z city. Or that familiar back. Hiss. My husband is still so tough. The last time I saw him, I realized that he has extra long legs. I really like it more and more. Upstairs. You better be talking about real legs. Not the other way around. He's talking about the center leg. Just know how to hunt demonic beasts. And demonic beasts go over to the bar. Without a bit of emotional intelligence. Straight man. Something's not right. Upstairs. Are you having an affair with the backstabber? As it ended, Sumor paid less attention to the martial artist forum above. After returning from the other cities, Sumor returned home and sneaked a breakthrough. His heart was beautiful. It was still the pleasure from growing strength that made Sumor linger. As the 4,000 kill points disappeared, Sumor felt the orifices in his body thumping. Not long after, 40 orifices were opened and the realm had reached the 5th level of divine orifices. Name Sumor. Age, 18. Strength, divine orifice 5th level, 0/5000. Heart technique, shaping the Dao technique triple, October 3000. Martial skills, stacked wave blade, Shin grade, perfect, treading snow, Shin grade, perfect, hidden concealment technique, Earth grade, perfect. Kill points, 633. Soon. I believe that it won't take long to break through the transcendent realm, and at that time, it was a whole new metamorphosis. The mortal body gradually metamorphosed into a spirit body, which was more suitable for cultivation, and at that time, one could awaken one's own attributes: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind and thunder, and the rarest of them all, the space-time attribute. For example, a spatial ring was created by a forger who had awakened the spatial attribute. Such people were few and far between, or else space rings wouldn't be so rare. Thinking of the space ring, Sumor went out and rushed to the martial artist guild. When Baiyu saw Sumor come over again, her face showed disbelief. "What are you doing over here again? Sister Yu, how big is the biggest space ring you have here?" 50 cubits. Sumor had a disappointment in his eyes when he heard it, and thought that there were more than 100 cubic meters of space rings. "What kind of eyes are you looking at? Just these 50 cubic meters. You don't even see one sold in a year. 150 cubic meters, $20 billion. The 100 cubic meter space ring the old man gave you is something worth $100 billion. This thing, every additional cubic meter, but it requires a lot of effort from the forger. And it also requires space stones, which are hard to obtain. How about getting one? There's one left and it hasn't been sold in 2 years. Sumor thought better of it. You said the ring and I remembered. Just give me a second. Shiroyuki turned around and left, taking out an exquisite box in no time. This is protective clothing. It can withstand dozens of attacks from demonic beasts below the 9th level of Devanagari. Do you want it? Shiroyuki stared at Sumor with great excitement. Although it is about to leave, who would mind business overruns? How much? Not expensive. Pretty cheap. 9 billion. You call $9 billion cheap? Is it expensive? I think it's okay. Sumor slapped his forehead. What did he care with a rich woman? When I was in school, I believed in the saying, the sky is the limit. You and I are all dark horses. Outside the school gates, the world is set. You and I are cattle and horses. But, looking at the $9 billion that disappeared from the account, there are still more than $20 billion left. Sumo's heart hurts. Look at you. You're still going out of town. Should I buy an upgraded monitoring radar that detects 200 meters? It's not expensive. Samo's last radar was broken and he really needed to get one this time. Let me tell you first, this 200 meters radar can detect all the demonic beast levels in the devoid of mortality realm. Childish and honest. One price, 5 billion. Sumor pinched the center of the human body. Nima, 5 billion. But, another 5 billion is missing from the account. Sumor's heart was dripping blood as he watched. First there was the woman who cheated him out of tens of millions of dollars in a few seconds. And now that woman is making him spend $15 billion in a minute. Take a look. Do you still need pills? You're at the divine orifice realm now, and pills to recover your injuries aren't expensive. I only have 5 of them here. They add up to $5 billion. What do you think? Buy. Sumori gritted his teeth. Another 5 billion less in the account. Look at me here. Hey, don't run away. Brother Sumor. Come back. Come back. Look at this kid. I'm doing this for your own good. After Sumor left, he took a deep breath. $20 billion were gone. Stay a little longer and you might have to take out a loan. If I had known that I wouldn't have treated Yi Shaoshi and Lu Demon like that. They were 2 rich women. After Sumor packed up, he walked towards the outside of the city. So more, you're still going out? Nonsense. Your sister screwed me out of $20 billion. I'm a poor man. Don't say a word. You're no better. Baishio opened his mouth, and before the words came out, Sumor had already disappeared. It's not that he's sick. It's none of my business if my sister pits you. She even pits me. Baishio muttered and could only continue to look at the gate. When I think of the year when I caught the nameplate during the catch of the week, the whole family cheered that I would be able to go to a high position in the future. Now look at the gate. It does have a nameplate on the neck. Alas, life. After Sumor put the protective clothing on, he took out the map and rushed towards the yellow area. Halfway to the road, Sumor violently reversed his direction to the end to hide his breath. He had fought against Boa outside the city before, but he was quite good at it. It wasn't long after Sumor left that a behemoth appeared, with scarlet eyes and the aura of that enemy in all directions. Anaconda was a bit depressed. This minion was really getting more and more cunning, and his strength was growing faster and faster. If he didn't kill this mallard soon, he might kill him in turn. Anaconda had a thoughtful look in her gaze. Any way to kill this guy as soon as possible. Could it be that he really had to pay something to ask those demonic beasts to make a move? At this moment, Sumor had already hunted the first demonic beast. Kill a level 3, 5th order black bear, gain 3.5 kill points. After Sumor stripped off the bear's bile, paw, and skin, he turned around and disappeared. He was at the same level as the black bear at the 5th level of Divine Orifice, but from the time he had comprehended the saber intent, the same level was simply not enough for him to slash. It was a pity that the system couldn't add points to blade intent. Otherwise Sumor wouldn't even dare to imagine how happy he was. After Sumor hunted a few more demonic beasts, he suddenly remembered something. A bone flute was taken out from the spatial ring. Before that demon was using this to control the demonic beast. I don't know if he can. If he can, summon the demonic beast out, and then a wave will take them away. Sumor's eyes grew brighter and brighter. But. Sumor's face carried embarrassment. Fortunately no one heard it, or else he would have lost a lot of face. There are a few demonic beasts eavesdropping here. Kill 3 level 1 demonic beasts and gain 1 kill point. Sumor carefully recalled his maneuver when he encountered the demon before. Sumor pressed the hole, followed by a melodious voice. The fingers keep changing. Rumble, rumble. Within the mists, a scarlet eye appeared. Sumor's eyes lit up when he saw it. It really could be. Chopping heavenly slash. Sumor's sword intent swung out and a white light flashed. Kill 600 level 1 demonic beasts. Gain 90 kill points. Kill 150 level 2 demonic beasts. Gain 200 kill points. Kill 22 level 3 demonic beasts. Gain 70 kill points. After Sumor collected the 3rd level demonic beast materials, he stepped on the snow and moved as if he was a ghost, his figure drifting. Anaconda arrived to see bodies all over the place. Eyes rushed to the mists. There was Sumor's scent there, and it wondered if that was a smoke bomb that Sumor had deliberately released. After thinking about it for a while, it went in the opposite direction. Only at this time, it was getting farther and farther away from Sumor. From time to time, the sound of Sumor playing the flute came from the mists, immediately followed by the wailing of demonic beasts. Sumor was about to blow after changing places. God's color tightened. Roar. This roar shook the 4 fields, and Sumor looked at the bone flute in his hand. Click, click, a crack spread on it, and finally clicked and shattered directly. Fuck, can you stop blowing it? It's so hard to hear. Sumor felt that this sound wave was almost piercing even his eardrums. Reacting, he transformed into a ghost and disappeared into the mist. Not long after Sumor left the place where he was just now, the 100-meter tree continuously shattered. A black tiger appeared with 2 pairs of wings on its back. There was also wind power entwined around it, and as its wings flapped, sand flew on the ground. A pair of bloodshot eyes stared at the shattered object on the ground and roared once more. A sound wave impacted, flying towards the front. Everything was destroyed along the way. Today it had to catch that fool, disturbing people's dreams. Once or twice is fine. Several times in a row. Damn. It's worse than once. As if it's a fart. Sumor's figure suddenly stopped and his pupils contracted. The heart beat involuntarily faster, and he swallowed hard. The black tiger that rushed up behind him, after seeing Sumo's bloodshot eyes coalesced, his movements were suspended and he carefully approached Sumo, just about to eat Sumor. After seeing the difference in front of him, his open mouth closed again. Sumor felt the shadow behind him startle, but what lay ahead was more frightening to Sumor. The black tiger stood next to Sumor, his bloodshot eyes staring deathly into the distance. There was a pit there close to 1,000 meters deep, except it was a pit of blood. It reeked of rushing blood. Inside sat dozens of figures with double horns on their heads and runes on their faces. The surrounding mists had all turned black and enveloped these demons. The shore was filled with densely packed corpses, both human and demonic beasts. And even in the blood pool there were quite a few demonic beast corpses. The black tiger's claws reached out and lifted Sumor up. His wings swung and he turned around and disappeared. After running a long way, Black Tiger put down Sumor. How about some cooperation, human? Sumor took a deep breath. He could also see that the situation of those devils was not right, as if they had fallen into a deep sleep. The surrounding area was even more isolated out by something. It was difficult to get close. Sumor turned his head to survey the black tiger. With a body the size of 100 meters and 2 pairs of wings on his back. Human, I'm talking to you? Looking at Sumor not answering, the black tiger let out a low growl. How to cooperate? Sumor didn't want to cooperate. That blood pool was too dangerous. Sumor didn't want to go over there, but it wasn't his turn to make the call. Kill them. You're supposed to be the king of this area. Why are you working with me? If you don't cooperate, I will eat you. The black tiger's eyes stared deathly at Sumor and opened his mouth. Your reason conquered me. Say it. How to cooperate? Sumor had no choice but to agree. There was no way. His skills were inferior, and he knew that black tiger was unsettled. Just now, I just ran into a layer of prohibitions that made it difficult to advance. Those demons must have already discovered us. There are a few demons of the divine soul realm hidden over there. I'll hold them off while you go kill those demons in the pool. That demon lying in the pool isn't particularly strong, but their bloodline isn't simple. Just kill those demons and I'll let you go. Black Tiger's eyes flickered as he roared in a low voice. Good. After Sumor agreed, the Black Tiger's wings moved. In the blink of an eye, he brought Sumor to the place where he was just now. The three devils stepped out from the mist, their gazes fixed on the Black Tiger with greed in their eyes. Didn't think you'd dare to come over? Looking for death. The three demons pounced on Black Tiger. As the Black Tiger's wings moved, a gale appeared, and sounds of shattering came from all around. Sumor was blown right in. The Black Tiger's wings moved and flew into the sky. As his wings flapped, 100-meter-sized tornado appeared. The three demons slowed down. Sumor breathed a sigh of relief after seeing this scene. In the pool of blood, several demons awakened. Sumor was holding the Xian Iron Sword, a slash that cuts through the sky. A ray of light swung away. Pust. Kill 3 demons at the 6th level of the Divine Orifice. Gain 10.8 kill points. Griffin, you seek death. The 3 demons of the Divine Soul Realm were shocked and at the same time more furious after seeing Sumor was able to display his blade intent. Even the Black Tiger's eyes flashed with surprise. The storm is getting bigger. Roar! Roar! The roar of the King of the 100 Beasts resounded through the 4 fields. The storm had turned into a huge tornado, and one of the demons couldn't dodge in time and was directly swept up. Click! 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 The sound of bones crushing resounded. A head rolled down out of the middle of the storm and fell beside the other 2 demons. Daring to cause trouble in my territory. You demons are so bold. Could it be that you want to go to war with us demon beasts as well? The 2 devils' faces stagnated after hearing this. Kill 8 Divine Orifice's 5th level demons. Gain kill points 68. Buzz off. At this time, the blood pool was suddenly flooded with fluctuations. A huge blood bubble kept exploding. After Sumor saw the scene, he stepped on the snow, transformed into a ghost, and hurriedly escaped out. After the Black Tiger sensed it, its bloodshot eyes flashed and its wings flapped as it hurriedly left. Snort! 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 A black mist flickered. Ho! A pained roar sounded. Jab! 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 2 pairs of wings were directly torn off alive. The Black Tiger slumped to the ground, the fear before death in its bloodshot eyes. One hand grasped the Black Tiger's head. Click! Click! The head was directly crushed and a blood-red crystal appeared. Grunt! Grunt! Blood bubbles rose and the figure disappeared. One more massive corpse above the pool of blood. It was only then that the 2 demons who had fallen to their knees dared to stand up. Demonic chi flickered as the 2 demons chased after Sumor in the direction he had fled. A mole at the Divine Orifice realm still presumed to escape from under their noses. Only after they caught up did they realize that Sumor's aura had disappeared. The 2 devils looked at each other, and surprise flashed in their eyes. Then they split up and searched the surrounding area. By the time the 2 devils met, there was no sign of Sumor. The demons went back again. They still had to guard the blood pool. Sumor hid underground, not daring to take a breath. It took until the middle of the night, which was when he climbed out and took a deep breath. Turning into a ghost, he ran off into the distance. Sumor didn't know how long to run. Found a hidden place and took out his cell phone. Just now, I just caught a glimpse of a residual shadow and didn't see anything. That Black Tiger should be dead. Sumor did not expect that one day he would escape by virtue of being weak and not being seen by the demons. The ghostly thing in that blood pool probably has its eye on the Black Tiger's corpse. Blood, and blood crystals. The Black Tiger let him go out because he was afraid that there was some kind of danger in the blood pool, and used him to hit the nest in fish. Who knew that thing couldn't look at him? Sumor was secretly glad. And that damn thing, it seems like it can't get too far away from the blood pool. Even if he knew that, Sumor didn't dare to continue going back. That thing was too powerful and too dangerous. To go back and tell Master that the existence in that blood pool should never be restored. But now he doesn't even know where it is. The mists are so thick now that you can't even see the sky. You can only go back by feel. After Sumor rested for a while, he changed directions. Now he wished the boa would find him. As long as boa can find him, that means he's not very far away. But that Black Tiger was too fast, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of kilometers were there. Plus he's running for his life. Hell knows where. Luckily, when you come out, you buy protective clothing and recovery potions. Radar on, 200 meters around has been detected. Sumor once again took out the Xian Iron Sword. Kill a 3rd grade, 7th order demonic beast. Gain 3.7 in kill points. Sumor transformed into a ghost and continuously killed the demonic beasts that the radar could detect. The surroundings were all 3rd level demonic beasts, not even 2nd level. Kill 23rd level demonic beasts. Gain 80 kill points. After Sumor collected the materials, he kept drifting towards the distance. In no time at all, the entire radar was covered with red dots. Sumor's mind tightened. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A sound like an earthquake rang out. Sumor found a place with fewer demonic beasts and just killed his way out. It was discovered that the demonic beasts were all running in the other direction. 10 minutes later, Sumor gasped for air. The group of demonic beasts completely disappeared, and almost all of them were third-level demonic beasts. Just now, he hunted and killed hundreds of third-level demonic beasts. Sumo's gaze pondered for a moment. Those demonic beasts seemed to be running towards something. Could it be that there was an opportunity that appeared? Thinking of this, Sumo transformed into a ghost and quietly followed. Sumor finally caught up with the group of demonic beasts, and at the moment, these demonic beasts looked like they were controlled by something. Like unconscious puppets, they ran toward the front. Sumor took a deep breath. I really don't blame me. Wipe down the basalt knife. Kill point, here I come. Kill 10 third-level demonic beasts. Gain 45 kill points. Kill 30 third-level demonic beasts. Gain 102 kill points. Kill 9 level 4 demonic beasts. Gain 35 kill points. At first, after Sumor killed a few, he transformed into a ghost and disappeared. Such a big smell of blood. Those demonic beasts reacted to surround him, and the one who died was definitely him. As a result, those demonic beasts looked like they hadn't sensed it. Sumor naturally wouldn't be polite. This time he directly followed behind. Any demonic beasts that fell behind, all of them turned into corpses and their materials were collected. Even the 4th level demonic beasts had hunted quite a few. Sumor took out the recovery pills and ate one. His body rapidly recovered. Then he continued to kill at those demonic beasts. Not to mention that gaining more kill points and increasing in strength was much more useful than these elixirs. The demonic beast continued to gallop for several more hours. There were corpses of demonic beasts all along the way. Sumor glanced at the radar and stopped, his body retreating backwards. The demonic beasts running washed away the mist, and he could see several huge figures in the distant sky. The eyes of the 4 of them, all of them were staring at the ground in death, where there was a spirit plant with a golden fruit on it. There were also streams of light flashing above the golden fruit, giving off a scent. These demonic beasts were attracted by the scent. Sumor hid in the shadows, not daring to move forward. The rushing demonic beasts prostrated themselves on the ground, similarly not daring to move. Sumor licked his lips. Name Sumor. Age, 18. Strength, Divine Orifice 5th level, 0/5000. Heart Technique, Shaping the Tao Technique Triple, October 3000. Martial Skills, Stacked Wave Blade, Shin Grade. Complete, Treading Snow, Shin Grade. Complete, Hidden Concealment Technique, Earth Grade. Complete. Kill points, 28469. It could be enhanced. Kill points disappear for 5000. Continue to disappear for 6000. Then continue to disappear for 7000. Then 8000. The 160 orifices in Sumor's body opened, and the sound of crackling fried beans came from within his body. The strength of the physical body was increasing as his strength climbed. There was a lot of mist here and a lot of aura, and the flesh was like a sponge, constantly absorbing it. After half an hour of time passed, Sumor's taut mind relaxed. Name Sumor. Age, 18. Strength, 8th level of Divine Orifice, 0/9000. Heart Technique, Shaping the Tao Technique Triple, October 3000. Martial Skills, Stacked Wave Blade, Shin Grade. Perfect, Treading Snow, Shin Grade. Perfect, Hidden Concealment Technique, Earth Grade. Perfect. Kill points, 2469. The strength had reached the 8th level of Divine Orifice. Sumor tried his best to run the Hidden Concealment skill and sneak towards the distance. For huge demonic beasts with thousands of meters of bodies occupied the 4 directions and covered the sky. With their eyes dead set on that golden fruit, the 4 great demonic beasts all became excited as a flash of golden light flashed by. Golden dragon fruit. I'll take it. A blood tiger, its whole body filled with blood as if it was full of blood, stared at the fruit greedily. Come by the seat of your pants. An eagle with a black color emanating from its entire body spat out human words. Give me the benefit of the doubt to maximize it. The golden-colored giant ape standing in the sky spoke. Then we'll see who gets it first based on merit. A fox similarly spoke, its third eye quietly opening, similarly staring at the golden dragon fruit. Sumo's body gradually disappeared into the ground. There was no way around it. These demonic beasts were too powerful, and he tried his best to run the hidden concealment skill to hide his breath. Master, the shaping of the way. The Shin iron knife was used by me to dig a tunnel. You won't blame me when you find out, right? Sumor was now really glad that the hidden concealment skill had been cultivated to perfection by him, and these powerful 4-headed demonic beasts had not even discovered his traces. Or else you'll be properly killed. The 4 huge demonic beasts, their aura like an abyss, kept stirring, and the golden dragon fruit underwent some deformations. The 4 demonic beasts moved their bodies and disappeared over the golden dragon fruit. Bang! 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 Loud collision sounds rang out, and the mist in a circle of several kilometers was dispersed. The aftershocks from the collision landed on an unknown number of demonic beasts. Those demonic beasts were directly lifted out. There were a few demonic beasts of the divine soul realm that squinted their eyes, their bodies constantly moving in the direction of the golden Congo. The 4 huge demonic beasts knew that they were about the same strength and could only stall each other. The next step is to see what each of their men can do. The battle above the sky continued. Sumor's expression was joyful after the fragrance he felt was getting closer and closer. The battle in the sky could be felt by him even if they were hundreds of meters apart underground. After gaining strength, digging is just faster. And I don't know how long it's been. Dozens of divine soul realm demonic beasts had already approached the golden dragon fruit. Killing intent coalesced on his body as his body leapt up and grabbed at the golden dragon fruit. The demonic beast that was a step slower looked at the demonic beast in front of it and directly bit at its butt. Roar! The sound of agony kept echoing. What kind of demonic beast demeanor? If you can't complete the boss's mission, you won't even have a small life. There were a few demonic beasts directly lying on the golden dragon fruit. It's like a stacked hammock. The battle in the sky stopped instantly. Stupid! Stupid! 4 roaring voices rang out. Bang! 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 The demonic beast's body flew out, and the 4 demonic beast pupils changed. The golden dragon fruit had disappeared. Whose men got it? The 4 demonic beasts were expecting to be their subordinates. Suemo had already disappeared into the group of demonic beasts with the help of the hidden concealment skill. Since the golden dragon fruit has disappeared into thin air, disperse. The 4 demonic beasts didn't dare to fight either. If they were injured, it would only be cheaper for others. No matter whose men get it, it will increase the strength of the demonic beasts and won't be cheap for the humans. Sumor left and then ran wildly for an unknown amount of time. Move an inconspicuous rock, dig a hole and hide in it. Luckily, he had already broken through the divine orifice realm and could absorb some aura. Sumor took out the golden dragon fruit and directly swallowed it. This kind of stuff is your own when you eat it. Golden light began to emerge from Sumor's body, and his meridians were as if they were true dragons rolling over. The sound of tearing came from within the flesh. Sumor took out a piece of demonic beast material and bit it with his mouth to death without making a sound. That kind of pain feels like pins and needles at first, and then it feels like you're being cut with a knife. Even the bones made a clicking sound. Beads of sweat were all over his forehead, and his whole body was as if he had been washed in water. When the flash of pain disappeared, Sumor's spirit loosened and he could no longer hold on and passed out. Time passed for an unknown amount of time, and a rock was pushed away. A black man crawls out of the ground. All you can see is a mouthful of white teeth and the whites of your eyes. Sumor felt a foul odor emanating from his body. After finding a pool of water and detecting that there were no powerful demonic beasts, he jumped in and washed up. Changing back into a set of black clothes, Sumor picked up the shin iron blade and slashed at his arm. Only a white mark could appear. Sumor took a deep breath and the corners of his mouth gradually rose. If he hadn't been in the wild, he could have absolutely laughed out loud. The basalt knife couldn't even cut through his skin. It was worthy of being something that even a rank 6 demonic beast would snatch. Above transcendence is the divine soul, and after that is treading heaven. Treading the heavens would be on the same level as a rank 6 demonic beast. Human cultivation realms were divided into chi and blood, martial artist, passing veins, divine orifices, descending to mortality, divine soul, stepping into heaven, creation, heaven's destiny, and sacred realm. Demonic beasts correspond to ferocious beasts, level 1 to level 9. Although there was no increase in strength, the meridians widened and the strength of the flesh was enhanced by more than tens of times. The spatial ring couldn't even resist the flow of the golden dragon fruit's power before Sumor urgently ate it. If it wasn't for those demonic beasts saying that it was the golden dragon fruit, Sumor really wouldn't have recognized it. The next step was to save up enough kill points to break through the transcendent mortal realm, as well as kill points to enhance the Dao shaping technique. Then it was time to go back and tell Master about that demon. Sumor came back to his senses with a wave of dizziness. The stomach rumbled. Sumor took out a bear's paw, and before long, the aroma was overflowing. After you eat it, you still have a hungry feeling. Sumo's body moved and began to hunt the demonic beasts. The aroma wafted up once more, and after Sumor ate it, he extinguished the fire. His body moved and drifted in a direction. Halfway there, the hidden concealment technique was in operation, transforming into a ghost and disappearing. The purpose was to prevent other demonic beasts from finding his trail. A slash that cuts through the sky. In the midst of the mists, a voice rang out. Kill a 3rd grade, 9th order demonic beast and gain 3.9 kill points. Along the way, Sumor began to kill again. Not long after, seeing the dense red dots above the radar, The corner of Sumor's mouth rose. A group of densely packed golden points of light appeared, the size of a human head, emitting strange sounds. The blood-red eyes stared at Sumor in death, spreading over the sky, as if a golden curtain was falling. Kill 1,000 golden corpse bugs. Gain 380 kill points. Kill 700 golden corpse insects. Gain 206 kill points. A golden corpse bug suddenly plopped down on Sumor's back from behind and took a bite at the neck. Click, click, teeth chipped right off. The golden corpse insect was directly confused, its red eyes flashing in disbelief. Sumor grabbed it and directly crushed it. Kill 1 golden corpse bug. Gain 3.2 kill points. Ergo, it's all ergo. None of it can escape. Sumor held the Shin iron sword in both hands. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed. Sumor hurriedly took out an elixir. The power in his body could only recover half of it. Continuing to take out one. After eating it, the power in his body was then restored. The few pills he had bought were about to be consumed by him. The more golden corpse insects were killed, the more they grew. This thing just grows up eating corpses. And the more corpses it eats, the stronger it gets and the faster it reproduces. Just now, Sumor didn't know how many golden corpse bugs to kill. As a result, a sea of gold now appeared in front of his eyes. There were even quite a few demonic beasts that, after watching a glance from afar, turned around and left without saying a word. It even included a demonic beast of the divine soul realm. Come on, go on. Sumor rushed at the golden corpse insect and continued to kill. Half an hour later. Big brother, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Suemo transformed into a ghost and floated away into the distance. Big brother, don't chase after me, I'm really wrong. Sumor chanted while running. Nima, the golden corpse bugs of the transcendent realm have come out, and still dozens of them. This thing can fly and run like a thief. Another bite on the ass. Oh ho ho ho. Sumor directly jumped up, and his speed skyrocketed once again. There was disappointment in his eyes after seeing that the golden corpse insect did not catch up. I'm surprised these bugs didn't fall for it. Sumor had wanted to lure these golden corpse insects of the transcendent realm away and kill them in a turnaround. As a result, after chasing it for a while, it stopped. Sumor scratched his ass. The shirt bites through, revealing half a butt. No wonder there's a feeling of the wind blowing on your balls. After changing his clothes, Sumor didn't dare to go and continue searching for the golden corpse insects. The golden light disappeared in the distance. After Sumor changed directions, he continued to float away. This place seems a bit familiar. Multiple hours later, Sumor looked at the mountain peak in front of him. Wasn't this where the ape had brought him before? Finally found my way home, and I don't know how much time has passed. The cell phone is dead. The fog is so deep you can't see the sky. Not to mention that after eating the golden dragon fruit, he was in a coma for a while. The mind relaxes at the sight of a familiar place. He, Sumor, was not the Sumor from before. Name Sumor. Age, 18. Strength, 8th level of Divine Orifice, 0/9000. Heart Technique, Shaping the Tao Technique Triple, October 3000. Martial Skills, Stacked Wave Blade, Shin Grade, Perfect, Treading Snow, Shin Grade, Perfect, Hidden Concealment Technique, Earth Grade, Perfect. Kill Points, 28779. Lousy wants to break through. After Sumor saw the kill point, he found a hidden place and began to choose to break through. With the addition of points, a surfeit of white light appears within the body. The last 40 orifices were opened, directly coming to the 9th level of Divine Orifices. After another 10,000 disappeared, the power in the body converged in the Dantian, and the Dan Palace opened wide as the surrounding aura continued to enter Sumor's body, hurriedly adding more points to the technique. The Shaping Tao technique became fourfold. The surrounding auras gathered rapidly and all of them surged into the body. An hour later, Sumor opened his eyes. Opening his hand, a force hovered over it, glowing with many colors. Of course the standout has to be the splash of gold. Could it be the golden dragon fruit? Sumor felt as if that fruit wasn't that simple. This was because when he broke through the transcendent mortal realm just now, he only had his Dantian open. In other words, his physique had already metamorphosed and completed at the Divine Orifice realm. He hadn't felt it before, and it was only after the breakthrough that he realized it. That golden dragon fruit is definitely not an ordinary golden dragon fruit. When awakening attributes, they would all choose one of the most prominent attributes to choose to cultivate, and this was the way to maximize the benefits. The metallic nature coupled with the intent of the blade was not bad. If this blade went down, it could be much stronger than before. When he looked at the panel, Sumor's pupils contracted. Name Sumor. Age, 18. Strength, Dematerialization 1st level, 0/20,000. Heart Technique, Shaping the Tao Technique 4, 0/15,000. Martial Skills, Stacked Wave Blade, Shin Grade, Complete, Treading Snow, Shin Grade, Complete, hidden concealment technique, earth grade. Complete. Dao intent, second blade intent. Spiritual attributes, gold, affinity, 93, 0/9300, wood, affinity, 30, 0/3000, water, affinity, 28, 0/2800, fire, affinity, 53, 0/5300, earth, affinity, 29, 0/2900, wind, affinity, 64, 0/6400, thunder, affinity, 13, 0/1300, space, affinity, March 3000, time, affinity, 1, 0/1000. Kill points, 6789. The panel has changed dramatically. It turned out that his blade intent had already reached the second ground. It looked like there was still a benefit to constantly hunting demonic beasts, but it was a pity that he couldn't add points to raise it. To say what Sumore's biggest surprise was, it was the spiritual attribute. The affinity of gold reached 93, definitely due to the golden dragon fruit, followed by wind, and then fire. I don't know if it's because fire begets gold. Of course the most important thing was that affinity could be added, and by then all 9 attributes would have an affinity of 100. Thinking of this, Sumore had a huge excitement in his eyes. However, Sumore noticed that space, time affinity increased by 1.10 times more than other attributes, but to Sumore, none of this was a problem. Sumore rubbed his chin. When the time came, he would first raise his metallicity to 100, then his wind attribute, combat metallicity, escape wind attribute. But what made him even more skeptical was why he was able to awaken 9 attributes, which he had never heard of over the years. Could it be that it had something to do with the chi and blood values? Sumore remembered that after breaking through to martial artist, his chi and blood values were much higher than others, and simply could not be speculated by common sense. Never mind, all these things will sink in later. As his strength broke through to the decontextualized, the speed became faster and faster. It didn't take long to take a deep breath after seeing the familiar gates. Damn, it's really a walk in Hades these days. When Baishio saw Sumore, there was a strange look in his gaze. Holy shit, 2 months. Your kid actually knows to come back. I thought you died out there. What? 2 months? Sumore exclaimed. Or else, it's been 2 months indeed, and I thought you'd turned into a pile of poop. Ha? No. What's your kid's strength now? This time he didn't feel the slightest bit of fury on Sumore. His aura was introverted, unlike before when he was sharp. Why should I tell you? Sumore waved his hand and walked towards the martial artist guild. It was a bit nostalgic to not see that pair of big thunders for 2 months. After arriving at the martial artist guild, Sumore sat down on his butt. Sister Shiroyuki, long time no see. Shiroyuki looked up at Sumore and rubbed her eyes. You boys know to come back. Know how many times I've called you? I thought you were dead out there. Even thought you'd been eaten by a boa and turned into a piece of shit. Sumore was speechless. You are a girl. Can you speak more elegantly? Quickly help me figure out how much. Sumore brought that 100 cubic meter space ring, and that 10 cubic meter space ring. There was anticipation in his eyes. For those who don't know, they really think you guys are going into the store. Shiroyuki pulls a man in and starts counting. Brother Sumore, do you have a girlfriend? Sumore shook his head. How about going to my house today? My cat can do backward splits, back flips, and eat ice. Not as good as my cat. Left hand then 6, right hand 7. Left foot draws a circle, right foot kicks. The pretty waitress stared. Is there such a cat? Shiroyuki recalled carefully. There was no cat. The 2 men compared Sumore's movements, and that's when they realized something was wrong. It turned out that Sumore was playing the 2 of them for fools. After ending the scuffle, Sumore saw that his cell phone was ready to be turned on, and then quickly sent the pictures he had taken to his master. What are you sending the old man? Let me see it too. After Baiyu saw that pool of blood, her complexion stared down, and it was the first time she had seen this image as well. After sending it to the old man's phone dialed. So more. What part of the world did you find this in? Outside of Z9 City. A Divine Soul Realm mutant black tiger was directly killed without even having the qualifications to resist, and there were a few Divine Soul Realm demons guarding the blood pool. This is a blood demon amongst the devils. It can absorb blood to enhance its strength. These belong to special devils. We can't allow them to recover. I'll send someone over there. Make sure to kill this thing. Not long after Sumore's cell phone rang with a number on it, which Sumore memorized on his phone. What strength are you now? When Baiyu heard that Sumore had encountered a demonic beast equivalent to the Divine Soul Realm, she was also inwardly tightened. Fortunately, this brat was blessed with a great life. You guess? Shiroyuki grunted coldly. School starts in half a month. I hope you'll still be this mouthy by then. By the next day, Sumore's phone rang. Young house, come out quickly? Sumore walked outside and was greeted by 3 figures. There was also an acquaintance that Sumore knew. A previous assessment teacher from the North Academy. Young house, long time no see. Sumori smiled and said hello. Come on, let's go now. Sumori nodded. One of the teachers carried Sumor and flew into the middle of the sky towards the outside of the city. This was the first time Sumor felt the sensation of flying in the sky. Only by becoming the heaven-treading realm could one fly through the air. When the few teachers saw Baishio, they nodded and disappeared outside the city gates. Sumor was a little surprised to see Baishio salute so respectfully for the first time. Based on familiar memories, Sumor led the three teachers to that familiar blood pool. After putting down Sumor, the three teachers looked at that pool of blood, their pupils coalescing. How dare you come? The two devils appeared, but after seeing the three people standing behind Sumor, their faces changed. I can't believe I brought help. Sumor didn't pay any attention to these two devils, but instead looked into that pool of blood, where the corpse of the black tiger was still floating on it. One of the teachers stepped out and pointed a finger. Thunder flashed, and the two devils couldn't dodge in time. Their bodies flew out backwards, their bodies scorched black. Sumor stepped forward and took the Shin Iron Sword to give the two a final blow. The three teachers froze, but they didn't care and shifted their gazes to the blood pool. Kill two demons of the 6th level of Divine Soul. Gain 11.2 of killing points. Sumor carried his sword and similarly stared at the pool of blood. Grunt, grunt. Huge blood bubbles rose in the pool of blood. Bang, bang, bang. The blood transformed into flying swords and shot at Sumor and the others in an overwhelming manner. Suemo stepped on the snow, turned into a ghost, dodged the rain of blood, and came behind the three teachers. Crackle. The teacher who had just struck out, a thunder protection appeared in front of him, and after the blood rain encountered it, it was all blocked out and disappeared. Treading snow has actually cultivated to perfection. Not bad. The teacher who made the move looked at Sumor with relief as well as satisfaction in his eyes. Sumor was speechless. Big brother, this is a battle, and you still have the leisure to make fun of me. He's going to run. The teacher who was also the examiner before stepped out, and a golden light emerged from his body. Only a golden wall appeared on all sides in the blood pool, and the entire blood pool was enveloped in it. Where to run? Grunt, grunt. A figure appeared as if it had been transformed by blood, without a concrete body. As it rolled in the pool of blood, the teacher whose entire body was covered in thunder stared at the demonic figure. Having suffered a severe injury, it's no wonder. After saying that, thunder erupted from his entire body, densely packed as if he were plowing the earth, only to see that the entire blood pool was covered in thunder above. Don't kill me. I know the secret to the disappearance of the 10th district. After the demon finished speaking, the thunder became even more rapid and furious. Bang, bang, bang. The pool of blood exploded and returned to calm as the thunder disappeared. Sumor looked dumbfounded. This was solved. But what made Sumor puzzled was what secrets existed in the disappearing 10th district. Why did these teachers, after hearing about the 10 districts, react so strongly and rush to kill the demons? Young house, there are still quite a few treasures inside. Do you want to take a look? Sumor certainly wouldn't be polite. The blood pool was rapidly falling, and in a short while, dozens of demon crystals were revealed. Red, black, white, purple, all kinds. Sumor all received in the space ring. This is to be my first time giving you a meet and greet. Sumor gave a thumbs up. Teacher bossy. The teacher laughed out loud. Sumor also didn't expect that this blood demon would actually be solved so easily. No, it's just that the teacher is strong and the blood demon is weak. The teacher who had previously hosted the martial arts exam with Sumor came close to Sumor. This one is one of the vice presidents of the Northern Academy. Sumor's eyes gathered. This one he hadn't really thought of. Come on, go back. The teacher carried Sumor, and with a movement of his body, he rose up into the air and flew towards the city, placing Sumor in the middle of the city. The three teachers had already disappeared. Sumor came to the Martial Artist Guild and found Bayu. Why are you over here again? The money's already hid inside your badge. Something else. Hard work outside the city for 2 months. The materials collected only sold 1.8 billion. Hey, it is really difficult to earn money. Sumor took out the demon crystal, and after Bayu saw it, her pupils contracted. Where did you get that? The teacher from the North Academy came over today and slaughtered that blood demon in a few moves. And then these belong to me. When Shirayuki heard this, there was jealousy in her eyes. Why she didn't have this treatment before? I'll do the math for you. The power in there is so depleted it isn't really worth much anymore. Let's round it up for you. 1.2 billion. Sumor handed over the martial artist badge, and seeing another 1.2 billion inside, Sumor had a smile on his face. By the way, I haven't asked you which teacher took you through this. One of them uses thunder, and the other teacher says he's an associate dean and doesn't even leave a name. Vice Yardley actually came over. Sumori nodded. It should be him. The 4 vice deans. He's the top-ranked one. My retarded brother's master. Sumo's complexion froze. No wonder Baishio was so respectful. There's still half a month left. Take a good rest. I'll take you to the North Courtyard then. And our internships will be over. So we'll go back with you then. In that place, you will see more geniuses. At this moment in the North Courtyard, Vice Dean Lei brought 2 teachers to find the dean. Well, Long Lin Tian asked. It did have something to do with District 10, and it has killed him. Long Lindian heard this before letting out a sigh of relief. Where's the brat? Dean's luck is good. He's broken through the transcendent realm. He should be metallic. I just don't know what the affinity is. I estimate it should be above 80. Long Ling Tu spat out a mouthful of water. Lei Vice Academy dodged fast, which did not spray. The other 2 teachers were not so lucky. They looked at Dean in disgust. But more than that, it was also shocking, having already broken through to deity. How old was it? 18 years old. What is more important is the affinity of 80. The higher the affinity of the attribute, the greater the power exerted. Lei Viceyard deserves to be Lei Viceyard. This can be seen. Long Lin Tian returned to his senses and placed a piece of information in front of several people. When Viceyard Lei saw it, his expression changed drastically. How is that possible? The information in Lei's hand turned to ashes after Viceyard finished reading it. Could it be that my human race is already in danger to this kind of extent? There was despondency in Viceyard Lei's expression, and he felt pained at the thought of that outcome. Even the 2 teachers behind them. This one thing should not be proclaimed, and the secret of the disappearance of the 10th district should not be proclaimed for the time being. Otherwise, this is a huge shock to humanity. As the strongest person in the northern district, Long Lin Tian knew how much panic that result would cause when it was spread. At least we still have quite a bit of time. I hope that my human race will rise more powerful. Long Lin Tian sighed. What do you say to having that brat participate in White Moons and their back-to-school test half a month from now? And see how many places that brat can come in. Lei Vice Academy and the 2 other teachers returned to their senses and looked at Long Lintian. It's really unfortunate to be your disciple. You don't look at what kind of people they are in that batch. Rather. Okay, let him join then. A few people looked at each other and smiled with an impish look. When Sumor left the Martial Artist Guild, he didn't go back to rest. He was a person who had revenge and a grudge. Earlier, he had said that as long as he was allowed to break through the transcendental realm, it would be that Boa's time to die. Baishio already didn't bother to greet Sumor when he saw that he was going out again. He had been bragging about the backstabber before, and the last time he did, he actually brought 2 girls who didn't care about him. As a result, he found that Sumor didn't even look at him. Baishio opened his mouth. This kid, when the time comes, see if I don't trip you up. After Sumor left the city gates, he walked towards the outside of the city. With a single movement of the snow, his body transformed into a ghost and disappeared into the mist. At this moment, a push interface quietly appeared on the North District Forum. The pride of the North District, the genius recognized by the North Academy, the closed disciple of the dean. Today is his death. After the interface was highlighted, many people hurriedly clicked in and saw that Sumor was walking in the mist. In the middle of the Martial Artist Guild, the waiter's face changed. Chairman, it's not good. Look at the Martial Artist Forum. Something has appeared. Baiyu picked up her phone and after seeing the headline, her face stared with an ugly expression. Where the city gates were guarded, Baishio looked at the cell phone interface and his complexion became equally ugly down. The Security Management Office, the 9 city lords, looked at the interface pushed out on the Martial Artist Forum, and their complexions all changed. In the mist, cell phones won't get any signal. So why is this able to turn on a live stream? Many people rushed to call Sumor and found that the phone could not be reached. At this moment, in the North Courtyard, Long Lindian looked at the image in front of him. His eyes narrowed and he didn't know what he was pondering. Several vice presidents likewise looked at the screen. Dean, those people have popped up again. And this time they've set their sights on Sumor. Should we send someone over to support Sumor? Vice Dean Lei said with an ugly expression. It's all misty outside the city. I can't find any trace of Sumor. Let the technicians take a shot and see if they can find out those people. Long Lindian also counted on knowing what those people were thinking. He had gone to great lengths to make Sumor a pillar and increase the cohesion of the human race. And these people wanted to break it up for him. At this moment, Sumor didn't know that he was being live-streamed. Besides, he hadn't expected it. After all, the boa had appeared. There was also a black eagle next to the boa, eyeing Sumor intently. Human, I didn't think that you actually dared to come out. The boa's scarlet eyes stared at Sumor, with anger as well as excitement in his voice. The broadcast was blowing up at the moment. A demonic beast that spits out human words is a 4th-level demonic beast, equivalent to the Transfiguration realm. Why did Sumor go on an active search? And why is it possible to broadcast it live? Didn't you guys catch the headline? letting Sumor die. One speculation kept swiping the screen. Sumor can become a strong member of my human race. He won't be hunted down, right? It can't be because of those people who were offended during the martial arts exam. It's over. It's over. Sumor won't really die. He's only at the divine orifice realm. And when he encounters a level 4 demonic beast, I don't even dare to look at it. Has anyone notified Sumor? Tell him to come back quickly. The North Courtyard, hurry up and make a move. Someone wants to kill Sumor. Hurry up and go save him. In the Martial Artist Guild, Baiyu had already received a call from Long Rinshin. Baiyu, drop what you're doing and hurry to save Sumor. After putting down her cell phone, Shirayuki turned around and went back to her room, changing into her combat uniform and rushing towards the outskirts of the city. At the moment, Sumor had already fought the battle with Boa. Dozens of ice arrows hovered in space, shooting at Sumor. Sumor was like a ghost, with a trail of residual shadows appearing behind him, dodging the ice arrows. With a leap of his body, he swung his sword. The black eagle opened its wings, and its feathers were like steel needles, falling from the sky and transforming into a steel blade, wanting to cut Sumor off at the waist. Sumo's complexion stared as his advancing body retreated back one after another. Metallic power was added to the blade. Bang! Sparks flew everywhere. Sumor swung his sword, and the black eagle flew out backwards, blood bursting out. This scene made the people in the broadcast room dumbfounded. Attribute power. He's not a divine orifice, but a deity. Sumor is actually in the deity realm. An 18-year-old deity, comprehending blade intent. How is this possible? Is there any need to question it? No wonder someone wants to kill Sumor. This is destroying the foundation of my human race. The livestream was filled with tirades of shock. The black eagle curbed his backwards flying body. His eagle eyes coalesced and stared at Sumor incredulously. The young man in front of me is actually a degenerate fan. How is it possible? Wasn't it a pulse passing before? How long has it been? Even Boa was dumbfounded, awe flashing in his scarlet eyes. This young man was too scary. His strength was growing too fast. Don't go alone, Boa spat out. Comprehending the meaning of the blade and the addition of the power of gold could easily cause them to be seriously injured. Not to mention that the grade of the blade inside Sumor's hand wasn't low either. Ice power appeared and began to spread and appear from around the boa, while a human head-sized ice ball appeared, growing densely packed with sharp spikes, floating towards Sumor. The black eagle flew above Sumor's head, eyeing and waiting for an opportunity. Seeing Blackhawk and Boa start to join forces, Sumor coldly grunted, running on snow, transformed into a ghost. The trail is hard to find. The Shin iron blade in his hand had a golden force added to it, and he chopped the ice ball into pieces in 3 strokes. Seeing this, the Black Hawk descended from the sky, its sharp talons like iron, radiating a dark glow. At the same time, there was wind power appearing on the wings. The wings flapped and 2 strong winds swept towards Sumor. Sumor charged at the boa regardless. The boa's body moved, and the ice power wrapped around the top of its tail was like a heavy hammer, falling from the sky and smashing heavily at Sumor. Sumor's eyes lit up and his body violently stopped, directly throwing the blade in the air. His body moved and stood on the Shin iron blade. Wind power appeared and his body rose into the air. Black Eagle and also Boa's eyes widened after seeing this scene. How is this possible? Even the people watching the livestream were dumbfounded. I've heard of sword fighting. Is this sword fighting? Mama Lu. Sumor wouldn't be a reincarnation of an immortal, right? Why is his 18 years old different from our 18 years old? At the city gate guard, Bai Xiao stood up violently. It was difficult to fly in the air only at the treading heaven realm. And there was another way, flying with a royal weapon. Even some people who had comprehended the Dao intent couldn't do it. So why could Sumor do it? The Security Management Office, Zhang Dahai, Li Weiyou, and Lu Shuetian were all stunned. Just how many cards is old brother Sumor hiding? Imperial flight. He actually knows this. In the middle of the North Courtyard, Long Lingtian's gaze flickered, with satisfaction, excitement, and relief in his eyes. The 4 vice deans looked back at the dean with jealousy in their gazes. Sumor flew with his sword, his body jumping up and down from the sky. Blackhawk stopped his body violently, trying to turn around, chopping heavenly slash. A blade was swung out, and several meters of blade awnings descended from the sky. Click, click. The Black Eagle's body was directly cut through the middle by Sumor's blade. After seeing this scene, Boa's body moved and curled up, hurriedly running towards the mist. He cringed. Try to run and die for me. A blade swung out and landed in the direction of Boa's escaping advance. A deep crater appeared and the boa's escape was forced to stop. The body twisted and the pupils changed, chopping heavenly slash. This knife Sumor will play the power to the extreme. Before using the demonic beasts to surround Sumor, if not for the chimpanzee Sumor would have died. Every time you go out of the city to hunt demonic beasts, You have to guard against this boa. Ice power appeared and turned into a wall of ice. Click, 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 click. The wall of ice broke in layers. But a head flew straight into the sky. Kill 2 level 4 second stage demon beasts. Gain 8.4 kill points. The voice rang out. Sumor took a deep breath and finally killed this guy. The live broadcast completely exploded at this moment. So powerful. Killing 2 demon beasts of the transcendent mortal realm. It'll be safer to go out of the city in the future. Worthy of being the closed disciple of the North Courtyard's Dean. The transcendent realm. The heaven-cutting slash. It should be a move that he comprehended. Right? Hiss, 18 years old. At the transcendent mortal realm. Comprehending the meaning of the sword. And creating his own moves. And even being able to fly with the sword. Is he really a human being? The old man is 70 years old this year. And he hasn't seen such a demonic person appear in the northern district. If I had a tenth of Sumor's talent, I wouldn't be screwing. Sumo, who was still outside the city at the moment, dug out 2 demon pills, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Load up the corpse, the demonic beasts of the demon realm of descending mortality. Their bodies were full of treasures. Snort, snort. Sumor suddenly felt a crisis, and the hairs on his back stood up. With a single movement of the snow, his body drifted off into the distance. Bang, bang, bang. Several arrows suddenly appeared in the mists and shot at the place where Sumor was just now, and the ground had become scorched black and unpleasantly pungent. Sumori held his breath and drew back. Rustling. A splash of blood red appeared on the live feed. The next moment is Sumor's time to die. Are you ready? Bright red letters crawled up the screen, twisting and turning as if they were evil spirits. Many people who were watching the live broadcast were so scared that they almost threw their cell phones out. Not good. Someone really intercepted Sumor. I wish to exchange 20 years of my housemate's life for Sumor's safety. Don't. Can't the people from the North Courtyard see it? Why don't they go rescue Sumor? Look, you guys, who's in the mist? Sumo's pupils stared at the 5 figures in the distance, veiled and holding bows and arrows. Each one of them exuded a powerful aura. Those who were watching the live broadcast at the moment could feel the fury through the screen. Not good. 5 masked men of the transcendent realm are really here to kill Sumor. Why are these people masked? And who the hell are they? Definitely a traitor to my human race. Damn it. People like this, the heavens should split them to death. Sumor's eyes narrowed as he transformed into a residual shadow and disappeared into the mist. At the same time, the hidden concealment technique was in operation to conceal his aura. Sumori kept switching directions. Just stop. The sound of breaking air came. Several arrows came from the mist and shot at Sumor. Sumo's complexion tightened and he hastily backed away. The mind was alert to why the hidden concealment technique was not working. How were these people able to pick up his trail? Questions appeared in Sumor's mind. At this moment in the North Courtyard, Long Lintian's eyes narrowed, emitting a dangerous light. The hidden concealment technique didn't even work. Had these people's methods reached this level? The 4 vice presidents' faces were ugly. There's actually a signal outside the city. Those people have developed technology to this kind of extent. It's too scary. Perhaps they have already done it a long time ago. Long Lindian took a deep breath as a sense of crisis rose. The internal and external situation had still happened. The 4 vice deans' faces gradually turned cold. At this moment, in the middle of the screen, Sumor had stopped, because no matter what method was used, these people could detect his traces, as if they were installing a camera on him. Sumor glanced at the radar without thinking. To say it was possible, there was only this thing. This thing, radar, is the crystallization of the field of human science. Could it be that this thing has been exploited? If so, the consequences are simply unimaginable. How many martial artists will be under surveillance by then? And those people can kill them if they want to. Running away is not an option. Sumor's body moved and continued to run towards the mists, while inadvertently unloading the radar watch. Even the cell phone was packed in the storage ring. Sommer throws out the watch radar. The screen of the live broadcast suddenly changed at this moment. Many people developed cold sweat behind their backs after seeing this scene. No way. Radar became a means to an end for those guys? Would those people have been spying on human martial artists and then secretly hunting them? Only we don't know. Doesn't that mean that we have no secrets to keep from those people? And we don't even know who they are. 5 arrows once again landed where the radar was. Sumor suddenly jumped out and lunged at one of them. Pust. A head shot up into the sky. Landed not far from the radar. Kill a demon in the 2nd level of Transcendence. Gain 4.2 kill points. Sumor's eyes narrowed after hearing the voice. Why were these demons like normal people? Murphy. Holy shit. Scared the hell out of me. A head burst in. Holy shit. My soul. I was shocked too. Luckily it wasn't Sumor's head. It was the bad guys. Go Sumor. Come back alive. Sumor is so smart. so quick to notice the abnormality of the watch radar. Chopping heavenly slash. After Sumor chopped off a head, he continuously struck out, and with one swing of his sword, the four devils were directly separated. Sumor's imperial sword flew into the sky and disappeared into the mist. The four devils lost track of Sumor and their gazes kept searching. Chopping heavenly slash. Blade awnings fell from the sky. Where to look? The four demons looked up as Sumor's voice sounded from behind. Pust. Four heads flew up and landed around the watch radar. Kill four devils of the second level of transcendence. Gain 16.8 kill points. With Sumor taking care of the five demons, there were cheers all over the broadcast. Sumor did a good job. Just this and you still want to kill Sumor. Go back and practice again. Don't be thankful. They must have another trick up their sleeve. I just don't know what it is. Sumor ripped off the veils of the five demons, revealing faces similar to humans, except that their faces had special lines that made them look somewhat hideous. The people in the live room were shocked after seeing this scene. No, why do these people look similar to normal people without horns? They couldn't have been human before and then become like this? Sumor picked the watch radar up. Prickle, prickle, prickle. A bell came from one of the demons. The voice seemed a bit eerie, like a demonic whisper or a ghostly hiss. Why is it ringing? How horrible. How is the world in such a mess? Don't even say a word. Sumor took the phone out. Sumor looked at the virtual number on top of his cell phone and pressed the answer button. A hoarse voice came from inside, unlike anything a human could make. Sumor, 18 years old, both parents dead, first level of transfiguration, shut-in disciple of North Courtyard's Dean Long Lintian, comprehending the blade intent, reaching the second level, and also being able to fly on the fly, truly a genius. Obviously there was already evidence of the enemy's crime, but they waited until the martial artist conference to expose it. Not bad, not bad. The voice fell, and there came the sound of applause. It's just as well that the martial artist conference has put you in the limelight. I like that too. I'll keep playing my cards next and hope you're still that lucky. Now the problem was serious. Those people were going to deal with themselves, and they would definitely deal with the people around him. Sumor's complexion tightened and his speed flew towards the city. Preparation is still needed for what comes next. Halfway there, he saw a flash of silhouette with an anxious look, and only slowed down when he saw Sumor. Shirayuki sized up Sumor. Are you alright? Baiyu took out an elixir and handed it to Sumo after she finished speaking. Sumor shook his head. Killing those people didn't take that much effort. The two ran towards the city, and Sumor just took out his cell phone. An interface pops up. Immediately after the push message appeared above the crowd's cell phones. Do you guys think Sumor can win this game? It was only a few short words, and many people rushed to click on it. A dimly lit room appeared with nothing in it. Suddenly a burning candle appeared, looking a bit ominous in the dimly lit room. Hello everyone. A hoarse, ghost-like voice suddenly appeared, sending shivers down one's spine. A hideous mask appears, keeping everyone waiting. Voices spoke from inside, candles in the way of the ghostly faces, more ominous, cold, and lonely in the dimness. Sumor, you should be watching the live broadcast right now. The martial artist conference, so that everyone in the Northern District knows that you are a genius. Since you're recognized as a genius by everyone, let's play a game. I have a few people here that you should recognize. The first one is called Zhao Yong, the chicken killer from the vegetable market. Who helped you before? There are three other people. Lu Shu Etienne, Li Woyo, and Zhang Dahai. They didn't help you guys out much. There's also a man named Lu Shuedo, who secretly caught the Zhou family. You guys complement each other well. It hurts you to get your revenge. A message appeared among the pop-ups at the moment. The Zhou family wanted to kill Sumor. Why can't Sumor retaliate? You rat in the shadows. Show yourself if you can. Have the guts to take your mask off and let us see your true colors. Pretending to be the same as the inside of your pants. I'm curious to see what kind of game this person plays with Sumor. I'm looking forward to it. Upstairs. What do you mean? I'll do whatever I want. What can you do to me? A Sumor. Blown out of sight by you guys. Not bad. Finally someone can't look past it. I've looked at Sumor before and it's not a good thing. Grass nymphs. You son of a bitch. Don't curse with them. Those idiots must have resented Sumor because of the martial exam, or people who had offended Sumor before and were then punished. Ghostface watched the pop-ups like a spectator. At this moment, Sumor had already taken Baiyu's cell phone and started dialing. Zhao Yong, Lu Shu Etienne, Lu Shuedo, Zhang Dahai, Li Woyo. The phone cannot be reached. Sumor, did the call go through? At this moment, the ghost-faced man's teasing voice rang out, then picked up a cell phone and turned it on in front of the crowd. You're playing a little. Sumor dialed Zhao Yong's cell phone. Talk about your terms. Ghostface laughed out loud. Ha ha, Sumor. I thought you wouldn't beg. Not bad. I like this attitude, but I'm the planner of this game. You're just the player. The ghost-faced man slowly pushed the candle flame, and in a short while, a hanging figure appeared before everyone's eyes, mouth stuffed with something, can't make a sound. Seeing that familiar bald head, Sumore's eyes stared. Tell me your terms. Since you hold such a grudge against me, you must hate to kill me. The ghost-faced man crushed the cell phone and no longer continued to listen to Sumore's nonsense. Watch this, gentlemen. This is what happens when you help Sumore, and this is the first of many. After the ghost-faced man finished speaking, he took off the towel that was stuffing Zhao Yong's mouth. Zhao Yong, do you regret helping Sumore? The ghost-faced man looked at the bean-sized beads of sweat on Zhao Yong's head and his voice teased. Bah, you sewer rat. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. You don't dare to face Sumore. You can only deal with the people around him. You're a rat in the shadows. A rotten slime inside the gutter. Poor old me is not a martial artist. Or else I would have to chop you up and feed you to the dogs. Even if I die, there are still millions of people like me. Not everyone is afraid of death. Come on, have the balls to kill the old man. Old brother Sumore. I, Zhao Yong, have no regrets for knowing you. Even if you are killed today, you should not blame yourself. You have a more important mission. The applause rang out, so abrupt in the silence and emptiness. Sumore, you have a really noble personality, but I'll show you what a nightmare is next. No good comes to those who help you, and I'll make you fall heavily from a great height until you drop dead. After the ghost-faced man finished speaking, he took out a dagger. Sumore's eyes were dead set on the screen. Dogs? What means are there to use against me? What are you doing against them? Stop. Don't. A shrill voice came from the phone. Pust. The dagger had been stuck in Zhao Yong's neck and blood sprayed on the camera. The pop-ups were all equally angry at the moment. Rubbish. Bed bug. Come out. Dog scum. Show your face if you dare. Grass. These people are fucking heartless. Doesn't the North End care? What a relief. This is what happens when you help Sumore. Upstairs. You wait. See if I don't investigate your address out. Dog. I'd like to see what you are. This kind of person is definitely a traitor to the human race. It's a delusional attempt to subvert our cohesion. Don't be fooled. At this moment, Sumore's eyes were already hazy, and he murmured inside his mouth. No, don't, stop it, you stop it. On the live broadcast, the ghost-faced man had removed Zhao Yong's head and brought it to the camera. That pair of eyes full of anger, dead on the screen, made many people shudder. There were even timid people who simply fainted from fear. Sumore, see clearly, this is what happens when you help. Don't be disheveled. There are still 4 people waiting for you to rescue him, and there are still 3 hours until dark. You don't find them in 3 hours. I'll turn on the livestream and take their heads off one by one. After the ghost-faced man finished speaking, he turned around and left. Sumore stared at that back figure dead on, a feeling of absurdity rising in his heart. This back figure was a bit familiar. He should have seen it before. Who the hell was it? At this moment, Sumore was still staring at the screen with a death glare, itching to kill this person by 1,000 cuts. The live feed cut off. The phone sounded. Sumore saw the call from his master and hurriedly answered it. Sumore, my people can't investigate the exact address. That ghost-faced man should be familiar with you. That organization is called Forever. I can only tell you so much at the moment. This game can only be taken by you. If we make a move, I'm afraid that the Forever organization will make a move as well. And I can only tell you that the disappearance of the 10th district has something to do with them as well. After hanging up the phone, Sumore's hands were clenched. His body trembled, and his killing intent grew more and more intense. Baiyu stepped forward and hugged Sumore, stroking the back of Sumore's head. Don't be like this. It's not your fault. You have more important things. Baiyu was afraid that Sumore would do something stupid and hurriedly comforted. Sister Baiyu, let go of me. I won't do anything stupid. I still have 3 hours left. Baiyu was also secretly relieved when she saw Sumore calm down. I'll find someone to help you investigate. Baiyu knew that it would be difficult to rely on Sumore alone to investigate. No need. Don't let others get involved. This is my game with him. Sumore suppressed the anger in his heart, and his mind gradually regained its calmness. These people want to deal with him, and a heavy fall from a high place will surely break themselves in a gradual manner. This was the same as the tactics he used against Su Rouge and also Zhou Liang, indicating that this person had long been aware of his actions. Thinking of this, Sumore walked towards the security management office. He already had a bit of a guess inside. The next step is to verify that things are not true. Baiyu looked at Sumore's back as he left and shook his head. Sumore had just finished his suffering and didn't think that something like this would happen. He was only 18 years old. Eternal Life Organization. Don't let me know where you're hiding, or I, White Moon, will kill you. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes had passed, and at this moment, Sumor came to the security management office security booth. Are you sure the three of them went out together? I'm sure. The three of them went out together. What exactly they were doing wasn't said. The man at the security booth looked anxious and said, the boss was arrested and they panicked. Normally, Lu Shuetian treated them well. In case of a different boss, there was no telling what kind of person he might be. He also desperately hoped that Sumor would find Lu Shuetian and rescue him. I know. Thank you. After Sumor finished speaking, he walked towards the inside and came to Lu Shuetian's office. It's still the same as before. With no signs of change, Sumori sat down to keep his head clear. The more he rushed, the more likely he was to make a mistake. The three people and the city lord Lu Shueda were all captured, plus Zhao Yon was already dead. Sumor couldn't let the four of them continue to have accidents. Sumor kept recalling the recent events. This person was a member of the Eternal Life Organization. If he arrested a few of them, it was a gang crime, and the possibility of trying to find them was relatively small. If it were a person, this one thing would be a bit intriguing. To say who helped Sumor the most, Baiyu was definitely one of them. The fact that Shirayuki was unharmed might have something to do with going out on the one hand, and on the other hand it might have something to do with strength. If that was the case, that ghost-faced man, he wasn't particularly strong. Sumor guessed that even his strength was strong, or else he would have directly slaughtered him with a knife. And the 5 deviant demons that were killed, could they be the ghost-face helpers, who had been killed and no longer had any help? Only the city lord can make the 3 Lu Shuetian gather together to do their business. Or if there is a demonic beast mutation, if it were the city lord, the one thing the city lord would have to do lately would be that one thing. When Sumor thought of this, he stood up violently and turned around to run towards the outside. 20 minutes later, Sumor got down from the car and saw the familiar wall. There are no more students in the 10th high school at this time. Removing the 10th high school and moving the students is currently the biggest thing in Z9 City. This person also loved to show himself, except that he had a previous mission from the Winged Life Organization and had no choice but to hide himself. Now that 10 high has disappeared, then it means that his plan has failed, and there is a possibility that he will be removed from the Forever Living Organization. Sumor was now becoming more and more convinced of this speculation. Even if the person hides themselves, sometimes their personality is hard to control and they are different from other teachers. As far as Sumor knew, several teachers in the 10th high school had this kind of personality. That familiar back figure gradually overlapped with the person in his mind. Sumo's complexion stared. So it's you. Sumor sped towards a place. To say where the most hidden place of the 10th high school was, of course, it was that abandoned school building. When Sumor was often in that place, hammering out his fighting skills, the abandoned building was surrounded by weeds and smelled bad because of the heat. You can even see a pile of air-dried stuff in the middle of many rooms. Since it's dim, it must be underground. What Sumor didn't know at this moment was that a live broadcast had quietly opened. Next, please enjoy my masterpiece, How Sumor Disappeared. After the live push, millions of people instantly flooded in. What is this place in Sumor? Isn't that the abandoned building at 10 high? Why did Sumor appear in this place? I thought of it. This person is familiar with Sumor. He might be related to the 10 highs, and only things from the 10 highs can make the city lord come out. A guess appeared from the screen. I just want to know how Sumor disappeared. This kind of person harms people and themselves. Death is not worth it. Sumor is not a god. Do you think he can think of everything? Brother, wait. I have just investigated your home address. Wait. Come if you dare. It might still be a good thing if Sumor dies. Sumor walked to the far corner where the clutter was piled up. After clearing things away, a handle appears on the floor. At this moment the ghostly face of the live broadcast reappeared, again still in the dimly lit room, a candle in his face. Gentlemen, please enjoy my masterpiece next and watch how Sumor disappears, especially after seeing Sumor put his hand on the handle. The ghost-faced man was clearly agitated. Sumor's hand moved gently, transforming into a ghost-like figure and disappearing into the abandoned building in the blink of an eye. After coming out, the imperial sword flew and ran off into the distance. Rumble! A blinding firelight shot straight up into the sky, and 3 explosions sounded in succession. Cement and rebar splashed and shot in all directions. Half of the abandoned school building is already in ruins. At this moment the pop-ups in the live stream had long since disappeared. Bereft! Who the hell is this damn thing? Luckily Sumor was smart, or he would have been blown up. Well, this time Ghostface will be furious. Dog! Even the heavens won't help you. It would have been nice to blow up Sumor. That was close. If it had been 2 seconds later, Sumor would have been blown up and this would have been over. What a shame. I was hoping to see Sumor get blown to mush. At this moment, the ghost-faced man was staring at the screen in death, unable to see the state of his face, but the slightly trembling body could tell that this person was furious to the extreme. After Sumor landed, His heart palpitated, guessing that person. He thought of this place. Once before, he saw that person secretly appear from here, and did not care at that time. At that time he was a loser and knew that curiosity killed the cat and didn't probe. The ghost-faced man on the screen suddenly saw Sumor disappearing into thin air, and a bad premonition rose within him. The candles went out and walked towards the outside. Bang! A crunching sound appeared, and on the live broadcast, Sumor was seen appearing in front of the ghost-faced man. The people who were expecting Sumor at this moment all let out cheers. Good job! Worthy of Sumor. I'd like to see what the hell is this ghost? Dogs, keep barking, and make Sumor disappear. This time Sumor makes you disappear. At this moment in the dimly lit room, the ghost-faced man's footsteps kept retreating, obviously in fear of Sumor. Son of a bitch, you're pretty good at that. After Sumor finished speaking, he was like a tiger descending from the mountain, pouncing at the ghost-faced man. The ghost-faced man still wanted to resist, but he was directly kicked against the wall by Sumor. Bang! A loud bang appeared. With a piercing sound, the black cloth in the room was directly ripped off by Sumor, and the sunlight was cast in, shining on the ghost-faced man's face. There were 4 other figures in the corner of the room, unconscious. There was also a body with blood running down its neck that had coagulated. The head rested on a corner of the tabletop, its face hideous and horrible. Sumor's eyes became bloodshot. Fuck you. Sumor went up. His fists turned into a blistering storm, and the sound of bones breaking came from the ghost-faced man's body. The pop-ups in the live stream swiped up again. Well fought. Well fought. Such a dog should be beaten to death. Sumor, unmask him and let's see his true colors. It's better to die for being so violent. I'd rather the Ghostface win. I also have this kind of thought. What human roots? The North District left him to turn as usual. Dogs, you two wait. When I find you, the eggs will be crushed for you, and you don't have any balls anyway. Only after crushing almost all of this person's bones did Sumor's anger gradually subside. The ghostly mask was lifted to reveal the face that was familiar to many. What? Mr. Qian Ming? Why him? Impossible. How could the ghost-faced man be Mr. Qian Ming? A student from Chiming's class earlier posted a pop-up question. Qian Ming didn't show a panicked expression after he was unmasked as a ghost. When Sumor found him, it was his time to die. Sumor, you're really smart, but it's a pity that Zhao Yong is still dead. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Qian Ming looked mad, thinking that the first time he learned about Sumor was through Wang Yang's cell phone. As a result, that Wang Yang even lied to him that it was a video used to motivate students. Really think he is stupid. Who does not know that Sumor is a waste of time? He also knows. Sumor went up and punched Qian Ming again, cracking the bone in his eye socket and causing Qian Ming to keep sucking in cool air. Sumor took out his Shan iron sword. He wanted to slaughter this son of a bitch. Wait, I want to know. How did you find me? Sumori's knife was pinned on Qian Ming's brow, his gaze deadpan. I know you're just a pawn and can't ask anything, and as for how you guessed it was you, go to hell and ask King of Hell. There was a poof. Blood splattered and sprayed on the camera. Good. Such a beast should be killed. I didn't think that at 10 high, so many talents appeared. The previous Qian Ming student is in big trouble this time. Suemo walked to the corner, took out the pills and stuffed them inside the 4 people's mouths. Not long after, the 4 people woke up leisurely, and when they saw Sumor, their hearts settled down. Go. After Sumor finished speaking, he used something to wrap Zhao Yong's head around the corpse. Uncle Zhao, I've avenged you. You don't have to worry about things inside the house. At this moment, several helicopters suddenly appeared in the sky above 10 high. After the 2 figures came down, they hurriedly ran towards Sumor. Others entered the room and removed equipment throughout. Sumor naturally recognized 2 people. Auntie, M.O., I'm sorry. Zhao Yon's daughter-in-law shook her head. Looking at Zhao Yon's corpse, tears came out of her eyes. Her face was pale, and she was even softer in her knees that she almost knelt down. Fortunately, Bai Yu was quick on her feet. Brother Sumor, Dad said he doesn't blame you. Thanks for avenging my dad's death. My dad says it's been his greatest pleasure to know you, and he's told me to learn from you. Sumor raised his head, his eyes gradually moist, and finally there were still crystals dripping down. Let Uncle Joe go to his grave. Sumor returned to his senses and carried Zhao Yong to board the helicopter. The roar sounded and the helicopter gradually disappeared. After burying Zhao Yong, 3 days had passed, and Sumor had been keeping watch. Brother Sumor, don't be sad. You still have more important things to do. There are so many bad guys waiting for you to kill. Zhao Mo was beside Sumor and whispered. Sumor stroked Zhao Mo's head. Auntie, M.O., there will be someone to fetch you back to the neighborhood of the North Courtyard, where it is already prepared. Shin Chuli looked at Sumor. Sumor, thank you. I really don't know what I would have done if it wasn't for you. Suor took out a card. No, I can't have it. You've already avenged old Zhao. I can't have you anymore. Before Shinchuli finished speaking, Sumor had already shoved the card in his hand. The password is Xiaoma's birthday. This is my intention. Uncle Zhao passed away, so it will be hard for Auntie to take care of Shouemo from now on. It's the only thing I can do. Shinchuli also knew that the burden on Sumor's shoulders was heavy now. Sumor, you're not much older than my son. You're my junior. In the future when you encounter something dangerous, keep yourself safe first. When the sky collapses, there's still a taller one to hold it up. Don't let your anger wash over you. Sumor quietly listened to Shinchuli's instructions. After a few hours had passed, Sumor looked at the disappearing helicopter and couldn't return to his senses for a long time. Shirayuki stood next to Sumor without saying anything. Let's go. Go home. Those who are alive will have to continue to look forward. Baiyu pulled Sumor's hand towards the distance, returning to the place where they lived. The two men's faces stared, and there were two cardboard boxes on the table. Unable to see what was inside, Baiyu was about to go forward when Sumor took Baiyu's hand and shook his head, bubbling. Within a few moments, the cardboard box gradually turned red, and the smell of blood hit me. Tick-tock, blood dripped down the corner of the table and onto the floor. A small trail of blood appeared on the ground not long after, spreading and curving like a bloody snake. Sumor went forward and opened the package, his expression changing. Within each box was a head, two he knew well, Su Ballad's real parents. Thinking of this, Sumor's face changed and he hurriedly took out his cell phone. Old brother Sumor. Lu Shuetian's excited voice came from inside. Are you sure Su Rouge is dead? Sumor's question made Lu Shuetian freeze. I'm sure she's dead, and that Zhang Dahai and Li Wuyo buried her in the cemetery. You guys come pick me up and go to the cemetery. Half an hour later, a few people looked at the empty cemetery with dull expressions. Zhang Dahai Li Wuyo even jumped in, trying to find Su Rouge's body. Don't bother looking. She's not dead. Sumor stood next to him and spoke. We did bury her here. The body is stiff. We assure you, he's definitely dead. Come out you two. You're not to blame for this one. Maybe Su Rouge has been targeted by certain people for a long time. Luckily she killed herself early and you guys buried her. Those people were able to find her body and weren't onto you, or you'd be the ones lying in there. Zhang Dahai, Li Wuyo, Lu Shuetian, three people behind the rise of a cold sweat. Obviously is a hot day. They feel the back of the cool breeze. Obviously Su Ro died and her body was cold. Now Sumor told them that Su Ro was still alive, back from the dead. What the hell is this? Go. On the way. Lu Shuetian still couldn't help but ask out. Older brother, why do you know that Su Ro did not die? We will know when we go to my house in a while. Sumor did not reply. The three people went to Sumor's house and finally reacted after seeing the two heads in the box. Zhang Dahai and Li Wuyo carried the boxes out and cleaned Sumor's house inside and out. Sumori didn't stop and sat on the sofa. Lu Shuetian didn't say anything either, and the atmosphere gradually became condensed. So it is. Finally Sumor took a deep breath, as if he was trying to understand something. You guys leave, cultivate well. Nothing should happen lately. When the evening came, Baiyu came back from the Martial Artist Guild. As soon as she entered the door and smelled the aroma of the meal, her heart settled down. It looked like Sumor had recovered quite a bit. After the two sat down, Baiyu looked at Sumo. Half a month left until school starts. Are you ready? Sumor raised his head to stare at Shirayuki. Do you think that demonic beast attack on D6 City was an accident? Hearing Sumor suddenly ask this question, Baiyu put down her chopsticks and recalled. When a treading heaven realm demonic beast appeared, it ran from somewhere else. You mean, that time when the demonic beasts attacked the city? The purpose was to attract the attention of the crowds in the northern district, and then those people were good at blending in? Sumori nodded. It's just one of those guesses. After Sumor finished speaking, he took out a disassembled watch radar. This thing can be utilized by all those people, and researching this thing requires a lot of manpower and financial resources. The North Academy and also the 5 great academies have a lot of talent. Watch radar, signal monitoring outside the city. These things have actually been researched by others. Baiyu heard Sumor's speculation and a cool air rose behind her. First of all, the financial aspect. Which place is the easiest to get money? The martial arts guilds. There are martial arts guilds in every city. All of them can easily get a lot of money. The other thing is researching this stuff and not really researching it or saying. Another guess you'd like to make is how many of the people guarding the gates have joined them, right? Sumor didn't say anything. Acquiescence already represented the attitude. Do you know why many of the students in our class have the task of guarding the city gates, as well as the task of the martial artist guild? Sumo's expression coalesced. So it is. Then you just acted like you were so powerful, and combined here to tease me? There are some things that are speculative and can't be moved. The whole body is affected by a single hair, and District 10 is a lesson that. At the very least, District 9 still exists now, doesn't it? Sumor nodded and did not continue to speak. Others can't move. You can. They dealt with them so well. You can't not take revenge. Can you? Bayu's eyes narrowed as she sized up Sumor. She didn't think Sumor was a peaceful person. Sumor just smiled and didn't say anything. Obviously there was already a plan brewing in his mind. Those two heads. What do you think? Sumor looked at Bayu and inquired. Are you talking about the big head or the small head? Bayu stared at Sumor strangely. Bayu, I'm talking to you very seriously. Sumor was speechless. Why is this person like this? I'm also very serious. Today the Martial Artist Guild also came over two little girls, but they were so worried about your appearance that they were about to cry out. Bayu had a saddened look on her face. Sumor didn't chime in. This woman was sick again. At this moment, Sumor had already returned to his room and was lying on the bed, thinking about what happened. Qianming should be a supernumerary of that organization, unable to touch the core. The reason for dealing with Sumor is also because the 10 Heist disbanded and he failed his mission. One to kill Sumor and one for him to die. This can be seen. Many schools have been infiltrated, hunting geniuses or other purposes. Sumor is unknown for the moment. Those people just happen to use this one thing to expand their influence. It should be for Su Rose Corps. At this time almost everyone's eyes were on the ghost-faced man. These people are so careful in what they do, even using bigger actions to conceal a very small one, that it is evident that the mind is terrible. The second is the resurrection of Su Yun. And the two heads are Su Yun telling Sumor that I am still alive. The biological parents who abandoned her are dead, and he's next in line to be dealt with. The third is the men guarding the gates. How many of them are from that organization? There was also the disappearing 10th district. What secrets were hidden? And the last time Vice Dean Lei had also gotten rid of that demon quickly. Is there someone important involved? Or is there a larger conspiracy involved? What kind of organization can be named after the word immortality? Su Ryan came back from the dead. What exactly did she use? How many people have come back from the dead hidden in these 9 districts? What are they? Ding dong. The cell phone rang and Sumor looked at the message sent by Lu Shuetian. This was Qianming's message. And Sumor looked at the information on it. Qianming is not called Qianming, but Lu Ming, the absconding prisoner, the man loathed by all. The current Su Ballad was also, having been spurned before, and would surely retaliate after being resurrected. Then these people are in evidence. People of anti-human character. Then there's the kind of person who's been pushed into a corner. Sumor guessed that the appearance of the demons might also have something to do with the Forever Living organization. Today, he still wanted to get a bit of news out of Bayu's mouth, but he gave him a yellow accent and just didn't say anything useful. The master certainly won't say much about it. Looks like we'll have to find that oaf and ask about it. Maybe we can get some useful information out of him. As for what method to use to retaliate back, Sumor had 2 plans. One of them is to take advantage of the new student enrollment in the North End in half a month. Sumor took a deep breath and looked at the panel in front of him. Name Sumor. Age, 18. Strength, dematerialization first level, 0/20,000. Heart technique, shaping the way 4, 0/15,000. Martial skills, stacked wave blade, Shen grade, perfect, treading snow, Shen grade, perfect, hidden concealment technique, earth grade, perfect. Dao intent, second blade intent. Spiritual attributes, gold, affinity 93, 0/9300, wood, affinity 30, 0/3000, water, affinity 28, 0/2800, fire, affinity 53, 0/5300, earth, affinity 29, 0/2900, wind, affinity 64, 0/6400, thunder, affinity 13, 0/1300, space, affinity 3, 0/3000, time, affinity 1. 0/1000. Kill points, 6843. Strength is one aspect. Spiritual attributes are also one aspect. If the beginning of the school year, his spiritual attributes reached 100, and more than one, Sumoris also knew how risky this was. This is just one of the easiest ways to do it, but of course there is another. Get into the game with your body, and carry more on your back that way. Sumori hesitated between the 2 choices. At this moment, Sumor did not sleep all night, and when it was almost dawn, he took out his cell phone and dialed a phone. Master. Sumor had just opened his mouth when a neutral voice came from the opposite side. Kid, do what you want, and the old man will be able to hold his own for a while. A warm current rose in Sumor's heart, and he hadn't yet spoken up about the plan. Master, my plan may. Before Sumor could finish his words, he was already interrupted by Long Lintian. Let it go. Special times, special actions, don't stick to the immediate. As long as I live for one day, the entire northern district is not yet in chaos. Anything, the master takes care of it. After hanging up the phone, Sumor breathed a long sigh of relief. Since Master agreed, the two plans could be carried out at the same time. After Sumor packed up his things, he walked towards the outside of the city. After Baishio saw Sumor, there was a strange look in his gaze. Sumor was able to suppress his inner emotions so quickly. It wasn't like being 18 years old. Thinking about what Sumor had gone through, he could understand. Don't you ask me anything, I don't know anything, and if I did I wouldn't tell. Sumor was about to ask around sideways to see if he could get valid information here in this crow's mouth. Who knew that this guy was taking precautions in advance? Self-interested, you think you know everything. Ha? Sumor said with slight contempt in his eyes. Ah, yes, you're right about everything. I don't know anything. Why don't you hurry up and do your business? Baishio covered his mouth, obviously not wanting to say anything. Sumor took a deep breath and walked towards the outside, not thinking that the agitation method did not work on this guy. After leaving the city, Sumo dove headfirst into the mist. Since Baishio didn't say anything, he would solve the problem in his own way, hunting demonic beasts while searching for traces of that gorilla. Plans are starting to be implemented, and problems can arise without enough strength to back them up. Kill 10 level 3 demonic beasts. Gain 42 kill points. As he went deeper, Sumo realized that the mist in front of him was getting less and less, and at this time, something suddenly fell above his neck. Sumo was startled, and after picking it up, he realized that it was a golden corpse worm. Squeeze a level 2. Third order gold corpse bug to death. Gain kill point 2.3. Sumo's eyes narrowed. Why did the golden corpse bug appear in this place? The only place this stuff shows up is where there are tons of dead bodies. Murphy. Sumo also thought of something and started looking for the golden corpse insect. Kill 100 golden corpse bugs. Gain 107 kill points. Kill 1,000 golden corpse bugs. Gain 1,300 kill points. Kill 1,900 golden corpse insects. Gain 4,200 kill points. As he hunted, Sumo's complexion gradually became grave, and there were more and more golden corpse insects in the distance. This was much more than before when Sumo first encountered the golden corpse bugs. To Sumo, it was experience value. Not to mention that the golden corpse bugs reproduce very quickly. If we wait for a while, after these golden corpse bugs start to appear in large numbers, I'm afraid that they will attack the city, and it will be hard to resist then. Sumo took out his Shin Iron Blade and transformed into a ghost, constantly wandering among the golden corpse insects. Blade intent with the power of gold, treading snow with the power of wind. It swept through the middle of the golden corpse worms, leaving corpses everywhere. Many golden corpse insects began to devour the corpses of their kind and grew rapidly. Kill 3,000 golden corpse bugs. Gain 7,300 kill points. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the ground shook, the ground cracked, and a golden figure surged out from within the ground. In the blink of an eye, a huge ruin appeared and a sea of gold appeared in the sky. Densely packed golden corpse insects began to appear. In particular, the leading few golden corpse insects were already human-sized, their wings fluttering and emitting metallic crunching sounds. Sumo's eyes narrowed as he saw that golden corpse bug that had bitten his ass earlier. This time, when he broke through the transcendent realm, he was about to use them to verify his strength. Human, you still dare to appear. You really don't know how to die. Last time I let you off. This time you don't think you can escape. The only thing that responded to him was Sumo's heaven slashing slash. Pust. Kill a level 4. Second order demonic beast. Gain 4 kill points too. Seeing one of the level 4 leaders killed, the golden corpse insects went completely crazy. Dozens of level 4 golden corpse bugs flew towards Sumo. Their bodies lit up with golden light, transforming into a golden sword that shot towards Sumo. Sumo's Shin Iron Blade swung, getting faster and faster, and Sumo's mind lurched. It felt like the blade intent was rapidly climbing a notch. Sumo took a deep breath and transformed into a sheathed sword, chopping heavenly slash. A 10-meter blade appeared, chopping from Sumo toward the front. Wherever they passed along the way, they were all destroyed, and the golden corpse insects were all decimated. Blade intent, triple blade intent. How is that possible? A dozen or so golden corpse insects. Scarlet gazes with awe. Kill 4,000 gold corpse worms. Gain 8,300 kill points. Sumo's body moved, and his blade intent enveloped his side as he continuously waved it around. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, a vacuum of several meters appeared around them. The corpses of golden corpse insects all over the place, stacked on top of each other, were already about to be taller than Sumo. Sumo saw that quite a few golden corpse insects began to devour and didn't chop them down at the first opportunity. These golden corpse insects were also growing rapidly. The corpses were useless to Sumo anyway, so it was better to let those weak golden corpse insects devour them. Waiting for them to increase in strength, Sumor was striking out to kill them, so as to maximize the benefits. Sumor stepped on his sword. His body flipped in the air and landed in front of a dozen or so golden corpse bug leaders. Chopping heavenly slash. A blade was swung out. Blade intent filled the air, and a blade wave close to 10 meters swept out. The golden power of the golden corpse insect's entire body appeared, spreading all around it, turning into a small sun, dispersing the mists by quite a bit. On 'em, bang, bang, bang. Sparks flew as the blade landed on them. Sumor got the better of him. Stacked waves. This time the Xian iron blade was enchanted with the power of fire. The dozen or so golden corpse insect leaders revealed horror after seeing this scene. 3 attributes. Impossible. How could such a heavenly pride appear in humanity? Kill him no matter what. The dozen or so golden corpse bug leaders completely stormed out, while a special fluctuation emanated from their bodies. Sumor's expression coalesced. He knew that these golden corpse insects were asking for help. Since they were going to drag themselves along, Sumor naturally wouldn't be polite. With the wind power added, Sumor's speed reached the extreme, and only a blurred figure could be seen. Snort, snort. 2 heads flew into the middle of the sky. Kill 2 level 4. Third order demonic beasts. Gain kill points 8.6. The remaining 10 or so golden corpse insect leaders kept retreating and caged together, while densely packed golden corpse insects gathered around them to protect their safety. Chopping heavenly slash. Sumor's body suddenly descended from the sky as the power of gold and the triple blade intent merged. Bang! A deep crater about 10 meters in circumference was blown out of the ground. Kill 7. 900 golden corpse insects. Gain 16. 743 kill points. Sumor gripped the Xian iron sword and moved his body. Bang! 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 Blade intent erupted from his body, and wherever Sumor passed, the golden corpse insects all exploded and turned into blood mist. Kill 4. 000 golden corpse worms. Gain 9. 200 kill points. Kill 3,200 golden corpse bugs and gain 6,452 kill points. Kill 2,200 golden corpse bugs and gain 5,386 kill points. Sumor stopped, his chest heaving. A fine layer of sweat had appeared on his forehead, and his arms were aching. The smell of blood filled the sky. Sumo did not pay attention to it, but walked towards the deep pit where the golden corpse worm appeared just now. He felt something special inside. When Sumor came in, his expression was grave and a killing intent was involuntarily released. The densely packed golden corpse insects were still hiding underground, their eyes bloodshot, staring dead on at the appearing Sumor. At the same time an iron gate appeared in front of Sumor's eyes. Outside were all densely packed with corpses and bones. There were demonic beasts and humans. Humans were the majority. Upon closer inspection, the bones of these corpses look like they have been deliberately altered. Sumo carried his sword and killed at these golden corpse insects. Buzz off. The golden corpse bugs surged up. Sumo's expression was grave. The attribute of these golden corpse bugs was actually not gold, but wind attribute. Snort, snort. At this time several golden corpse insects came. The wings on their backs had special patterns. Sumor's expression changed. Human, get out. This is no place for you. Sumor's eyes narrowed. They were guarding what was inside. He wanted to see what was inside. Sumo carried his Xian iron sword and took the initiative to meet him. Kill 10. 000 golden corpse bugs. Gain 32. 750 kill points. Kill 11. 000 golden corpse bugs. Gain 36. 450 kill points. Seeing that his men were resolved by Sumor in a few moves, the golden corpse insect with mysterious runes on its back emitted strange fluctuations. Snicker. A head shot up into the sky. Kill level 4. Third order golden corpse bugs. Gain 4.3 kill points. Looking at the gate in front of him, Sumor's saber intent intensified. Chopping heavenly slash. Rumble. The huge iron door just shook a little. Sumor's expression was grave. It was actually Xian iron. This whole big iron door was made of Xian iron. What a great deal. If not for Sumor's saber intent breaking through the 3rd level, there was really no way to take this iron door. 10 minutes later. Rumble. Xian iron door directly broken. Sumor will Xian iron door into the storage space ring. This is a big treasure. In case of any danger, is to run. This piece of Xian iron value are great. Will not lose. Walking down a long passageway, Sumor gradually became cautious. Find the body of a golden corpse bug and throw it right in. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets kept sweeping through the walls, too dense to count, until after 3 minutes this stopped. Sumor swung his sword, and a crack spread out on both sides of the wall. The contents fell out. Sumor carried his sword and headed inside. Collapse, 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 collapse. The sound of dense footsteps rang out. Sumor looked away, his complexion gradually becoming grave as dozens of figures appeared on the opposite side. It was at least the divine orifice realm. Special runes coalesced on his face, identical to the person who killed him in the first place. Only the most powerful of these people were estimated to have reached the 5th level of dematerialization. Sumor glanced at the panel and looked at the kill points. It was enough. Name Sumor. Age, 18. Strength, dematerialization first level, 0/20,000. Heart technique, shaping the way 4, 0/15,000. Martial skills, stacked wave blade, Shin grade. Complete, treading snow, Shin grade. Complete, hidden concealment technique, Earth grade. Complete, Daoi, triple blade E. Spiritual attributes, gold, affinity 93, 0/9300, wood, affinity a 30, 0/3000, water, affinity 28, 0/2800, fire, affinity a 53, 0/5300, earth, affinity 29, 0/2900, wind, affinity 64, 0/6400, thunder, affinity 13, 0/1300, space, affinity 3, 0/3000, time, affinity 1, 0/1000. Kill points, 113, 580. Sumor carried his sword and took the initiative to kill against those demons. When the demon in the lead saw Sumor, a hideous look appeared on his face. A human of the first level of transcendent mortality actually dared to take the initiative to seek death. Sumor kept adding points as she was about to approach. Degenerate twofold. Degenerate threefold. Degenerate fourfold. After breaking through the 4th level of deity, there were still more than 20,000 killing points remaining. Sumor didn't hesitate and directly added them to the metallic affinity. Metallic affinity goes straight to 95. Triple blade intent coupled with metallicity. A blade was swung. The devils who hadn't placed Sumor in their hearts saw that Sumor had directly reached the 4th level of deity, and that his gold power was even sharper, and reacted to it, but it was already too late. Urging to resist, where would he be Sumor's opponent? Not to mention that Sumor had more than just one blade out. Kill 30 demons, gain 128 kill points. HAHT, what the heck? It's not as fast as killing demonic beasts. Gurgling, blood flowed down the walkway as Sumor stepped over the bodies of these people and headed inside. After walking through the long black passageway, Sumor realized that there were other places inside. Inside a sealed crystal coffin, a figure lay inside, same as the demons he decimated out there. At the moment various instruments have tubes inserted into them. Bang, bang, bang. The crystal coffin opened, and a figure popped out, splashing out of the water. Sumor took a step back. A hideous look appeared on these people's faces as they pulled something and killed towards Sumor. Sumor shook his head. Those finished products were not his match, let alone these semi-finished products. 2 minutes later, Sumor had walked to the next place. Kill 100 devils, gain 306 kill points. Looking at the huge portal in front of him, Sumo was about to push it open when his footsteps lurched. Retreat out in a hurry. Rumble. Fire erupted from the sky, and the ground continued to collapse. Sumor flew with his sword and flew into the distance. The loud roar continued for several minutes before quieting down. The fog around them had been completely dispersed. All kinds of precision instruments were reduced to smithereens. Everything has disappeared. Sumor took a deep breath. If he had been a step slower just now, he would have died in there. Sure enough, these demons were studied. I just wonder what special method they use. Sensing the movement in the distance, Sumor's hidden Een technique worked and ran towards the mist. Sumor had just left not long ago when 4 figures appeared. A fox, a black shadow, a golden giant ape, and a blood tiger. Look at the crumbling ground and what's left around it. The eyes of the 4 demonic beasts flickered, not knowing what they were thinking. The fox opened his third eye. A vague figure was seen in the distance. There's a blurry figure in that place. It looks like someone escaped. Have someone searched that direction. The blood tiger let out a roar after hearing this. Immediately following the entire mist, countless demonic beasts responded, charging in one direction. The demonic beasts began to diverge, and in the midst of the mists, there were quite a few miserable screams. Sumo transformed into a ghost. Blade intent cast. Bang, bang, bang. Examiner Sumor. The people who were still hunting the demonic beast saw the demonic beast storming out and thought that they were going to die. But they didn't think that Sumo would turn his hand and save them. Quickly return to the city. A beast tide has appeared. Hearing Sumor's words, they turned around and ran towards the city. Sumor kept wandering around, saving one if he could. As for why he didn't run away, it was of course because he wanted to fulfill his plan. These people also live life on a knife's edge, and to save one could be the equivalent of saving a family. After there was no sound of fighting in the vicinity, Sumor then breathed a sigh of relief. Turning her head and looking at the blood-red eyes that suddenly appeared in front of her, Sumor took a deep breath. The Shin iron sword was held tightly in his hand. A three-eyed fox appeared in front of him, staring him dead in the face. A huge and vast aura enveloped Sumor. Buzz off. The blood tiger, black eagle, and golden giant ape also appeared and stood in the sky, staring at Sumor with a slightly cold intent. Human, how dare you, die for me. When the blood tiger finished speaking and was about to make his move, the golden giant ape stepped forward. Wait, I sense a familiarity in you. You've met my son? After the golden giant ape opened its mouth, the surroundings buzzed. I've seen it before, and I've helped it. Hearing Sumor's words, a few demonic beasts revealed skeptical gazes. The human race and demonic beasts are immortal. Meeting is killing. Sumor now told him that he had helped the son of the great ape. Did you make that commotion? Sumor nodded. It was simply impossible for him to escape under the eyes of these demonic beasts. Besides, would these demonic beasts really let him run? I did, but it was a place to study demons. The three-eyed fox stared at Sumor and made a crisp sound. You can't go back alive. Your natural talent is too good. If we let you go back, our demonic beasts will appear as a formidable opponent. Sumor's heart sank. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the three-eyed fox. Then let's try and see who dies. After Sumor finished speaking, he held the Xian iron sword and charged at the three-eyed fox. The three-eyed fox's body moved to catch Sumor's landing body. Bang! 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 A blade suddenly came from the distance, and dozens of figures turned into blood mist. Kill 50 demons. Gain 203 kill points. The third eye of the three-eyed fox opened and turned, leading Sumor to wander through the mist. The blood tiger, the giant ape, and the black eagle stared deathly into the mist. There were several other figures there standing in the trees, keeping an eye on them. A huge aura descended, causing several demonic beasts to feel fearful. Kill 100 devils. Gain 403 kill points. The three-eyed fox appeared to put Sumor down. Sumor's breath thickened. There were too many demons that converged over just now. Now that it's a few hundred less, it won't be such a hassle to deal with. Sumo stood in the middle of the four demonic beasts, staring at the figures with a deadly stare. Rustling, rustling, rustle, 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 bang, bang, bang. A burly figure stepped out with hideous rune lines on its face, emitting a terrifying aura. Be careful, these devils are a bit strange, Blood Tiger murmured in a low voice, his eyes staring scornfully at these devils. At this moment, Sumor took a deep breath, as if he thought of something, and stared at the blurry figure in the mist that hadn't moved. Don't come out yet, my good sister. Hearing this, the four demonic beasts turned their heads, surprised, and stared at Sumor in shock. What's going on here? A man all wrapped up inside a black hood stepped out. When it was removed, it revealed a calm, unruffled face, as flushed as before. Luck is good. I actually didn't blow you up just now. Suro looked at Sumor, with only a faint killing intent shrouding his body. It looks like the heavens are favoring me. Sumor's eyes narrowed as he stared at Suro, wanting to see some clues. Seeing this kind of look in Sumor's eyes, Suro seemed like she remembered something, and the anger on her face grew even more. When she begged for forgiveness before, Sumor had this kind of look in her eyes, and it was still the same now. Cold, lonely, without a trace of emotion. Kill them. Suro looked at Sumor and gave a direct order. A surrounding devil surrounded Sumor. The blood tiger roared, and the demonic beasts around him attacked at the demon man. Fighting broke out between those burly demons and demonic beasts, and in no time the smell of blood filled the air. The golden-colored giant ape pounded its chest and was about to pounce at Subalad. Don't make a move. Don't ever go near her. Sumor hurriedly uttered a voice, and the golden giant ape's footsteps lurched. At the moment the two men stood facing each other. My good brother, when did you become so timid? For treading heaven realm demonic beasts cooperating with you and you're still so timid. This isn't like you. Suro stared at Sumor with cold intent. Sumor didn't answer, staring dead at Suro. Snort, snort. Suro's shadow suddenly surged out, and a demon appeared, which was different from the others, with a double-horned head, blood-red eyes, and the runes on his face emanating light. It's pure devils. Sumor also thought of something. Run. After saying that, his body moved and the imperial sword was moved. Snicker. Sumor's shadow suddenly stormed up and killed at Sumor. If it wasn't for Sumor running fast, he would have died just now. Sumor's heart palpitated. Brother, I didn't expect you to still be so smart. But how much longer can you be smart? Just wait, my sister will send you a surprise next. After Su Rouge finished speaking, his figure gradually disappeared in the mist. Sumor returned to his senses and looked around at the burly demons that kept killing away. Bang, bang, bang. Kill 30 demons, gain 106 kill points. The other burly demons, too, were decimated by the demonic beasts. The three-eyed fox came to Sumor's side and grabbed him. The four demonic beasts disappeared into thin air, and along with them was Sumo. Sumor didn't know where these demonic beasts were taking themselves. It was unknown how long had passed before the three-eyed fox put Sumor down, its bloodshot eyes staring at Sumor in death. The blood tiger following behind was also staring at Sumor. She's your sister. Is there something in this for you? The four demonic beasts looked as if their hearts were palpitating, thinking of the shadow's sudden attack on them just now. Their fear had not been suppressed yet. Sumor recounted what had happened before. Impossible. Resurrecting from the dead. I suspect you are swindling us. Blood Tiger stared at Sumor, his voice low and shocked, looking at the determination in Sumor's eyes. Blood Tiger closed his mouth. They use demonic beasts, humans to experiment. Those demons are their experimental products. And now they've set their sights on the northern district. I believe it won't take long for a war to be avoided. Not to mention that they make a bone flute that can control demonic beasts. This is your territory, so I'm sure you've seen that thing before. The blood tiger thought of something and spat out something inside his mouth. Is this the thing you're talking about? Sumor's expression stared after seeing this thing. There's no mistake. It's this thing that can control demonic beasts. This thing is based on its own strength. The stronger the person blowing it is, the stronger the demonic beasts it controls. Hearing Sumor's words, the four demonic beasts were silent. No wonder those people can easily set up research here, using this kind of flute to control demonic beasts and messing around right under our noses. It's indeed difficult for us to discover, the three-eyed fox said in a dull tone. I want you guys to do me a favor, or cooperate. Sumo stared at the four demonic beasts and said in a grave voice. Sumor had wanted to find the gorilla to cooperate with, but now his old man was here, and there were also four treading heaven realm demonic beasts. It was the best one for Sumor. The three-eyed fox stared at Sumor. Tell me what you think? The three-eyed fox stared at Sumor. I'm sure you all know how heartless those people are. That organization is called Forever, and in their eyes people and demonic beasts are objects that can be sacrificed at any time. It has been recorded that we dealt with the demons together today, and those will take it out of context and make it sound like I have ulterior motives for working with you. They will create remarks that I'm working with demonic beasts and will proclaim that I'm a traitor. Sumor took a deep breath. This was supposed to be a result he needed. Suro absolutely would invisibly help him accomplish it. The third eye of the three-eyed fox blinked and stared at Sumor. You want the demonic beasts to attack the city. Sit on this one and take the blame. You want to enter the game with your body. The three-eyed fox stared at Sumor with slight admiration. Sumori nodded. There's no way. Those people are hiding too deeply. I can only risk forcing them out. But the humans are going to not be able to tolerate you either. Pass it on, and you won't even be able to get into the north end. You don't have to worry about this. I have my own methods. Don't you guys want to retaliate back? Suemo looked at the four demonic beasts and inquired. Your proposal is not bad, but what benefits do we get? The three-eyed fox took a deep breath. Then you guys kill me. Early death and late death are both death. Early death can still go down to the queue for reincarnation. Maybe in the next life you can also cast a rich and noble family, Sumor said with an indifferent face. Suemo sat down on the stone after he finished speaking, clearly looking like he was at your disposal. The four demonic beasts looked at each other. Even if they wanted to kill Sumor, it would be later. The three-eyed fox stared at Sumor. We demonic beasts also know how to return favors. We don't have that much heart. Your reminder just now saved our lives. We will repay back. We can work with you once. Sumor took a deep breath when he heard the three-eyed fox agree. But now I have one more thing to do. And you should know where there are traces of the golden corpse worm. There are traces of golden corpse worms. And there should still be places they study. Hearing Sumor mention his request, the eyes of the four-headed demonic beasts narrowed. No wonder those corpses weren't discovered. So they were devoured by the golden corpse insects. The three-eyed fox took a deep breath and said thoughtfully, I do know a few places where there are traces of golden corpse bugs, and in huge numbers. But we can't go over there. You can only go over there yourself. Black Eagle stared at Sumor and said, Yes, I'll go over there myself. The Black Eagle heard Sumor's agreement and sent out fluctuations. And not long after, a demonic beast came over and brought Sumor over. Seeing Sumor's back disappear, Black Eagle's eyes became sharp. Black Hawk, do what you want and don't cause anything else, the three-eyed fox admonished. We can't take what this kid says seriously. In case he really uses us, keep an eye out. Since he's going to tackle the golden corpse bug, let him go. He this young. Extraordinary qualifications. Even the human's mouth and pen punishment do not care. It shows that there are powerful people behind him. You say that if he dies, the Black Eagle's gaze was calculating, seeing that he has just reached adulthood at his age, and has already become in the realm of the demon realm. Such a person can't die in our hands, and if he dies in the hands of those demons, it has nothing to do with us. When the time comes for the strong humans to appear, let them find the places where the demons are being studied, and we won't have to pay anything to uproot those hidden places. It's only good for us, not bad. At most, some demonic beasts will die, and it's acceptable for us demonic beasts, who, unlike humans, reproduce very slowly. Hearing Black Eagle's words, the other 3 demonic beasts nodded. This method was good. If he survives, we'll help him for once. It's nothing more than some dead demonic beasts. When the time comes for him to go back and talk to the people behind him, maybe we can work with the human powerhouses as usual and uproot those filthy things. It's a win-win situation for us. Of course, dog eat dog, not to mention we'll get something else out of it, won't we? Since he wants us to cooperate, of course we have to cooperate in a big way. Do you think the humans will still be able to tolerate him? The death of a heaven's pride is definitely earning hemp for us demonic beasts. After Black Eagle finished speaking, the 3 demonic beasts nodded, their eyes narrowing as they thought of the things they had discussed earlier, and now it was time to act. This time, including the 3-eyed fox, they all stared at Black Eagle, not thinking that this guy had such a good brain. At this moment, Sumor followed the lead demonic beast to go and look for the traces of the golden corpse bug. As for the words of those 4 demonic beasts, Sumor wouldn't believe a word of it. What realm were those 4 demonic beasts in? The treading heaven realm. The wind and grass here could really be hidden from them. This is also why Sumor took the initiative to bring up the matter of the bone flute. It was a test. Otherwise how would those 4 demonic beasts act on? The 4 demonic beasts. There were those who sang red faces to him and those who sang black faces to him. The golden giant ape even pulled out his son. Sumor snorted inwardly as he thought of this. Not to mention the rest. What kind of person was Su Rouge? Selfish and self-serving. And now there was someone behind him who actually didn't kill him. Even the biological parents have killed. The most resentful, but he's Sumor. Actually did not kill. Really think it is over the family. The joke it. And why was the golden corpse bug suddenly right in the path of his appearance? If they could discover Sumor's trail, could they really not discover the traces of so many demons? The 4 demonic beasts look like they specialize in catching Sumor. Ha! As for their thoughts, Sumor could also guess. Invisibly, Sumor's plan had been completed, and masters should be ready. The demonic beast leading Sumor suddenly stopped. Sumor looked into the distance. His eyes narrowed. The densely packed golden corpse insects kept surging. The demonic beast that led Sumor, after bringing Sumor to this place, turned around and ran towards the mist. Sumor took the Xian iron sword, and since they had already cooperated, Sumor knew that he would definitely not die. Turning into a ghost, he killed at the golden corpse insect. Kill 3,000 golden corpse insects. Gain 4,765 kill points. Kill 5,346 golden corpse insects. Gain 11,382 kill points. Half an hour later, a rushing flame rose up, and Sumo's royal sword art was used, disappearing into the flames. When Sumor came out, he looked at the fire in the distance, and did not think that there were more golden corpse insects here, more than twice as many as the first one that appeared before. The demonic beast that led Sumor before appeared once again. Let's go. Move to the next place. The leading demonic beast nodded and led Sumor to move to the next place. 3 hours later, it was accompanied by a fire rising once more. For treading heaven realm demonic beasts had already appeared around Sumo. I didn't think that you could actually do it? The 4 treading heaven realm demonic beasts looked at Sumo with surprise, shock, and disbelief in their eyes. These are all small problems. Now we have to deal with the most troublesome thing. Sumor took a deep breath, and a worried look appeared on his face. I'll send you back. After Black Eagle finished speaking, he gestured for Sumor to stand on his back. Sumor naturally wouldn't be polite, and the Black Eagle rose up into the air at an extremely fast speed. It didn't take long to see the familiar walls already. After the Black Eagle put Sumor down, it flew into the mist and disappeared. Sumor took a deep breath, knowing what would greet him next. The abuse, even the siege, but he couldn't proclaim it, because this time the plan wasn't complete, and it was all to be experienced. Uncle Chiu, don't worry, I'll make sure they're buried with you. Sumor walked towards the city, just came in and saw the crowds. Traitor, why don't you die outside and come back for what? Get out of the northern district. This is no place for you to stay. Since you're close to the demonic beasts, go over there with them. Why come back? You've already been exposed. You don't think you can still fool us? People like you are the scourge of the northern district. The northern district protects your safety, and now you're actually cooperating with demonic beasts? Shameless and despicable. Accusations of abuse spewed forth. Sumor didn't say anything. When this time the plan was completed, he would have to liquidate these people one by one. Really thought he, Sumor, didn't have any temper. But there were also those who sided with Sumor. All of you shut up. For treading heaven realm demonic beasts, what would you do if you were there? If you guys keep cursing, I'll stand here and curse against you guys. Why did you guys receive the picture of Sumor and the demonic beast together? What just passed you must forget. They are here to deal with Sumor. If you force Sumor to die, it is just what those people want. Brainless fools. Fuck you mums. Whoever curses again, I'll defecate on your heads at night. Not long after that the city gates were in complete chaos, and even quite a few people clenched their fists and rushed at the people who were siding with Sumor. Your grandma's big black teeth. Come on. Whoever dares to come a little closer to Sumor today, I'll kill you. You think Sumor are all as brainless as you guys, being used without even realizing it. Dumbass. Beat you to death. In no time the doorway was in chaos, and in the shadows a number of people began to throw rotten vegetable leaves. A figure suddenly stood in front of Sumor, and all those things were thrown at this person. Baiyu stood in front of Sumor and took his hand. Come on, let's go home. Baiyu pulled Sumor and passed through the crowd. At this moment a golden light was protecting Sumo as well as Baiyu, and the people protecting Sumo. Sumo's eyes narrowed. Killing intent descended. That huge killing intent that made many people shudder as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. There are even a lot of people who protect Sumor Baiyu, have been bruised and swollen. Looking at Sumor out of the way, relieved, they do not believe that Sumor is that kind of person. There are definitely bitter reasons. In the north courtyard, Long Lintian's fingers clenched tightly, staring at Sumor in the screen with a deadly stare. Those who throw rotten leaves, make a fucking note of it, and when it's over, kick them all out of the north end. The four Vice-Deans heard that Long Lintian had exploded into foul language and knew that things were getting big. After so many years, this was the first time they had seen Long Lintian like this. Find out their backgrounds, where their kids go to school. I want all their information. Such dogs who see the wind and the helm will also become traitors in the future when the demonic beasts break out. Clean it up before it's too late. We can't be like the 10th district in the northern district. There's one of these dogs to clean up, and we'll have some peace in the north end. And I think they're having too good a time. Forget it. It's better to let Sumor handle it and record all these people. Long Lin Tian's emotions only relaxed after he finished speaking. Sumor had just returned home, and the place where he had lived before had been spray painted. Traitor, get out of my north end. You're the trash of my north end. Stinker. A traitor deserves to live in such a nice place. I'll be damned. If you have any conscience, you'll kill yourself. Dog. It's not enough for someone like you to die. How come the demonic beasts didn't eat you up? Sumor lost a laugh. All of this had already occurred to him. Don't take it to heart. Baiyu was still worried that Sumor cared too much and affected his state of mind. It's nothing. The consequences of my plan when they killed Uncle Joe, I had it in mind. Not to mention that these tactics, they're just child's play, and all these people just record them. Those dirty things? Killing Uncle Zhao did not have the slightest mercy. I will liquidate them one by one. What is this insult in front of me? After Sumor finished speaking, he took his cell phone out, which had pictures recorded in it. Those are the things from the research labs, and you can still see the rows of demons. Suemo handed it to Shirayuki. Take a look. These things should have something to do with genetics. Baiyu took over the cell phone, and after seeing what was inside, her pupils shifted and a coldness appeared on her face. After returning the cell phone to Sumor, Baiyu suppressed the anger within her heart. Where there are people, there is a jungle. It's inevitable. The human heart is unpredictable. There are those people who always feel different and prove themselves in some way. Damn it. Sumor nodded. He knew all this too. Tonight the demonic beasts will attack the city. Suemo took a deep breath and lifted his gaze to look at Baiyu. After Sumor finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the room. After Baiyu washed up, she returned to her room and took out her cell phone to look at the martial arts forum. Is this the pride of mankind? Or is it a traitor? There were also photos below of Sumor standing beside the four treading heaven realm demonic beasts in a conversational manner. It's directly on the post that occupies the top of the martial artists list. No way. This is right. There's absolutely no way Sumor would do this. Knowing people, he's the one who made the rules for the martial arts exam. What the hell? Not bad. It's better to kill such a traitor as soon as possible, lest it bring disaster to humanity. Impossible. Today we were hunting demonic beasts outside the city and it was Sumor who saved us. Yes. It must be to save us that we were surrounded by the four great demonic beasts and could only make false pretenses. Such give him back the wash. The evidence is in front of us. Upstairs. You eat shit. Your breath is so strong. Too many good days. How many heavenly prides have been forced away just because you're retarded and make decisions before things are clear? Where were you guys when he killed the demonic beast? At first, dozens of miles of demonic beasts outside the city were killed by him, including D-City. One person slaughtered tens of thousands of demonic beasts. Where are you guys? So scared that the eggs do not dare to come out, but also dare to speak out here. Who knows if it's an act? Doing this on purpose and leading the demonic beasts to attack the city when the time comes. Is there not enough of this kind of thing? I think this is the way to go. First gain the trust of you brainless people, and then when the demonic beasts attack the city, you'll regret it. You guys have brains? The ability to see the wind and make the rudder is not small. Before everyone else supported Sumore's. You guys aren't too. Now that things are not yet determined, you start barking again. Lao Zi will see that you guys are too full. You have the ability to you also go to kill 30 miles of demonic beasts. If you can do it, Lao Zi will call you father. People like them can't suffer a little bit of wrongdoing, even if it's their own fault. They post it on the internet to gain sympathy, use public opinion to get others to apologize, and then finally the truth comes out and they say they're wrong. If you ask me, as long as after proving Sumore's innocence, all of them will be driven out of the city, and each of them can't come back without hunting 10,000 demonic beasts. Upstairs, I'm with you. People like that are just fed up. With strength growing so fast, who knows if they've collaborated with those people in order to gain our trust. I think it's also true that breaking through the transcendent realm at the age of 18 is unheard of. Who knows if it's utilizing any evil means. Don't be a spammer. Have the guts to practice offline solo. I'll hammer you to death with a stick. When Baiyu saw that the discussion was mixed, she also took a deep breath. Fortunately there were those who supported Sumore. Seeing those that denigrated Sumore, Baiyu had a coldness in her gaze. These retards, all wait. Sumore didn't bother to watch the things on the forum. Those things didn't serve any purpose for him. Killing more people from those organizations to avenge Uncle Zhao is the most important thing. Sumore decided to fill up the affinity of gold first, just boosting it by 2 points. And when he fought with the gold necromorphs, he found that his strikes were sharper. Kill points disappearing fast. 9, 500, 9, 600, 9, 700. As the affinity became 100, Sumore felt the surrounding golden aura surrounding him and continuously entering his body. Sumore seemed to be the golden aura. At night there will be a demonic beast attacking the city, and the next step is to raise your strength. Sumore continued to add points, and the kill value was rapidly disappearing. Sumore carefully felt the changes within his body, and after gradually familiarizing himself with his power, the corner of his mouth sketched a smile. The only thing that could make Sumore happy now was to enhance his strength. The Eternal Life Organization. Wait, and all those traitors wait. Sooner or later I will uproot you all. Sumore returned to his senses and his gaze fell on the panel. Name Sumore. Age, 18. Strength, 9th level of dematerialization, 0/1000000. Heart technique, shaping the way 4, 0/15,000. Martial skills, stacked wave blade, Shin grade, perfect, treading snow, Shin grade, perfect, hidden concealment technique, earth grade, perfect. Daoi, triple blade E. Psychic attributes, gold, affinity 100, wood, affinity 30, 0/3000, water, affinity 28, 0/2800, fire, affinity 53, 0/5300, earth, affinity 29, 0/2900, wind, affinity 64, 0/6400, thunder, affinity 13, 0/1300, space, affinity 3, 0/3000, time, affinity 1, 0/1000. Kill points, 67468. The strength had already reached the 9th level of dematerialization, but this was something that could only be obtained by hunting hundreds of thousands of golden corpse insects. In particular, the affinity of gold reached 100, one short of reaching 100 for both attributes. It was still good to have a herd of demonic beasts and be able to gain a lot of kill value quickly. However, after the demonic beasts attacked the city, a large number of demonic beasts would appear, and again, it was a good time to harvest kill points. Next you need to add points on the wind attribute. After adding the wind attribute to 72, the kill points were no longer enough. Sumore was lying on the bed. Because of the breakthrough, now was the most energetic time. Lying on the bed, he carefully felt the changes in his body, as the surrounding golden yuan power continued to pour into his body, and his physical qualities slowly strengthened. As the sun moves west and the last vestiges of afterglow disappear, the Z9 gate guards. Big brother bye. Let me watch for you for a while. You take a rest first. Baishio's sleepy eyes were hazy, and he glanced at this man without thinking. He guarded the city gates, and of course, there were inspections of the gates as well. This guy had also helped him keep an eye on him once before, and Baishio knew that there was something wrong with this guy. That's just as well. I'm going to get a late night snack to wake up. I'm so sleepy. Baishio left the city gate guards after he finished speaking, rubbing his eyes with a sleepy look. After waiting to leave the range of sight of those people, Baishio hid in the shadows, his gaze as sharp as an eagle's eye. The man who replaced Baishio. His eyes flickered and he whistled. Several men came out of the shadows. carrying a body. At the same time there was also a figure, dressed as Sumor, who opened the city gates. Baishio recorded all of this, his eyes narrowing as he exuded killing intent. Sumor glanced at the time and walked out of the room, and Baiyu happened to change into her combat uniform and walk out. The city gates have converged on a large number of traitors. The demonic beasts outside the city have gathered and begun to attack the city, and the gates have been opened, and those people are still posing as you. Baiyu looked at Sumor, slightly worried. She was worried that Sumor's emotions would be affected. Go! Sumo's voice was calm as he transformed into a ghost and disappeared into the room. At this moment, the Northern District Martial Artist Forum similarly exploded. It really is a traitor, killing the city gate guard, opening the city gate, and letting the demonic beasts attack the city. The following attached also has photos, several bodies on the ground, and there is also a back figure that will open the city gate. Looking at the dress, the height is almost the same as Sumor, especially the last few pictures. You can still see the demonic beasts outside the city. The scarlet eyes were bubbling, and under the shroud of the night, the red light was even more oozing, choosing people to devour, making people's chills stand up after seeing it. Those who spoke for Sumor before, come out and be stubborn, come out and be stubborn. It's over, it's over. How dare this traitor? This is to destroy my human race. Why don't you continue to speak for him? Keep shouting. This kind of traitor is not worthy of death. Now that the demonic beasts are attacking the city, has your hero appeared? Before we said that Sumor was really a traitor and you guys still defended him. Now that the facts are in front of us, you guys continue to defend it. Demonic beasts attacking the city. This is the price you pay for trusting Sumor. Learn from your mistakes and grow a lesson in the future. Also later, if Z City is taken, the Northern District is equivalent to a gaping hole, and the demonic beasts will slowly devour the other cities. This kind of traitor, killing 100 times wouldn't be too much to ask, and now he might be hiding somewhere. Find him quickly and kill him. Let's just say today, we won't let him enter the North District. Let him die outside and go over there with the demonic beasts. Just this is still the genius of the North Courtyard. The Dean's shut-in disciple. It didn't occur to me that the North Courtyard would also go off the rails. Let's see how they end up this time. Not bad. Back when the martial arts exam was still set in Z City, the fanfare of having an 18-year-old brat as the main examiner. Now that I think about it, it's really ridiculous. 18 years old to be able to kill a demonic beast and break through to the devoid of mortality realm. This point makes me suspicious. I've never heard of such a demonic person before, suggesting the utilization of crooked ways. Why other people hunting demonic beasts are not posted on the forum. Only he hunting demonic beasts is posted on the forum. I think it's on purpose, to draw our attention, to portray the image of a hero, a genius, and the purpose is for today, to release the demonic beasts to attack the city. Upstairs, don't insult the North Courtyard. If I were Sumor, I'd kill myself right now. That's right, it's justifiable for the Northern Courtyard to be deceived. They've been guarding the Northern District and are naturally elated to see a genius. But this time the Northern Courtyard needs to give us an explanation. Even if the Dean of the Northern Academy looks away, it's not for you to slander, and it's for you to judge his old man for protecting the Northern District, and to give you an explanation. You don't take a piss and look at yourself to see if you're worthy? If it weren't for the Northern Courtyard, you'd all be demonic beasts of poop. Dogs, can't distinguish between big and small kings anymore. Whoever has the biggest fist in this world is the reason. If you are in the Saint Realm, you are destroying the North District. Others will still say you are bullish, enjoying the protection of others and still here accusing others of what they are not. Your kind of eating and smashing pots and pans lousy despises the most. Not bad. The Northern Courtyard didn't even acknowledge the matter of Sumor being a traitor. And you guys are starting to blah 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 again. Your father crapped inside your mouth when he took a shit, didn't he? Your mouth stinks so bad. The Northern Court is also looking out for the future of the human race when it looks away. And you who sit around eating and drinking are worthy of accusing the Northern Court. Just people like them, typical ungrateful people, underfed white wolves, dogs, retarded, stupid, brain dead, brainless, eggless assholes. At North Yard, look at people like this. Kick them out of the North District. Scum like this don't deserve to stay in our North District. There is a lot of talk above the posting at the moment. The battle at the city gates was also fought, after Sumor and also Baiyu arrived. Sensing the hidden people around them, the two of them looked at each other, their eyes flickering. Miserable screams continued to come from the distance, and Baiyu as well as Sumor looked over at the same time. The densely packed iron eater ants had already swallowed the city walls, and the demonic beasts swarmed up. What's more, the city gates are wide open, and that's why those demonic beasts came in so fast. Let Sumor come out. This traitor has indeed collaborated with the demonic beasts. If he hadn't opened the city gates, The demonic beasts would never have been able to come in so quickly. The person who had impersonated Sumor before had already changed into another set of clothes and was fighting the demonic beasts while angrily cursing Sumor. Losing my old man to trust him so much. Those photos appeared on the forum. I thought they were fake. I should have known that I shouldn't have let him in. It's really letting in a vicious wolf. No, there are too many demonic beasts. Hurry up and request for support or we'll all die. Many martial artists began to hiss. The 4 great demonic beasts stepped into the air, exuding a vigorous aura. Hiss. No good. It's a heaven-treading realm demonic beast appearing. Haven't the powerhouses from the northern courtyard come over yet? For heads of the treading heaven realm, the appearance of demonic beasts in D6 City only resulted in one treading heaven realm. This son of a bitch, Sumor, actually attracted 4 heads of the treading heaven realm. It's over. It's over. This time we're completely dead. All shut the fuck up. The city gates wouldn't be opened by you guys. Killing a demonic beast and cursing Sumor. I now suspect you guys have ulterior motives. There were also martial artists who hunted demonic beasts and reacted, feeling that something was wrong. Not bad. Why are you guys so able to clamor today? On weekdays, the farts don't even come out a single one. You guys aren't traitors, are you? You're not opening the city on purpose, are you? The person who was still clamoring before had a gloomy and ugly face, and after decapitating the demonic beasts around him, he roared angrily in turn. Damn, if I were a traitor, I would have opened the gates a long time ago. Why wait until now? I can't curse him twice for being a traitor. Look at that demonic beast. It simply can't be killed. It's not possible for me to die here, and I'm not allowed to curse anymore. The 4 heaven-treading realm demonic beasts in the sky were still talking in low voices. It didn't occur to me that those people really do have a way to make the city gates open. The blood tiger looked at the demonic beasts that had already attacked the city and said with an uplifted voice, "Not bad. This time we can take down a city. And with those people inside and outside, maybe this area of the city will be lost." The third eye of the 3-eyed fox turned. Today's attack on the city was caught off guard, and by the time the martial artists from the northern courtyard arrived, things would have long been over. Black Eagle said as his eyes stared at the battlefield. There are internal and external problems. They definitely want to investigate the traitor, but we need to incriminate that young man first. The golden giant ape's voice was low. You can still hear the voices abusing him. And if he does find a way to turn the situation around and a powerful man comes looking for us, we can still say that this was a deal with him. If the matter here is resolved, when the time comes for the human powerhouses to go looking for those devils, we can also show them the way. And no matter which outcome, we won't lose out. There was excitement in the blood tiger's eyes. After thinking about this, the black tiger looked at Sumor, who didn't appear, and roared in a low voice. Ha ha, Sumor did a good job. I didn't expect you to actually open the city gates. Come out quickly. We'll pick you up and take you out. As Blood Tiger opened his mouth, those who had previously supported Sumor began to waver in their hearts. Even the Blood Tiger's roar was posted on the martial arts forums, and everything was as deliberate as if it was deliberate. Traitor, traitor, deserves to be killed, really deserves to die. This kind of person is not worthy of death. Damn it, actually really cooperated with the demonic beast. The people who had clamored before were even louder this time. Drive the demonic beasts out and then judge Sumor. Such a person must be beheaded. How can I finish killing? I'm running out of strength now. Who can finish killing? My life is going to be over. Many of the traitors looked at the densely packed demonic beasts and were terrified in their hearts, not thinking that this time when they opened the city gates, their lives would have to be taken in. Stop fucking cursing and hurry up to kill the demonic beasts, or Z9 City will be destroyed. There were also martial artists whose voices trembled. The fight between the martial artists and the demonic beasts continued, and the army of demonic beasts behind them came forward and backward towards the city gates, a pair of scarlet eyes. Seeing a human martial artist was like seeing delicious food. Blood was pungent, corpses were everywhere, and even the broken walls had turned red. The human martial artists stood in rows, transforming into a city wall, preventing the demonic beasts from taking a step forward. After a martial artist was killed, there would be a martial artist behind him who would continue to top the list. No matter what, the demonic beasts could not be allowed to take a step into the city, or how many living beings would die. The demonic beasts' scarlet eyes stared at the humans, their mouths watering as they kept roaring low, and with the stimulation of the smell of blood, they gradually went berserk. After many people killed a demonic beast, dozens of demonic beasts would immediately pounce on them. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, dozens of figures suddenly appeared in the shadows, transforming into ghostly hunters and continuously harvesting the life of demonic beasts. The martial artists from the North Courtyard are here. Everyone, kill, kill. The martial artists who were already disheveled a moment ago, when they saw the appearance of the strong men, They immediately got up in spirit and waved the weapons in their hands to kill the demonic beasts around them. These strong men appeared like merciless killing machines, and in no time, a blank space had appeared in the middle of these people. The demonic beasts that surrounded them roared in low voices, their scarlet eyes flashed with fear, madness, and finally rose up in the air and tore into them. The martial artist from the northern courtyard snorted coldly. The sword in his hand kept waving, and the demonic beast that rose up in the air fell to the ground, its body having long since turned into two halves. In the blink of an eye, the demonic beasts that had charged over were once again forced back. These people wore ink-colored combat clothes and held long knives, with blood constantly seeping from the top of the tips. Kill! Seeing that the pressure at the city was relieved, Sumor and also Bayu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. There was a rustling, and a number of extra figures came out of the shadows at the moment. They were hiding in the shadows, with their bows and arrows out in their hands, already knocked. After Sumor and also Bayu saw it, they looked at each other and transformed into ghosts with the help of the moon. The sound of muffled grunts kept coming from the darkness, and a figure with a bow and arrow just hitched up was already knocked out by two people. After knocking these people out, Sumor pried these people's teeth open to see if there was poison inside. Vice Dean Lei had been watching from the shadows and hadn't rushed out. Vice Dean Lei waved his finger, and quite a few people walked out behind him. Sumor and the traitor that Bayu had knocked out were all taken away. At this moment, as the North Courtyard martial artists hunted more and more demonic beasts, the renegade looked with anxiety. Damn, why don't those people make a move yet? If they don't make a move, the demonic beasts will really be resisted back. These people were like merciless executioners with only killing in their eyes, and each of them could take away dozens of demonic beasts' lives with a single move of their hands. At this moment, Sumor had already hid in a big tree with the help of the moonlight, and his body quietly slipped down. A few figures under the tree had remotes in their hands. Bang! 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 3 muffled grunts rang out as Sumor removed the remote controls from their hands. Damn! These people are really heartless. It looks like they want to blow up the city walls and let more demonic beasts in. The group of demonic beasts were constantly being forced back, and those renegades had already panicked, and already had a bad feeling in their hearts as to why the city walls hadn't been blown up yet. Relying on those iron eaters to gnaw on the walls was too slow. If we waited until the strongest people from the northern courtyard arrived, it would all be too late. The 4 great heaven-treading realm demonic beasts standing in the sky also felt that something was wrong. Why hadn't the city walls blown up yet? And the human martial artists had barely suffered any damage. Those people won't swindle them, right? Didn't they say that they can definitely take this city today? Could it be that they are really going to implement another plan to help the humans and kill those human traitors? After Sumor finished off the traitor who was secretly trying to make a small move, he came to Vice President Lei's side. Tough on you. This time the plan was good, drawing out quite a few traitors. Credit where credit is due. Vice President Lei patted Sumor's shoulder and said. Sumor shook his head. These were nothing. These traitors? Sooner or later he would have to kill them clean. There's nothing wrong with me, but those 4 treading heaven realm demonic beasts can stay behind, and leave the demonic beasts that are attacking the city this time behind as much as possible. So Z City will be safe by then. Vice President Lei nodded. This time when they came over, they intended to do just that, but Vice President Lei still had a hunch that it wouldn't go so smoothly. But you'll have to be careful next. I'm guessing there are quite a few more hiding, waiting for you to show up. They'll kill you when you show up. And to them, killing you could be the equivalent of slapping us in the face. Be careful with everything. Vice President Lei patted Sumor's shoulder and said in a serious tone. Sumor took a deep breath, took out his Shin iron sword, and with the help of the knight, transformed into a ghost and disappeared in front of Vice President Lei's eyes. Bayu looked at Sumor's back revealing worry. As long as he went out, those martial artists would definitely scold him. It was not true that Sumor was powerful. After all, he was only 18 years old, and it was reasonable to say that this age should be a time to enjoy happiness at the knees of his parents. But he, suffering from curses, is still protecting the safety of mankind. This time is really a test of Sumor's heart. But every strong person who grows up needs to pay a price. Vice Dean Lei also thought of something, with a teasing look in his eyes, and a killing intent gradually appeared on his body, then gathered his emotions together. Shirayuki looked back at the fight in the distance. The more demonic Sumor behaves, the more they are afraid and the more they want to kill Sumor. But after experiencing this incident, it won't be that easy for those people to continue to make underhanded moves against Sumor. But the North Courtyard's attitude has to be taken out as well. Otherwise, there will always be some trash, assholes, disgusting people. Bayu clenched her fingers together, killing intent brewing under her eyes. Naturally, the dean has already personally given his word. When the matter is over, it's time for a complete reckoning, and those who insulted Sumor will all pay the price. After Bayu heard it, Her gaze was skeptical and surprised. That old man would really get angry? After Sumor walked out from the shadows, many people's gazes instantly gathered on him. The previous traitors screamed even more. Bastard! Dog! How dare you come out? Why don't you go to hell? That's right. Still have the face to come out. Don't think we still believe you now. You've opened the gates already, the evidence is overwhelming. Stop acting like a rotten good guy. Now that you've come out to hunt demonic beasts, you're just acting for us. Sumor glanced at him and swung out a blade. A dozen meters of golden blade awnings appeared. The person who had just angrily cursed Sumor looked at the gully in front of him and rolled his throat a little. Someone in the shadows hurriedly snapped a picture and posted it on the forum. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Sumor strike against my human martial artist? I don't believe it. That picture of the open gates is the blurred figure. I suspect they're setting up Sumor. Stop washing for Sumor. Now that the evidence is in front of us, his acting can only fool you brainless people. Upstairs, shut your stinking mouth. There must be a reason for it. Just wait. If Sumor is really a traitor, there's no way he would have taken the initiative to walk out. Isn't it good for him to just run outside the city? Not bad. There must be a reason for this. Wait. When this is over, I'm sure the northern courtyard will give us a statement. Sumor looked at the clamoring man who had closed his mouth and stopped paying attention. Judge them when it's over. Wait. When the time comes, he will personally chop off the heads of these people one after the other. At this moment, Sumor took a deep breath, transformed into a ghost and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. The next thing that appeared in front of the crowd was a flash of golden light. All the demonic beasts that passed along the way were turned into two halves. Kill 300 demonic beasts. Gain 707 kill points. When the four major demonic beasts in the sky saw Sumor appear, there was surprise in their eyes. What the hell is this guy up to? Get out of the way. Don't block him. He's a credit to us. The blood tiger let out a low roar, and the demonic beasts that were still surrounding Sumor suddenly made way. At this time, a silhouette suddenly appeared in the distance. Extremely fast, coming from the shadows. Don't let him go. A traitor like that can't be allowed to leave. We came all the way here to kill Sumor. Such a traitor can't leave the northern district alive, or else it would be a great disaster for our human race. A figure, extremely fast, in the middle of the night, with a sharp gaze, staring deathly at Sumor. Blood Tiger's eyes changed after seeing this scene. What to do next? Should we block it or let this young man die? Blood Tiger looked at the three-eyed fox and asked. Block it, in case we can't kill Sumor today. We can use this as an excuse. After the three-eyed fox finished speaking, the other three demonic beasts nodded. This method was good. Stop them. Don't let them get close to Sumor, the three-eyed fox ordered. Hearing the three-eyed fox's order, the surrounding demonic beasts quickly gathered, and in no time a demonic beast city wall was erected. The martial artists who were killing from afar, after seeing this scene, their eyes flickered. What was the situation? Why are these demonic beasts blocking them? Clearly the upper head has said that they can just kill Sumor. The demonic beasts will not block them and will even help them. What's going on now? Murphy is paralyzing Sumor. So that's good. These killers, fighting with demonic beasts. The three-eyed fox was in the air, eyes narrowed. That's the result they want. A man outside the city at the moment, staring at the screen, with a few people standing behind him. Something's wrong, or else give up on this plan this time. These demonic beasts are not right either. It's not possible that they're working with Sumor, right? Are you sure that the demonic beasts are really working with you and not with Sumor? A person behind him, standing back, rushed at Su Rime and asked. Su Ro turned her head and gave this person a cold look. But a head flew up. It's not your turn to tell me what to do, and whoever dares to doubt me again, this person will be the downfall. The people standing behind Su Rouge were silenced. That shadow killed without a shadow. The person who questioned Su Rouge just now, but he was in the divine soul realm. He didn't even have the power to resist. At this moment, Su Rouge was staring tightly at the screen. Su Mo had made her lose her face on top of the martial arts exam, and even when she had knelt down and begged for forgiveness, Su Mo had turned a blind eye. It was hard to catch a chance this time, so she could slander him for cooperating with the demonic beasts and turn him into a traitor of the human race. And then when the people in the northern district drove Sumor out, she would slowly torture Sumor. She suffered from something that must be tried once by Sumor himself. 18 years old, breaking through the transcendent, comprehending the meaning of the sword. The closed disciple of the Dean of the North Academy, a genius martial artist. So what? Su Ro looked at Su Mo in the screen, and the killing intent under her eyes was undisguised. Sumor, I'll destroy you little by little, so that you can't beg for life or death. The person standing behind Su Rouge had an ugly face as he watched Su Rouge gradually become insane. Su Ballad, I advise you not to be intentional, or else, the shadow demon suddenly appeared behind the man, his hand on the speaker's neck. "I'll kill you if you dare to say more and spoil my good deed. Didn't the one who died just now give you a bit of a wake-up call?" Su-ro said without looking back. Seeing these people behind her shut their mouths, Su-rouge snorted coldly and turned her head to continue staring at the screen. Within moments, fingers operated and a message went out. "Get moving, take Z9 City, and as for Su-more, make him so badly injured that there's no way to refute the evidence of this one." After doing so, he began to talk to the shadow demon beside him, and with Su-rime's low murmur, the shadow demon nodded, and a few figures in the shadows disappeared. The person who had just refuted Su-rouge broke out in a cold sweat behind his back. Those shadow demons were not strong, shadowless, and they didn't even know when they were hiding behind them. At this moment, within the city, a number of masked men appeared in the shadows, suddenly killing the human martial artists. The four great heaven-treading realm demonic beasts in the sky narrowed their eyes after seeing this scene. Those people have already acted. We should act next as well. It's too late to make a difference. The three-eyed fox's gaze narrowed, and he inadvertently glanced at Su-more, who was still protected by the demonic beasts. A special wave emanated from his mouth, only to see the demonic beasts that were still protecting Su-more tearing at Su-more. The sudden scene caught the crowd off guard. The martial artist who had originally killed Su-more was overjoyed after seeing this scene. The traitors, including those who had been frightened by Su-more earlier, also continued to start clamoring. This is what happens when you are a traitor. How can a demonic beast cooperate with humans? This disaster is all brought about by you. Su-more, this is you seeking your own death. No wonder so many people want to kill you, purely because they can't look at you as a dangling and standing. Su-more's expression was cold, the shin iron blade in his hand swung, and the demonic beasts that bit toward Su-more all cracked and turned into blood mist, spilling onto Su-more's body. At this moment, the killing intent on Su-more's body gradually coalesced and gathered. The killers who rushed towards Su-more had their cold hair standing upright. Just how many demonic beasts did this guy kill? Such a big killing intent. Kill 200 demonic beasts and gain 407 kill points. The four major demonic beasts in the sky looked at each other when they saw these black-robed men appear. Four majestic forces suddenly erupted out and blasted towards the city wall. The four treading heaven realm demonic beasts continuously bombarded dozens of times. With a rumble, a piece of the city wall collapsed. More demonic beasts poured in from outside the city. Not good. The city wall is destroyed. This time it's completely over. The human martial artists let out a wail. Why haven't the strongest people from the northern courtyard come over yet? At this rate, Z City will be completely lost, and there will be a gaping hole in the northern district. Su-more, you traitor. You will become a disgrace to the human race and a sinner in the northern district. Just you are the pride of Z-town. My ass. Those screaming traitors revealed looks of despair and cursed even harder. Truly a ruthless person. The scene that appeared at the martial arts exam back then. I suspect that it was also directed by you. That's what you're using to portray that you're aggrieved. To use sympathy, and then to paralyze us, is what you're doing to prepare for today. Maybe you set your sister up on purpose. Su-more ignored the clamor of these traitors and slowly cleared the air. Su-ro, who was still watching outside the city at the moment, was refreshed and had a smile on his lips after seeing this scene. So-more, my good brother. That's the first step. After today, let's see how you can defend yourself. And then my sister will enjoy the lousy look of you being driven out of the city. I want you to kneel down and confess to me in person. Su-mo stood with his shin iron sword in hand, looking at the traitors rushing towards him with killing intent looming over them. You traitors, you've finally given up and come out. Hearing Su-more's words, a bad feeling rose in the hearts of those who were killing Su-more at the moment. Right in the middle of the sky, the four great heaven-treading realm demonic beasts also had an ominous premonition after hearing Su-more's words. Buzz off. Rumble. Clack. Clack. A heavenly might descended as if the sky was collapsing. The thunder swept across the sky. The bodies of those martial artists who had come out of the darkness convulsed and all of them fell to the ground. The four great demonic beasts in the sky had terror in their eyes as they looked at the one powerful person who had stepped out from the shadows. Run! The four demonic beasts let out a low roar, their voices fearful. Can you run away? Vice-Dean Lei took one step towards the four great demonic beasts. No demonic beast can run away from me yet. Crackle! For thunderbolts descended as if they were pillars of light, heavily smashing onto the four major demonic beasts. Bang! 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 The four demonic beasts didn't have the power to resist and landed directly from the sky. At this moment, Su-more even transformed into a ghost, utilizing his power to the extreme and killing the demonic beast. Looking at this scene that suddenly appeared, those who cursed Su-more or those who supported Su-more were all dumbfounded. What's going on here? Why did the strongest man from the North District arrive so long ago? No one paid attention to their shock, and at this moment, More powerful people came out from the shadows and started hunting demonic beasts together. At this moment, Sumo was like a merciless executioner. Any demonic beasts all turned into corpses in his hands. Kill 10,000 demonic beasts. Gain 27,500 kill points. Stacked waves. Chopping heavenly slash. Golden auras flashed by. And flames appeared every now and then. And a strong wind also appeared around Sumor. 3 attributes. Actually 3 attributes. At this moment, after someone noticed Sumor's situation, they let out a shriek. 3 attributes. Applied at will. Doesn't that mean that his affinity for each attribute is extremely high? Also, what the hell is going on? I'm still in a daze. I knew it. Sumor absolutely can't be a traitor. I guessed right. Those who scolded Sumor before wait. See if I don't scold you all to death when I go back. Sumor kept hunting demonic beasts. And suddenly his footsteps lurched to a violent stop. A faint crisis lingered around. And the aura of intense death descended upon the body. Sumor absently stared at the corpses on the ground and didn't find the presence of that crisis. It looked like they had to be lured out. Or else those bizarre presences would be a great danger indeed. While Sumor was continuously hunting demonic beasts, a demonic beast rushed at Sumor and exuded the aura of the divine soul realm. Sumor's Xian iron sword was erected in front of his body. The whole body returned to peace. The power of gold spread over the body. Chopper. A blade was swung out, and a 20-meter blade suddenly appeared. Rumble. A huge gully appeared on the ground, and all the demonic beasts that passed along the way turned into blood mist and disappeared. That demonic beast that lunged at Sumor was still half a meter away from Sumor when it turned into 2 halves. Sumor's chest rose and fell violently. Cold sweat continued on his head, and bean-sized beads of sweat dripped down his cheeks. The ground suddenly surged out and 3 bizarre black shadows suddenly appeared, holding sharp blades and stabbing at Sumor. Sumor had just killed the divine soul realm demonic beast. The empty door opened, and the black shadow wanted to zap at Sumor's death point. Sumo's body twisted, moving away from the vitals. The shaping Dao technique was in motion, and the power of gold was spread around his body. But 3 daggers directly pierced through Sumor's protection and stuck on his body, blood spurting out. Sumor's muscles rolled, preventing these shadow demons from pulling their weapons out. The shadow demon reacted extremely fast. The dagger did not pull out at the first time, and directly gave up, and once again took out 3 daggers, and continued to stab at Sumor. After Sumor saw it, he straightly called out that he didn't speak of martial virtue, stepped on the snow and ran, drifted toward the distance, and those shadow devils were even faster. No, don't! Baiyu suddenly roared. His speed was as fast as it could be, and he ran towards Sumor. Vice President Lei bared his teeth after seeing this scene. Grass your grandmother's big sour teeth, daring to bully the genius of my North Academy. The voice was like a flood of bells. The 3 shadow devils were dizzy. The runes on their faces flickered, and their red pupils once again stared at Sumor as they continued to stab towards him. Sumor swung out a knife. Blade intent erupted. The shadow demon didn't care. The dagger in his hand was tightly clenched, ruthlessly rushing at Sumor to stab him. Sumor exerted the power of gold to the extreme. The golden wall suddenly appeared. With a clang, the dagger stabbed on top of the golden wall. The figure was blocked. Sumor used the opportunity to escape. The shadow demon's figure was about to disappear when he saw the thunder immediately sweeping across to his side. Golden light spread on the ground, transforming into a cage. It turned out to be the teacher who had previously been the main examiner with Sumor, who had also made a move. The 3 shadow demons are still trying to escape, but the golden wall is already blocking their way. Thunder fell from the sky. The 3 shadow demons revealed a look of fear and turned their heads to look at Sumor's pale face with a teasing expression. You did it on purpose. One of the shadow demons reacted that Sumor was using himself as a target to lure them out. The 3 shadow demons finally tried to fight back a bit, and the thunder had already landed. The 3 shadow demons turned into ashes and drifted into the air. A smile hung at the corner of Sumor's mouth. He knew that Su-ro would not let go of this opportunity. He didn't know about the Forever Living organization, but he knew about Su Ballad, and that was enough. He bet right. Looking at the 3 weapons inserted in his body, Sumor pulled them out stiffly and blood spattered out as wind force maneuvered the 3 weapons while his body moved to kill in the distance. Shirayuki, who had just arrived, stopped in his tracks, angry, and a scowl gradually crept onto his face. Kill, 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 you forget it. After saying that, he stomped his foot and accompanied Sumor, while killing towards the surrounding demonic beasts, observing Sumor's state from time to time. I'm so afraid this little brother is going to hiccup. Sumor also smiled at Baiyu, signaling her not to worry. Injury is nothing. This is a good time to hunt demonic beasts. Kill points. Strength. Affinity. I'll rely on this thing. After this village does not have this store. By the time the sky let up, The walls had turned red and there were bodies everywhere. Sumor gasped violently. Dang! Leaning on his sword, his body fell to one knee, panting heavily. His face had become bloodless and his body was trembling slightly. Many people put down their weapons and looked at that one back as bodies piled up around them. The clothes on his body had been dyed red. His sword had long since rolled its edge, and several fist-sized gouges had appeared on the back of the blade. Even his hair had been dyed red. Blood was still gurgling from his body. Sumor braced himself and staggered to his feet. The three demonic beasts in front of them hissed lowly and kept retreating. There were other martial artists in Bayou who wanted to step forward. Don't go over there. Vice Dean Lei took a deep breath and said slowly. After hearing that, the many martial artists stopped their steps and turned their heads, looking at Vice President Lei with incomprehension. Vice President Lei also had heartache in his eyes, but he knew that he couldn't go over there. Injured all the time hunting demonic beasts, he knew that Sumor was suffering in his heart. After all, it was his plan to die quite a few martial artists, and he was blaming himself for being a good boy. Although they all knew that a lot of people would be sacrificed, Dean knew it, they knew it, the plan worked, drew out a lot of traitors, and the North End was safer. The abuse, coupled with Zhao Yang's death some time ago, Sumor had been holding it in his heart and had nowhere to vent it. It's good to let him vent. Even if the remaining ones were still three Divine Soul Realm demonic beasts, he still believed that Sumo could kill them, and that was the pride of their northern courtyard. Suoma dragged his knife. Clank, clank, clank. The knife made a sound on the ground, sputtering tiny sparks. Sumor felt weak all over. He couldn't lift his arms, and his eyes had been dyed red with blood. The three Divine Soul Realm demonic beasts stared at Sumor, constantly roaring lowly as if they were warning Sumor. Their 3 5th-level demonic beasts were actually fearing the humans of the Transfiguration realm. Don't come over, don't come over. The demonic beast roared low and stared warily at Sumor. Those martial artists around them gawked at them. At this moment, the three demonic beasts were on the verge of crying out. I should have known better. Thought it was welfare. Who knew it was in the grave? Obviously, he was only at the transcendent mortal realm, so why was he able to hunt Divine Soul Realm demonic beasts? This night, Suemo had beheaded about 10 demonic beasts of the same level as them. Kill you, kill you, kill you clean. Sumor murmured in a low voice, his eyes looking like they were in a state of confusion. Just kill you all clean. If only I were stronger. Today it was my plan that dragged a lot of people down. If I were stronger, I could have protected more people. If I were stronger, who would dare to touch Uncle Zhao? Little Mo won't lose his father either. Sumor lowered his head and walked towards the front. Roar! 3 Divine Soul Realm demonic beasts rushed at Sumor. At the same time hundreds of ice arrows coalesced from his body and shot at Sumor's head. Dang! 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 Tao of golden light appeared around Sumor. Kill! This sound resounded through the clouds and shook the heavens. The 3-headed demonic beasts looked at Sumo's body as it erupted with killing intent. Startled, Sumo's gaze snapped up. His eyes were like a knife that cut into the hearts of the 3 5th-level demonic beasts. The hearts of the 3-headed demonic beasts were cold. Chopper. Nothing fancy, just a simple slash. Boom. 3 demonic beast heads fell. The ground even extended out into a gully 20 meters long and half a meter wide. The people who were staring at Sumor from afar, their eyes were wide and dumbfounded. Kill 3 level 5 second order demonic beasts. Gain 26 kill points. Buzz off. Suemo stood in place, and the Tao of golden light suddenly appeared on his body. Rumble. A powerful wave of air appeared on the body. Dang. A golden city wall appeared, protecting the many martial artists inside. The golden light on Sumo's body as well as the blade intent kept raging. Vice President Lei's eyes widened. Fourfold blade intent now. Good boy. More than that, this kid is going to break through the Divine Soul Realm. All of the surrounding corpses were blown up and chopped into blood mist by the involuntarily released blade intent, drifting down from the sky. Sumor suddenly felt that things around him were clearer, and he could even see things 100 meters away, like he was close to his eyes for a closer look. The corner of Sumor's mouth rose as he reached the Divine Soul Realm. All the martial artists stood in place, none of them daring to approach. Many martial artists' throats rolled. 18 years old, Divine Soul Realm, too shocking. This was Sumor, the 18-year-old main examiner, who was previously said to be at the Divine Orifice Realm, comprehending the blade intent. Now it was even breaking through the Divine Soul Realm in front of everyone, and the blade intent had reached the 4th level, converting his aura. It was only when someone around him dared to approach Sumor. At this moment, Suro's face was gloomy after seeing this scene outside the city. Damn you, Sumor. You actually put my plan to waste. By what right? You've broken through the Divine Soul Realm and reached the 4th blade intent. Wait, you wait. Ha ha, Su Ballad, just wait to suffer your punishment. I told you to retreat, but you just didn't listen. This time the setup in the Northern District was almost finished by your loss. Not to mention the rest. The demonic beasts that approached Z City this time are even more meta. Suro walked up to this person and took out a dagger in his hand. Put. You. The person who was still denigrating Su Rouge was incredulous. He hadn't expected that Su Rouge would even kill him. My mission is to kill Su Mor. It's not your turn to tell me what to do. What are you? I can even kill my own parents. As for you, a jumped-up clown. What's the point of raving here? After throwing the dagger away, the equipment in front of him was all destroyed by Su Yao. Su Mor. There will be a long time to come. This time the plan failed because of that group of stupid demonic beasts. Next time you won't be so lucky. After Su Rouge finished speaking, he turned around and disappeared into the mist, leaving behind a corpse that was also gnawed away by the demonic beasts not long after. At this moment, inside the city, Baiyu approached Suemo and watched as the blood on Sumo's body had already solidified, and a little bit of redness was restored to her pale face. Before she let go of her heart, a rising sun rose, and Sumo revealed a smile that was as warm as the sun. Sister Baiyu, there's nothing wrong with me, don't worry. Baiyu took a deep breath and reached out her hand, pulling Sumor. Come on, let's go home. Yes. Baiyu took Sumor's hand and walked through the crowd, heading into the distance. Vice Dean Lei had a gossipy look on his face. The inside of his mouth was still slurping. What had he ever seen Baiyu take such initiative? When others touched Baiyu's hand, what was ushered in was a fat beating from Baiyu. Looking at the sun rising in the distance, Vice President Lei took a deep breath. This one was so rewarding that it relieved a lot of pressure at once, especially those traitors that popped up yesterday. There were thousands of them. It looks like they want to take down Z-Town. Unfortunately, he was counter-calculated by Su Mor, and the demonic beasts around Z-City were greatly injured this time. If there were people like Su Mor in other cities, they wouldn't have to worry so much. That old thing should be laughing his ass off in his office. Vice President Lei's gaze was thoughtful. Those shadow demons, they really couldn't be defended against. Could there be a stronger shadow demon? Hiding out in the north. It looked like it would take some careful investigation. Teachers who use gold power approach Vice President Ray. It's reasonable to say that these traitors wouldn't be so aggressive, so why did they have to kill Su Mor this time? Even don't want to die and attack at Su Mor. That's weird. When did the leader of the Forever organization become so stupid? Vice President Ray is also constantly thinking about it. Maybe we can ask Su Mor when the time comes. He should know. And also just now, when he drew out the shadow demon, it seems like he knew that the shadow demon was bound to show up. I'm also a bit curious. Clean up the battlefield. Don't ever break out the plague. It's just that those demonic beast materials can be collected. This time Su Mor really takes the credit. It's been a long time since we've had a victory like this in the north, so we must make a big deal out of it this time, and let them reacquaint themselves with the pride of our North Academy. The teacher who used Geely looked at the back of Lei Baisyard, who left with a loud laugh and shook his head. So old and still acting like a child. The corners of his mouth turned up at the thought, and he began directing others to do things. With the end of this battle, the entire northern district all but exploded. In all these years, I've never seen such a big show. Millions of demonic beasts attacked the city, which was considered the largest scale in recent years. At this moment, the north courtyard went from being silent at the beginning to exploding now. The discovery of Su Mor destroyed 3 human demon research bases, flanking the security of my northern district. First there are a couple of photos with rows of crystal coffins showing, and finally there are a couple of pictures of the ruins. The pride of my North Academy is a clear mind and a double whammy. After Zhao Yong was killed, Su Mor wanted to look for those traitors, and had planned to vainly and falsely cooperate with the demonic beasts, allowing them to attack the city, thus drawing out the traitors. The reason why the demonic beasts cooperated. The first one, they could use Su Mor to kill those traitors of the human demon research through the human powerhouses. The second one, working with those traitors to capture the city. After being recognized by Su Mor, the trick was put in place, and the hidden traitors in the northern district were captured by thousands. Even the demonic beasts outside of Z City were greatly injured this time. Who actually opened the gates? Below the post was a video of the very same people impersonating Su Mor and opening the city. Yesterday's plan was a complete success, hunting more than 4,700,000 demonic beasts and capturing 3,756 traitors. The North Court was caught off guard by 4 consecutive posts. This time all the antecedents were sent out by the North Court. After the post was published, there was no action from the North Yard. The post was thoroughly hilarious below though. I don't even dare to imagine what will happen if Su Mor is really forced away by those people and goes against the humans. Luckily, Su Mor was able to stick to his heart. Awesome. Worthy of being the shut-in disciple of the Dean of the Northern Academy. You guys only see that Su Mor is awesome. I do see Su Mor suffering. Zhao Yong is being live streamed with his head cut off and can't let it out. A program of great significance to my northern district, but also to be scolded by those ignorant people. Too much. So heartbroken Sumor. Where are those sons of bitches? The goods with no balls. Why don't they come out? Why do they have to be shrunken heads? That's right. Come out and apologize. Son of a bitch. Capturing a traitor and killing over 4 million demonic beasts in one fell swoop. What a feat. Where's the dog that was barking so hard before? Keep coming out and barking. Teeth for you to break off. Rotten shit. Stinking black mud. Why don't you dare to come out to the line? Damn. These people actually don't dare to come out. I really want to follow the netting and defecate on them. At this moment, in the office of the Dean of the North Courtyard, Long Lintian looked at the people around him. Keep posting. This time I have to teach those people a lesson, so that you can scold my disciple and throw things at my disciple. The teacher manning the computer didn't even want to talk to the dean. Opening his mouth and shutting up about my apprentice. Opening his mouth and shutting up about my apprentice. It hurt his brain to hear it. The pride of my human race has been so denigrated by his own people. Is this the person I want to shelter in the North Academy? Is it worth it? When this post came out, it completely blew up. Holy shit. What's the situation? The martial artists of the North Courtyard won't be pissed off by those idiots. I don't know why, but if someday Sumor were to become a traitor, I could understand it and wouldn't blame him. As the saying goes, if a man is not for himself, the sky and the earth will be destroyed. We can see from Zhao Yong's matter that Sumor is a sentient person. We can't let such a heart break. Indeed, it's not worth it. The Northern Courtyard has never recognized Sumor as a traitor, and those retards have started to constantly call out and provoke unity amongst martial artists. I suspect they have ulterior motives. Still need to doubt. There must be. These people are just fed up. They should be thrown outside the city and left to fend for themselves. What's the point of protecting such trash? The rising sun rises in the east. The sword intent is fourfold. And the footsteps of the divine soul. The pride of my North Academy. The hope of the human race. There was also a photo below, of Sumor after his breakthrough, with a smile at the corner of his mouth, and a round of the rising sun rising behind him, complementing each other. My Su-stray husband, no matter how you look at him, looks good. That smile makes people get all warm and fuzzy there and they can't stop. Please move along, both of you. This is the positive energy post. Maiden servant dress, black silk, white silk. Sister Katana is so powerful. She dares to show her face even in this. Bullish, admirable, admirable. Does anyone care? I want to see Sumor. What are you guys up to? You don't have to say. Sumor and the rising sun behind them reflecting together. There is really an inexplicable feeling of security of the years. Ugh. I was so close to faltering and doubting Sumor when I saw the previous post. Luckily my daughter-in-law gave me a pan. Thanks to my daughter-in-law, I also began to suspect Sumor. My father 93, were lying on the bed cannot move. Hard to get up. With 7 wolves to whip me a few times. I decided Sumor cannot be a traitor. My son suspected Sumor and has already been hung up and beaten by me. My son slandered Sumor. I curse him for giving birth to a son without an asshole. Ha! Something's not right upstairs. I just realized. The sons you're talking about wouldn't be the ones cursing Sumor, would they? You're so smart. I'm talking about those sons of bitches. Feed the tiger with your body, without fear or favor, and draw out the most troublesome demon of all, the shadow demon. There were also photos below, images of Sumor using himself as a target to draw out the shadow demon, especially those 3 knives stuck in Sumor's body. As the post was published, all of the following turned into heartache. So heartbroken for stranger treasure, suffering abuse, feeding her body to the tiger, and being misunderstood by our kind. So pitiful. 3 daggers. If it wasn't for the strong stranger's treasure, he might have turned into a dead man. And when I think of those who cursed stranger's treasure, I can't wait to treat them like stockings and just tear them apart. Why don't the people from before stop screaming? Come out. Keep screaming. Grass. Those people actually changed their names. Damn it. Keep coming out and screaming if you have the balls. It's people like that who are afraid to come out when they see the wind in their sails and can't see the good in others. Come out and see. Do you have such brains? Do you dare to risk your lives? I've heard of shadow demons. They can turn into a person's shadow and attack suddenly. If a powerful martial artist can't react, they might die as well. Sumor. Hard work. What? The shadow demon is actually such an existence. Strange treasure is really good and deserves to be my e-baby. Yesterday when Sumor came back, I fended off rotten vegetable leaves, other people's punches and kicks for him, although my nose is bruised and swollen. But my old man is happy, and I can brag about it when I go out in the future. So did I. I knew Sumor wouldn't be like that, and I've always been adamant that Sumor is proud of me. Yesterday my daughter said she wanted to marry Sumor. I've locked her up. She's not worthy. Upstairs. You're such a kiss-ass dad. Those who curse Sue more. There have been a few that I secretly investigated the address. There is no go together to find them. Take me one. Take me one. Oh, and dissing my idol. I'll make him turn into a vomit Shang. I still remember. When Chairman Bayu, also blocked in front of Sue Moore, said a sentence, we go home? Really warm Come on. Let's go home. Many people rushed to post today's post, which was exactly what Bayu said to Sue Moore. Come on. Let's go home. There was also Shirayuki taking Sue Moore's hand. Wow. I'm going crazy. It's really sweet. Why can't I meet someone like that? Get lost. That national cafe upstairs. Don't think I won't recognize you if you change your name. You're not good enough for my brother Sue Moore. Hey, she's such a person. From beginning to end has not denigrated Sue Moore a sentence. Presumably if not forced by life. Will not go to sea. That's true. Some idiots really don't deserve to be human. The people who slandered Sue Moore in the first place should be recorded and exposed. This kind of person should never be allowed to get away with it. Good. Such trash, assholes, should be cleaned out. Sue Moore is still too merciful. If I were Sue Moore, I would directly investigate and liquidate them door to door. Holy shit. I found out that the place where Sue Moore lives has actually been painted with words cursing him. What? Shit. Which son of a bitch did it? Damn it. I'm going out right now. Don't let me catch him. I'll smoke him to death with my stinky feet. I'll go and take a look too. Dare to insult the pride of my Z9 city. Tired of living. The people who had previously denigrated Sue Moore disappeared as if they had all disappeared overnight. Many people even hurriedly logged out of the martial artist forum software, fearing that they would be approached by others. At this moment, the North Courtyard also finally hit the last pair of king bombs. The pride of my people is not to be dishonored. There are pictures below, and the faces of those people are clearly visible. All of them were the ones who threw things at Sue Moore when he came back earlier. Hundreds of photos with names printed on them. Ha ha ha. Good. Good. I thought I couldn't find them before. Well done. Well done. This time they still want to run away. Don't let me meet them, and beat them once I see them. I am proud of North College and cannot be insulted. The photos below were all of those who had cursed Sue Moore on the post, and then all of their photos were revealed. Even their names were labeled. Many people realized it was actually the same person as the photo above. Those dogs. It's really them. The trash. The bedbugs. Scum are worthy of insulting my North College pride. This time there are pictures underneath of all the things these people have done. So it's safe to say the ancestors have been dug up. Those who had previously denigrated Sue Moore looked at the three posts in the North Courtyard and completely panicked. Background, looks, and age were all investigated to the hilt. No one knew what the North Court was going to do, so they didn't dare to comment easily anymore, wanting to see the subsequent results. I can't believe the pride of my North End was treated like this. It was the man who had gotten the graffiti on Sue Moore's house, and the picture was clearly visible, with a grimace, and excitement. The faces of these people were clearly labeled on it, and seeing the excitement on those people's faces, the hideousness, many people felt a chill in their hearts. Insulting the pride of my North Academy. Their life and death will be controlled by Sue Mo. Who dares to speak out? The North Academy will no longer shelter which city, and they will be left to fend for themselves. After this post appeared, panic rose in many people's hearts. Is the North Courtyard playing for real this time? It's long overdue. There are still quite a few traitors in the North End, so maybe one of these guys is in there. How many genius martial artists were forced to leave by such people before? And those people were all geniuses as well. So maybe many of those traitors now are people who were forced to leave. If I were Sue Moore, and I saw the person I was trying my best to protect, treating me like this, to put it bluntly, I'd probably leave the Northern District. Put yourself in Sue Moore's shoes. If I were Sue Moore, I'd do the same thing. Those who had previously cursed Sue Moore, thrown things at Sue Moore, and wrote things on Sue Moore's house all panicked. It's no joke that all of the North Yard has been posted. If there is a martial artist among these people, the name will be removed from the Martial Artists Guild. But of course the most important thing is to look at Sue Mo's attitude. The accounts of these people will be removed from the Security Management Office. I don't want such garbage in my human race. And the final result will also be finalized by Sue Moore. After the posts appeared from the Martial Artist Guild's headquarters, as well as the Security Administration's headquarters, it once again blew up. Crazy, crazy, this one is crazy. Ha ha ha, good, good. It's because of these shitstirrers that our Northern District isn't united enough. Give them a lesson this time. It's just that I don't know how Sue Moore will punish them. They made the post to stand up for Sue Moore, and it's mainly going to depend on Sue Moore's opinion. Oh Moore Pa, don't be merciful. These people have insulted you so much. Make sure you don't let them go. At Sue Moore, Morbo, take a look and make sure you punish them hard. Everyone, don't at Sumor. Let him rest after such a powerful battle. After Suemo followed Baiyu back. After washing up, he collapsed on the bed and slept straight through. Baiyu was sitting next to him, still holding an alabaster porcelain bottle in his hand, and the sunlight was cast in, reflecting on Sumo's face. Shirayuki shook her head. This brat doesn't know how to take care of his own safety. Putting Sumor's hand on his lap, he applied the medicine to those wounds on Sumor's arm. After treating the wound on her arm, Shirayuki hesitated, but lifted the covers. There were 3 hideous scars on that chest, and Baiyu's heart ached. This stinky brother, how dare he do such a dangerous thing? It really almost scared her to death at that time, seeing the 3 shadow demons' weapons stabbing on Sumor's chest. At that moment, Baiyu's heart beat a beat slower. Returning to her senses, Baiyu threw away the thoughts in her mind and poured the medicine onto her hand, her fingers gently tapping on Sumor's chest. Baiyu realized that Suemo did not move, and her breathing had become a little disorganized. A flush actually appeared on his angular face. Baiyu also didn't have the heart to flirt with Sumor, and after peacefully applying the medicine, she covered the quilt and left the room. After Baiyu came out, she took a deep breath. This brat, what a great body. Sumor opened her eyes and looked at the closed door of the room. Her eyes closed and sleepiness rose. The night's battle had long since exhausted him, and even after the breakthrough, it could not be relieved. At this moment, quite a few people had already come outside Sumor's house, and they were all carrying buckets and all kinds of tools. Shiroyuki came out and looked at them suspiciously. Miss Shiroyuki, let's clean these up. Shiroyuki nodded. You guys be careful then. He just fell asleep. Hearing Shiroyuki say this, they nodded their heads in understanding. Miss White Moon, you should also hurry back to sleep. You must be tired from yesterday's battle as well. Don't worry, we'll keep our voices down and we won't let others disturb you. Shiroyuki didn't refuse, and she was indeed a bit tired. Seeing Shiroyuki leave, the man in charge turned around. Everyone keep your voices down. When the time comes, those idiots will definitely come over to look for Sumor. We must stop them outside. Don't let them come near here. Don't worry, we won't let those people get one step closer. If we let them get one step closer, it's our incompetence. The men cleared the wall of those expletives and their faces became hard. These brainless fools. When Sumor recovers, we must punish them severely. The Martial Artist Guild. The security administration's posting is already enough for them to drink a pot of water. The most important attitude still depends on Sumor. Just as these people were deliberating, a group of people suddenly poured out from the distance. The people who were originally cleaning up those swear words on the wall for Sumor. After seeing these people, their eyes narrowed and they took the initiative to stand in a row, like a city wall. Sumor is still resting and not seeing anyone. Get out of the way. We have something to look for Sumor. This one thing has nothing to do with you. Advise you not to cause trouble. The people who were blocking the way were instantly aroused in anger when they heard this sentence. Come to beg and still so arrogant. You have the guts to do it. Whoever does it will lie down. By the time the security management office comes, you all go in and squat. By the time Sumor hears about it, you won't be able to eat it. The people who came to look for Sumor glanced at each other when they heard this sentence. Another man stepped out of the crowd. This grandpa, look, we really have something to look for Sumor. We are here to apologize. Just now this one brother was also in a hurry and spoke harshly. Can you make a way and let us pass first? Just at this time, Lu Shuetian had come from the distance. What's it all for? Get lost. Seeing Lu Shuetian come over, many people's expressions changed. They all knew that Sumor and Lu Shuetian had a good relationship. Lu Shuetian looked at the people converging towards him with disdain on his face. Don't open your mouths. It stinks so bad I'm afraid it's going to smoke me. Get the hell out of here. And if you guys yell, I'll have you arrested. Lu Shuetian covered his mouth and kept backing up. Many people's faces were gloomy and their bodies trembled. When had they ever been treated like this? They wouldn't have come to apologize if it wasn't for their information, and their photos being leaked. Immediately the account is removed. Even the job is lost. Think about it, can only endure. We'll just wait here. Quite a few people found a place to sit down, obviously waiting for Sumor to wake up. What's with the pose? It's just a couple of curses. It's not like you're going to lose a piece of meat. Someone in the crowd muttered in a low voice. That's it. That's all it is, or a genius. Not open-minded at all. I wouldn't have come to him if I hadn't culled my account. Yes. Is it not enough to scold him before? Why are you just grasping at us? It's really sick. Che, if I had his talent, my heart would definitely be broader than his. Maybe he's watching us laugh in the middle of the room. After Lu Shuetian, Zhang Dahai and also Li Wuyo heard this, the three of them narrowed their eyes. These people were really unrepentant. You're in this situation, and you're still talking tough. Time passed until the evening. and many people could no longer hold out. There were even a few people who hooked up and found a restaurant to eat and drink, yelling inside their mouths. I really don't know what those people think. As for not, just one Sue Moore can be so exuberant. Can he be relied upon to accomplish this on his own without the cooperation of others? We scolded him for his own good, to save him from drifting off in the future. Not bad, not bad. For someone like Sue Moore, he's simply a villain. Many people in the restaurant heard these voices and frowned. Ha, they're not the ones who denigrated Sue Moore at this time. Bang, bang, bang. Within a few moments there were wails of agony coming from the middle of the restaurant. Don't, big brother. I'm wrong, don't fight, don't fight. If you fight again, I'll tell the security management office and have you arrested. Who denigrated Sue Moore? Hurriedly begged for mercy. How dare you threaten me? That is, if you are arrested, I will still beat you up. It's you garbage that affects the unity of the North District. You immediately don't even have a household registration. And you immediately aren't a person from the North District. It's just about the same as the beasts outside the city, and it won't matter if I kill you. The crowd stopped holding back and a few people threw the trash out of the middle of the diner. The owner walked out and looked at the beaten man. Wait, you'll have to pay for the money. You damaged something in my store. The owner's voice was cold. By what right? It's obvious that they hit us. Didn't you see it? Old thing, are you blind? None of us fought back. The owner looked at them with a flat expression. I just saw you guys drinking and causing trouble. The big deal is that I'll call the safety management office to comment on the situation. And then you'll have to pay for the money and squat inside for a few days. The boss had a teasing look on his face. You report it. There's a camera anyway. We're afraid of you. One of them grimaced after seeing the camera. You mean that one? Sorry, it's broken. The boss's eyes narrowed. He had powered down the camera when he beat up these scumbags earlier. Being older and having to sneak in the back to make up feet. I have to say, it was just awesome. You, don't make trouble. Pay the money. We can't be arrested. It's getting late. Let's go to Sue Moore, and then we'll settle these scores one after another. After they took out the money, they left the hotel as if they were running away and headed to where Sue Moore lived. At this moment, Sue Moore has woken up, and also downed 2 bowls of noodles with sausage and eggs. Shirayuki picked at the inside of the bowl. Brother Sue Moore, 2 eggs and a sausage. I seriously doubt you've been hinting at anything. Sue Moore almost choked out the noodles inside his mouth. Are you still eating? Suemo was about to go forward and snatch Bayu's bowl back after he finished speaking. Bayu was quick to open Sue Moore's hand. 2 eggs and the sausage gathered together. TSK, 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 TSK. My brother is so bad. Suemo was speechless and rolled his eyes at Bayu. What are you going to do with those people? Shirayuki points a finger outside. I have another plan in mind that would feel good. But it will require the cooperation of the master. And it might even pay off. Bayu stared at Sue Moore with slight suspicion. She knew that right now Sue Moore had a belly full of bad water. After Sue Moore finished speaking, he dialed a phone number. Ha ha, disciple, did you miss master? A chipper voice came from inside. Shirayuki rolled her eyes when she heard that and took a hard bite of the sausage. Yes, thinking of master. I have a solution here, and I still need master's help. The caller got serious. Tell me your idea. Long Lindian knew that Sue Moore's approach should be sensationalized quite a lot. Live kill the traitor. Sue Moore said word for word. After Bayu heard this, her chopsticks dropped and she stared at Suemo incredulously. You want to announce it out ahead of time, create a stir, and punch them in the face. They might also send someone to rescue them. After all, they are slapping them in the face. Long Lintian's voice came out. Master is right. This is my idea. Sue Moore, this was also the result of deep thought. How are you sure they came to rescue? Long Lindian asked out a most important question. Master, how about we make a bet? They will definitely send someone to rescue them, and their strength is not low. After Long Lindian heard Sue Moore's words, he began to think about the feasibility of this one thing. Those who exposed and denigrated me should also be watched. Maybe those people will also be watching them and use them to get some things going. Sue Moore continued to speak. What if they threaten us with ordinary people and in turn will us to give up those traitors? Long Lindian asked the last question. Su Ro resurrected. And now my affairs are under her charge. Su Moore spoke. Su Ro. So that's how it is. Then there's no matter. Long Lin Tian was no longer skeptical. Su Moore looked at the hung-up phone with surprise in her eyes. It was only when we talked about the Su ballad that the master agreed. What are you still skeptical about? Just that proud and arrogant woman. How can she listen to other people's opinions? Maybe she is going to come up with some bad ideas again. Bayu wiped her mouth and said slowly. Now that he's been entrusted with a heavy responsibility and all sorts of power to protect him, That kind of selfish person can't tolerate others in his eyes. And after one death, he's beyond redemption. Shirayuki shook her head. Some people are born with a personality that is already determined and hard to change. Sue Ballad is even the best of them. Selfish to the core. Come on out, Sue Moore. We know you're awake. We can smell the omelette. Not bad. Come on out. We're here to apologize to you. So post quickly that you've forgiven us. Yeah, we won't yell at you anymore. And you're not damaged anyway. Not bad. If it wasn't for us scolding you, maybe your plan wouldn't have been able to work perfectly. Side by side. We're also the ones who got the credit. You still have to thank us. Not bad. Hurry up and tell the Martial Artists Guild, the Security Administration headquarters, that we have reconciled. It's so late. We've been here for a day. We've already proved our attitude. Come out quickly. Say you forgive us. And settle it quickly without delaying everyone. The people who were still clamoring suddenly felt a coldness behind them. Why is it getting colder? No. This is killing intent. This is killing intent. It's the killing intent emanating from Sue Moore. At this moment, Bayu was sitting in the middle of the room, her eyes staring blankly at Sue Moore. This guise has already appeared in the fledgling form of a domain. Although it is still short of a cut, I believe that it won't take long before he can completely comprehend it. How much is this stinky brother hiding? Domains were something that could only be comprehended after breaking through the realm of creation. It's coming up fast on this guy now. Get out or die.